Lin Fan met an untimely demise in a tragic car accident. However, he was fortunate enough to acquire the Universal Sentiment System, which tasked him with assisting the last antagonist, a young master eliminated by the urban healer Protagonist, in fulfilling his lingering desires. To facilitate the completion of this mission, the system bestowed upon Lin Fan the extraordinary ability to absorb solar energy. Chapter 1. The System. My head aches terribly. In the capital city, where every inch of land is precious, there exists a sprawling estate covering over 100 acres, encompassing an array of both vintage and modern architectural marvels, with vast lawns that would make even those who cannot afford a meager 10 square meter rental blush with envy. The estate is adorned with opulent decorations. Even a mere fragment would elate an ordinary individual. This is none other than the estate of the Lin family, the foremost financial dynasty of the Great Xia. The Lin family is not only preeminent in Great Xia, it stands tall among the global elite, wielding control over businesses worth trillions. Their empire encompasses a multitude of subsidiaries in sectors such as healthcare, film, real estate, hospitality, and export trade. It is undeniably a colossal commercial empire. Lin Yi, the head of the Lin family, and by Yuer, a figure of significant stature in the country, formed a union 2 decades ago, resulting in the birth of a son, the sole heir of the Lin family, cherished and doted upon by all. This heir is Lin Fan. Even after 2 decades, the Lin family remains a behemoth in the eyes of many, overseeing the livelihoods of countless individuals. Lin Fan, a paragon of privilege, enjoys a life that many can only dream of, residing in luxurious mansions worth millions and cruising in high-end vehicles. He is perpetually surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards, and the most unattainable goddesses are but a beckoning away. Yet, just as everyone anticipated that the entire Lin estate would eventually rest in Lin Fan's hands, an unforeseen event transpired. I have actually traversed worlds. In a room spanning nearly 100 square meters, adorned with classical and elegant decor, gentle moonlight filtered through the window, casting a serene glow. Outside, the flowers and grass swayed gracefully in the breeze. The vast expanse of land before him belonged to the Lin family estate, instilling a sense of awe. Seated upon the bed was none other than Lin Fan, the sole heir of the Lin family. Before him lay 2 lifeless bodies, their faces contorted in terror as parents, Lin Yi and Bai Yuer. Lin Fan pressed his hands against his temples, as memories surged forth, clarifying his current predicament. Lin Fan was an ordinary citizen of the earth, who, one fateful day, was struck by a large truck while crossing the road, resulting in his demise. To his astonishment, he found himself transported across countless realms into the body of another individual bearing the same name. Goodness, I've become a villainous young master. Does this not spell my second death? After sorting through the memories, Lin Fan slumped to the ground, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. A vivid red mark encircled his neck, a testament to his recent struggle. He recalled having perused a novel wherein the protagonist, Yi Tian, trained under the esteemed medical sage of the Medicine King's Valley since childhood. He had also developed a childhood betrothal with the formidable Chu Linglong, evoking a sense of familiarity. The unfolding narrative was unmistakably clear. As the villainous second male lead, Lin Fan had encountered myriad women, yet he found himself infatuated with the icy Chu Linglong. He relentlessly pursued her for 3 years, adopting the demeanor of a devoted admirer, never once attempting to leverage his prestigious lineage to coerce her. Despite her family's modest stature, it paled in comparison to the Lin family's colossal empire. Lin Fan exhibited remarkable patience, yet Chu Linglong remained unmoved by his affections. At this moment, a flash of resentment flickered within Lin Fan's heart. Having inherited the original owner's memories, he also absorbed their obsessions, previously clouded by passion, but now illuminated by clarity. It dawned upon him that all of this was merely a ruse orchestrated by Chu Linglong, who feigned indifference while graciously accepting every favor he bestowed, all under the guise of testing him. To his dismay, Lin Fan, the foolish heir, fell for her manipulations, unwittingly signing unfavorable contracts with the Chu family that benefited them immensely. This continued until the arrival of Yi Tian, who, within mere months, had secured a place in Chu Linglong's heart, while Lin Fan's 3 years of devotion bore no fruit. Upon discovering Lin Fan's unrequited love, Yi Tian swiftly employed his influence, causing disruptions in the Lin family's business operations. Many within the Lin family voiced their discontent, believing Lin Fan had erred in antagonizing the denizens of the Medicine King's Valley. However, blinded by rage, Lin Fan rashly commanded his bodyguards to confront Yi Tian, aiming to drive him away from Chu Linglong. Yet, Yi Tian was no ordinary man. The urban medical sage employed his mastery of acupuncture to incapacitate Lin Fan's bodyguards effortlessly. While Lin Fan awaited news at home, Yi Tian stealthily infiltrated the estate that very night. As Lin Fan sat in his room, anxiety gnawed at him. Suddenly, Yi Tian burst in, dragging two lifeless bodies his parents behind him. Before Lin Fan could utter a word of protest, Yi Tian's powerful hand clasped around his neck. "Remember this face in your next life. Steer clear of me," Yi Tian declared ominously, before abruptly snapping Lin Fan's neck and disappearing into the night. Reflecting on this, Lin Fan instinctively touched his neck, feeling a sense of dismay. They claimed this was the safest place in the world, yet an intruder entered, killed the master, and departed unnoticed. What are these bodyguards even doing? As he lamented his predicament, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully traversed worlds. The universal sentiment system is now activated. Assisting beings across realms in fulfilling their desires will yield rewards." Detecting that the host's circumstances are unique, the system is prepared to grant a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? System? Having just comprehended the memories, Lin Fan felt despair wash over him. Why couldn't he have crossed over sooner? Now, having offended the protagonist, what use was his vast wealth if Yi Tian discovered he was still alive? His life would surely be forfeit that very night. Yet, just at this critical juncture, Lin Fan's golden opportunity had arrived. "System, hurry. Grant me the novice gift package. Open it immediately." Lin Fan implored excitedly within his mind, the weight of the two corpses pressing heavily upon his nerves. Chapter 2. The Superhuman Physique. I am sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter 3. The Path of Vengeance. Unexpectedly, upon hearing of Yi Tian's actions against the Lin family, Chu Linglong felt not a shred of compassion. Instead, she furrowed her brows, believing Yi Tian should have eliminated the threat entirely. Yi Tian, feeling somewhat frustrated, remarked, "Who would have guessed that Lin Fan survived? I had clearly snapped his neck. Such an injury should be beyond even my capabilities to heal. Unless," he hesitated, ultimately shaking his head in silence. "Unless what?" Chu Linglong insisted, her unease regarding Lin Fan akin to a thorn in her heart, one that could not be removed without causing distress. Yi Tian let out a faint, humorless laugh. "Unless my master personally intervenes. But why would he waste his efforts on a scoundrel like Lin Fan? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. What do we do now? Has Lin Fan seen your face?" Chu Linglong inquired. Just as Yi Tian was about to respond, he recalled the news of Lin Fan's press conference scheduled for that day, and his expression darkened. He swiftly snatched the phone from Chu Linglong's hand, his demeanor turning grim. That scoundrel Lin Fan. Is he truly contemplating a mutual destruction? With a darkened visage, Yi Tian immediately accessed the live stream of the highly anticipated press conference following the assassination attempt on the Lin family's heir. Upon opening the platform, a torrent of enthusiastic comments flooded in, and Yi Tian was astonished to see the viewer count had surpassed 100 million. It seemed the public was particularly invested in the private lives of the elite. Such excitement. This is Lin family's young master's debut on screen. And so many are eager to watch. What a natural internet celebrity. Internet celebrity, Lin Fan's status far exceeds that. With a mere wave of his hand, he could create countless influencers. Please, the Lin family doesn't seem so impressive after all, to be attacked in their own stronghold, nearly losing their entire family in one fell swoop. Anyone with a modicum of sense understands the vast resources of the Lin family. This incident is merely an unforeseen misfortune. Indeed, it's likely the Lin family was caught unawares, having received no prior warning, making them vulnerable to the ambush. With their power, should the assailant dare strike again, the chances of success will be minuscule. This is a significant event. If the assailant reappears, it's not just the Lin family that will take action. Perhaps even the entire Great Xia will intervene. Some comments reveled in the misfortune, while others provided serious analysis. Yi Tian, observing the incessant stream of commentary, felt a surge of murderous intent. Just as the comment suggested, the Lin family's complacency had allowed Yi Tian, at the brink of the innate realm, to employ his exceptional stealth techniques to infiltrate the Lin estate, granting him the opportunity to silently eliminate the two elders of the Lin family. However, Lin Fan had inexplicably survived, and this time, he would undoubtedly be on guard. The Lin family would spare no expense in recruiting a security team. At that moment, it was even possible that firearms would be involved. Although Yi Tian was not afraid of handguns, facing a barrage of weapons and ammunition would inevitably deplete his vital energy. That damned fellow, like a ghost, he lingered persistently. With a fierce blow to the bed, Yi Tian felt a pang of regret, yet it was too late. He could only wear a sullen expression as he watched the impending press conference that would be broadcast live across the nation, and even globally. Chu Linglong leaned closer, her face etched with concern as she gazed at her phone, harboring a growing disdain for Lin Fan. After finally finding someone she liked, and with a commendable background to boot, why did that spoiled rich boy Lin Fan refuse to disappear? He should have perished long ago. Yet, why did he continue to live? As the screen flickered to life, Yi Tian and Chu Linglong immediately focused intently, unwilling to miss a single detail. A glint of coldness appeared in Yi Tian's eyes. I shall see whether you are the true Lin Fan or merely an impostor. The sound of polished shoes striking the cobblestones echoed through the air. In the heart of the capital, the sun shone brightly upon the plaza, the most solemn place in the entirety of the Great Xia. Lin Fan had chosen this location for the press conference, undoubtedly the safest place in the realm. Even with Yi Tian's backing from the Medicine King Valley, unless he wished to forfeit his standing in Great Xia, he would not dare provoke a tiger. Camera flashes erupted as numerous filming devices focused on Lin Fan, clad in an exquisite white suit. His face bore the marks of exhaustion, and his once handsome features appeared gaunt and haggard. Under the sunlight, he seemed shrouded in gloom, tinged with sorrow, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld him. The scene transitioned to multiple live-streaming rooms, where viewers commented in disbelief. Can you believe it? Here I am, a mere commoner, daring to feel sympathy for a rich heir poised to inherit a fortune of billions. What is this madness? How tragic. Oh my. Young Master Lin's sorrowful demeanor is so captivating. To inherit such wealth and look so handsome, yet orphaned. He is practically my Prince Charming. Forget it, lovesick girls upstairs. The Lin family is a colossal business empire. Even if Lin Fan fancied you, his family would never allow such a union. A domineering CEO and a Cinderella in love? The family would staunchly oppose it. As Lin Fan slowly approached the central podium, a formidable entourage of black-clad bodyguards, arranged by the elders of the Lin family, surrounded him. Each was armed, their eyes resolute, numbering no less than 100, forming an impenetrable barrier around Lin Fan. This was not the extent of it. Lin Fan was acutely aware that a professional security team of no fewer than 1,000 was strategically positioned nearby, with numerous snipers poised to strike. Furthermore, they had even deployed a satellite previously invested in by the Lin family, meticulously monitoring the vicinity for 1,000 meters around Lin Fan. One could say that he has taken his safety precautions to the utmost extreme. At this moment, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. For every esteemed elder in the Lin family adhered strictly to ancient traditions. Following the death of the family head, Lin Yi, a storm of turmoil erupted within the Lin household, with numerous opportunists seeking to carve out their share. However, they were swiftly quelled by the 6 elders, who, with resolute authority, appointed the sole heir of the Lin family lineage, none other than Lin Fan himself. As the newly appointed head of the Lin family, he owed much to the elders. Otherwise, with my capabilities, I would not have had to wait for Yi Tian to make a move. Indeed, the entire Lin family would have been my greatest adversary. How fortuitous it is to have such support. Observing the cautious bodyguards surrounding him, Lin Fan was filled with a profound sense of security, knowing that with such protective forces, even Yi Tian would think twice before attempting another attack. Nevertheless, caution was still warranted. After all, Yi Tian was a protagonist, and it is well known that every protagonist possesses formidable strength. Chapter 4. The showdown in his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Yet, to outsiders, it merely appeared as if he had traversed a mere dozen meters. For Lin Fan had just ascended the high platform. Before him sat a multitude of reporters, with representatives from all renowned domestic and international media outlets in attendance. Upon seeing Lin Fan, impeccably dressed in a crisp white suit, his countenance imbued with solemnity, the journalists, akin to sharks scenting blood in the ocean, could barely contain their excitement as they rushed forward, armed with cameras and microphones. Mr. Lin, do you have any conclusive evidence regarding the cause of your parents' death? Have any suspects been identified? Mr. Lin, There are rumors circulating online suggesting that this tragedy was a consequence of your mismanagement of the family fortune. Is there any truth to this? Given the upheaval within the Lin family, will this affect the subsidiaries? Could hundreds, even thousands of factories face repercussions? Mr. Lin, please respond. Don't move. Step back. Everyone retreat. With the reporters' uproar, the tense bodyguards raise their weapons, their faces etched with vigilance and a palpable aura of menace, forming a barrier against the advancing journalists. The unmistakable scent of blood emanating from the guards left no doubt as to their willingness to use force. Oh my God! As they beheld the dark muzzles of the guns, the fastest foreign reporter instinctively dropped his camera and microphone, huddling down with his hands over his head. The other journalists, having never encountered such a situation up close, found themselves frozen, their weapons almost pointing at their foreheads. Trembling, their prepared statements dissolved into incoherence, leaving them rooted in place. Meanwhile, a few leading media companies remained composed, having refrained from rushing forward, secretly amused by the unfolding chaos. What a pitiful existence they are. What significance does the Lin family hold? At such a critical juncture, do you truly believe that the young master of the Lin family has the leisure to engage with your probing inquiries? How absurd. The ace reporters from several leading companies exchanged glances, each finding amusement reflected in the other's eyes, as they patiently awaited the unfolding of events. We merely wished to pose a few questions, one of them ventured. Indeed, we harbor no ill intentions. Several reporters swallowed hard, gazing at the formidable bodyguards, radiating an aura of menace before them, internally lamenting their misfortune. Although the Lin family represented a significant story, no news is worth one's life. Had they known of the imminent danger, they would have refrained from rushing in. Now they found themselves at gunpoint. The atmosphere was charged with tension, beads of cold sweat trickling down the reporters' faces, while the viewers watching the live broadcast found the spectacle thrilling. As for the reasons behind this tension, that remains a matter of conjecture. Dear reporters, please do not take offense. We are in a unique situation. Should an unforeseen incident occur, it could pose a threat not only to me, but to you as well. Thus, I kindly ask all of you to step back behind the safety line with your equipment, and we shall commence the interview in a proper manner. Just as the tension reached its zenith, Lin Fan's voice, akin to a celestial melody, caressed the ears of the gathered reporters as if they had grasped a lifeline. The journalists hastily seized their devices and retreated, foreign correspondents abandoning their crouched positions on the ground. They clutched their equipment and backed away, seemingly terrified that a bullet might find its mark upon them in the next heartbeat. Click, click. As the reporters moved back to the yellow line, 2 meters away, the bodyguards clad in black suits finally exhaled in relief, stowing away their weapons but remaining vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings with unwavering focus. Very well, esteemed reporters. Please proceed with your questions. Lin Fan lowered his gaze, the morning sunlight cascading upon him, transforming its vibrant energy into nourishment for his growth, enveloping him in a sense of comfort while maintaining an unremarkable demeanor. After his words, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene. As the recent display of aggression had evidently startled the reporters, none daring to break the quietude. Observing the stillness below, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, silently reflecting, "Fortunately, I had prearranged a few accomplices. Otherwise, my plans would have been in jeopardy." The reporters, still shaken by the earlier fright, fell silent, while several unflappable representatives from leading firms stepped forward. A female journalist clad in a tailored suit took a step forward, her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, her shirt struggling to contain her ample figure. Her long, shapely legs were adorned with a delicate layer of black stockings, and a hint of allure graced her countenance, making it difficult for onlookers to look away. The female journalist, with fingers as delicate as jade and white jade, clutched the microphone, her gentle, water-like eyes fixed on Lin Fan, her ruby lips parting slightly. "Mr. Lin, may I inquire about the events of last night? Who is responsible for the demise of the Lin family's elders?" Her question was incisive. Viewers on the live stream exclaimed in excitement. They yearned to uncover the intricate affairs of the affluent and the true mastermind behind this tragedy. The first question struck at the heart of the matter, igniting their curiosity and drawing their gazes tightly to the screen. Meanwhile, in the opulent Chu residence, Yi Tian, perspiring profusely, stared intently at Lin Fan on the screen, alongside Chu Linglong. Confronted by the scrutiny of countless eyes, Lin Fan remained unflinching, a hint of well-measured sorrow gracing his features. His voice quivering slightly. My parents were indeed assassinated in the manor last night. Moreover, I too was nearly killed by the perpetrator. Fortunately, I was discovered by the bodyguards in time, which spared my life. Lin Fan was compelled to veil part of the truth regarding the events of the previous evening. As he could not disclose how he had survived, it was known that his neck had been crushed, and it was only through the system's power that he had been revived. However, he had no intention of revealing the existence of this system to anyone, having already bribed his bodyguards to maintain silence. Astonishment rippled through the journalists. Although there had been speculations, nothing had been substantiated until now. It appeared that the head of a nation's foremost family, indeed one of the top 3 families globally, had been assassinated. This was monumental news. Lin Fan did not allow for further digestion of this revelation. His gaze resolutely swept over the crowd, as though he had made a momentous decision. He retrieved a photograph from the inner pocket of his white suit, pinching the image of the person's head, rendering their identity momentarily unclear. This is the murderer. Lin Fan's face contorted with hatred, his tone unwaveringly resolute. Chapter 5. A month's appointment. This is the murderer. Under the relentless barrage of cameras, Lin Fan, with a determined expression, unveiled the photograph, uttering a phrase that sent countless minds into a frenzy. In the Chu villa, Yi Tian, bare and furious like an enraged lion, roared, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the bedside table beside him. Lin Fan, how dare you? Startled by the sudden commotion, Chu Linglong gasped. However, Yi Tian was beyond caring at that moment, his eyes blazing red as he fixated on a live stream on his phone. Although the photograph was somewhat blurred and others might not recognize it, he could not fail to identify it. It was unmistakably his own image. Yi Tian gasped for breath, his face devoid of the usual calm demeanor, his teeth clenched in fury, wishing he could tear Lin Fan to shreds. This is the murderer, Yi Tian. The image of Lin Fan on the phone screen continued to utter words that made Yi Tian's blood boil. At that moment, Chu Linglong also came to her senses, immediately clutching Yi Tian's arm with a voice laced with tears. What should we do, Yi Tian? Lin Fan has revealed your secrets. Will you be imprisoned? Oh no. If you're taken to jail, what will become of me? Chu Linglong cried, her tears flowing like rain. Yi Tian, consumed by anger, showed no hint of compassion, abruptly shaking off her arm and shouting, "Why are you crying? I am not in jail yet." You. Chu Linglong was momentarily taken aback by the rejection, only to become even more heartbroken, her sobs growing more tragic. In her eyes, she was merely worried for Yi Tian, yet he had scolded her instead, leaving the usually pampered Chu Linglong feeling deeply wronged. All right, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. I was just overwhelmed with fury." Recognizing her hurt expression, Yi Tian understood he had overreacted. He couldn't help but slap his forehead, feeling an unsettling sense of crisis brought on by Lin Fan's appearance, transforming his normally calm demeanor into one of unrestrained rage. Slowly exhaling, Yi Tian embraced Chu Linglong, softly reassuring her, "Do not worry, Linglong. Although I did infiltrate the Lin family last night, I have destroyed all surveillance footage along the way. Even if Lin Fan suspects me, he has no evidence. And based solely on his word, the law cannot apprehend me." Despite his words, Yi Tian felt a profound unease. He had never faced such resistance in his typically smooth-sailing life, causing his anger to surge. He was determined to find a way to deal with Lin Fan swiftly, to quell the resentment in his heart. Nestled in Yi Tian's embrace, Chu Linglong suddenly recalled the once obedient Lin Fan and sighed inwardly. If it were Lin Fan, he would rather die than lose his temper with me. Wouldn't he? A thought flickered in her mind, causing her to shudder slightly. Stealing a glance at Yi Tian, she was relieved to find he was oblivious to her distraction. Chu Linglong, you are now Yi Tian's woman. Yi Tian is the esteemed disciple of the Medicine King Valley, a figure of great renown. You must not act foolishly. Suppressing her strange thoughts, Chu Linglong gazed at the image of Lin Fan on the phone, who was clad in a white suit. Under the gentle sunlight, he exuded an aura of a melancholic male deity, the loneliness in his eyes evoking an instinctive sense of pity. Yi Tian, he is the one who murdered my parents. That night, after he had murdered my parents, he intended to take my life as well. However, my bodyguard discovered his sinister plans just in time, allowing me to escape a dire fate. Lin Fan, with reddened eyes, pointed at the person in the photograph, striving to craft an image of a sorrowful heir, bereft of his parents, who yearns for vengeance against the killer. For someone as talented as Lin Fan, whose acting prowess rivals that of an Oscar-winning actor, this task posed little challenge. All the journalists present, captivated by this explosive revelation, felt their professional instincts triumph over the initial terror. A flurry of reporters could not resist capturing images of the photograph in Lin Fan's hand, and soon, Yi Tian's likeness flooded the internet, drawing an avalanche of curious onlookers. Who would have imagined that such a handsome man could slip past layers of bodyguards into the Lin family estate? It was utterly astonishing. My goodness, what an alluring gaze. It seems that this Yi Tian is even more handsome than the young Master Lin. How captivating. Oh, please restrain yourselves from swooning. Why must you fall for every handsome face? Bah, just because he is good-looking, I can't help but admire him. Unlike you, with your unkempt appearance. I would even glance your way. Oh, you wretched woman. What did you say? You little bumpkin. How dare you insult me, you fierce hag. You're nothing but a pesky fly. Lin Fan could hardly have anticipated that Yi Tian's extraordinary looks would divert the online discourse, igniting a battle between opposing factions of admirers, which quickly spread to numerous live streams. Some beauty-obsessed netizens even ventured to defend Yi Tian, asserting that someone so striking could not possibly be a home invader and murderer, especially since it was merely Lin Fan's word. Fortunately, Lin Fan was oblivious to the barrage of comments. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to spit blood in frustration, lamenting the terrifying nature of the protagonist's aura. However, Lin Fan was not entirely unprepared. As the heir to a significant portion of the entertainment industry, he was willing to leverage the Lin family's influence during this critical moment for his own survival, seeking even an extra day or half-day of time. Seeing the unsatisfactory situation online, the Lin family's chief orchestrator of public opinion immediately set about executing Lin Fan's directives. An army of online commentators was mobilized to redirect the conversation back to the main issue. In an instant, a tide of comments began to condemn Yi Tian, effectively dismantling the faction of admirers. Only a few stray voices remained, hardly worthy of note. Observing the agitated expressions of the reporters below, Lin Fan gradually lowered the photograph and cleared his throat, prepared to articulate his paramount objective. Yi Tian had destroyed all surveillance in our estate prior to the murders, leaving me without evidence for the moment. However, grant me a month's time. In a month's time, I shall confront Yi Tian in court. Should I fail to present sufficient evidence to prove Yi Tian is the perpetrator, I willingly accept full responsibility for all charges. However, if I were to encounter an unfortunate event within that month, then Lin Fan's gaze bore a hint of derision. It would be evident that Yi Tian could not wait, fearing I would produce evidence after the month's end. Thus, he would resort to preemptive measures to silence me. Chapter 6. The gathering of young eyes. Lin Fan appeared numbed, giving the impression of a soul adrift, much like one who has lost their parents. As he surveyed the crowd before him, a flicker of rage crossed his visage, as if a thought had ignited within him. If I were to meet with misfortune within a month, it would surely be the doing of Yi Tian, whose forces undoubtedly possess the means to eliminate me without a trace. With a surge of indignation, Lin Fan exhaled deeply, closed his eyes momentarily, and then opened them again to speak, to preclude any desperate actions from Yi Tian. The Lin family is prepared to offer 100 billion for the state as protection of my life over the course of this month, until the court convenes. 100 billion. It is evident that Lin Fan is indeed the scion of the Lin family, spending such a staggering sum merely for a month of sanctuary. How astounding, 100 billion. If I were to receive even a fraction of that, I would never need to toil again in my lifetime. Lin Fan's declaration reverberated like a depth charge in a tranquil lake, not only leaving the reporters present in shock, but also causing the millions of online viewers to gasp in envy and jealousy. I had surrendered a portion of the shares my late father left me to procure this 100 billion. Now, with state protection, my safety should be assured, whether by wealth or authority. At this moment, Lin Fan stood upon the dais, yet his thoughts drifted back to the previous night, where he faced 6 clan elders and a gathering of Lin family affiliates. Utilizing the 49% share of the Lin family bequeathed by his late father, Lin Yi, he exchanged 19% of those shares for 100 billion in liquid assets, while enlisting the Elder's assistance to implore the state for aid. It was imperative to secure Lin Fan's life within the month. Though the Elders were somewhat perplexed, they ultimately chose to honor Lin Fan's decision, successfully reaching an agreement with the state the previous night. Consequently, the shares Lin Fan inherited diminished from 49% to 30%, significantly weakening his grip on the Lin family, thereby increasing the likelihood of disputes over future decisions with other shareholders. However, for Lin Fan, these were but fleeting concerns. He had accomplished his mission and would soon depart. A month's time is all I require. In that span, my strength shall evolve to the point of transcending the ordinary. When that day arrives, no matter what formidable adversaries arise, I shall overcome them all. Within Lin Fan's eyes lay a hint of madness, subtle yet discernible. As the courtroom convened a month later, the entire nation was riveted by the bizarre assassination attempt on an elite. In a stunning climax, Lin Fan transformed into a patriot, executing Yi Tian on the spot, leaving countless onlookers in stunned silence. After the Lin family's harrowing assassination experience, the young master held a press conference for the first time, bringing the matter to a close. Although brief, the impact resonated deeply, prompting reflections on the vibrant tapestry of life among the elite. Particularly, a group of infatuated young women found themselves swept away by fervor. On one hand was a brooding young tycoon, a billionaire with youthful wealth and charm. On the other was the seemingly gentle neighbor, who might secretly harbor the heart of a cold-blooded assassin. This stark contrast captivated many, inspiring some to pen risque novels. One titled Rebirth as a Billionaire, falling for the ruthless assassin who targeted my family. However, it is said that upon its release, the Lin family promptly summoned the author for a stern chat, leading to an enigmatic rise to prominence, clearing his throat and returning to the matter at hand. After departing the press conference, Lin Fan paid no heed to the gleaming eyes of the reporters. His entourage of bodyguards efficiently shielded him, guiding him directly to the armored vehicle. Lin Fan was acutely aware of the importance of his safety. After all, he possessed a superhuman physique, with ample exposure to sunlight. He believed he could develop abilities akin to those of cinematic superheroes. Lin Fan was not ready to leave this world just yet. Yi Tian loomed nearby, his predatory gaze a reminder that unless Lin Fan elevated his own strength, restful slumber would be elusive. With a swift motion, Lin Fan entered the rear seat of the armored vehicle, his expression grave as he instructed, "To Jiang I." "Yes, young master," replied the driver without unnecessary dialogue, gently pressing the accelerator. Surrounding the armored car were 4 or 5 identical vehicles, each filled with armed bodyguards in sleek black suits, their eyes sharp and vigilant, professionals the Lin family had invested heavily to secure. For the powerful elders of the Lin clan, the extinction of the main lineage was an unthinkable fate, one they could not bear to face in death. Thus, Lin Fan's safety was of utmost importance. With no room for complacency, the 8 vehicles traveled in unison, creating a striking procession along the streets, drawing the attention of passers-by. Despite lacking the ostentatious allure of sports cars or their thunderous roars, an undeniable aura of dominance emanated from these vehicles, captivating all who beheld them. No less impressive than a top-tier sports car, the Gathering Sun Eye is a renowned attraction in the capital. Constructed from countless heat-absorbing reflective mirrors, it is a place that basks in abundant sunlight, exuding immense heat, intensifying as one approaches its center. It is rumored that the core location maintains a temperature exceeding 100 degrees Celsius year-round. This peculiar facility has been deemed one of the most useless structures in the capital by many. However, it has become an invaluable asset for Lin Fan in his rapid development over the course of a month. Though he is unaware of which extravagant heir conceived this seemingly futile construct, its lack of utility for others is of great benefit to him. The formidable solar energy present here could equate to a month's worth of sun exposure outdoors in just a single day. Upon discovering such an extraordinary locale, Lin Fan's mind swiftly devised a plan. If he could diligently absorb solar energy without interruption for an entire month, his strength would undoubtedly surge. He envisioned decisively vanquishing Yi Tian, followed by Chu Linglong, and then pursuing the elusive Medicine God Valley. Should he prevail, he would eliminate them all. If not, he could simply retreat to a remote island to absorb solar energy and strengthen himself. Once he achieved a breakthrough in power, He would return to obliterate the Medicine King Valley at his leisure. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily graced Lin Fan's lips, but he quickly adopted a cold demeanor. Reminded of his current persona. As the chapter unfolds, 8 vehicles gradually departed the city, halting at a distance from the outer ring road. A vigilant group of men in black meticulously scoured the surroundings. Following a reminder, Lin Fan, under the layered protection of his entourage, stepped into the capital's so-called most useless attraction, the Gathering Sun Eye. The heat was palpable upon his entrance into the vast labyrinth of mirrors and heat-absorbing machinery. Everyone but Lin Fan found themselves silently expressing discomfort. Yet, Lin Fan was internally astounded. The solar energy here was formidable. This place was nothing short of a sanctuary for cultivation. After merely a brief stay, he felt invigorated as a surge of solar energy continually fortified his physique, rapidly enhancing his strength and gradually unlocking other superhuman capabilities. This place exceeded his expectations. After a month, his prowess would undoubtedly undergo a transformative evolution. Though he remained uncertain of the identity of the frivolous heir behind this seemingly useless facility, Lin Fan felt a flicker of gratitude toward him. Casting a glance at the captain of his bodyguards, he boldly led the way towards the heart of the Gathering Sun Eye, a group of bodyguards clad in black. Despite the sweltering heat akin to a scorching day in midsummer, remained silent. As Lin Fan advanced, the temperature around him escalated, reminiscent of stepping into a fiery abyss. Suddenly, Lin Fan halted and turned to address the captain of the bodyguards, instructing him that there was no need to accompany him further. They were to remain outside and guard the entrance while he ventured deeper. The captain, a robust figure, felt a surge of alarm at the prospect of Lin Fan entering the depths, where the heat approached that of boiling water, capable of desiccating anyone within moments. Did the young master of the Lin family seek to court death? The captain, wearing a pained expression, began to offer his counsel, yet Lin Fan, impatient, interjected before he could finish. "There's no need for your advice. I have vital matters to attend to within, pertaining to evidence for the court in a month's time. Your only task now is to steadfastly guard the Gathering Sun's Eye, ensuring that no one enters to disturb or harbor ill intentions." Understood. Lin Fan's resolute demeanor compelled the captain to acquiesce, and as Lin Fan delved deeper, the cadre of black-clad bodyguards swiftly and methodically positioned themselves to safeguard every aspect of the Gathering Sun's Eye. Meanwhile, a satellite in the sky had quietly shifted its gaze towards this location, ensuring that nothing within a kilometer of Lin Fan could evade its scrutiny. The sound of polished shoes striking the stone ground echoed as Lin Fan strode confidently into the interior, which resembled an expansive open-air labyrinth, albeit with few convolutions. He effortlessly reached the heart of the maze, the very nexus where all sunlight converged. The heat was intense, hot enough to cook, and as Lin Fan's shoes met the bluestone tiles, a sizzling sound arose almost immediately. His once valuable white suit now felt parched, as if it had been scorched in the desert for 3 days and nights. Yet their master, Lin Fan, trembled, not from discomfort, but from the powerful solar energy he was absorbing, causing his body, muscles, and every sinew to undergo rapid evolution. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Lin Fan grinned, acutely aware of the rich solar energy transforming his physical prowess. His strength was continuously amplifying, instilling within him a sensation as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. Perhaps this was no mere illusion. Lin Fan had transcended the bounds of humanity. What was once unattainable was now within his grasp, to be shattered with a mere strike. After over 30 days of relentless enhancement, I can only wonder what I might become. Power burgeoned within him, ambition ignited, as Lin Fan's body evolved at an extraordinary pace. He recalled the unmatched strength of Etion from his memories, which now seemed feeble in comparison. At present, Lin Fan, heedless of his surroundings, stripped himself bare and seated himself cross-legged. The intense sunlight cast a radiant glow upon him, rendering him akin to a being of light. Meanwhile, the garments beside him, succumbing to the extreme heat, began to ignite spontaneously. In the satellite monitoring bureau, a group of individuals gathered around a screen, their expressions betraying a peculiar mixture of concern and bewilderment. A man, clad in military attire, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with a square jaw and a demeanor of unwavering integrity, spoke up. "Excuse me, Lin Lao, is your young master in a state of mental disarray? What possesses him to disrobe in such a place? Furthermore, if you do not intervene soon, he risks severe sunburn or even death from the relentless rays." Within the expansive monitoring room, individuals moved about, while before the screen, an elderly gentleman in resplendent attire observed Lin Fan, his lips twitching slightly in response. Discreetly, he obscured Lin Fan's image and, with a voice laden with speculation, remarked, "Though the boy may have experienced some fright, his demeanor appears unremarkable. Perhaps he has acquired some fire-based martial arts and is practicing his vital energy here. It seems he intends to cultivate this energy to avenge his parents by eliminating Yi Tian within a month's time." The elder from the Lin family articulated his conjecture, prompting nods of agreement from others present. For ordinary individuals, concepts such as martial arts and vital energy existed solely in the realm of imagination. Yet for those of their stature, these notions were well understood. For instance, the Valley of Medicine Kings, which supports Yi Tian, excels in wood and water-based vital energy, wielding the 9 revolutions divine needle technique that can slay invisibly or restore life to the dead. Truly remarkable. As the foremost family in the Great Xia and among the top 3 families globally, the Lin family undoubtedly possessed martial arts. However, with the decline of spiritual energy, aside from a few sacred realms, most places lacked sufficient spiritual energy to support cultivation. How intriguing, Lu Yong mused, his eyes fixated on the screen displaying the cross-legged Lin Fan, sensing the intense sunlight entering Lin Fan's body in an orderly fashion. Enlightenment dawned upon him as he nodded. Ah, so the young master of the Lin family is cultivating fire-based martial arts. It is no wonder he chose to practice in such a place of utmost solar intensity. His thoughts are truly extraordinary. Others have not dared to attempt such a thing. Rubbing his chin in astonishment, Lu Yong continued, "However, I must temper my enthusiasm. Despite the abundant fire spiritual energy here, even if Lin Xiao were a prodigious martial arts genius, it would be a formidable challenge for him to reach the acquired stage within a month." Chapter 8. Valley of Medicine Kings. As far as I know, Yi Tian, the eldest disciple of the Valley of Medicine Kings, is on the cusp of innate mastery. It is noteworthy that there are but a handful of innate martial artists in the world, most of whom are over a century old. The odds of success in this confrontation seem slim. Listening to Lu Yong's analysis, Elder Lin did not feel any anger or think that Lu Yong underestimated the Lin family. Instead, he let out a deep sigh. The Valley of the Medicine King, one of the few remaining forces with a history spanning a millennium, harbors an unfathomable power that is unknown to the world. In terms of financial resources or overt influence, 100 Valley of the Medicine Kings would pale in comparison to the Lin family's commercial empire. However, the profound strength encapsulated in their long history is truly terrifying. This time, the Lin family's proud commercial empire and boundless wealth failed to safeguard the family head, Lin Yi, and by Yuer. Even Lin Fan, the sole survivor, could only secure a month of tenuous existence at a considerable cost. Should he fail, he risks being ruthlessly slain by Yi Tian of the Valley of the Medicine King. Compared to the Valley, the Lin family now resembles a colossal infant, seemingly robust, yet utterly feeble. A grand fade without substance. Alas, all that remains is to seek forgiveness from the Valley of the Medicine King, though the price to pay remains uncertain. Elder Lin sighed once more, then turned away from the screen portraying Lin Fan, gesturing to leave. Seeing Elder Lin's intention to depart, Lu Yong showed no desire to retain him and instructed those nearby to maintain a vigilant watch over Lin Fan's surroundings. Should any danger arise, they were to immediately inform Dao Feng, the exceptionally robust head of security, a battle-hardened warrior. Unfortunately, he was not particularly handsome. Otherwise, the next protagonist of the story might have been Dao Feng instead. Understood, Commander Lu. A soldier replied affirmatively. The security measures surrounding Lin Fan were meticulously executed, thanks to the status of the Lin family's young master, allowing him to absorb solar energy in peace. As time slowly passed, the process of absorbing energy with closed eyes was immensely comforting for Lin Fan, akin to receiving a gentle massage. A warm, soothing sensation enveloped him, and his body grew stronger with every moment. If possible, he would gladly sit in this state for an eternity. The security team remained ever vigilant, meticulously patrolling their assigned positions, yet no incidents occurred. This was largely due to Lin Fan's greatest adversary, Yi Tian, being preoccupied. After departing from his official girlfriend, Chu Linglong, Yi Tian received a flurry of concerned calls from several alluring women, including his sultry doctor, Lung Yi, the fiery police officer, Wang Long, and the gentle matron, Yang Gua. Yi Tian dared not let them know of each other's existence, for such knowledge would undoubtedly create a volatile reaction. Hence, he hastily deflected attention from Lin Fan's situation and tirelessly entertained each one, dutifully fulfilling his obligations. Even as a practitioner at the threshold of innate mastery, Yi Tian found himself unable to resist the allure of these exquisite individuals. This is untenable. Continuing down this path, it won't be long before I can hardly walk. I should return to the Valley of the Medicine King and report the situation to my master. Moreover, it has been quite some time since I last saw my junior sister. She was quite charming before, and now I wonder how she has fared. As Yi Tian leaned against the wall, slowly making his way down the street, having just left the lonely house of the young mother, Yang Gua, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of lascivious amusement at the thought of his junior sister still in the valley. Yi Tian, who usually sailed through life effortlessly, regarded Lin Fan with utter disdain, treating his claims of evidence with indifference. He was not the least bit concerned. The only reason he refrained from eliminating Lin Fan at the first opportunity was out of respect for the state. If the Valley of the Medicine King wished to continue existing within the Great Xia territory, such consideration was certainly warranted. It is merely a month. I shall begrudgingly allow you to live for another month, but after that, I will take your life. When the time comes, I will tear you limb from limb and see if you can resurrect once more. The mere thought of Lin Fan ignited a fierce killing intent within Yi Tian. For some inexplicable reason, the moment he first laid eyes on Lin Fan, an overwhelming urge to kill surged within him. He felt that, by eliminating Lin Fan, he would gain immense benefits. Furthermore, with Lin Fan's inexplicable resurrection, that feeling only deepened. Suddenly, a series of phone rings echoed from his bag. Yi Tian's expression shifted as he swiftly retrieved his phone, which displayed the name Chu Linglong in bold letters. Clearing his throat, Yi Tian adopted a different demeanor and answered the call with a cheerful tone. "My dear, why are you calling me so late?" "So late?" Chu Linglong's anger flared. Ever since Lin Fan held the press conference, Yi Tian had indulged himself with her briefly before vanishing for 6 entire days. Aside from answering calls, she hadn't seen a glimpse of him. Each time he answered, he seemed rushed, and she could hear strange noises in the background, which filled her with an unsettling premonition. After much contemplation, she resolved to confront Yi Tian this evening. "If I hadn't called, would you have simply chosen not to contact me ever again? Here I am, genuinely concerned about you." "All right, my dear, I understand. I will return immediately. Just wait for me at home." Unable to endure Chu Linglong's incessant chatter, Yi Tian hastily replied before abruptly hanging up the phone. Gazing towards Chu Linglong's residence, Yi Tian couldn't help but grimace, patting his lower back. "My good brother, it seems you will have to endure another night of toil. Just hold on a bit longer." Beneath the glow of the streetlights, Yi Tian hailed a taxi, bearing the weight of a protagonist's sorrow, shaking his head as he departed slowly. A sense of emptiness enveloped Lin Fan as he found himself dining on barbecue outside the gathering of the Li family, where the absence of sunlight during the night rendered him incapable of absorbing solar energy. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation coursed through him, prompting a momentary fright. He briefly feared that poison had been infused into his meal. It soon dawned upon him that the lingering obsession of the original Lin Fan had subtly sensed that his unattainable goddess would be taken away this very night, causing him profound heartache. A look of disdain crossed Lin Fan's face. How utterly ineffectual was this world's Lin Fan, the sole heir to such a grand family, reduced to being a mere sycophant. How could that insipid Chu Linglong be referred to as a goddess? Perhaps she should be dubbed the tea goddess instead. Furthermore, had he not resolutely decided upon her demise? Why then, was he tormented by discontent? Chapter 9. A sudden surge forward. Never shall I comprehend the mindset of you sycophants. With that, Lin Fan resumed his indulgence in barbecue. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. After all, it was the last vestige of the original Lin Fan's attachment, and he could not strip away the remnants of another's emotion. Before him stood a 3-meter-long barbecue grill, adorned with an array of meats and vegetables, each a product of top-tier, freshly airlifted ingredients from across the nation, meticulously prepared by a master chef. The aroma wafted through the air, striking Lin Fan's nostrils like a powerful punch, elevating him to a state of bliss. The scent was intoxicating. Over the past few days, he had savored the chef's creations, each dish a unique delicacy that transcended his culinary expectations. He even speculated whether this chef possessed some divine culinary system. How else could one explain such extraordinary talent? Master Lin, here is a Wagyu beef skewer. Do give a taste. A round-faced man, whose physique perfectly embodied that of a chef, presented a tray to Lin Fan. The skewer showcased exquisite marbled Wagyu, elegantly cut into small pieces and threaded onto a skewer fashioned from premium purple bamboo. The rich aroma of the beef mingled with the subtle fragrance of the bamboo, causing Lin Fan's stomach to rumble audibly. He gulped, momentarily discarding the demeanor of a wealthy heir, and eagerly rolled up his sleeves to seize the skewer, savoring the succulent morsels with unrestrained delight. Ah, this was the life a scion ought to live. Pure bliss radiated from his face. Were it not for the protagonist's misadventures, Lin Fan felt he could happily spend a lifetime immersed in such opulence. Around him, the bodyguards could not suppress their own salivating reactions. Even seasoned warriors like them were momentarily entranced by the enticing aroma. Alas, there was but one master chef, and it was impractical to expect him to prepare a feast for all. Thus, Lin Fan could only revel in his own fortune. After finishing dinner with a satisfying sigh, Lin Fan happily slipped into a newly constructed wooden cabin to maximize the benefits of sunlight absorption each day. He had instructed his subordinates to build a house outside the solar gathering spot. This way, he could easily dive into the solar pool first thing in the morning. "Young master, please." With a throng of bodyguards surrounding him, Lin Fan entered the wooden cabin, while the guards remained vigilant outside, steadfast in their watch through the night. Meanwhile, lying on the grand bed, Lin Fan gazed excitedly at his recent achievements. Goodness! After 6 uninterrupted days of basking in the sun, my efforts have finally paid off. My strength now is extraordinary. Though the cabin was modest in size, it was equipped with various fitness equipment, as per Lin Fan's request. Feeling confident, he loaded the barbell to a weight of 100 kilograms and lifted it effortlessly overhead, even managing to twist his waist and sway his hips. Excellent. This is precisely the effect I sought. In just a few days, my strength has surged. When 30 days pass, my aspirations will be fulfilled. Despite possessing genes akin to a superhero, Lin Fan did not share the same disposition as Superman. To accomplish his goals, he was willing to go to any lengths. Even if it meant transforming into a national hero in court, he was determined to eliminate Yi Tian and Chu Linglong. Rarely had he enjoyed the privileges of a wealthy heir in this world, and he felt it would be a disservice to himself not to leverage this status for resources. Lin Fan was one to plan ahead. In this world, his identity afforded him abundant resources, ensuring he lacked for nothing. However, the next world could be different. He might find himself destitute, wasting time in search of wealth. Hence, it was prudent to gather valuable items in his current circumstances. With a swift thought, Lin Fan pressed a button beside his bed, and shortly thereafter, a burly man entered the room. "Young master." Dao Feng respectfully bowed before Lin Fan. "Dao Feng, fetch 100 pounds of gold from the clan elder and inform him it is for me." Lin Fan casually requested over 20 million worth of gold. Though Dao Feng was somewhat taken aback, he said nothing. For the Lin family, gold was merely one source of their business, and 20 million was insignificant. Observing how easily he could acquire such wealth, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Life as a wealthy heir was indeed delightful, making him reluctant to leave. As time passed, by the following evening, Lin Fan received an entire cart filled with gold bars, which he discreetly stored in his system space in an unoccupied area. This newfound wealth significantly bolstered his confidence. These gold reserves would serve as his face in the myriad worlds to come. Days continued to slide by. Lin Fan continuously absorbed the rich solar energy within the solar eye, fortifying his physique. By the 10th day, he could effortlessly lift a small car and, with a mere wave of his hand, shatter the hard bluestone pavement. On the 20th day, Lin Fan excitedly discovered that the hardness of his body had significantly increased. Ordinary blades and swords merely left faint white marks that quickly faded away. In a full-speed burst, he was as swift as a racing car. On the 29th day, following the press conference, surrounded by the Solar Eye's immense energy, Lin Fan felt the constant enhancement of his body. Aware that a satellite was observing him from above, he bowed his head deeply. From an unseen angle, a red glow gradually emerged in his eyes, and a slight arc formed at the corners of his mouth. Laser eyes. The red light flickered and vanished. At this moment, Lin Fan was unable to precisely control the intensity of this power, and under the watchful gaze of the satellite, he was reluctant to reveal his strength prematurely. Raising his head once more to absorb the surrounding solar energy, Lin Fan's strength had been tested, although still far from that of a superhuman. Indeed, not even half the power of a compatriot. He had yet to awaken his ability to fly. Nevertheless, Lin Fan now possessed immense strength. Ordinary weapons striking him felt like blows against steel. His speed rivaled that of a galloping cheetah, and with intense focus. He could hear sound from over 100 meters away. His vision extended several hundred meters, indicating that Lin Fan was beginning to exhibit the traits of a superhuman. If struck by the full force of his laser eyes, even Etion would likely not survive. Contemplating his current abilities, Lin Fan felt the necessity to accumulate more power. However, time was of the essence. A month had passed. Even if Lin Fan refrained from action, Etion would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to confront him. Chapter 10. Fifth Master. As time flowed, Lin Fan's evolution within the Solar Eye reached its conclusion, and he was immensely satisfied with the facility. Before departing, he instructed Knife Edge and others to purchase and dismantle the Solar Eye, secretly storing it in his spatial storage. After all, this device was akin to a walking paradise for Lin Fan. Young Master, will the court require a summons for Yi Tian tomorrow? Knife Edge inquired, a note of caution in his voice. The clan elders were already negotiating with the people from the Medicine King Valley. If Lin Fan offered an apology to Yi Tian and publicly stated that his previous remarks were made in a moment of confusion, the Medicine King Valley would refrain from causing further trouble. Otherwise, they claimed that no matter what evidence Lin Fan presented, the Medicine King Valley could assure that Yi Tian would face no consequences, and they would remain irreconcilable with the Lin family. Apologize? Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, reflecting on the audacity of the people from the Medicine King Valley. They had slaughtered his entire family, yet demanded an apology in return. How could anyone utter such words? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to Dao Feng and inquired, do you think the people from Medicine King Valley would desire to kill me? Upon hearing this, Dao Feng assumed Lin Fan had been sunstruck, exclaiming, not only do they want to kill you, but Yi Tian would relish the opportunity to tear you apart. Observing Dao Feng's expression, Lin Fan stroked his chin and mused, what if I were to agree not to take Yi Tian to court, but instead require him to sign a life-and-death contract with me in the arena? I wonder if the people from the Medicine King Valley would acquiesce to that. Young Master, please exercise caution, Dao Feng interjected, fearing Lin Fan was courting death. Yi Tian is the chief disciple of the Medicine King Valley, a formidable expert at the half-step innate level. He stands among the elite of warriors worldwide, although I am unaware of the martial arts you practice. How could you possibly contend against someone who has devoted over a decade to arduous training in just a month's time? Think wisely, young master. Lin Fan contemplated silently. Faced with the reality, he realized that the chances of forcefully eliminating Yi Tian in court were slim. After all, while he might be able to defend against bullets, he was still earthbound. Killing Yi Tian would likely lead to dire consequences, perhaps even being captured for research, leaving him utterly helpless. It would be far more prudent to openly sign a life-and-death contract with Yi Tian. If he could harness his formidable physical strength to defeat Yi Tian, that would be ideal. Even if he failed to kill him, Lin Fan could seize the opportunity to obliterate Yi Tian with his laser eyes. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Lin Fan turned to Dao Feng and declared, go speak with the clan elders and the people from the Medicine King Valley. If they wish for me to refrain from taking Yi Tian to court, let them arrange for him to sign the life-and-death contract in the arena. Dao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, are you serious? His heart raced with trepidation. Had I known you would seek your own demise in 30 days, we wouldn't have gone through such lengths to protect you. I've even developed dark circles under my eyes. Unaware of Dao Feng's inner musings, Lin Fan reveled in his newfound plan. Observing Lin Fan's resolute demeanor, Dao Feng decided against further persuasion, recognizing his role as merely a messenger. The final decision was beyond the purview of a mere bodyguard. Dao Feng complied with Lin Fan's command and approached the clan elders. Initially, he presumed it would be an impossible request. However, to his astonishment, after a moment of contemplation, the elders inexplicably consented. Thus, a battle devoid of suspense, indeed, one that left many baffled, was set in motion. Upon learning that the clan elders had approved his request, Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, for he alone was aware of his true strength. Others still believed themselves to be merely ordinary individuals, utterly unaware that they were no match for Yi Tian, a warrior of innate prowess. Logically, one would expect the clan elder to vehemently dissuade him, yet it was surprising how readily he acquiesced. "Young master, the clan elder requests your presence at the Lin family ancestral hall." After Knife Edge returned, he conveyed this message to Lin Fan, who felt a pang of confusion. What business could there be at the ancestral hall in the dead of night? However, out of respect for the clan elder, Lin Fan donned a suitable outfit and proceeded to the hall, flanked by his bodyguards. The Lin family ancestral hall exuded an ancient charm, grand and imposing, steeped in the rich history of a prestigious lineage. The ground was laid with impeccably smooth azure tiles, while 4 centennial rosewood pillars stood as the hall's backbone. Numerous ancestral tablets were prominently displayed above, and as Lin Fan entered alone, he happened upon an elderly man clad in gray, offering incense with his back turned. "Fifth elder?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. The Lin family boasted 6 clan elders, each imbued with remarkable wisdom and cunning. Yet the 5th elder was somewhat unique. He was the only member of the Lin clan to have attained the pinnacle of postnatal martial prowess, a considerable force within the mundane world. Moreover, Lin Fan was aware of the 5th elder's notoriously irascible temperament, placing the family's honor above all else. "Greetings," the 5th elder said, reverently placing the incense into the ash. He then turned to face Lin Fan. "Do you not oppose my pursuit of Yi Tian for a life and death agreement?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan posed the question, knowing how profoundly these elder statesmen valued the legacy of their bloodline. Clad in a gray robe, the 5th elder appeared formidable and robust, with pronounced temples that hinted at his martial prowess in youth. Even now, he possessed commendable strength. Gazing at Lin Fan, the 5th elder smiled. "Oppose? Why would I oppose?" He faced Lin Fan, his back to the many ancestors of the Lin family, a mixture of shame and anger etching his features. How did our Lin family rise from obscurity to become this vast commercial empire? It was through the valor of our kin. Yet now, merely the eldest disciple of the Medicine King Valley can dismiss the Lin family. He has slain 2 of our leaders, and yet we are expected to apologize to them. The 5th elder vented his frustration, his words laced with disdain for the current generation of Lin family members, who seemed only to indulge in pleasure. After a brief pause, he continued, "Those 5 old fools have grown soft, only yearning to negotiate with the Medicine King Valley. But not me. My resolve remains steadfast." Observing the indignant 5th elder before him, Lin Fan began to understand the rationale behind his acquiescence to Lin Fan's request. After a moment of indignation, Grandfather Wu took a deep breath and turned to Lin Fan, saying, "Xiao Fan, you are a clever child. Since you have chosen to sign a life and death agreement with Yi Tian, it is presumed that you possess a certain degree of confidence, correct?" Chapter 11. It turns out I am at the pinnacle of innate skills. This matter requires no contemplation, Lin Fan declared earnestly. "I am absolutely confident in my abilities." However, after a moment of reflection, Lin Fan inquired further, "But I am not very familiar with Yi Tian's strength. Could you, grandfather, enlighten me about the concepts of half-step innate and innate martial artists? You dare to make such bold claims without even knowing the strength of your opponent." Grandfather Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, he was less inclined to see Lin Fan enter the arena of life and death. Nevertheless, with a sigh, he began to explain, "Martial artists are divided into postnatal and innate warriors, as well as the now extinct master-level warriors. Postnatal warriors are further categorized into 4 minor levels: initial, intermediate, late, and perfected. However, those who surpass the perfected postnatal stage yet fall short of the innate realm are referred to as half-step innate warriors. Yi Tian belongs to this category." Lin Fan nodded slightly, recalling that he had only skimmed through the main plot of this rather mediocre novel and could not clearly remember the details. However, it appeared to follow the same old tropes as other novels, particularly in its classification of levels. Grandfather Wu continued, postnatal warriors cultivate their muscles and skin. Their strength relies heavily on robust vitality, effortlessly capable of breaking bricks and scaling walls. Can they withstand bullets? No. Grandfather Wu was momentarily taken aback. Postnatal warriors lack true energy and would be injured if struck by a bullet. Now I understand, Lin Fan mused, then proceeded to inquire about the formidable nature of innate warriors. The most significant distinction between innate and postnatal warriors is that innate warriors cultivate true energy within themselves. This true energy serves as a protective barrier, capable of deflecting attacks and utilizing a true energy shield, until the true energy is depleted. Even bullets cannot harm an innate warrior. One could say the disparity between innate and postnatal warriors is akin to comparing a handgun to a bow and arrow. After finishing his explanation, Grandfather Wu sighed, reminiscing about his youth as a martial arts prodigy. Unfortunately, despite dedicating half his life to the pursuit, he could never step into the realm of innate warriors. Upon hearing Grandfather Wu's account, Lin Fan, although armed with some theoretical knowledge, had yet to witness the true prowess of martial artists. With a glint in his eyes, he directly asked Grandfather Wu, "Grandfather, may I inquire about your current strength?" With a hint of pride, Grandfather Wu replied, "In my youth, I was unrivaled at the postnatal level. Though I'm older now, my perfected postnatal strength still remains." After saying this, Grandfather Wu cast a sideways glance at Lin Fan. "What? Are you eager to test your mettle against me?" Lin Fan chuckled, "Indeed. That is precisely my intention." Master Wu contemplated for a moment, then waved his hand, stating, "This is sacred ground. We must refrain from violence. Let's step outside and spar a little, so I may gauge your strength. We wouldn't want you, in your arrogance, to enter a life and death pact with Yi Tian only to be brutally defeated." Lin Fan was eager for the challenge, and the two exited the ancestral hall. Stepping onto the cool stone pavement outside, the moonlight gradually illuminated the area, casting a serene glow as they stood facing one another. Master Wu adjusted his long robe, lifted his chin, and nodded slightly at Lin Fan. "You may strike first. Better to do so now than to find yourself without the chance later when I engage." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, observing Master Wu's commanding presence, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he was no ordinary opponent. This made Lin Fan silently ponder. Could it be that the martial prowess in this world surpasses my expectations? There seems to be more to it. Resolute, he decided to unleash a fraction of his strength. Clenching his fist, he sensed a power capable of obliterating a small car. Without hesitation, he hurled a punch towards Master Wu. The sound of impact echoed like thunder as Lin Fan charged forth like a stampeding rhinoceros, emanating a palpable sonic boom. Master Wu's countenance shifted drastically. As he observed Lin Fan barreling towards him, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the young man. This is external power reaching the innate level. At the very least, he is at the mid-stage of innate. Realizing the potency contained within Lin Fan's punch, Master Wu was alarmed and dared not confront it directly. The energy around him sharpened, akin to a multitude of tiny needles poised to pierce his skin. What kind of monstrosity is this? Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Master Wu felt a sense of despair. With mid-stage innate strength, are you really pretending to be a novice? Is this how you choose to bully an old man? Enough. Enough. Withdraw your punch, or you shall be the death of me. Utilizing a technique to redirect force, Master Wu managed to absorb a fraction of Lin Fan's blow. However, the stone pavement beneath him cracked like spiderwebs, and his face paled. Lin Fan, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly retracted his force and rushed forward to support Master Wu, who appeared on the verge of collapse. "Master Wu, are you all right? Stay away from me." Master Wu's expression shifted once more upon seeing Lin Fan extend his hand, and he stumbled backward with great effort. Lin Fan, bemused, replied, "I didn't even use my full strength, Master Wu." Coughing, Master Wu retorted, "You call that not using your full strength? That punch nearly felled me. But I must ask, how do you possess such formidable power? That last strike was already at the mid-stage of innate." "Oh, was it impressive?" "Indeed, it was." Master Wu nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, he could not help but silently curse the other 5 elders. Were their minds filled with nonsense? To demand that a mere 20-year-old, an adept of mid-level external martial arts, apologize to a peer who was merely a half-step into the innate realm was utterly ridiculous. Upon contemplating how those old geezers would react upon learning of Lin Fan's true prowess, he could not suppress a smirk. He then turned to Lin Fan and asked, "By the way, that strength you displayed was your full power, correct? You did not resort to any forbidden martial arts to forcibly drain your body for that strength, did you?" "All of it." Lin Fan's expression became somewhat peculiar. He had only employed half of his strength. Even that modest portion qualified him as an innate martial artist. If this was merely half of his capacity, then his full strength must indeed surpass the pinnacle of the innate realm. "Ha ha! Rest assured, Grandfather Wu, my strength is only greater than that. It will not be lesser." Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. With this, even if Yi Tian was the protagonist, it would be impossible for him to leap through several realms to best him. "Then, Grandfather Wu, I kindly ask you to issue a challenge to the people of the Medicine King Valley. Let me have a fierce battle with Yi Tian tomorrow. You're already at mid-level innate strength, and yet you're concerned about Yi Tian? He is merely a half-step into the innate realm, not even at the innate stage." Grandfather Wu chuckled. "If you ask me, you might as well challenge the old monster of the Medicine King Valley, Yao Chun." Chapter 12. The astonished Yi Tian. What kind of strength does Yao Chun possess in the Medicine King Valley? In such situations, Lin Fan needed to be thoroughly prepared. Grandfather Wu stroked his chin, recalling that 10 years ago, Yao Chun had emerged from the Medicine King Valley. Back then, he was invincible among the postnatal warriors, while Yao Chun had already reached the late innate stage. However, considering his age, how much of his true power remained was uncertain. After a moment's thought, Grandfather Wu waved his hand dismissively. "But none of that matters now. The true strength of the Medicine King Valley lies in their possession of innate-level warriors. Their decapitation strategies are formidable, which has always placed our Lin family at a disadvantage. Yet now, the situation is different. Young Fan, you are also an innate-level warrior. Coupled with our Lin family's influence in the secular world, the threat posed by the Medicine King Valley is negligible." Grandfather Wu exclaimed cheerfully, "Tomorrow, I will challenge the people of the Medicine King Valley in the name of the Lin family. Young Fan, just prepare yourself." Lin Fan gave a thumbs up. "Rest assured, Grandfather Wu, if I do not force Yi Tian to face his own defeat tomorrow, then he has truly escaped unscathed." After leaving the ancestral hall, Lin Fan returned to his family's estate. Following his conversation with Grandfather Wu, the slight unease within him finally dissipated. It appeared that he was indeed invincible among the warriors in this world. Even if Yi Tian was the protagonist, he could not defy the heavens, could he? Yet, one could never be too certain. What if Yi Tian suddenly experienced a surge of power and awakened memories of a celestial emperor from a past life during their battle tomorrow? With a mere swipe, I was struck down. What should I do? Lin Fan couldn't help but shudder, pondering deeply. He believed it couldn't truly be the case. After all, this narrative was his domain, and he was the ultimate protagonist. A night passed in silence. The following day marked the 30th day since Lin Fan's bold online declaration. Many netizens were keenly awaiting the courtroom proceedings, yet found the atmosphere eerily calm. The once fervent marketing accounts had seemingly undergone a transformation, choosing to remain utterly mute regarding the Lin family affair. The spectators, eager for drama, were left bewildered. Wasn't it promised that there would be no rest until blood was shed? Wasn't it assured that Yi Tian would be imprisoned for his transgressions? Previously, Lin Fan had intended to leverage public opinion to exert immense pressure on Yi Tian, compelling him to act. However, now Lin Fan was certain of his invincibility. Why bother with a courtroom when he could confront Yi Tian directly in the arena? As for the spectators eagerly anticipating the spectacle, Lin Fan could only express his desire to showcase a titanic clash between a superhuman and an ancient martial artist, though he suspected the nation would disapprove. Inside the Chu family's villa, Yi Tian had returned from the Medicine King's Valley, bolstered not only by his master's support, but also by successfully charming his junior apprentice. "Yi Tian, this is a message from the Lin family for you. Apparently some sort of challenge?" The sound of clicking high heels echoed as Chu Linglong entered, clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, exuding an air of undeniable allure. Her pink blouse struggled to contain her striking assets. "Let me see," Chu Linglong exclaimed, holding a letter, but before she could spot Yi Tian, a girl in a flowing blue dress emerged from the inner room. The girl, Yaoling, had a face as delicate as a silver plate, with large, expressive eyes that sparkled with innocence, though she lacked the alluring aura of Chu Linglong. Her youthful exuberance, combined with her ancient-style attire and demeanor, made her appear as if she had stepped straight out of a painting. "Let me see." As the daughter of Yao Chun, Yaoling was undoubtedly the prize jewel of the Medicine King's Valley, possessing remarkable innate abilities. At that moment, she moved with grace, like a butterfly in flight, swiftly snatching the letter from Chu Linglong's grasp before she could react. "You." Chu Linglong's face flushed with anger upon witnessing Yaoling's brazen act. "Why are you so eager? Where were you when I knocked on the door?" Yaoling, however, paid no heed to Chu Linglong, casting her a disdainful glance. Suddenly, her ears perked up as she heard commotion behind her. Instantly donning an innocent smile, she turned around. Indeed, Yi Tian was emerging from the depths of the room. "Ah, what is it?" With sleepy eyes, Yi Tian emerged, a faint flush gracing his cheeks, stepping out from the very room where Yao Ling had just exited. Chu Linglong's expression shifted dramatically. Although she refrained from an immediate outburst, her heart felt akin to a colossal volcano on the verge of eruption, shattered within as if by a devastating blow. "Yi Tian, I have relinquished my very self to you, and yet you brazenly engage in such acts with your so-called junior apprentice in my own home. How could you disregard me so callously?" A profound sorrow enveloped Chu Linglong's heart. From a myriad of inconsistencies emanating from Yi Tian, her woman's intuition had long discerned that he was involved with other women. Yet, she had remained silent, terrified of losing him. Little did she expect Yi Tian to take matters further by introducing a girl who claimed to be his junior apprentice and brazenly indulging in such acts within the Chu residence. Chu Linglong felt as though she were nothing more than a discarded plaything, overwhelmed by inexplicable sadness. "Ah, senior brother, this is a declaration of war," Yao Ling exclaimed, seizing the challenge letter, her face alight with excitement, clearly thrilled by the prospect of witnessing the unfolding drama. "A declaration of war?" Yi Tian scratched his head, unable to recall any recent arrangements for a duel. "Here, look." With a bright smile, Yao Ling handed the letter to Yi Tian, showing no concern for him whatsoever. In her heart, apart from her father, Yi Tian was the most formidable individual she had ever encountered. Regardless of who engaged in battle with her senior brother, it was invariably he who emerged victorious, leaving his opponents vanquished. Upon receiving the letter, Yi Tian opened it and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lin Fan actually wished to challenge him to a life-and-death contract? Surely, this must be a mistake. Yi Tian had never regarded Lin Fan, that feeble scion of a prominent family, as a threat. Even if the entire Lin family united, he believed that the Yaowang Valley could easily handle them. He had anticipated a legal summons from Lin Fan, yet instead, he received this challenge. How amusing. This was truly a reckless endeavor. Yi Tian could hardly suppress a chuckle. If Lin Fan intended to engage him in a battle of public opinion, tarnishing his reputation, then perhaps there would be cause for concern. However, to think Lin Fan would dare to propose a life-and-death contract and challenge him to a duel? Was he effectively delivering his head on a platter? Chapter 13, Postponement. Senior brother, is this Lin Fan, the scoundrel who falsely accused you to father? Yao Ling inquired, her large eyes wide with curiosity upon hearing Yi Tian's mocking words. Yi Tian affectionately ruffled Yao Ling's hair. Indeed, he is a nefarious young lord who often abuses his status to bully your sister Chu. Senior brother shall deal with such scoundrels appropriately. Well said. Go, senior brother. Upon hearing such a scenario, Yao Ling promptly leaped with joy, her smile revealing her petite teeth as she waved her tiny fists. Although Chu Linglong was irritated by Yi Tian's apparent fickleness, she couldn't help but express her concern. Yi Tian, could Lin Fan's sudden challenge be a scheme? Before Yi Tian could respond, Yao Ling interjected with a look of disdain directed at Chu Linglong, retorting, "What do you know? My senior brother is a formidable warrior, a half-step into the innate realm. Lin Fan is merely an ordinary person. Even with a gun in hand, he wouldn't stand a chance against my senior brother. How dare you?" Witnessing Yao Ling's brashness, Chu Linglong's anger surged. She recalled all she had done for Yao Ling, providing her with food and shelter. Little did she expect that just a few days later, She would be treated as an outsider, bossed around by this little girl. Enough, enough. Ling Long, don't take it to heart. Yao Ling is just a child, lacking understanding. Yi Tian intervened, attempting to mediate between the two. After all, one was a youthful, stunning beauty, while the other was a poised, mature woman with long legs clad in black stockings. Yi Tian was unwilling to offend either. Little girl, you better treat me with respect in the future. After all, I will be your sister-in-law. Chu Linglong took a deep breath, then exuded the aura of a business elite, letting out a cold huff. Unexpectedly, Yao Ling became furious at her words. You shameless thing. My senior brother would never marry you. He is already discussing serious matters with me. Seeing Yao Ling on the verge of revealing her mischief, Yi Tian quickly covered her mouth, chuckling. Noticing the fiery glare from Chu Linglong, he swiftly led Yao Ling towards the door. Linglong, I'm taking Yao Ling to face the challenge. The duel might be dangerous, so it's best for you to stay behind. With that, he hurriedly exited with the pouting Yao Ling in tow. Yi Tian, Chu Linglong shouted in exasperation. But it bore no effect as Yi Tian, armed with the challenge letter and accompanied by the ancient beauty Yao Ling, swiftly made his escape. Phew, finally safe. Outside on the street, Yi Tian couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, narrowly avoiding a potential fiasco. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly. At that moment, Yao Ling, her cheeks flushed, tossed aside Yi Tian's hand that had been covering her mouth. Huh, why did you cover my mouth, senior brother? Yi Tian chuckled it. Did you not say you were feeling bored lately? Just so happens, today, an audacious fellow has issued a challenge to your senior brother. Today, you will witness a battle between warriors firsthand. Who knows, perhaps you will gain some insight and, before you know it, become a half-step innate master like your senior brother. Let us hope so, Yao Ling replied, kicking stones along the path as they walked. The melancholic expression on her face nearly caused passers-by to collide with a nearby utility pole. Giggles escaped her lips as she caught sight of their rather unsightly visages. But then she turned to Yi Tian and inquired, Master brother, why did that woman just claim she would become my sister-in-law? Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but recall a particularly enchanting evening, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Because she embodies the essence of a mature woman. He replied, What does that mean? Yao Ling tilted her head in confusion. A mature woman is characterized by alluring legs, captivating curves, and ideally, enchanting eyes. Not to mention that delicate little tongue, Yi Tian began, but as he noticed the peculiar glances from those around them and Yao Ling's adorably perplexed expression, he quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, these matters are of no concern to you at present. You are still a novice, while she is at an intermediate level. Yao Ling immediately protested, but I am a peak practitioner of the acquired realm. That woman, Chu Linglong, is quite weak. How could she possibly surpass me? And is there really anyone stronger? Yi Tian's expression shifted to one of concealed depth. Beyond a mature woman lies the realm of a married woman, which is the pinnacle of strength. I have had the fortune to engage with one. That battle was nothing short of a narrow victory. Oh, does that mean a married woman corresponds to the innate realm? Yao Ling pondered, her admiration growing. After all, she was merely a girl who had recently emerged from the mountains, unaware of the hardships Yi Tian had faced in his conquests. Enough of that, he continued. Lin Fan has kept me waiting for a month, and it seems he has exhausted his options, now challenging me to a life-and-death duel. At the mention of Lin Fan, Yi Tian's disdain was palpable. To warriors like them, ending the life of an ordinary person was hardly more challenging than crushing an ant. After all, ants could be elusive, whereas ordinary people were abundant. With a flourish, Yi Tian revealed the challenge he held, which clearly indicated a location, the Lin family estate. Master brother, you previously mentioned that Lin Fan is merely an ordinary person. Why would he be foolish enough to seek a life-and-death battle with you? Yao Ling suddenly clapped her hands as a realization struck her. Huh, Master brother, do you think he might set a trap at the duel site? When you arrive to fight, a throng of people may emerge to subdue you. Yi Tian considered this possibility, a chill running down his spine as he envisioned Lin Fan's despicable tactics as a wealthy heir. He had not contemplated this angle before. Yet Yao Ling's words indeed introduced an unsettling notion. While he felt unafraid of facing an ordinary handgun, the identity of the opponent was crucial. The Lin family, after all, was the foremost clan in the Great Xia, and Yi Tian's prior triumph over them had relied on an element of surprise. However, If the Lin family had concealed a multitude of marksmen, then plunging headfirst into such a scenario would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Shall we summon Father? With his presence, even if Lin Fan harbors any nefarious intentions, we shall not be afraid. Observing Lin Fan lost in contemplation, Yao Ling immediately thought of the most formidable individual in her mind, aside from her senior brother. Very well. After a moment's reflection, Yi Tian casually picked up a pen and inscribed a few words on the challenge letter, postponing the duel by 3 days. He then handed it to Yao Ling. Junior sister, please deliver this challenge letter to the Lin family mansion. I will seek out my master at the Medicine King's Valley. With master present, no matter the ambush, he shall vanquish all adversaries. Yi Tian declared with enigmatic confidence. Chapter 14. Yao Chun indeed. Yao Ling nodded her small head. The two of them divided their tasks. Yi Tian headed to the Medicine King's Valley to find Yao Chun, while Yao Ling was entrusted with delivering the challenge letter back to the Lin family mansion. 3 days delay? At the Lin Manor, the 5 elders personally brought the challenge letter retrieved by Yao Ling to Lin Fan. Lin Fan gazed at it with some surprise, then smirked lightly. Does Yi Tian fear that I will lay an ambush at the Lin family? Am I that sort of person? Tossing the challenge letter aside, Lin Fan addressed the 5 elders. It seems he has likely gone to the Medicine King's Valley to seek out his innate master. This is an opportune moment for me to strike. Noting Lin Fan's confidence, the 5 elders furrowed their brows. The Medicine King's Valley has existed for over 1,000 years. It will be prudent to exercise caution. Since they have decided to return in 3 days, I too shall make some preparations to guard against Yao Chen's possible treachery. Lin Fan nodded, dismissing their concerns. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days elapsed. During this interval, Lin Fan diligently trained under Dao Feng, mastering various combat techniques. With his extraordinary reflexes and intellect, Lin Fan's learning pace for this mixed martial arts was remarkable. Within 3 days, he had already become quite proficient. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Fan sat on the balcony of the 3rd floor, basking in the morning sun while sipping coffee to awaken his senses. Below, a stone platform measuring 5 meters on each side had been erected within the manor, enclosed by stone railings. Additionally, numerous black-clad bodyguards armed with weapons filled the estate, a precautionary measure prepared by the 5 elders. Why have they not yet arrived? One would expect the protagonist to be quite eager for such matters. After taking a sip of coffee, Lin Fan grew somewhat impatient as he waited. At that moment, Dao Feng ascended the stairs from below. Young master, the 6 clan elders have arrived. Lin Fan nodded and proceeded to greet them. Before he could step outside, a cacophony of voices reached his ears. This is outrageous. 5th elder, how could you make such a significant decision without consulting us? What exactly do you mean by this? The 3 elders, clad in traditional Tang suits, stared wide-eyed, puffing their cheeks in indignation at the 5 elders, who were equally incensed. How absurd it was that Lin Yi was assassinated by a junior from the Medicine King Valley, and instead of seeking retribution, they intended to have young Lin Fan apologize to the murderer. Such an act was a blatant trampling of the Lin family's dignity. Amidst the fury of the 5 elders, the 5 elders themselves remained unfazed. Upon hearing their words, the others flushed with embarrassment, only to quickly regain their composure. What disgrace! It was far better to suffer embarrassment than to see the entire Lin family perish. After all, how formidable was the master known as Yao Chun from the Medicine King Valley? Could the innate level warriors truly be thwarted if they sought to eliminate someone from our family? Old 5, can you withstand such an assault? At this, the 5 elders raised their heads defiantly, offering no explanation. Soon enough, when the battle commenced, they would demonstrate their prowess. My Lin family also possesses innate masters. The hall erupted into chaos as the elders bickered. Lin Fan, frowning, descended the staircase and, upon witnessing the scene, inquired, "Grandfathers, what is going on here?" "Ah, Xiao Fan, you arrived just in time. Tell me, did your 5th grandfather incite you to sign a death contract with Yi Tian from the Medicine King Valley?" The Grand Elder, upon spotting Lin Fan, thrust his cane into the ground and rose from his seat. Lin Fan smiled calmly. "Not at all. I volunteered because I believe Yi Tian is certainly no match for me." Such folly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face turned red with rage. He trembled as he pointed at Lin Fan, saliva spraying forth like a machine gun. "Do you even understand what it means to be half a step into the innate realm? Do you comprehend the essence of a martial artist? With your meager strength, You wouldn't stand a chance against a mere finger. Seeing the elders' faces flushed with anger, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, about to offer an explanation when suddenly, the sharp edge burst into the room. Young master, esteemed elders, the people from the Medicine King Valley have arrived. Haha, they've finally come. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders burst into laughter and promptly made for the door. Lin Fan, seeing this, relaxed his brow. Perhaps today he would accomplish his task and earn a reward. He followed suit and stepped outside. Foolish, utterly foolish. The Grand Elder and the others spat their indignation before hastily rushing out, hoping to avert the impending crisis. At the Lin family estate, 3 figures stood at the entrance, one handsome and dashing, another lively and charming, and an elderly man with flowing white hair. With a youthful visage betraying his age, he exuded an aura of wisdom and authority. Yao Ling, intrigued, surveyed the expansive Lin family estate, which elegantly blended Eastern and Western architectural styles, unable to suppress a look of admiration. Senior brother, is this the home of that scoundrel Lin Fan? It looks truly splendid. The handsome man, Yi Tian, wore a smirk of disdain on his face. Indeed, Lin Fan, that scoundrel, resides in such opulence. Oblivious to the countless toils of others he has devoured, committing innumerable heinous acts. This time, my esteemed senior brother shall rid the great Xia of this menace. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration as she cupped her chin, beaming with delight. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed. Yi Tian chuckled softly before turning his gaze to the elderly figure clad in gray beside him. Master, I'm deeply remorseful for having to trouble you to emerge from seclusion this time. No matter, the master replied. It has been quite some time since I have ventured out. This opportunity will allow the outside world to witness the prowess of our Yao Wang Valley, lest any vile creatures dare to disrupt our peace. The 3 engaged in light-hearted banter. Before long, the gates of the Lin family manor swung open and several figures approached. To their astonishment, it was the 6 elders of the Lin family alongside Lin Fan. Ha ha ha. No wonder my right eyelid has been twitching today. It seems the esteemed apothecary of Yao Wang Valley has graced us with his presence. What an unexpected visitor. The Grand Elder hastened past the 5 elders and Lin Fan, discarding his cane and moving with surprising agility. This left Lin Fan somewhat astonished. Could it be that the Grand Elder harbored hidden strength? Such an unexpected honor is too much. We have come here to settle matters of life and death, and it would be unwise to feign familiarity, lest it complicate our confrontation. In response to the Grand Elder's overtures, Yao Chun remained dismissive, coldly remarking, The Grand Elder, faced with such disdain, felt a flicker of indignation. After all, he was one of the power holders of the Lin family, and this was still their manor. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in further pleasantries. Since you have come to deliver a challenge, let us dispense with the formalities. Your audacious disciple, Yi Tian, has brazenly slain 2 of my family's key figures, leaving this child all alone in his misery. It is only just that Lin Fan seeks vengeance for his parents and confronts Yi Tian with an ultimatum. Seeing Yao Chun and his companions act so audaciously, the 5 elders stepped forward, seething with anger. How dare you, a mere old fool, not yet at the innate stage, dares to speak so to my master? You are courting death. Yi Tian's voice resonated with true energy, releasing a powerful shout akin to the lion's roar of Buddhist lore, which sent a painful shock through the ears of the elder members present. The eldest elder, already in poor health, nearly stumbled to the ground after being subjected to Yi Tian's forceful presence, having discarded his cane along the way. Yao Chun observed the disarray of the elders with an expression of indifference, maintaining his lofty demeanor as if he were a celestial being. Senior brother is truly formidable, Yao Ling exclaimed, witnessing Yi Tian's ability to intimidate such a multitude single-handedly, her excitement palpable. You little brat, you. The 5 elders fumed, their fury reaching its zenith. As Lin Fan emerged, his gaze cold and indifferent, he addressed Yi Tian with a steady voice. Since you are here, let us conclude this swiftly. One shall live, and the other shall perish. Yi Tian, confronting the man he once throttled, felt a surge of impatience. There was an inexplicable sensation that accompanied each encounter with Lin Fan, a belief that vanquishing him would yield immense rewards, much like the fortuitous descent from the mountain. where he encountered a stunning fiancée and a series of enchanting women, a fierce police officer, a captivating doctor, and alluring lonely housewives. Yet recently, Yi Tian sensed a disconcerting return to his former self, a sentiment that unsettled him. "Since you seem so eager for death, I shall oblige," Yi Tian declared unperturbed. To him, Lin Fan appeared merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any threat. At that moment, Yao Chun observed Lin Fan with curiosity, noting the formidable vitality that radiated from him. However, he could not ascertain the extent of this strength. There was not a trace of true energy, suggesting that Lin Fan was likely at the pinnacle of postnatal martial prowess. This realization prompted a slight nod from Yao Chun. Although Xiao Tian was merely a half-step into the innate realm, his combat ability was not significantly inferior to that of an early innate warrior, ensuring a decisive victory in this confrontation. Elder Wu regarded the trio from the Medicine King Valley with a cold sneer, pondering how bewildered they would soon become. In his estimation, Lin Fan, while perhaps unable to best the ancient Yao Chun, would nonetheless instill considerable trepidation in him. After all, Lin Fan was a 20-year-old innate warrior, not merely at the initial stage, but likely at least in the mid-phase of innate mastery. As the diverse group ascended the hastily erected stone platform, several chairs awaited them below. The 6 elders of the Lin family, excluding Elder Wu, wore expressions of deep concern, lacking any confidence in the impending battle. In contrast, Yao Chen maintained an air of nonchalance, seated quietly as if unperturbed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Yao Ling animatedly danced at the edge of the arena, her cheeks flushed with excitement, resembling a lively little rabbit. "Master brother, do your best. Defeat that wicked Lin Fan," she urged, to which Yi Tian replied with a confident smile, the sunlight casting a heroic glow upon his profile, rendering him akin to a character sprung from the pages of a comic book. Lin Fan, observing the spectacle, could only feel speechless. Indeed, it was a tale of a divine healer descending from a mountain to pursue an icy CO, with the protagonist perpetually enchanting women. Resolutely, he vowed that this battle would either not transpire or culminate in Yi Tian's demise, thereby preventing any subsequent turmoil. With the life-and-death contract signed, both parties committed to this duel until one lay lifeless, absolving all responsibility thereafter. Let both sides bear witness. Clad in black attire, the blade-wielding figure presented 2 documents before the 2 combatants on the arena. Lin Fan swiftly inscribed his name with a flourish. Yi Tian, without a glance, inscribed his signature as well. After a fleeting glance at the life-and-death agreement, the blade-wielding figure sighed and retreated from the stage, harboring a thought. Had he known one was so intent on courting death, why squander their sentiments? Lin Fan, you truly possess a remarkable fate. Last time I crushed your throat to fragments, and yet you still draw breath? This time, I shall reduce you to mere pulp. I refuse to believe you can survive. As the crowd dispersed, a sinister smile crept upon Yi Tian's face, forming silent words behind his back. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, pondering how the protagonist seemed increasingly villainous. Upholding the principle of remaining silent during battle with the protagonist, he clenched his fists and charged forward. A thunderous sound erupted. Drawing upon his extensive experience within the realm of novels, Lin Fan understood that opposing the protagonist necessitated adherence to 3 cardinal rules. First, never engage in verbal sparring during combat. Second, if one can unleash their full power to dispatch the protagonist in an instant, one must not hold back. Third, never lay a hand on those surrounding the protagonist, at least until the protagonist meets their demise. Otherwise, one might awaken the legendary forces of love and justice. Should a villain transgress any of these 3 tenets, it matters not that Lin Fan currently stood at the pinnacle of innate strength. Even the mightiest of heroes could falter before such an illogical being as the protagonist. What is this? In the face of Lin Fan's seemingly ordinary punch, others struggled to comprehend, yet Yi Tian's countenance shifted dramatically. An innate sense within him screamed in alarm, as if the very punch directed at him would shatter him into fragments. How could this be? He was merely an ordinary individual. How could he have grown so formidable in just a month? Yi Tian found it hard to believe, yet disbelief was futile. Lin Fan exhibited no signs of leniency. He surged forward, unleashing his full strength, akin to a tank charging forth, condensing all his power into his fist. The force of this punch could pierce through a tank, equivalent to a round from an armor-piercing shell. This represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in this realm, the highest echelons of innate strength. Danger. The previously indifferent expression of Yao Chun vanished in an instant, as he vanished from his seat like a gust of wind. However, it was too late. Feel my strike. The ordinary blow. Lin Fan roared, and with blinding speed, his fist crashed violently into Yi Tian's crossed arms. With a sound akin to thunder, it felt as though a great mountain had descended upon him. The energy shield Yi Tian had gathered shattered instantly, and Lin Fan's fist continued unabated. It struck Yi Tian's arms, snapping both limbs as if they were mere twigs, and then delivered a blow that caved in Yi Tian's chest. He was propelled far away, ultimately crashing heavily into a tree, embedding half of his body within it. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan found himself momentarily dazed by the immense impact of his own punch. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. The greatest weakness of a villain lies in their inability to deliver the finishing blow at the opportune moment. Lin Fan would not commit such a juvenile blunder. Without hesitation, he leaped off the arena and charged directly towards Yi Tian. Chapter 16. The Protagonist's Unleashed Potential. How dare you? Seeing Yi Tian severely injured and unconscious from a single blow, Lin Fan, filled with excitement, rushed toward him. Yao Chen's eyes blazed with fury. Yi Tian was his most cherished disciple, treated almost like a son. There was no way he would allow Lin Fan to take Yi Tian's life so easily. Although he was astounded that this mere youth possessed strength rivaling that of a peak innate warrior, Yao Chen no longer had the luxury of contemplation. He would risk his own life to protect Yi Tian. Curse it, not again, as Yao Chen charged towards him, clearly marked as a mere pawn to advance the plot. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Turning swiftly, the crimson light in his eyes flared. In an instant, Lin Fan bared his teeth, channeling energy from within to his eyes, and in a heartbeat, two beams of searing energy erupted forth. Yao Chun was struck by the lasers, letting out a pained roar as his forward momentum was abruptly halted. Feeling the depletion of power within him, Lin Fan immediately ceased the laser's fiery assault, his footsteps unwavering as he continued his advance toward Yi Tian. Xiao Fan, how is he so formidable? The elders of the Lin family gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. That is an innate warrior, yet he was forced back by Xiao Fan's gaze. What is the nature of those eyes that can emit lasers? They cast curious glances toward the bewildered fifth elder seated beside them. I have no idea, the fifth elder exclaimed. I thought Lin Fan was merely at the mid-stage of innate cultivation. I had no inkling he possessed peak innate strength. And those eyes can shoot lasers. Could he have been modified? Modified? If only it were that simple. If modification were possible, I would have done it to myself long ago. Scoffed another elder at the fifth elder's remark. The situation on the ground was chaotic. Although Yao Chun was an innate late-stage warrior, he had been caught off guard by Lin Fan's laser gaze and now lay on the ground, wailing in pain from the large gash in his chest. His disheveled hair resembled a bird's nest, and he rolled on the ground, far from his previous ethereal demeanor. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had been sent crashing into the heart of a large tree, devoid of consciousness and uncertain of his fate. Lin Fan would naturally not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. With a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, he charged forward, reaching Yi Tian in the blink of an eye. Grasping Yi Tian, he yanked him from the crevice of the tree trunk and forcefully slammed him into the ground. A thunderous crash resounded. Under Lin Fan's iron fist, Yi Tian's bones shattered, and a muted groan could be faintly heard. Subsequently, the earth cracked open, forming a large web-like fissure. Senior brother, upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, Yao Ling was on the verge of collapse, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful cry. Lin Fan inwardly cursed, realizing that Yi Tian seemed to respond to the impact, trembling all over. Yi Tian, now fully conscious, found his body battered, every inch of his skin marred, and his tendons and bones severely injured. Yet, it felt as if he was imbued with a unique energy that was continually strengthening his body. A surge of formidable power began to gestate within him. This was the ascent to the innate realm. Yao Chun beheld this scene, overwhelmed with joy, but in the next moment, his expression became vacant. Boom! With a decisive grip, Lin Fan restrained the thrashing Yi-Tian and delivered a heavy punch to his head, embedding it deep into the pit. The stone shattered. Following this, a series of punches created a hole the size of a soccer ball in the ground, and Yi-Tian's head had been reduced to a pulp, mingling with the earth. His once trembling form now lay still, as if devoid of energy. Huh! I once thought he was truly a prodigious talent, a rare gem among millions. Spitting disdainfully, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He no longer felt the discomfort of his first kill as he gazed upon Yi-Tian's lifeless body. Yet, a lingering unease remained. Lin Fan's eyes radiated a crimson light, unleashing scorching, powerful beams that obliterated Yi-Tian's remains. Yao Ling, witnessing this horror, fainted instantly, while Yao Chun felt his heart shatter, as if his existence had lost all meaning. Gritting his teeth, he charged toward Yi-Tian despite his injuries, his true energy surging. I will fight you to the end. Utilizing his lightness skill, Yao Chun surged forward at an astonishing speed, reaching Lin Fan, but extending his hand toward Yi-Tian's remains. What do you intend to do? Lin Fan felt a surge of alarm at Yao Chun's actions. After all, Yi-Tian was the protagonist, although he had been dismembered. One could not dismiss the possibility that Yao Chun, with a few quick actions and bandages, could restore him to life. If that happened, Lin Fan would certainly be in peril. With a resounding boom, Lin Fan's fist struck Yao Chun's nose. Yao Chun staggered back 3 steps, clutching his nose, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Yet Lin Fan showed no mercy in his assault. With a swift motion, Lin Fan grasped the leg of Yao Chun. In the face of Yao Chun's terror-stricken gaze, Lin Fan activated his assault mode. The earth trembled with the force of his actions. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, Lin Fan swung Yao Chun from side to side, causing the fragments of the blue stone beneath to shatter, leaving Yao Chun adorned with numerous minor wounds from the sharp debris. After a brutal confrontation, Yao Chun succumbed in a pose reminiscent of Loki, appearing surprisingly serene. I am utterly exhausted, Lin Fan panted as he collapsed on the ground, realizing that engaging with the protagonist demanded no leniency. Had he uttered another taunt, the protagonist might have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Is it over? The Lin Manor was engulfed in chaos. A cadre of bodyguards dared not approach, for Lin Fan resembled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Anyone who ventured too near would likely meet a grim fate. As the scene settled, the 2 combatants from the Medicine King Valley lay lifeless, prompting one of the elders to inquire hesitantly. Lin Fan gasped for breath and waved his hand dismissively. Not yet. With that, he tilted his head, and a searing laser erupted from his eyes, instantaneously obliterating the unconscious Yao Ling. Oh, the poor girl, he lamented. She had no chance to utter a final word before her demise. Witnessing Lin Fan's mercilessness even towards such a beautiful maiden sent shivers through those present. Lin Fan sighed, acknowledging that he had no desire to be so ruthless. Yet Yao Ling's affiliation with the Medicine King Valley necessitated his actions. The outcome of the battle defied the expectations of the Lin family. They had anticipated a thorough beating, but instead witnessed the annihilation of the Medicine King Valley. This victory significantly elevated the Lin family's prestige, instilling fear even among those reclusive families that seldom ventured into the world. Chapter 17. Exploiting opportunities with the protagonist dealt with. Lin Fan's subsequent days promised to be far more manageable. Armed with formidable strength and a ruthless demeanor, he completely subjugated the 6 elders, successfully seizing control of the Lin family. In the urban realm of commerce, bolstered by the system's rewards of infinite storage space, opportunities for exploitation were abundant. With his newfound identity, Lin Fan remained fixated on one goal: to invite Chu Linglong to the Lin Manor the following day. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, instead commanding the 6 elders to embark on a frenzied procurement of various supplies: food, seeds, books, clothing, drinking water, spices, cookware, and an array of miscellaneous items. In short, Lin Fan ordered the Lin family to amass an overwhelming quantity of both useful and seemingly useless goods, throwing the entire market of the Great Xia into disarray. After acquiring resources worth trillions, the Lin family found their vitality somewhat depleted. Ultimately, Lin Fan garnered an immense stockpile of supplies, ensuring he would never face hunger in any world he encountered. Apart from the most fundamental resources, The unique aspects of this world and the cultivation techniques were certainly not to be overlooked by Lin Fan, although he had never encountered the most formidable master-level warriors. The words of the five elders indicated that without his laser vision, his physical strength was already at the pinnacle of innate capabilities. Thus, the martial arts manuals capable of reaching the master level held significant value. It was entirely possible that Lin Fan's next world might be one imbued with spiritual energy. Therefore, before his departure, Lin Fan diligently sought out the ruins of the Medicine King Valley, uncovering numerous techniques within. He then traversed various hidden families across the globe, employing remarkably amiable methods to persuade them to relinquish their martial arts manuals. Consequently, Lin Fan amassed a vast collection of techniques and skills from his world. While the resources acquired by the Lin family were nearing their limit, during the daylight hours, Lin Fan resolved to confront Chu Linglong before leaving. The lingering remnants of the previous Lin Fan within him were growing increasingly agitated, witnessing Lin Fan's current predicament and the turmoil he had caused the Lin family, which left him deeply unsettled. Thus, Lin Fan made the decision to depart. Otherwise, with his aspirations, he would have to elevate his physical prowess and abilities to superhuman levels now that this world had finally attained a semblance of safety. However, alas, the opportunity had slipped away. Clattering footsteps echoed as Lin Fan ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor, clad in his customary white suit, the soles of his shoes resounding upon the wooden floor. He knocked upon the door with a firm rhythm. The door swung open to reveal a woman dressed in a light, revealing outfit, her features marred by a trace of sorrow, with full lips and a curvaceous figure. She rushed towards Lin Fan, enveloping him in an embrace, her head resting against his chest as she wept. This woman was none other than Chu Linglong. "Oh, Lin Fan, you finally came to see me. After such a long time, I have come to realize that you are my true love. I was merely testing you before, but now I have made my decision. I want to marry you. I wish to be with you for all eternity." Chu Linglong cried, her tears flowing like rain from a pear blossom. Since Yi Tian had ventured out with the medicine spirit to confront an adversary and had not returned, a sense of foreboding had begun to take root in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, a few days later, a group of men in black had stormed the Chu family villa, swiftly incapacitating her without a word. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the Lin family estate. Chu Linglong, being an astute woman, immediately grasped the dire situation. The Medicine King Valley had perished, and Yi Tian was no more. Though she was unaware of how Lin Fan had emerged victorious in this precarious game, the victors were hailed as kings, while the vanquished were deemed outlaws. Captured and brought here by Lin Fan, Chu Linglong, with a heavy heart, reluctantly resigned herself to the impending coercion. Yet to her surprise, several days passed without so much as a glimpse of Lin Fan. Aside from the maid delivering meals, not a single soul appeared. Fear arises from the tendency to frighten oneself. In this solitary room, Chu Linglong found no entertainment, and after several days of confinement, her heart began to yield to Lin Fan. Upon opening the door, she immediately lunged at Lin Fan. With an expression of indifference, Lin Fan gently patted her head, feeling a sense of resignation. Having merged with the memories of the previous unfortunate Lin Fan, he was aware of the true nature of the Chu Linglong before him. As he sensed the fervor of his inner obsession, Lin Fan offered a faint smile. "Goodbye, my dear," he said. "I don't want this. I'll do anything you ask. I'm quite skilled at it. I beg you." Upon sensing Lin Fan's murderous intent, Chu Linglong erupted into a fit of tears, her snot and tears staining Lin Fan's attire. He frowned and delivered a sharp slap, producing a crisp crack. The world fell silent. Ding! The host has completed the obsession. Eliminate the protagonist Yi Tian of this world, the disciples of Yaowang Valley, and Chu Linglong. Reward, a task gift pack, with a chance to traverse to another world within 24 hours. Upon realizing the success of the task, Lin Fan's face lit up with joy as he rubbed his hands together. Hee, let me see what treasures the task gift pack holds. Could it be the Infinity Gauntlet? System, open my task gift pack. As soon as he finished speaking, a white gift pack materialized before him, radiating a brilliant light. Instantly, an item sprang forth from within. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Supreme Divine Body, a physique that endows the possessor with unparalleled talent for any form of cultivation. Host, Lin Fan, abilities incredible strength, ironclad physique, laser vision, Superman strength unlocked at 25, physique, supreme divine body, akin to that of Superman. Item, infinite storage space. World experienced. A martial physician searching for his fiancée. To think that I now possess a divine body suited for cultivation. Does this mean I am a prodigious talent? Lin Fan's expression turned peculiar. He felt as though the system had granted him this physique solely due to Yi Tian's identity. Nevertheless, he waved it off. It mattered not, for he had obtained what he desired, and there was little left to cherish in this world. System. I wish to traverse to the next world. Transversing. With a whoosh, a beam of white light enveloped Lin Fan, and in the next moment, the space behind him became tumultuous, causing him to vanish from his location, leaving only the echo of a distant scream. Boom! Charge! Invade the city. Slay every man within, and take the women, the final capital of the Qian kingdom, in a terrain strikingly reminiscent of the water-blue planet of his past life. The Qian kingdom stood as a weak nation, occupying merely a small portion of Jingzhou, insignificant amidst the vast expanse of the Central Plains. In this era of upheaval, where heroes rise and contend for supremacy, the kingdom of Qian and the kingdom of Tian, both situated in Jingzhou, have been entwined in a tumultuous relationship of love and enmity for over a decade. Due to the parity in their strengths, neither side could claim definitive victory until an unforeseen calamity emerged. Chapter 18. I have no desire to be a king of fallen nation outside the capital city of Qian. Nestled in the mountains, the scene beyond the city gates was one of chaos. An endless legion of soldiers clad in black armor danced wildly like frenzied demons. The black banners, resembling serpents, writhed in the air, baring their fangs as if eager to showcase their ferocity. The mountain city, embedded within the cliffs, appeared as a vulnerable maiden stripped of her garments, encircled by a multitude of imposing figures. Trembling in fear, the city had little recourse other than to plead and weep. Half a mile away, within the encampment, General Tian Qing of the Kingdom of Tian wore an expression of exhilaration, brandishing a multicolored flag. Attack! Attack! The war for annihilation begins today. Everyone advance. Yes. The soldiers, invigorated by their commander's fervor, charged towards the ladders with reckless abandon. This was the war of extermination. The long-standing grievances between Qian and Tian, both vying for dominance in Jingzhou, fueled a fervent desire to obliterate one another. However, their confrontations had thus far been evenly matched, yielding little significant progress. That was until the recent grand hunting competition in Qian. In this tumultuous age, the strong thrive while the weak perish. The Emperor of Qian, a staunch advocate of martial prowess, hosted annual hunting contests, rewarding the most formidable with imperial honors. While it appeared to be an opportunity for the commoners to elevate their status, in reality, all participants were scions of the elite. On that fateful day, the upper echelons of Qian, along with their progeny, gathered at the hunting grounds, eager to display their might before the emperor. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a fool had provoked a colossal white tiger. Though a creature of the wild, its strength was terrifying. With a mere swipe, it could sever a sturdy spear. The armor of the soldiers was as fragile as paper before the beast, which effortlessly penetrated their defenses. The soldiers present were no match for the white tiger. Akin to sheep in the presence of a predator, the tiger unleashed a devastating rampage, akin to a harbinger of doom descending upon them. Tragically, the elite of the Kingdom of Qian suffered catastrophic losses, including the emperor, the empress, and numerous princes. Only the second prince, Lin Fan, survived, having been rendered unconscious during the melee. Upon receiving the dreadful news, Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock, his legs trembling. He had escaped death, albeit suffering from a severe illness. Yet, as fate would have it, disaster struck again. The Kingdom of Tian, having learned of Qian's misfortune, resolved to capitalize on the chaos. The entire army of 100,000 was swiftly mobilized, taking advantage of the absence of command in the Kingdom of Qian, and directly surged into its territory. Remarkably, the forces of the state of Tian advanced like a hot knife through butter, consuming all lands of Qian except for the capital, Shancheng. Ultimately, 80,000 troops assembled at Shancheng, poised to annihilate the Kingdom of Qian. Outside the city, the battle raged fiercely, with the defenders on the battlements desperately hurling boulders and logs downward. The soldiers of Tian, undeterred by death, climbed valiantly, instilling fear in the hearts of their adversaries from Qian. Although the commanding general atop the citadel had also fallen to the claws of the White Tiger, the situation on the walls appeared to hold steady under the leadership of 3 unfamiliar soldiers. However, the prospect of maintaining this defense was uncertain. In contrast to the bloody chaos on the walls, conditions within the citadel were somewhat more stable, as the common folk remained indoors, too fearful to venture out. The palace was particularly desolate. With a soft moan, Lin Fan, lying on the prince's bed, rubbed his temples and regained consciousness. He had just absorbed a vast amount of memories, which had taken some time. To his astonishment, he had traversed into the ancient past as a prince of a minor kingdom. Sitting up, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully crossing into the era of revived spiritual energy, I transformed into the divine beast White Tiger to assist Her Majesty the Empress in unifying the world. Lin Fan mused, what nonsense is this world? The themes of novels had indeed become increasingly bizarre. Yet, why did he feel a tinge of exhilaration? Host's current obsession, to slay the White Tiger that has massacred the higher-ups of the kingdom of Qian, achieve the unification of Qian, and establish the dragon flag across the entire world. Mission reward, a package of rewards, one opportunity for traversal. As the obsessive mission appeared in his mind, Lin Fan realized that this task was a long-term endeavor. To unify the world under the banner of Qian? His expression turned peculiar. Was the goal to have the entire world speak Chinese henceforth? Ding! Please prepare, host. The capital of the kingdom of Qian, Shansheng, is on the brink of destruction. Once Qian falls, host will be unable to traverse again. Upon hearing the system's warning, Lin Fan immediately leapt from the bed, straining to listen to the sounds of battle emanating from the city gates, his face etched with urgency. How could I have almost forgotten? For the sake of the mission reward and to partake in the next world, I cannot allow the kingdom of Qian to perish. With a swift glance around, Lin Fan quickly donned a black python robe he found beside the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out with fervent speed, fearing that the city gates would soon be breached. As the capital of the kingdom of Qian, Shansheng housed a considerable population of 200,000 military personnel and civilians. Within the confines of the imperial capital, the elite imperial guards and the city defenders numbered 20,000, all steadfastly holding their positions at the city gates. Lin Fan sprinted along the path, propelled by an extraordinary sense of hearing akin to that of a keenly attuned ear, racing towards the most intense battleground atop the walls. Curiously, the streets were eerily silent, starkly contrasting with the bustling life of a city housing over 200,000 souls. With a thunderous roar, Lin Fan quickened his pace. Although the imperial palace stood at the heart of the mountain city, his superhuman speed surpassed that of any swift steed. At this moment, he beheld the edges of the city walls, where countless soldiers of the Qian kingdom resolutely defended their position, their throaty shouts echoing in the air. They hurled wooden logs and stones downwards as if they cost nothing, accompanied by the agonized cries of their enemies. The ramparts were soaked in blood. Kill! Do not allow these marauding forces to breach our walls. Behind us stand our elders, our families, our wives and children. Should they enter, they will unleash a torrent of destruction and ruthlessness upon us. We fight to protect our homeland. Brothers, we must give our all. The situation atop the walls was dire. Some soldiers from the Tian kingdom had managed to claw their way up, their faces twisted with ferocity, though they were swiftly kicked down by the defenders. Yet the risk of losing the city was palpable. Lin Fan's eyes instinctively darted to a figure, a man with long arms and earlobes cascading to his shoulders, wielding twin long swords, who was both battling the black-armored soldiers, scaling the walls, and rallying the defenders with fervent cries. Chapter 19. The God Among Mortals, thank goodness. The gates remain unbroken. Though the battle raged fiercely, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him upon realizing the city gates had yet to fall. However, an inexhaustible fervor for battle surged within him. With my impervious steel-like body, complemented by unparalleled divine strength, vanquishing the enemy forces is but a trivial endeavor. The fate of the Qian Kingdom's capital was no longer in question, for Lin Fan had arrived. In the context of ancient might, could a superhuman prevail against all adversaries? The answer was unequivocally affirmative. Though Lin Fan's attributes were not yet 30, even this modest figure was extraordinary. Confronting an army of mere mortals, the act of slaughtering them would be astonishingly effortless. With a swift and graceful motion, he ascended to the battlements. Before him stood soldiers, blood coursing through their veins, their eyes wide with determination as they desperately cast down their makeshift weapons. Many met their fate beneath the rain of arrows. Ah, ha ha ha, I have arrived. First to scale the walls, Hu Dao. Lin Fan reached the top of the rampart, unnoticed by the surrounding defenders, when suddenly a towering figure clad in armor leaped onto the scene, wielding a steel sword and cutting a swath through the fray. Ah! The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the chaos. With the lead of the sturdy warrior, an increasing number of black-armored soldiers ascended this location, promptly establishing a defensive formation atop the city walls. The soldiers of the Qian kingdom sought to charge forward and slay these foes, yet they were systematically dispatched by the warrior wielding a steel sword. Sons of the Tian kingdom, the day of our nation's demise is today. Stand firm with me. Reinforcements are on their way. Soon, we shall storm the city and seize its wealth and claim its women. The bloodied warrior, Hu Dao, invigorated his comrades clad in black armor, their combat spirit surging in an instant. Such audacity! Nearby, a man with a flushed visage, whose lush beard cascaded to his chest, brandished a broadsword adorned with a grand dragon's head at the hilt, glaring with narrowed eyes. He was poised to charge and eliminate Hu Dao. However, at that moment, another figure took the initiative. With a resounding boom, the black-armored soldier, previously shielded by his own defense, recoiled in terror, as the Qian soldiers found themselves at a loss against him. Yet, a young man dressed in a black python robe surged forth, delivering a seemingly effortless punch that shattered the shields wielded by the black-armored soldiers, breaking their arms and sending them sprawling, bloodied. What? This? Hu Dao's body trembled violently as he turned to witness his soldiers falling in droves. A glance to the side revealed the instigator to be a youth clad in black robes, who was now meeting his gaze. Oomph. Can you withstand the power of a punch capable of shattering a freight cart? Lin Fan chuckled coldly, realizing that had he not arrived in time, the burly warrior would have prevailed. With the battle intensifying, Lin Fan wasted no time, seizing a long knife from nearby and launching a fierce attack towards Hu Dao. The howling wind compelled Hu Dao to raise his steel sword defensively. Yet with a resonant clash, an enormous sound erupted, astonishing all present. The frail Lin Fan felled the imposing Hu Dao to the ground with a single stroke, though the blade did not pierce Hu Dao's flesh. The sheer force shattered the bones within him. The once indomitable black-armored warrior now lay on the ground, blood spurting from his wounds. Lin Fan cast not a glance at the fallen giant, instead directing his long knife towards the stunned soldiers of the Tian kingdom. Gradually, the surrounding defenders of the city began to take notice, their expressions alight with excitement. It's the second prince. The second prince has awakened. He is truly formidable. He can single-handedly resolve this multitude of soldiers. The Qian soldiers' eyes sparkled with hope. For ever since the emperor of the Qian kingdom and numerous ministers had been slain by the White Tiger, these lowly soldiers had languished in despair, as they lacked a leader and could only fight for themselves. Amidst the reports of warfare from various regions, the lower-ranking soldiers found themselves engulfed in unease. Fortunately, the kingdom of Qian still possessed a scion of royal blood, their second prince, Lin Fan. Soldiers of Qian, the audacity of the kingdom of Tian to take advantage of our peril is truly contemptible. Today, I shall lead our forces to a resounding victory over Tian. Observing the expressions of the soldiers around him, Lin Fan seized the opportunity to sway their hearts. With his ironclad physique, he fearlessly plunged into the enemy ranks. The city walls were only graced by a mere handful of foes, and with a single punch, Lin Fan could fell several of them. Each adversary struck by Lin Fan found their bones shattered, collapsing to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. In stark contrast, Lin Fan emerged unscathed, save for the tattered remnants of his black python robe, devoid of any bloodstains. No matter how fiercely the soldiers fought, they could not inflict harm upon Lin Fan's formidable form. Even during their prime, mere mortals wielding machine guns could not withstand his might. Though Lin Fan's prowess was only at level 30, it was certainly not unreasonable to expect him to withstand ordinary blades and swords. A demon. This man is a demon. He possesses the ability to withstand blades and bullets. He is utterly indestructible. Dozens of soldiers fell victim to Lin Fan's effortless slaughter, and a few among the enemy, unable to endure such one-sided carnage, scrambled to the city walls, crying out in terror. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's approach, they leapt in fear from the heights. Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why leap to your demise? You would be better off allowing me to end your lives. At least I would leave you with intact bodies. Unbeknownst to him, his presence would inflict profound psychological trauma upon the ancient inhabitants of this world. Though the realm was experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy, most remained within the bounds of normalcy. They had never encountered a being like Lin Fan, impervious to harm and capable of toppling dozens with a single blow. Many were left in a state of sheer terror, nearly succumbing to panic. All hail the second prince! All hail the second prince! Witnessing Lin Fan wield a broken blade with ease, dispatching the elite foes who had scaled the walls, the soldiers of Qian were instantly emboldened. Their fervor ignited as they shouted with exuberance. Their stone-throwing grew more vigorous. When did the second prince become so formidable, impervious to harm, endowed with divine strength? As the last of the enemies who had clambered onto the walls fell to Lin Fan's might, the commanding officer below was beside himself with frustration, stamping his feet in agitation. Meanwhile, on the walls, Lin Fan caught sight of a man with arms reaching to his knees and earlobes brushing his shoulders. Gazing at Lin Fan's figure with a perplexed expression, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Chapter 20. A Rampage of Destruction. Although Lin Fan had decisively vanquished the foes on the walls, it did not instill fear in those below. Instead, they grew increasingly ferocious, determined to ascend at any cost. Observing this, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. With an undeniable resolve, Lin Fan leapt into the abyss, leaving everyone around him in a state of disbelief. No, your highness, don't do this. We can still hold the line. We cannot lose you. The moment he jumped echoed in the hearts of every soldier of the Qian kingdom, leaving them bewildered by his intentions. The mountain city, aptly named for its elevated terrain, boasted walls rising to 15 meters, and Lin Fan plunged from above. It was unthinkable. Not only were the enemies below ravenous as wolves, but such a height would surely cripple any ordinary man. Yet was Lin Fan an ordinary being? Certainly not. He descended like a cannonball, adjusting his posture in an instant. With a thunderous crash, he landed, bowing his head, one knee touching the ground. A fist pressed forward while the other arm was raised behind him. A classic superhero landing. Regrettably, the scene turned gruesome under Lin Fan's immense strength. Several enemy soldiers were crushed beneath his feet, with a chaotic display of blood and gore erupting around him. The soldiers of the Tian Kingdom were momentarily stunned. One moment, everything was fine, and the next, a comrade had plummeted to his demise, his body reduced to a pulp. The most astonishing aspect was that Lin Fan appeared unscathed. However, the next moment, realization struck them, and a Tian commander unsheathed his sword with a resounding clang. His eyes ablaze with fury. Kill him! Slay him! In an instant, a tide of enemies surged towards the lone Lin Fan, their steel swords raised, seemingly poised to shred him into pieces. Those on the city walls bent their heads in anxious anticipation, some covering their eyes, unable to bear the sight. The three soldiers who had earlier rallied the troops now sighed in resignation. A burly man with a leopard tattoo on his face smacked his lips, his expression one of regret. As the second prince, they had expected a ruler of both intellect and valor. Yet here he was, an apparent madman. Such a pity. It seemed they were destined to become exiles. Beside this man, two other sturdy figures had gathered, with a red-faced warrior wearing an expression of exasperation. He couldn't fathom what had possessed the second prince to take such a leap. With that one act, he had not only jeopardized his life, but also extinguished the last flicker of hope for the soldiers of the Qian kingdom. The man wielding dual sword sighed, patting the shoulders of his companions. Brothers, we must not surrender to the Tian kingdom. If the city falls, we will fight our way out, even if we cannot escape. We shall never submit to the enemy. Rest assured, brother, even if it costs me my life, I will never ally with that wretched nation. The man sighed once more. Alas, we find ourselves without recourse to defend our homeland. As the three strategized about the events to unfold after the city fell, Lin Fan, condemned to death by all, smiled, gazing at the seemingly endless tide of heads rushing towards him. Lin Fan suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a particular move. Kill a soldier from the enemy. Clad in cloth armor with a fierce expression, raised a steel blade high, ready to strike Lin Fan. In that moment, not only he, but dozens of steel blades were poised to descend upon Lin Fan, rendering survival impossible for anyone. Yet, a crisp sound of slicing pierced the air, akin to the dawn breaking through the morning clouds. Two crimson lasers shot forth. In the eyes of the bewildered enemy soldiers, their bodies were instantly severed in two, sliding down slowly. A scream shattered the tranquility of the battlefield, followed by an unending cacophony of wails. With his back against the city wall, Lin Fan unleashed a relentless barrage of searing lasers from his eyes. Like a merciless killing machine, veins bulged at his temples as the scorching beams mercilessly dismembered the foes before him. The lasers cleaved through the front lines, creating an expansive area of carnage. Within moments, the space before him transformed into a grotesque tableau, reeking of blood and despair. Under the onslaught of his laser gaze, hundreds of enemy soldiers were annihilated. Countless cries of agony erupted as limbs were severed, legs cut off, and bodies bisected, heads cleaved in two by the laser's wrath. A domain of absolute power manifested around Lin Fan. Observing the devastation he had wrought, an exhilarating rush surged through him, akin to purging a multitude of blackheads. The enemy soldiers stood frozen in shock. The general commanding the forces of Tianguo was equally dumbfounded, his raised sword still aloft, his lips moving yet devoid of words. After a profound silence, a thunderous cheer erupted from the walls of the mountain city, nearly piercing the heavens. Long live the second prince. The second prince is invincible. The second prince conquers all. Did you see? The second prince's eyes can emit light. The light has slain swathes of enemies. Ha ha! May the heavens bless the Qian kingdom. The second prince must have ascended to immortality. Let us see if Tianguo dares to be arrogant now. The soldiers of the Qian kingdom, filled with frenzied excitement, could hardly believe that their second prince wielded such divine prowess. In the blink of an eye, he had decimated hundreds of foes. Reflecting on this, the earlier feats of immense strength and indestructibility suddenly seemed more plausible. How could this be possible? Around him, soldiers vibrated with ecstatic energy, while the trio of distinctive figures stood agape, their mouths opening and closing in astonishment. Yet, I found myself at a loss for words. Sons of the Qian kingdom, today, it is not the state of Tian that shall extinguish us, but rather, I shall vanquish the entire army of Tian. I shall ascend to the throne of Tian. Hearing the jubilant cheers from above, Lin Fan felt an exhilarating thrill. What could bring greater joy than the unparalleled delight of reaping foes? Sensing the abundant power coursing through him, Lin Fan no longer hesitated, casually dusting off the remnants of limbs from his hands. With a wild laugh, he charged headlong into the enemy ranks, determined to single-handedly confront the 80,000 soldiers of Tian. Advance! Whoever slays him shall receive a reward of 100 taels and a promotion of 3 ranks. Upon witnessing Lin Fan rushing towards them, Tianqing was immediately incensed. After all, they had a formidable army of 80,000. Show him some respect, will you? But Lin Fan was unfazed. With a thunderous roar, he surged forth like a rampaging colossus, his arms flailing with immense force. Any enemy struck was sent flying several meters, their cloth armor offering no semblance of protection. In an instant, bones shattered and lives were extinguished. Chapter 21. The whole army charges forth. Do not fear. He is but one man. If we slay him, victory shall still be ours. Tianqing, standing aloft, watched the unfolding chaos with eyes ablaze. Lin Fan's frail form stood resolute amidst the relentless tide of enemies. Like a rock in the sea, despite the ceaseless onslaught, he remained unyielding. In a fit of desperation, Tianqing shouted, "Whoever slays this lad, I shall ensure their meteoric rise." Amidst the promise of great reward, as Tianqing's command echoed, a throng of soldiers with bloodshot eyes surged forth. This world is never lacking in those who aspire to ascend, even at the cost of their lives. As some charged forward, others, driven by a sense of chance, followed suit, encircling Lin Fan once more. Witnessing this scene, even the soldiers of the Qian kingdom, who had previously hailed Lin Fan as a celestial being, now felt their hearts leap into their throats. Yet, Lin Fan, who single-handedly held the fate of the battle in his grasp, merely sneered. With a firm stomp, a half-man-high rectangular shield leapt into his grasp, and without a hint of fear towards the encroaching foes, he roared in defiance, swinging the shield as one would swat a fly. Boom! Indeed, he was swatting flies. Under Lin Fan's tremendous strength, an enemy's head was instantly driven back into their chest. Following this, he delivered a swift kick, toppling several adversaries behind him, who fell to the ground, crying out in dismay. Kill! Kill! Yet, more foes continued to close in on Lin Fan, who remained undeterred, his shield dancing through the air. The resounding booms echoed like a heartbeat. And within the surging tide of enemies, Lin Fan held his ground for several minutes, feeling no hint of fatigue. On the contrary, he grew ever more emboldened. Dare to touch my tiger whiskers? You are courting death. Lin Fan let out a wild laugh, indifferent to the steel blades slashing at him from all sides. The moment these hard blades struck his body, it was akin to striking a mass of copper and iron, producing only a resonant clang without inflicting the slightest harm upon him. In contrast, Lin Fan could take countless lives with a mere punch or kick. Yet this was merely an appetizer. His laser eyes were the true trump card, unleashing an intensely searing energy that rendered the soldier's leather armor utterly ineffective. Two crimson beams pierced the sky, cutting through the throngs of troops, effortlessly claiming the lives of hundreds amidst the densely packed army. However, this move consumed considerable energy, and Lin Fan reserved it for special occasions. Otherwise, the enemy forces would have long since crumbled. Even so, the enemy was in dire straits, their eyes brimming with terror. Lin Fan resembled an unfathomable abyss. The enemy could only watch as their comrades recklessly charged forward, with few emerging unscathed. Those struck down by Lin Fan's fist were fortunate. To be caught in the path of that red beam was to truly meet misfortune, leaving them to wail in anguish. Gradually, as Lin Fan faced the onslaught of tens of thousands, he not only showed no signs of retreat, but advanced over 100 meters. The enemy could not impede his progress, and the soldiers of the Qian kingdom atop the city walls regarded Lin Fan with reverence, as if they were beholding a deity. At that moment, every soldier who had entered the battlefield harbored admiration for Lin Fan, their spirits ignited with fervor. My brother, this second prince is truly a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. How incredibly fierce! The dark-faced man, observing from the battlements, clenched his fists in excitement, wishing to rush down and fight alongside Lin Fan. The red-faced man and the long-armed individual also bore expressions of disbelief, clearly astonished that Lin Fan possessed such divine power. As if merely watching was insufficient, the dark-faced man leaned over the battlements, craning his neck, and shouted, "Your Highness, the second prince, I, old Zhang, have come to assist you." The nearby soldiers of the Qian kingdom brightened at this, their earlier tension transforming into exhilaration. They were itching for action. "Your Highness, the second prince, may we join you in battle? Let us drive the soldiers of the Tian kingdom back." They clamored. Though their muscles were somewhat fatigued, their spirits soared, and they cheered loudly. This sent a chill down the spines of the enemy soldiers, including Tian Qing and many others from the Tian kingdom. No doubt, our Qian kingdom's valiant sons. We're no weaklings. Brothers, gather your weapons and charge with me. Today, we must drive the scum of the Tian kingdom back and assert our Qian kingdom's might. Lin Fan possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing. Even amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, he could discern the cries emanating from the city walls behind him. Upon hearing the fervent pleas of his soldiers, Lin Fan's spirit soared, and with a sweeping gesture, he rallied everyone to join him in the fray. As long as he was present, the enemy would never breach the mountain fortress. Thus, what difference did it make whether they held their ground or not? Let us charge forth alongside the second prince and vanquish these troops of the Tian kingdom. Upon hearing Lin Fan's laughter, the burly man with a dark complexion was instantly invigorated, seizing his 8-foot serpent spear and racing towards the battlements. "Wait for me, third brother. I'm coming too." Seeing this, the man with a red face felt a surge of passion welling within him, his green dragon crescent blade gleaming ominously. He hastened to follow the dark-faced warrior. "Brothers, hold on for me." The tall man, wielding a dual-edged sword, witnessing the fervor of his comrades, felt a bittersweet smile cross his face. as the long-dormant desire to serve his country began to rekindle within him. Without hesitation, he too sprinted towards the city gate. Such fervor was not confined to these three alone. The 20,000 defenders atop the walls were similarly electrified, each one brandishing their long spears and sabers, racing towards the gates in a frenzy, as if fearing that Lin Fan might dispatch all the enemies before they could join the fight. Oh! The city gates creaked open slowly, revealing a grim scene littered with corpses, nearly all of which were unrecognizable. Three formidable men led the charge, their faces alight with excitement, followed by a serpentine formation of the Qian Kingdom's troops. "Your Highness, the Second Prince, we are here. Annihilate the Tian army. Destroy them," they roared, laughter echoing in their wake. "Soldiers, follow me. Let's send these Tian soldiers back to their homeland." Even from 100 meters away, Lin Fan could distinctly hear the tumult, and he hurled his shield into the fray, toppling a multitude of foes. Observing the enemy's rising morale and Lin Fan's bloodthirsty rampage, Tian Qing felt a surge of trepidation. He stamped his foot in frustration, casting one last furious glance at Lin Fan before brandishing his five-colored flag and bellowing to his personal guards, "Retreat. Quickly retreat." Upon receiving the command, the surrounding soldiers immediately relayed the orders outside. The general commands a retreat. Retreat. Chapter 22. The Mountain Fortress Retreat. The general has ordered us to retreat. As the news spread, the soldiers of the Tian Kingdom felt an immense weight lift from their shoulders, promptly discarding their weapons and fleeing in panic. They ran as if propelled by all four limbs, fearing that Lin Fan's divine onslaught would annihilate them all. "Brothers, do not let them escape," the dark-faced warrior bellowed, his legs propelling him swiftly into the enemy ranks, his serpent spear thrusting forward as if skewering meat on a skewer. "Kill! Kill!" Witnessing the enemy's retreat, the soldiers of the Qian Kingdom were invigorated, their faces flushed with excitement. The long spear in hand continuously thrust towards the enemies before him, with some even thrown directly. Lin Fan pursued relentlessly, a sinister smile gracing his face, wielding his spear without any elaborate techniques, purely smashing. He swept through throngs of foes, each strike claiming the lives of dozens, as if a demonic deity had descended upon the earth. "Run, they are upon us." The soldiers of the Tian Kingdom dared not linger, each one crying out in despair as they fled, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Meanwhile, Tian Qing had long since led his several hundred loyal guards in a swift retreat. After all, Lin Fan's intimidating presence was overwhelming. Judging by his demeanor, not only could he take the head of an enemy general amidst a multitude, but he could also slay thousands with ease. With excitement, Lin Fan led his 20,000 soldiers from the Qian Kingdom in relentless pursuit, halting only after covering a distance of 400 to 500 meters. In this brief stretch, the Tian Kingdom had already abandoned at least 5,000 corpses and captured a significant number of soldiers. Ha ha ha! This truly brings joy to the heart. Our Qian Kingdom has not celebrated such a resounding victory in ages. Not only have we forced the Tian forces to retreat, but we have also slain and captured many. I feel as if I am dreaming. Within the mountain city, the common folk who had previously hidden away beamed with joy upon learning of their victory. The soldiers of the Qian Kingdom, their blood-stained armor still fresh, wore expressions of exhilaration as they animatedly recounted the events to the townspeople. This triumph over the Tian Kingdom is entirely thanks to His Highness the Second Prince. 80,000 enemy troops before him were akin to mere ants. With a mere flick of his hand, he could annihilate vast swathes of the enemy, while their swords and blades could not pierce his form. Oh, how formidable! The townsfolk, though they had not witnessed Lin Fan's prowess on the battlefield, found it hard to believe the soldier's words. But that is not even His Highness's greatest strength. Another soldier, tapping the notice board, turned and pointed to his eyes, filled with envy. His most remarkable ability lies in his eyes. They can emit a divine crimson light that slices through armor as if it were paper, cleaving through the enemy effortlessly. Heavenly! The thought of their second prince's eyes radiating divine light, effortlessly decimating the enemy forces, filled the townspeople with boundless awe and reverence for Lin Fan. And this spectacle was not limited to just a few. The entire populace of the mountain city became aware of Lin Fan's formidable achievements, each face reflecting admiration. This significantly elevated Lin Fan's personal prestige. within the palace and the council hall, before the upper echelons of the Qian kingdom were entirely eradicated. The atmosphere here was vibrant and bustling with a plethora of talents. However, at this moment, only 4 individuals occupied the Grand Hall. Lin Fan, being the sole royal bloodline of the Qian kingdom, naturally seated himself upon the exalted dragon throne. To be candid, it was not particularly comfortable. In fact, it was somewhat chilly. Yet, Lin Fan's attention was not fixated on the throne, but rather on the 3 individuals before him, each displaying an air of peculiarity. One man, with arms reaching past his knees and earlobes cascading to his shoulders, bore a countenance of profound compassion, wielding twin dual-edged swords. Another, sporting a beard that extended to his chest, had a ruddy face and stood at a height of 8 feet, with a physique reminiscent of a bear. His eyes glinting with a chilling light, brandishing a mighty green dragon crescent blade. The last was a burly man with a black visage and piercing eyes. Equally towering at 8 feet, his robust form accentuated by a pair of fierce eyes that resembled copper bells, gripping a formidable 8-foot-long serpent spear. What was this scenario? Were these not the trio from a Shu kingdom? Lin Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such strikingly unique figures within the Qian kingdom. Having just witnessed their performance on the battlefield, they resembled the legendary warriors of folklore, each a formidable adversary. The man with the red face and the one with the black face exhibited extraordinary martial prowess, ruthlessly cutting down foes amongst the enemy ranks, while the swordsman, though less formidable, still possessed commendable strength. This only deepened Lin Fan's curiosity. Your Highness, our forces suffered over 2,000 casualties, while we have slain more than 5,000 enemies from the Tian Kingdom and captured 10,000 foes. The man with the dual-edged swords respectfully reported with a bow. Lin Fan nodded, observing the trio's camaraderie, and could not resist inquiring, I perceive that you 3 exhibit remarkable valor. May I inquire your esteemed names? Upon hearing the inquiry from the revered second prince, the swordsman was filled with elation and clasped his hands in reverence, responding, in response to your highness, I am Liu Bei, and these are my second brother, Guan Yu, and my third brother, Zhang Fei. We were previously guards of the mountain city. Following the demise of the city's general, we were compelled to take command as the Tian Kingdom's army approached. We humbly seek your forgiveness. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, their names were astonishingly identical. What manner of world was this? Upon hearing Liu Bei's words, Lin Fan felt a blend of amusement and incredulity. Could it be that this Liu Bei was a descendant of some minor kingdom's Jing Wang of Zhongshan? After some internal musings, Lin Fan's thoughts turned towards the prospect of enlisting these 3 individuals. Setting aside the prowess of Guan and Zhang, Liu Bei's meticulous strategic mind was particularly compelling. The man had efficiently organized the entire garrison of 20,000 defenders, all without any official rank, in a rather precarious situation. Thus, Lin Fan could deduce that Liu Bei was undoubtedly a capable military leader. With the entirety of the Qian Kingdom's civil and military officials having been purged, Lin Fan found himself in urgent need of talent. Before him stood 3 rare talents, and Lin Fan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He smiled and remarked, you 3 are loyal and righteous individuals serving the nation. This prince is more inclined to reward you than to punish you. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan sighed deeply. Seated upon the dragon throne, he observed that among the 3 ministers, only one possessed both literary and martial prowess, while the other 2 were merely skilled in warfare. This realization left him feeling quite overwhelmed. Chapter 23. The recruitment edict. Your Highness appears troubled by the lack of officials in the kingdom, Liu Bei observed astutely, raising his gaze with a respectful inquiry as he noticed Lin Fan massaging his temples. Indeed, I am at a loss regarding the source of the white tiger that has slain my father and the valiant officials of the Qian Kingdom. Should I encounter this beast again, I shall ensure it meets a most gruesome fate. Lin Fan's words were sincere, for his unwavering desire was to vanquish the white tiger. However, he remained uncertain of the creature's capabilities. Judging by the name of this world, it seemed that the tiger possessed some extraordinary abilities. Yet, it was unlikely to surpass his own prowess. If your highness is troubled by this matter, fret not. Our Qian Kingdom's mountain city is replete with talent. You may issue a recruitment edict, and a multitude of capable individuals will surely come forth to serve. You by proposed. Knowing many gifted strategists and scholars whose extraordinary talents were stifled by humble beginnings and an unwillingness to compromise their integrity by serving the nobility. However, Liu Bei refrained from directly introducing these acquaintances to Lin Fan, as he preferred to consult his friends first. Moreover, he wished to avoid giving the impression of favoritism, especially given the unique circumstances of the Qian kingdom. If all the civil and military officials were merely Liu Bei's friends and brothers, it might lead Lin Fan, as the ruler, to harbor certain thoughts. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Ensure that the affairs of Mountain City are promptly restored. By the way, you three have distinguished yourselves in battle. I hereby appoint you, Liu Bei, as the sword-wielding general with a rank of 2nd grade. As for Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, you shall both be bestowed the titles of General of the West and General of the East, respectively, with a rank of 3rd grade. The 20,000 soldiers in the city shall retain only 1,000 as my personal guard. The remainder are to be entrusted to Guan and Zhang for rigorous training without fail. Yes, Liu Guan and Zhang displayed expressions of exhilaration as they promptly bowed to Lin Fan. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling their departure. Once they had exited, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had amassed substantial resources in his previous world. Otherwise, navigating development in this ancient realm would indeed be a formidable challenge. To speak candidly, even in the absence of the second Prince Lin Fan's obsession, his journey into this ancient realm would undoubtedly compel him to expand territories. After all, the profound attachment we, as descendants of Huaxia, have towards our land is irreplaceable. Lin Fan's ambitions are not excessive. He merely wishes for the entire world to converse in the Chinese language. Surely, such a desire cannot be deemed greedy. He yearns to witness the high-quality seeds and various fertilizers of modern society, for sustenance is of paramount importance. The tools embodying the wisdom of the ancients, as recorded in this tome, seem to offer immense assistance to the nation and its people. He plans to allocate time to distribute these tools among the artisans in the Mountain City. The methods for producing pristine white salt, the distillation process for brewing fine liquor, and the crafting of rare ancient glass. Aren't these simply remarkable? Gazing at the books he casually acquired from his previous world, Lin Fan found the knowledge contained within them so compelling that he disregarded many other distractions, his countenance glowing with delight as he retrieved them from his storage space. Indeed, knowledge is wealth. If the contents of the book Lin Fan possesses were to circulate in this ancient world, the knowledge would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among nations. With a glimmer of ambition in his eyes, he chuckled to himself. Once he stabilizes the Mountain City, his next objective will be to reclaim the territories once held by the Qian Kingdom and to conquer the Tian Kingdom, thereby designating the entirety of Jingzhou as part of Qian's domain. Although Jingzhou may not be as developed as regions like Yizhou or Qingzhou in the Central Plains, its land is by no means insignificant. With the emergence of these miraculous products, his military funding would be assured. However, seizing the Central Plains is not as straightforward as a game. Even though Lin Fan possesses formidable strength, he remains invincible in this world. Yet, it is impossible for one man to conquer the entire globe alone. He must be backed by a similarly powerful force. The Qian Kingdom stands as a support. With sufficient resources, Lin Fan could march with abandon, swiftly subduing the various states of the Central Plains and reinstating a unified dominion. Perhaps he might even secure a title of supreme authority for himself. Ah, the thrill of engaging in the construction and agricultural simulation is indeed addictive. Lost in delightful daydreams, Lin Fan envisioned himself commanding 1,000,000 valiant soldiers. Faced with the formidable nations of other regions, he would don a dragon robe, and without lifting a finger, simply declare, "Young man, the times have changed." In an instant, his 1,000,000 soldiers would brandish their rifles, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon the enemy. And just like that, his reverie dissipated. Lin Fan quickly wiped away the drool. Fortunately, the grand hall was devoid of eunuchs or maidens, lest his illustrious image be tarnished. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Once the Qian Kingdom finds its footing, he shall seek opportunities to absorb solar energy and strengthen his physique. True strength is the ultimate strategic weapon. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan felt an unfamiliar essence in the air, a substance absent in his previous world. This phenomenon was known as spiritual energy in certain realms. The world had descended into a state devoid of magic, where only deep mountains, ancient forests, and blessed lands harbored a trace of this energy. Some worlds had even experienced a complete depletion of spiritual energy, rendering the emergence of extraordinary beings or life itself impossible. The world Lin Fan had traversed before was indeed such a realm, a world devoid of spiritual energy in the bustling metropolis, with only the Medicine King's Valley in the secluded mountains possessing a faint trace of it. However, this world was markedly different. Lin Fan consistently sensed the presence of spiritual energy surrounding him, and its intensity seemed to grow stronger day by day. This energy appeared to possess enhancing capabilities, rivaling even that of solar energy. It seemed that the spiritual energy of this world was on the verge of revival, indicating a higher level of existence than his previous world. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. This world, prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, was merely an ordinary ancient realm. Even after the revival, he would stand atop the pyramid of power. Compared to his previous world, armed with guns and cannons, this one felt significantly safer. Lin Fan envisioned developing his influence while fulfilling his ambitions, all the while enhancing his own strength. In this world rich with spiritual energy, combined with the advanced technology he had brought from his last journey, Lin Fan estimated that he would require no more than 5 years to attain the full strength of a superhuman. Chapter 24. You say our mountain city is teeming with talent. I thought it was a jest. I still possess a plethora of cultivation techniques. I can certainly impart these to my soldiers and generals, positioning them at the forefront of the spiritual energy revival. Consequently, my forces would consist of a formidable army of cultivators, their combat prowess far surpassing that of mere mortals. This would greatly aid my mission of unifying the globe. A flicker of determination shone in Lin Fan's eyes as he had made up his mind. Following the siege, Lin Fan did not rush to reclaim the lost territories of the Qian Kingdom. After all, there were no officials left in the court. The current numbers were few, which was manageable. However, if they increased, it would lead to chaos. Liu Bei seemed to harbor a patriotic spirit, busily coordinating with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei in recent days. The entire mountain city had issued a call for talented individuals. Remarkably, Liu Bei managed to discover a considerable number of worthy talents, bringing in several young men clad in azure robes early this morning. Each one exuded an air of confidence, as if they harbored a wealth of knowledge within. "We have met the Emperor," they all exclaimed in unison. Indeed, within a mere 2 days, Lin Fan had ascended to the throne, becoming the sole emperor of the Qian Kingdom. Within Mountain City, there was not a whisper of dissent, for the royal bloodline now resided solely within Lin Fan. Who else could be chosen? Furthermore, with his divine powers, he had turned the tide in previous battles. Such a talent was exactly what the people of the Qian Kingdom needed in a leader. Without formalities, Xuanda, are these the wise individuals you discovered in the Mountain City? Sitting upon the elevated dragon throne, Lin Fan gazed curiously at the figures below him. Apart from Liu Bei and his 2 companions, 4 other youths donned in scholarly attire were present. Liu Bei stepped forward and clasped his hands in respect, stating, "Indeed, Your Majesty, after careful selection. These 4 are undoubtedly the most exceptional talents." Following this, Liu Bei began to introduce each individual in turn. "This is Zhuge Liang, a man of extraordinary intellect, adept at managing domestic affairs. This is Zhou Yu, well-versed in military texts and a rare strategic talent. This is Guijia, wise beyond measure, skilled in devising strategies. And this is Sima Yi, a learned military scholar, proficient in commanding troops." After introducing the 4, Liu Bei cast a questioning glance towards Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's expression appeared somewhat perplexing to them. As Lin Fan absorbed Liu Bei's introductions, he could not help but open his mouth in astonishment, instinctively reaching to clear his ears. "What did you say their names were?" Liu Bei paused, momentarily taken aback, before reiterating the names. Upon grasping the information, Lin Fan's face displayed an unusual expression. Could this be an alternate world? S3 Kingdoms? Yet, how could it be that 4 top strategists from disparate factions had converged in this modest mountain city? After much contemplation, Lin Fan found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he could only inwardly exclaim, "What a coincidence!" These 4 individuals, capable of standing alone in any setting, if united to assist in governing the Qian kingdom, would significantly alleviate the burdens upon his shoulders. Observing the individuals below, Lin Fan felt as though the makeshift stage he had created was nearing completion, a smile breaking across his face. However, when his gaze fell upon one particular youth, an uneasy feeling stirred within him. Would Sima betray him in the future? Lin Fan harbored doubts, considering that the characters in this world might bear some resemblance to those from the era of the Three Kingdoms. The Sima of that historical period was hardly a loyal servant, ultimately seizing the fruits of Cao Cao's labor, leading to the rise of his gene state amidst the strife of the Three Kingdoms. Yet, after some reflection, Lin Fan shook his head. He realized he was overthinking. He was far from being a frail figure like Cao Cao. Judging by his lifespan, he might well live for several centuries. By then, Sima might have become nothing more than a pile of bones. Ha ha ha, splendid. I can see at a glance that you are all exceptional talents. I have a fondness for talent. I shall make great use of you. Lin Fan donned a satisfied expression, nodded, and with a grand gesture, began to bestow titles and positions. After all, what he lacked among his subordinates was not positions of power. Zhuge Liang, I hereby appoint you as the Left Chancellor, responsible for managing the nation's finances, grain, and so forth. Zhou Yu, I hereby bestow upon you the honor of overseeing the rewards, while Zhuge Liang and Sima, you shall be responsible for the domestic affairs, thus alleviating a significant burden from Lin Fan's shoulders. Zhou Yu, alongside Liu Bei and the others, will coordinate the troops to adequately prepare for the impending conflicts. As for Guijia, Lin Fan has other plans. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. The crowd erupted in a chorus of appreciation. With the concerns of the rear now addressed, Lin Fan could contemplate reclaiming the territories originally belonging to the Qian kingdom. After all, the soldiers of the Tian kingdom had previously been captured, with 10,000 now confined within prison walls. Although Lin Fan did not intend to provide them with lavish provisions, sustaining such a large number of captives was not a sustainable strategy for the current mountain city. Consequently, Lin Fan resolved to utilize the dispatch against the Tian kingdom to diminish their numbers, fostering a cycle of warfare to support warfare. Lin Fan shared his thoughts with the assembly, and none voiced opposition. After all, compared to the former expanse of the Qian kingdom, the current dominion, limited to a mere mountain city, constituted less than 1/10 of its original territory. As the emperor of the Qian kingdom, Lin Fan naturally yearned to reclaim lost lands. Your Majesty, grant us, the three brothers, 10,000 soldiers, and we shall surely expel those rascals from the Tian kingdom. Before anyone else could respond, Zhang Fei bellowed with fervor, his flushed face betraying his eagerness for battle. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhou Yu exchanged glances, then clasped their hands in unison, pledging, Rest assured, Your Majesty, the four of us shall undoubtedly reclaim the lands of our Qian kingdom, inch by inch. In contrast to Zhang Fei's battle-hungry disposition, the others also stepped forward to volunteer, driven by their past impoverishment. Having long felt stifled by their circumstances, they now seized this rare opportunity to repay Lin Fan's kindness. They were eager to restore the territories of the Qian kingdom without delay. Excellent. You four shall lead 10,000 elite infantry, along with the 10,000 surrendered soldiers from the prisons, to reclaim the former lands of the Qian kingdom. Observing their confidence, Lin Fan, harboring the desire to recover the lost territories, nodded in agreement. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liu Bei responded with a beaming smile. The group then deliberated on which city to target first, and how to seize the territories from the militarily superior Tian kingdom. They tacitly refrained from suggesting that Lin Fan personally engage in battle, as he had done previously when the Qian kingdom faced imminent destruction. Now, with circumstances having improved, if Lin Fan did not voluntarily offer, none would dare to propose it. Chapter 25. Guijia's counsel Liu Bei and his companions sought to reclaim the territories of the Qian kingdom that had been annexed by the Tian kingdom, and Lin Fan had tacitly consented, yet he did not vocalize an intention to accompany them, though his existence bore the ominous potential of a missile poised to detonate. Exuding both deterrence and destructive power, Lin Fan found himself encumbered with pressing matters that precluded him from accompanying Liu Bei and his companions. After lengthy deliberation, Zhuge Liang and Sima he descended to assess the provisions within the city, while Liu Bei and his cohort set about gathering the troops and inventorying necessary supplies. Lin Fan, rubbing his temples, chose not to depart immediately, for a youth with a faint pallor graced the scene, none other than Guojia. Your Majesty, might I inquire as to why you have retained Guojia here? Guojia, perplexed by Lin Fan's decision to remain alone while others departed, clasped his hands respectfully. In response to Guojia's query, Lin Fan erupted into hearty laughter, descending from the dragon throne to inquire, "Pray tell, what is your perspective on merchants?" Merchants? Guojia furrowed his brow, recalling the ancient hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, wherein the latter ranked lowest. Despite his modest upbringing and occasional yearnings for a drink, Guojia's scholarly pride rendered him somewhat disdainful of the affluent traders, whom he viewed as mere opportunists, unworthy of note. Upon hearing Guojia's sentiments, Lin Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. His intention had been to enlist Guojia in the manufacture and sale of salt, fine liquor, and glassware. However, it appeared that Guojia bore a certain aversion to merchants, and Lin Fan pondered whether such a proposition might invoke a rebellious response. After some reflection, he resolved to proceed, for Jingzhou was impoverished, and without devising a means to procure wealth from the prosperous regions of Jizhou and Yangzhou, development would remain a distant dream, an egregious waste of the time Lin Fan intended to devote to cultivation. Cough, cough, Guojia, behold this. Lin Fan cleared his throat, then, with the flourish of a magician, produced a bottle from his sleeve. The pristine white bottle adorned with a crimson cap boasted an aesthetically pleasing design, showcasing the top-tier liquor Lin Fan had prepared. In this world, it was as rare as a scorpion's excrement, truly one of a kind. What exquisite craftsmanship, Guojia exclaimed, captivated by the bottle's snow-like purity, unable to restrain his admiration. Observing Guojia's burgeoning interest, Lin Fan laughed heartily, commanding a guard at the entrance to procure a table and several cups. He then seated himself and Guojia upon the ground. In the midst of Guojia's curiosity, Lin Fan unscrewed the cap, releasing an enticing aroma of fine liquor into the air. With a soft gulp, Guojia, a connoisseur of wine, could not resist swallowing hard. The allure of this bottle of white liquor was worth more than a fortune to him. As Lin Fan personally poured wine for him, Guojia immediately lifted his cup, a hint of bashfulness adorning his face. Your Majesty, this wine is truly exquisite. Just the aroma alone has me nearly intoxicated. While he uttered words of praise, his gaze remained fixated on the cup in his hand, entranced. Even before the liquor touched his lips, the rich fragrance had already tinted his cheeks with a subtle flush. Observing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. According to his recollections, the alcoholic beverages of this world were not particularly potent. The strongest drink was akin to modern beer, thus hardly capable of inebriating anyone. Those of ancient times who could consume 1,000 cups without drunkenness merely possessed larger bladders, allowing them to hold more. Having never encountered such a fragrant wine, Guojia's eyes glazed over, and before Lin Fan could utter a word, he eagerly took a small sip. Glug, glug. Lin Fan, smiling with delight, inquired, "Well, what do you think? Is my wine not splendid?" Burp. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Guojia immediately gave a thumbs up, his face radiating joy. "This is fine wine, Your Majesty. Could it possibly be a royal specialty?" The liquid in the bottle appeared as clear as river water, yet it was 10 times stronger than any wine Guojia had ever tasted. Upon swallowing, warmth enveloped his entire belly, and his throat still tingled with a fiery sensation. However, upon savoring it, his mouth was filled with a rich, mellow taste. Indeed, it was superb wine. Guojia, a connoisseur, recognized its quality. Such wine would be a luxury even in modern society, let alone in this ancient world. Guojia, succumbing to the allure of the drink, could not resist finishing every last drop in his cup. Lin Fan, witnessing this, was in no way stingy and promptly refilled Guojia's glass, secretly thinking, "Drink up. Once you are inebriated and babbling, I shall set the stage for you to accept this position with open arms. Drink as much as you desire." A good quality wine is sufficiently smooth, ensuring that even in excess, one will not suffer from splitting headache. Thus, Lin Fan held no fear of Guojia drinking himself into oblivion. As cup after cup disappeared, despite Guojia's love for wine, he felt uneasy without a daily indulgence. He soon found himself intoxicated, his body reeking of alcohol and his speech slightly slurred. Observing this state, Lin Fan promptly offered the remaining half of his drink. Guojia, do you wish to continue? Indeed, Guojia, now somewhat dazed, was oblivious to his own words. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan pressed on, assist me in selling goods. I possess a route that, though somewhat embarrassing, holds substantial profits. If you help me, I assure you shall not be neglected. In the future, you can indulge in as much of this wine as you desire. Dwelling in a pool of wine shall be no issue. Lin Fan spoke as a cunning wolf, enticing a naive lamb, his voice slow and persuasive. Guojia's body trembled in response. It seems I have fallen into a treacherous snare. The next day, Guojia lay curled up in bed, anguish etched upon his face. As he gazed at Lin Fan, who had just entered with an amused expression, stammering, Guojia was at a loss for words. Lin Fan smiled knowingly. He had clearly recalled the events of the previous day when he had coaxed the inebriated Guojia into a haze of compliance, even securing his signature. Now that Guojia had regained his senses, it was evident he could no longer evade responsibility. Your Majesty, assigning me to trivial matters of commerce is a grave misallocation of talent. Guojia lamented, tears threatening to spill. He could hardly believe that a scholar of his caliber was destined to become a merchant, a profession scorned by many. Lin Fan, with a tone of righteous indignation, retorted, alas, what is wrong with being a merchant? The treasures I possess, if wielded with skill, could save the nation decades in its ascendance. Is that not of utmost importance? Is that so? Guojia scoffed, his expression rife with skepticism. To him, merchants may enjoy lives envied by the common folk, yet before those wielding true power, they remain mere morsels to be devoured. Chapter 26. Enhancing Strength. Behold, observing Guojia's incredulous demeanor, Lin Fan resolved to present his groundbreaking artifacts to persuade him. Pretending to delve into his chest, Lin Fan produced several items and handed them to Guojia. What is this? Such pristine glass! Guojia exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the two items before him. In Lin Fan's hands lay a bag of salt and a glass cup intended for drinking. However, Guojia failed to recognize the significance of the bagged salt, his attention wholly captivated by the drinking vessel, his face alight with excitement. What a splendid creation, Your Majesty! A vessel carved from such a large piece of glass. It is worth its weight in gold. Guojia gingerly accepted the glass cup from Lin Fan, handling it with utmost care. Lin Fan, taken aback, had initially intended to introduce the salt with great fanfare. But it seemed Guojia's focus was entirely absorbed by the cup. Chuckling softly, Lin Fan remarked, that trinket is of little consequence. It is merely sand transformed through fire. I have mastered the secret formula, and I can produce as much as desired. Truly? Upon hearing this, Guojia's eyes gleamed with envy. If Lin Fan's claims held true, the lucrative glass trade would surely see the wealth of other nations and esteemed families flood into the kingdom of Qian like a torrential river. But that is merely a prelude. This item is the true treasure, Lin Fan said with a grin, patting the bag of salt in his hand. In ancient times, salt was of paramount importance, typically reserved for state distribution. Due to its arduous collection process, it held considerable value, compelling commoners to use it sparingly. Even those from wealthy households, including nobles and royals, often had to settle for the slightly bitter green salt. If Lin Fan's snow-white salt were to emerge into the world, it would undoubtedly capture the attention of the affluent, not merely for its superior taste, but also to engage in a subtle competition with their peers. They would insist on having only the purest snowflake salt gracing their tables. Guojia gingerly placed a cup of water on the table and, filled with curiosity, brought the salt towards him. Lin Fan instructed him to perform a tearing motion. With a firm grip, Guojia tore open the pouch, revealing the salt within, resembling fine grains of sand. Try it, Lin Fan encouraged, tilting his head slightly. Guojia, eager, poured a handful into his palm, seemingly intent on swallowing it whole. But Lin Fan quickly intervened. What are you doing? This is salt. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed by its salinity? This is salt, Guojia exclaimed, astonished, gazing at the pristine white substance in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. The finest salt available in the market was always grayish. How could it be so brilliantly white? Carefully, he poured some salt back into the pouch, dipped his finger into the salt, and tasted it. His face instantly lit up with excitement. The flavor was devoid of any bitterness. It was pure saltiness. It dissolved instantly in his mouth, truly astonishing. Seeing Guojia, who had been astounded multiple times in a single day, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Well, with this salt, along with the glass and yesterday's white wine, do you think our Qian kingdom could experience rapid development if you were to sell these 3 items? Absolutely, Guojia exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. At that moment, any disdain he had harbored towards merchants dissipated. For someone as astute as he realized the monumental impact these products would have once they hit the market across the Central Plains. If all the merchants in the world possessed such brilliance, the traditional classifications of society would surely need to be reassessed. Thus, Guojia, filled with exhilaration, descended to prepare several formulations with Lin Fan's guidance. Lin Fan had issued a command. Everything Guojia needed must be facilitated by the entire mountain city, and all activities will be conducted in secrecy. Though uncertain if this world's Guojia matched the cleverness of his 3 kingdoms counterpart, Lin Fan believed he would be equally astute, ensuring that the secret formulas would remain undisclosed. Having completed the foundational framework, Lin Fan felt he could finally assume a more relaxed managerial role. Yet, he remained mindful of a potential adversary, a white tiger transformed from a time traveler, suspected of possessing extraordinary abilities. Lin Fan was determined not to let his hard-earned Qian kingdom fall into the hands of that white tiger. Come forth. I demand the construction of a training hall, the Divine Fire Palace. This was Lin Fan's command to the 1,000 elite guards to reconstruct within a day. The facilities utilizing the materials previously dismantled from the gathering Yang'ai. This new location would also harness the power of sunlight. Once completed, Lin Fan promptly dismissed everyone, stripped down, and swiftly nestled into the hottest area of the hall. Feeling the continuous influx of solar energy re-emerging within him, Lin Fan could not help but shudder. At this moment, it was merely his superhuman physique automatically absorbing the solar energy. He recalled that the supreme body he acquired from the last mission's reward could grant him the most formidable cultivation physique. This bestowed an unimaginable enhancement to all forms of cultivation. After some contemplation, Lin Fan rummaged through his storage space and ultimately unearthed a tome of fire-based martial arts. The Burning Decision. It was not obtained from Shaoyan, but rather extracted from a power as reclusive as the Medicine King Valley. Once cultivated to the innate realm, it would bestow upon him an extraordinarily scorching true energy, a technique of formidable destructive capability. Since Lin Fan generally absorbed solar energy in a relaxed manner, he decided to practice the technique at this moment, thereby augmenting his strength. After all, if he were to encounter a world where kryptonite existed, wouldn't he, devoid of his superhuman powers, become an easy target? With a thud, Lin Fan seated himself on the ground. With his extraordinary intellect, he had memorized the Burning Decision after merely a few readings. Closing his eyes, Lin Fan began to absorb the fire spiritual energy surrounding him, as instructed by the text, to clear the meridians within his body and strengthen his physique, thus entering the early stage of the acquired realm. A rumbling ensued. Whether it was due to the influence of his supreme body, in that very instant of cultivation, all the fire spiritual energy in the vicinity surged towards him, almost violently purging the impurities within Lin Fan's body and fortifying his form. He dared not pause, relentlessly absorbing the fire spiritual energy. Strangely, Lin Fan felt that the rate at which his superhuman physique absorbed solar energy was also accelerating, and the fire spiritual energy within the Divine Fire Palace seemed abundantly rich. Coupled with Lin Fan's supreme body, his cultivation realm was soaring. Before long, he had already broken through to the early stage of the acquired realm. With a crisp crack resonating from within, Lin Fan noticed impurities surfacing on his skin. However, they did not linger long, evaporating under the surrounding intense heat. Lin Fan's brow relaxed. The process of absorbing spiritual energy was not painful, but rather exceptionally comfortable. Chapter 27. White Tiger Days passed by. Lin Fan had been diligently cultivating within the Divine Fire Palace, and the steadily rising spiritual energy accelerated his cultivation speed. His superhuman physique continued to absorb solar energy, and Lin Fan felt that he would soon meet the requirements for flight. At that moment, it would be his time to shine before others. During this period, Lin Fan had contemplated teaching the martial arts he possessed to the army to enhance their strength. However, observing the rapid changes within himself, he swiftly dismissed this notion. In the realm of transcendent martial arts, every warrior possesses an insatiable appetite, necessitating the consumption of copious amounts of meat. Given the current state of the Qian kingdom, it simply cannot sustain such a staggering demand. Thus, Lin Fan resolved to await favorable news from Liu Bei or Guojia before attempting the inaugural training of the extraordinary army. The Qian kingdom is gradually evolving, and Lin Fan's prowess is advancing at a remarkable rate. Meanwhile, in the remote land of Yangzhou, a nation stands alone by the river, known as the Yin Kingdom. Unlike other states, the ruler of Yin is a woman, who at the tender age of 20 wields substantial military and political authority, renowned as a land of abundance. Under her leadership, Yin is rigorously preparing for potential conflicts, inciting wariness among neighboring powers. Yet, this empress, despite her formidable status, is troubled and agitated. Within the palace, Yin Ryu dons an elegant dragon robe, her exquisite legs partially concealed, a tear mole adorning the corner of her eye, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Yet, she exudes an undeniable regal air that commands respect and discourages direct gazes. Rumors abound that to spend a night with the Empress would be a fate worth dying for. However, at this moment, the Empress finds herself vexed, pressing her burdensome thoughts onto the table. Her scarlet lips are pursed in irritation as she peruses the memorials before her. Seething with anger, a bunch of inept suitors dares to pressure her into marriage, cloaking their intentions under the guise of ensuring the prosperity of the Yin Kingdom. In truth, they merely seek to plant their lineage within her, coveting her throne. Such rogues infuriate her. In a fit of rage, she scatters the incessant memorials across the floor, taking a deep breath before shifting her attention to another document. A report from outside the imperial city reveals a sighting of a white tiger, possibly an auspicious omen. Glancing at the small notebook in her hand, Yin Ryu instinctively disregards the lengthy flattery that follows, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. For reasons unknown, she feels a peculiar connection to this white tiger. In a vast mountain beyond the imperial city, a wilderness teems with ferocious beasts. Yet, within this very domain lurks a formidable creature. A thunderous roar reverberates through the forest, as if amplified by a speaker, echoing even to the distant imperial city. Suddenly, a colossal white tiger emerges, akin to a small mountain, standing 4 meters tall and stretching 6 to 7 meters in length. Its claws are as sharp as daggers. Its massive jaws could sever a common man's waist in an instant, while its long, thick tail whips through the air like a steel whip, producing a resounding whoosh. Even more intriguing are the tiger's eyes. The eyes of this white tiger exude a remarkable vitality. Observing its gait, one could easily mistake its demeanor for that of a human, leading some to believe that this tiger is on the cusp of attaining enlightenment. In truth, it is not far from such a notion, for within the majestic exterior of this white tiger lies the essence of a human soul. Wang Yi stifled a yawn, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the incessantly fluttering flies nearby. With a flicker of thought, he conjured a minor spell. In an instant, the surrounding insects seemed to sense an overwhelming threat and vanished without a trace. How amusing, these little pests! Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The king of the mountains, this magnificent white tiger, spoke. Its words were articulated with precision, unmistakably reflecting the essence of a Han Chinese. After dispersing the bothersome mosquitoes, Wang Yi contentedly reclined on the ground. With a mere thought, a virtual panel materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Host, Wang Yi, species, albino Siberian tiger, strength, mid-stage innate, 200 faith points, 149 divine arts, beast goddess decision, dread technique, healing technique. Minor rain summoning technique. Gazing at his personal panel, Wang Yi sighed. 200 faith points. An ordinary person can only provide a single faith point each day. It seems that relying solely on the few villages he previously saved will take quite some time to accumulate sufficient faith points. Wang Yi, an ordinary individual from China, had inadvertently fallen into a tiger sanctuary during an outing one day, only to be devoured by several tigers. Strangely, when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, transformed into an adult white tiger. Accompanying this metamorphosis was a peculiar entity claiming to be the Faith Ascension System. By inspiring feelings of admiration, gratitude, and affection in others, he could garner faith points from them. A typical human could yield 1 faith point daily, and Wang Yi had accrued some faith points by rescuing a few villages from bandits. This had elevated his physical prowess to its current mid-stage innate level, allowing him to purchase minor spells from the Divine Arts Marketplace. Currently situated near Jingzhou, Wang Yi had heard whispers of a nation in Yangzhou governed by a female emperor. With an unspoken intent, he journeyed towards Yangzhou, traversing mountains and rivers, eventually arriving at the imperial city of the Yan Kingdom. He was eager to behold whether the legendary female emperor lived up to her reputation. After a brief period of cultivation, Wang Yi sensed the spiritual energy in the air gradually intensifying, stirring a sense of urgency within him. At this rate of enhancement, it wouldn't be long before creatures akin to himself began to emerge. It seemed imperative that he hasten the acquisition of faith power to swiftly elevate his strength. With a resolute heart, Wang Yi employed an invisibility technique and sprinted fervently towards the imperial city. Little did he know that the indiscriminate slaughter he had committed in Jingzhou would eventually summon immense repercussions. In the kingdom of Qian, Lin Fan refrained from his usual practice that day, as it marked the return of Liu Bei and his army. For the past month, Lin Fan had immersed himself in profound cultivation within the palace, completely oblivious to the affairs outside. This dedication, of course, yielded significant advancements. Host, Lin Fan. Strength, superhuman abilities unlocked 51 flight. Early innate martial artist. Physique, supreme divine body, akin to superhuman attributes. Items, infinite storage space. Worlds experienced, a divine physician on a quest to find his fiancée. Chapter 28. Huang Qingyan. After a month of secluded cultivation, Lin Fan's strength had seen remarkable progress. Firstly, his superhuman physique had received further enhancement, not only amplifying his overall physical capabilities, but also granting him the ability to fly. Lin Fan could now control his flight freely, and with slight acclimatization, his speed could rival that of a fighter jet, with the potential for even greater swiftness in the future. In terms of cultivation, Lin Fan possessed the Divine Fire Palace, akin to a paradise for cultivation, coupled with the extraordinary supreme divine body. Through the practice of the burning decision, he had directly ascended to the early innate stage, acquiring searing true energy. Although his cultivation was merely at the early innate level, Lin Fan's current prowess had far surpassed the peak of the innate stage. He estimated that he had reached a master level in this realm, a feat never accomplished by anyone before, and had even exceeded those heights. In the distance, the sound of horns echoed down the great road, accompanied by the exhilarating beat of war drums. A throng of dark-armored soldiers, brandishing long spears, advanced slowly like a fearsome black dragon. Among them were numerous black flags fluttering in the wind, each emblazoned with a grand character. Qian, ha, brother! We have reclaimed all the territory that the Tian Kingdom had seized from us. The Emperor shall surely reward us, exclaimed a burly man with a dark face. Wielding a serpent spear, his expression brimming with excitement as he spoke to a long-armed companion. It was none other than Zhang Fei. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Guan Yu couldn't help but smile, gripping his green dragon crescent blade with one hand while stroking his long beard with the other. Liu Bei reflected on the events of the past month, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, our campaign has been remarkably smooth. Who would have thought that under the strategist's command, the enemy forces of the Tian Kingdom would be so easily vanquished? They have lost the cities of Qishui and Qiyu, and in the field, they fell into a trap, suffering the disgrace of retreating with tens of thousands of troops. Our army, relying on merely 20,000 troops, achieved such a remarkable victory, thanks in no small part to the sagacity of our military strategist and the formidable prowess of the two valiant brothers. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu smiled, feeling a surge of excitement within. In this inaugural battle, he found himself embodying the role of a master tactician, orchestrating maneuvers from afar, akin to the legendary strategist depicted in ancient texts, deftly outmaneuvering the enemy. Moreover, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu proved themselves as indomitable warriors, easily claiming the enemy commander's heads as if plucking apples from a tree. It was precisely due to their exceptional abilities that Liu Bei and his companions could reclaim the territory of the Qian Kingdom with a mere 20,000 soldiers, of which 10,000 were defectors. The population of the Qian Kingdom has now swelled to over 2 million, and the ranks of soldiers have been replenished, reaching over 100,000. In an instant, The tides of fortune have turned. The Qian kingdom has emerged as a formidable power, while the Tian kingdom, having suffered substantial losses, now requires time to recuperate. However, the astute Liu Bei refrained from bringing all his soldiers, choosing instead to return only with his original subordinates. Given the peculiar circumstances, Liu Bei dared not entertain even the slightest notion that might sow seeds of doubt in Lin Fan's mind. Firstly, his profound affection for his own nation kept him grounded. Secondly, Lin Fan's overwhelming strength instilled in Liu Bei a perpetual caution against harboring any extraneous thoughts. Ha ha ha! Our great general has returned. Look at their faces, beaming with joy. On the distant hillside, officials of the Qian kingdom, along with 1,000 elite guards and numerous commoners, awaited at the city gates. Lin Fan stood at the forefront, clad in resplendent golden robes, a crown adorning his head, exuding the aura of an authentic emperor. With his exceptional vision and hearing, Lin Fan discerned the arrival of Liu Bei and his entourage even before the crowd could see them. Zhuge Liang, in his flowing robes, exhibited a youthful face now tinged with maturity. After a month of challenges, he was tasked not only with managing affairs within the mountain city, but also with continuously dispatching officials to reclaim the territories conquered by Liu Bei. Fortunately, with Sima Yi's assistance, Zhuge Liang was spared from the burden of exhaustion. Noticing Lin Fan in good spirits, Sima immediately remarked with a smile, "Your Majesty, may your blessings be boundless. General Liu's triumphant return is indeed a testament to your divine authority on that fateful day." Ahem. Upon hearing Sima Yi's flattery, Lin Fan could not help but cough, taken aback by the shrewdness of this world's Sima Yi, who seemed even more astute than his historical counterpart. As they stood in silence, awaiting the advance of the army, Lin Fan suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhuge Liang, inquiring, "Might I ask if you are married?" Zhuge Liang, somewhat surprised, answered calmly, "I am already wed." Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. His interest was not in Zhuge Liang's wife, but rather in discovering whether Zhuge Liang's father-in-law was Huang Qingyan. "Then, might I inquire if you are familiar with Huang Qingyan?" Lin Fan exhibited an extraordinary curiosity towards the individual named Huang Qingyan, which left Sima Yi and Zhuge Liang beside him somewhat perplexed. Unlike Sima Yi's confusion, Zhuge Liang was taken aback. "How does your Majesty know my father-in-law's name? He truly is your father-in-law." Lin Fan was instantly elated, for Huang Qingyan was indeed a remarkable talent, with a lifelong passion for studying mechanisms, aligning himself with the teachings of Mozi. During the Three Kingdoms period, Huang Qingyan's daughter, Huang Yueying, assisted her husband Zhuge Liang in the creation of the wooden ox and flowing horse, as well as the Zhuge crossbow. He was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable individual regarding such machinery in his era. Lin Fan possessed blueprints for upgrades, such as the curved plow and water wheel, all of which required an expert craftsman for construction, and Huang Qingyan was perfectly suited for the task. He promptly patted Zhuge Liang on the shoulder, smiling as he proclaimed, "Well done. Tomorrow, let your father-in-law assume office. I shall appoint him as the Minister of Works." Zhuge Liang was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded thoughtfully. He understood that His Majesty's mind was often filled with ingenious ideas, akin to the recent commercial ventures overseen by Guojia in Qianghua, which featured exquisite glassware, salt as fine as snowflakes, and a liquor that, while seemingly as light as water, burned like fire upon consumption. Each of these marvels left the citizens of Qianghua astounded, and according to Guojia, they were all the work of Lin Fan alone. It seemed that Lin Fan had even more fascinating innovations in store. Throughout the realm of Qianghua, it was rumored that their sovereign Lin Fan had inherited the legacy of immortals, leading to a widespread belief that he had transcended into immortality himself. Consequently, the populace had grown accustomed to his eccentricities. Zhuge Liang nodded in gratitude on behalf of his father-in-law, while harboring a hint of curiosity regarding the talents that could have captured Lin Fan's attention so profoundly. Chapter 29. The Return to Court. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we have returned. From a distance, Lin Fan heard the unmistakable bellow of Zhang Fei. Among these historical figures who served him, Lin Fan held a particular fondness, and thus he promptly went to greet his ministers. "Your Majesty, we have fulfilled our mission and successfully reclaimed the lands of Qianghua, achieving a resounding victory over the forces of Tian." Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, Liu Bei and his companions, filled with respect, hastily dismounted and hurried over, bowing deeply to him. Liu Bei then glanced at his three companions and exclaimed, "Haha, splendid. You have reclaimed our former territories. You are all heroes, and I shall reward you generously." In front of the civil and military officials, Lin Fan assisted Liu Bei to his feet, while the three men stood tall, exuding a sense of pride. Observing the grand army behind Liu Bei, Lin Fan suddenly felt a surge of desire to lead the troops into the battlefield. This compelled him to feel that it was time to commence the training of a martial army. After all, given the current strength of the Qian kingdom, while it could not sustain all its soldiers, Lin Fan was determined to elevate his entire 1,000 elite troops to become postnatal warriors. It is worth noting that each warrior possesses a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. In the previous world, where spiritual energy was scarce, individuals of average aptitude required rigorous training over 3 periods of scorching heat. However, this world was markedly different. The spiritual energy here was gradually revitalizing. With similar aptitudes, cultivating martial skills in this realm yielded exponentially greater results. "Come, follow me into the palace. I have splendid treasures to share with you." Lin Fan beckoned a few individuals as they made their way into the mountain city. Among them were Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi. Upon witnessing this, Liu Bei promptly called out, with some of his commanders leading the soldiers into the city at a steady pace. With a creak, the city gates slowly opened. As Lin Fan and his party advanced, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhou Yu, and Zhang Fei realized that they had not returned to the mountain city for a month. Yet the situation here was remarkably different from before. "Your Majesty, what are these?" Zhang Fei inquired upon observing the peculiar wooden machinery that some residents were shouldering or carrying. "That is the curved plow, a new agricultural tool developed by Your Majesty, which significantly alleviates the burdens of our farmers in the Qian Kingdom. It allows for more efficient land cultivation." Sima Yi interjected with a smile before Lin Fan could respond. Any official in the Qian Kingdom with a modicum of education was aware that Lin Fan had recently devised extraordinary innovations. These inventions not only promised to enhance the living standards of the populace, but also enabled the kingdom to amass wealth from other nations. They were indeed beneficial for both the country and its people. Previously, Guojia had held some disdain for engaging in commerce, but now he was utterly captivated, tirelessly constructing workshops, recruiting craftsmen, and promoting products. The Qian Kingdom's commercial enterprises in neighboring regions, such as Yizhou and Yuzhou, had already begun to gain a modicum of renown. This swift ascent to fame was largely due to Guojia's pioneering efforts in manufacturing and selling brewed spirits. The sales of this liquor far surpassed those of other beverages on the market, whether due to its seemingly translucent appearance or the fiery sensation it evoked, earning accolades from wine enthusiasts in nearby nations. Regrettably, its price was rather steep, dictated by production costs and the rarity that comes with monopoly. Lin Fan paid no heed to this, entrusting the management of the commercial endeavors entirely to Guojia. The group hastened toward the palace, and Liu Bei and the others were increasingly astonished, realizing they had been away for but a brief month. In the entire mountain city, it felt as though the heavens had turned upside down as every face radiated with joy. Each individual donned new garments, as if in preparation for the new year. Upon encountering Lin Fan and his companions, the crowd's expressions were filled with excitement, with some even kneeling in reverence. Their eyes reflected deep respect for Lin Fan. Upon reaching the imperial palace, Lin Fan led them directly to the grand hall, observing the respectful assembly before him. He spoke slowly, addressing the gathered officials. "Do you know why I have suddenly acquired boundless divine strength and an indomitable physique, even possessing the ability to emit divine light from my eyes?" The few individuals exchanged glances, responding, "We do not know." However, a sense of curiosity lingered in their hearts. Why had the previously ordinary second prince undergone such a profound transformation? Rumors circulated that he had inherited celestial teachings and was employing divine arts. Many remained skeptical. Lin Fan, observing their expressions, waved his hand, and several tomes materialized before him. These included the Qinglong Gong, which cultivates the essence of slaughter, the Yanli Gong, which emboldens in battle, and the Qingling Gong, which sharpens the mind and enhances rapid thinking. All these were superior techniques from a previous world, capable of elevating practitioners to the level of a master. Lin Fan generously bestowed these teachings upon them. The officials, holding the manuals in their hands, appeared somewhat perplexed. Zhang Fei, with his characteristic brashness, was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, what is this book?" "I, old Zhang, am not fond of reading." With a hearty laugh, Lin Fan replied, "This is no ordinary book. It is a manual of cultivation." He then elaborated on the manifold benefits of these techniques, as well as the transformation of spiritual energy in the world. His eloquent discourse flushed the faces of the civil and military officials, leaving them momentarily speechless. Even a normally composed Zhuge Liang trembled slightly, gripping his notebook tightly. Lin Fan had declared that once one mastered these techniques and attained the level of a master, they could soar through the skies and traverse the earth with ease, their vital energy suffusing their being, capable of standing against 1,000,000 troops. He himself had recently repelled an army of 80,000 from the state of Tian with nothing but his own strength, showcasing the might of these teachings. These officials had previously witnessed Lin Fan's formidable prowess, akin to that of a celestial being. Now, with the promise that through diligent practice, they too could ascend to such divine heights, their excitement was palpable. One by one, they expressed their gratitude toward Lin Fan. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary, for they were destined to serve him in the future. Their enhanced strength would ultimately be beneficial for him as well. In order to swiftly cultivate a formidable army, Lin Fan commenced discussions with others regarding the establishment of a martial cultivator force. Although he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation and lacked a comprehensive understanding of the power wielded by cultivators, a mere comparison to Lin Fan's own prowess revealed the terrifying potential of a cultivator army. Thus, there was no dissent among the gathered individuals. Observing their unwavering support, Lin Fan resolved that the training of the first cultivator army would officially commence the following day. Despite knowing that his current strength could potentially create a rift as vast as the Asian tectonic divide, Lin Fan was aware that such overt displays of power were unsuitable in Huaxia. Moreover, he did not wish to hasten the fulfillment of his ambitions. He desired to develop for several more years. Chapter 30. The Cultivator Army. The next day, at a clandestine military base beyond the mountain city, Lin Fan personally led his 1,000 elite guards to this location. These guards represented the most elite and loyal soldiers of the Qian kingdom. Lin Fan held firm belief that they would not betray his training and efforts and would surely distinguish themselves on the battlefield in the future. Training these martial soldiers required not only martial techniques, but also a substantial amount of resources. While the physical constitution of these warriors could rapidly enhance through the absorption of spiritual energy, it was not solely reliant on this energy. A considerable quantity of food energy was essential as well. To this end, Lin Fan contemplated utilizing the substantial wealth painstakingly amassed by Guijia to purchase a large quantity of beef and mutton from the merchants of Yuzhou. However, the merchants indicated that they would accept the exquisite wines of the Qian kingdom in exchange. Lin Fan found no objection to this arrangement. As the goods within the Qian Commercial Guild were notably expensive to other nations, a small flask of wine could procure a significant amount of meat. With the resources prepared, Lin Fan then instructed the craftsmen, who had studied modern steelmaking techniques, to forge 1,000 sets of thick armor that would completely envelop the soldiers. Even their faces would be concealed by masks. Once these soldiers achieved mastery in their cultivation and their physical prowess was greatly enhanced, donning such armor would render them akin to relentless machines of slaughter. In the depths of the forest, Lin Fan gazed at the 1,000 vigorous men before him, unable to suppress a nod of approval. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu stood beside him like two formidable sentinels. After cultivating their specialized techniques, their innate talents appeared exceptional, as they had successfully broken through to the early stage of postnatal cultivation within mere days. Their combat effectiveness had doubled in this short span. "Guan Yu, Zhang Fei," Lin Fan called out. Present, they responded with heads held high. Upon engaging with the martial techniques, these individuals harbored no ill thoughts towards Lin Fan. Instead, they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and loyalty. Seeking to simplify matters, Lin Fan decided to entrust Zhang Fei and Guan Yu with the training of the 1,000 elite guards. One must swiftly absorb energy. As for the White Tiger, Lin Fan, at his behest, can hear the sounds of half the globe. and he has long been aware of the white tiger cat's presence in the Yin kingdom. However, he is currently preoccupied. This is the dragon elephant progeny art, which consists of 13 levels. This technique does not impose significant requirements on innate talent. The first 4 levels can be attained within a few years with dedicated effort. Upon breaking through to the 4th level of the dragon elephant progeny art, one can achieve the strength of the mid-stage of the acquired realm. It is said that those who cultivate to the 13th level can reach the legendary master realm. However, according to calculations, even the most gifted individuals would require over a century to cultivate to that level. Lin Fan handed a manual to the two, a treasure he acquired from another world, remarkably similar to a martial arts tome from his previous life, though it lacks the flamboyance and diverse characteristics of other techniques. The dragon elephant progeny art excels in its swiftness. It can significantly enhance one's strength in a short period, though the rate of improvement diminishes with progression. Lin Fan is curious whether the advancement of the dragon elephant progeny art can be accelerated in this world imbued with spiritual energy. If so, he believes he can soon command an immensely powerful army. Coupled with formidable armor, he is confident that this army will one day display its razor-sharp prowess to the world. Yes, your majesty. The two eagerly accepted the technique, though they had no intention of practicing it, as they were already engaged in cultivating the method Lin Fan had specifically selected for them. They understood that one should not be overly ambitious. Their excitement stemmed from the prospect of nurturing an invincible army from their own hands. As military generals, they too aspired to lead an undefeated force that would instill fear in all who heard its name. Seeing their spirited demeanor, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief. After all, isn't it the desire of a leader for their subordinates to prioritize the company's interests above all else? Since these two were so diligent, he could focus on enhancing his own strength. For some reason, Lin Fan always felt an inexplicable attraction to the white tiger he had yet to meet. Or perhaps it was his system that was drawn to it. At that moment, hidden in the imperial palace's garden of the Yin kingdom, Wang Yi sneezed and instinctively rubbed his nose. Damn it, who is insulting me? However, this thought quickly faded as he cast a somewhat lecherous glance toward a distant light. His extraordinary vision allowed him to glimpse a graceful figure beyond the portal, causing the robust Wang Yi to involuntarily salivate. It is said that the Empress of the Yin Kingdom is breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Yi was eager to see if the rumors held true, with impatience bubbling within him. Wang Yi let out a growl, his large figure gradually disappearing, leaving only the traces of his passage. His target was none other than the Empress's residence, the Qian Kingdom Merchants Association. Lin Fan understood that the myriad formulas he extracted from the infinite storage space had the potential to incite a wave in this ancient world. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that it was not merely a wave. It was akin to a tsunami. A once obscure nation, nearly extinguished by its neighboring country, had gained renown through a merchant association. The name Qianguo Merchant Association had, in the span of a mere month, driven the merchants and nobility of the Yu and Yong provinces into a frenzy. Even distant lands and faraway nations had caught wind of it. The frenzy was entirely fueled by the exquisite and unimaginable products from the Qianguo Merchant Association. The salt was as pristine and delicate as falling snowflakes. It shattered the once-cherished green salt of the aristocrats like a speeding train. The liquor, as clear as mountain spring water, was surprisingly rich and intoxicating, leaving scholars, generals, and even the emperor yearning for it, willing to tighten their belts just to indulge in a cup daily. Moreover, the perfumes that countless royal consorts and noble women clamored for, the exquisite glassware that the elite could hardly resist, and the telescopes that offered views for miles, all were marvels unseen by the inhabitants of both great and small nations, igniting a deep-seated desire within them to possess and savor these items. However, a single word thwarted all aspirations: poverty. The true upper echelons fared somewhat better. Though they winced at the prices, they gritted their teeth and could still afford a modest indulgence each day. In stark contrast, the ordinary landlords were in a lamentable plight. What was once an attainable luxury had become an unattainable dream. In a household lacking the coveted liquor, the pristine snowflake salt, or where the women did not adorn themselves with perfume, alas, they would find themselves ostracized from the circles of the elite, deemed unworthy. Chapter 31. Are you trying to rob us? The rampant comparisons among the landlords left many cursing under their breath. While they recognized the superior quality of the Guam Merchant Association's offerings, they could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this just too exorbitant?" A bottle of the exquisite liquor cost 500 taels. Though the vessel was crafted from valuable glass, the amount of liquor contained within was minimal. They hesitated to partake, let alone flaunt it before others. In truth, Lin Fan did not concern himself much with the affairs of the Merchant Association. His role was merely to provide the formulas, while the business dealings were entrusted to Guijia. Guijia, a fellow aficionado of fine spirits, acknowledged that while other products were also exorbitantly priced, none matched the steep cost of the exquisite liquor. He believed that the beverages crafted from Lin Fan's formulas were nothing short of a divine blessing bestowed upon the world. If the price is set too low, would that not be a disdain for such exquisite wine? Therefore, the price is raised. Surprisingly, the aristocracy truly falls for this strategy, akin to the later practice of hunger marketing. That rascal Guijia occasionally orchestrates shortages, further irritating those emperors and noble families to no end. At this moment, Lin Fan is diligently cultivating in the Divine Fire Palace, unaware that the affairs of the Qian Kingdom as Merchant Association have entangled him in a minor predicament. At this time, Izhou is entirely under the dominion of the Ba Kingdom, boasting a population and military prowess surpassing that of both the Qian and Tian kingdoms. Izhou is adjacent to Jingzhou, yet the mountainous terrain renders travel arduous. Although Izhou possesses vast plains, capable of producing ample grain, is encircled by towering mountains, which serve as a natural fortress for the Ba Kingdom, effectively hindering enemy incursions. However, this geography also complicates commerce, isolating Ba from the outside world. Consequently, all external goods within Ba are priced slightly higher, particularly commodities from the Qian Merchant Association. Those merchants who have invested considerable sums to procure goods from the Qian Merchant Association are primarily motivated by the prospect of substantial profits. Observing their tardiness, they note that numerous merchants from other great nations have already sold various treasures to the influential. Even if they arrive, it would be challenging to sell their wares in such a short span. Thus, aside from the remote Yinzhou and the northern Liang of Liangzhou, the best option for these merchants remains the Ba Kingdom nestled in the mountains. Yet, despite being left with the remnants, these merchants are reluctant to settle for mere pittance. After all, the treacherous mountain paths of Ba are fraught with venomous creatures and fierce beasts, causing significant losses to all traders. Prices soar exorbitantly, leaving even Lu Lai, the ruler of Ba, incredulous upon learning the final costs. What? A bottle of exquisite wine for 1,000 taels? Within the opulent palace, amidst the sweltering summer heat, Lu Lai finds himself irritable, even surrounded by blocks of ice. Upon hearing reports from his ministers, his anger flares, and he nearly points a finger at one of them in fury, spitting words of indignation. A bottle of wine for 1,000 taels? Do these merchants take me for a fool, or have they lost their minds? Execute them. Have them all executed. Lu Lai, consumed by rage, gestures grandly, intending to command the royal guards to drag every merchant in the capital out for execution, demonstrating that he is no gullible fool. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, think twice. As Lu Lai's orders are issued, he feels a moment of clarity, as if the fire in his chest has somewhat abated. Yet the ministers below, visibly alarmed, hastily bow and plead for reason. Your Majesty, should you execute those merchants, who among the traders from afar would dare to venture into our Ba Kingdom henceforth? If we sever ties with the outside world for an extended period, shall we not descend into a realm of ignorance and folly? I implore the great king to reconsider your decree. I beseech you to withdraw your command. A chorus of ministers fervently echoed these sentiments. Observing the assembly of ministers uniting in opposition, Lu Lai's ire surged, and he struck the dragon throne in frustration. With indignation, he retorted, "Pray tell, how do you justify the exorbitant prices set by these wretched merchants for goods from the Qian Kingdom? Even I, the sovereign, am pained by such costs. I have heard that a single flask of exquisite nectar in Qian Kingdom is but 100 taels of silver. Yet here in our Ba Kingdom, it demands a staggering 1,000 taels, a tenfold increase." The ministers fell momentarily silent, their minds grappling with discontent towards the merchants. Despite the rugged terrain of our Ba Kingdom, we are but a stone's throw from Qian Kingdom, closer than all but the Tian Kingdom. Yet, our prices exceed those of other nations by more than double. a fact they were all too aware of. Even the Zhang kingdom of Qingzhou and the Yuan kingdom of Jizhou only sell it for 500 taels. I have devised a plan. Though my heart yearns to see those merchants punished 1,000 times over, I cannot forsake the delightful taste of that exquisite nectar. After deep contemplation, I have indeed stumbled upon a solution. Witnessing Lu Lai's newfound resolve, the ministers leaned in with eager anticipation. With a glint of avarice in his eyes, Lu Lai proclaimed, "The Qian kingdom is in a state of decline. I have heard that recently all high-ranking officials, including the Emperor of Qian, fell victim to the claws of a white tiger. Furthermore, they nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the Tian kingdom, though the details of their eventual victory remain shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, it is evident that both nations have suffered from their conflict. If we seize this opportunity to conquer the Qian kingdom, we shall not only acquire the majority of Jingzhou's territory, but also possess a veritable hen that lays golden eggs. In due time, our Ba kingdom may harbor aspirations of unifying the Central Plains." Lu Lai's enthusiasm swelled with each passing thought. Currently, within the Central Plains, 9 nations lay claim to dominion over vast lands. The northern Liang of Liangzhou, the Yin kingdom of Yuzhou, our own Ba kingdom of Yizhou, the Zhang kingdom of Qingzhou, the Yuan kingdom of Jizhou, the Yin kingdom of Yangzhou, the Chun kingdom of Shuzhou, the El kingdom of Bingzhou, and the formidable Wei kingdom, which commands the wealthiest regions of Yongzhou, Yuzhou, Yinzhou, and Silu. Among these, the Wei kingdom boasts the greatest strength. Yet even they cannot thwart the alliance of any two nations, as the might of the other states remains relatively balanced. Jingzhou's situation is distinct. It has splintered into the Qian and Tian kingdoms, and due to their incessant strife, it has become the object of desire for neighboring realms. Such was the case previously. Now, the sudden emergence of the Qian kingdom's merchant guild has further intensified the ambitions of those around us, with Lu Lai's greed reaching new heights. Unable to resist the temptation to directly reap the fruits bestowed by the kingdom of Qian, the ministers' hearts raced at Lu Lai's words, leading them to contemplate the possibility of such an endeavor. After all, the kingdom of Qian was indeed a lucrative prize, and its ability to withstand the fierce military might of the kingdom of Ba appeared rather slim. Should they manage to consume the kingdom of Qian, the kingdom of Ba could then turn its ambitions towards the kingdom of Tian, thereby elevating itself to the stature of a formidable power akin to that of the kingdom of Wei. Chapter 32. The Invasion of Ba Your Majesty. While the annexation of the kingdom of Qian would greatly benefit our nation, it is worth noting that they previously repelled the forces of the kingdom of Tian. "Should we not conduct a preliminary investigation?" inquired an elderly minister with graying hair. Lu Lai, however, waved his hand in irritation. What is there to investigate about two insignificant states? The combat prowess of the kingdom of Tian is hardly formidable. It is possible that they have experienced a military coup. When our valiant warriors arrive, will the kingdom of Qian dare to resist? With a confident smile, Lu Lai appeared as though the kingdom of Qian had already submitted to his will. He then commanded the appointment of General Xing Daorong as the commander and General Pan Feng as the deputy, leading an army of 200,000 from the kingdom of Ba toward the capital of the kingdom of Qian, Shancheng. "Rest assured, your majesty, with my strategic prowess, the people of Qian shall find themselves overwhelmed," exclaimed a stout general clad in scaled armor, his small mustache twitching as his eyes darted excitedly. "I accept the command," declared Xing Daorong. In unison, a burly man with disheveled hair, exuding an air of quiet menace, stepped forward. Truth be told, even without the attire, Pan Feng's presence far outshone that of Xing Daorong, though it was unclear why he accepted the role of deputy. Seeing their confidence, Lu Lai laughed heartily. "With these two generals at my side, how can I fear the unification of the realm?" The other ministers, inspired by his unwavering assurance, could not shake the thought that victory might indeed be within their grasp. The path to Yizhou was fraught with challenges. Even though Lu Lai commanded an army of 200,000, comprised predominantly of hunters and farmers from the wilderness, their march could not be swift. By the time they reached the borders of the kingdom of Qian, 3 full days had elapsed. The southern regions were scarce in cavalry, and the kingdom of Qian possessed a modest number of war horses, just enough to assemble its own guard, totaling precisely 1,000 steeds. In Yizhou, aside from a few scattered horses reserved for officers, The rest of the forces were predominantly infantry, thus impeding their pace. Meanwhile, a small town near the border of the Kingdom of Qian housed a mere few thousand inhabitants, with only over 1,000 soldiers to defend it. To the formidable army of the Ba State, this city was as fragile as paper. Pan Feng, valiant and invincible, was the first to scale the city walls, carving a bloody path through the throng. Behind him, Xing Darong let out a hearty laugh, wielding his mountain-splitting axe to shatter the city gates. This small fortress fell within a day, succumbing to the clutches of the Ba State. However, it achieved one significant feat, dispatching soldiers to the next city and alerting the mountain stronghold. The Ba State's army approached with fierce intent, although it was an urgent message. By the time Lin Fan became aware of the situation, a day and a half had already elapsed. The cavalry on the road had changed horses twice, leaving him utterly exhausted. Lin Fan hastily had someone assist him down, ensuring he was well cared for. Holding the letter in his hands, he felt a surge of anger. How audacious of the Ba State to disrupt my business affairs. The ministers began to peruse the letter, and upon learning that the Ba State had overtaken several cities in the Qian Kingdom, Liu Bei and his companions were instantly incensed. These were territories they had fought hard to claim, and now the Ba State dared to encroach upon the land of the Qian Kingdom. Such audacity was tantamount to courting disaster. Zhang Fei immediately requested to battle, his hands clasped in fervor, eyes wide as he addressed Lin Fan. Your Majesty, I beseech you to allow me to lead the troops to annihilate the Ba State's forces. I shall pierce them with my 8-foot-long serpent spear until they are riddled with holes. Indeed, Your Majesty, echoed Zhuge Liang and the others. The Qian Kingdom had only recently found stability. Should its cities continue to be seized by enemy states, it would surely lead to estrangement in the future. We implore Your Majesty to deploy troops and drive the Ba State away. Drive them away? Lin Fan scoffed. Does my Qian Kingdom allow anyone to come and go as they please? Since the Ba State harbors intentions against us, I shall lead our forces into Yizhou. Let us begin our conquest of the world with the Ba State. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the assembly erupted in excitement. It was clear that this was not merely about defeating the Ba State, but about obliterating it entirely. The Qian Kingdom would gain a substantial expanse of territory, more than double its original land. Liu Bai, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei. Lin Fan suddenly called out. Here. The three stepped forward at once. Lin Fan continued, I command you to gather 1,000 Imperial Guards outside the mountain stronghold within a quarter of an hour. Do not falter. Their eyes sparkled with determination as they promptly acknowledged the order. Lin Fan nodded, allowing them to depart. The three men dashed away like a gust of wind. Though they had trained for only a few months, the abundant spiritual energy around them, coupled with their exceptional talents, had propelled them to the mid-stage of the acquired realm, rivaling the results of a decade's arduous cultivation in the previous urban world. Lin Fan nodded and allowed Zhuge Liang to lead the way to the granary. As the saying goes, before the troops march, provisions must be secured. However, for Lin Fan, this adage held little significance. He possessed an infinitely vast storage space, enabling him to carry an ample supply of food for warfare. This alone could save the kingdom of Qian half of its provisions, considering the cooks on the road also required sustenance, not to mention the potential risk of interception by others. After a flurry of activity, Lin Fan swiftly gathered a substantial amount of grain, enough to sustain his 1,000 elite guards for at least 6 months. Once I depart, manage the affairs within the kingdom of Qian diligently. By the way, I have a few books for you to show your father-in-law. After completing his tasks, Lin Fan produced several volumes on modern craftsmanship and records of various excellent ancient tools, handing them to Zhuge Liang. Since Liu Bei and the others returned, Lin Fan had appointed Zhuge Liang as father-in-law to oversee these mechanical matters, not to fabricate, but to assist Lin Fan in cultivating a steady stream of artisans. For the kingdom of Qian to truly develop, it must enter the industrial age, and these craftsmen would be indispensable. Early cultivation was also a preparation for the future. Indeed, Zhuge Liang nodded, refraining from further comment. Then, under Zhuge Liang's astonished gaze, Lin Fan nodded and soared into the sky. With a whoosh akin to a rocket, Lin Fan's dragon robe billowed as he flew straight toward the city gate. Am I seeing things? His Majesty can actually fly. You are not mistaken. I see it too. His Majesty truly can fly. The soldiers guarding the granary were utterly astonished, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan, feeling the surging power within his long robe, unable to suppress his awe. This is indeed the tide of an era. Chapter 33. Counterattack with a whoosh. Lin Fan's speed was astonishing. After months of cultivation, his attributes had transformed significantly. Host: Lin Fan. Strength: superhuman strength unlocked at 89. Peak martial artist. Physique: supreme divine body, akin to that of a superhuman. Items: infinite storage space. Experience in the world: a divine doctor seeking his fiancée E. With 89 of superhuman strength, Lin Fan was more than capable of navigating this ancient world, even amidst the resurgence of spiritual energy. His peak martial artist power, while not as formidable as that bestowed by his superhuman physique, possessed unique true energy. In truth, when facing the invasion from the kingdom of Ba, Lin Fan alone was more than sufficient to repel an army of 200,000. No, not merely to repel. Lin Fan could single-handedly penetrate into the heart of Ba, sweeping through the entire nation and beheading all who dared to confront him. With an effortless display of might, the entirety of Ezhou had come under Lin Fan's control. Yet, he sought to test the true strength of the martial army he had meticulously trained. After all, while he could temporarily impose his will, without a formidable force to maintain vigilance, chaos would inevitably ensue. Lin Fan had no desire to encounter a situation where he had to patch one breach while another opened, only to find himself besieged from behind. In the sky, like a shooting star, Lin Fan descended upon the city gates in the blink of an eye. Having previously stored provisions in an infinite storage space, he had squandered some time, leaving Liu Bei and his companions, along with 1,000 elite guards, waiting for a while. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's sudden arrival, a wave of astonishment washed over them. However, owing to their rigorous training, they swiftly suppressed their surprise, standing resolutely as if they were wooden stakes. "Your Majesty," they all called in unison. Observing their demeanor, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of their combat prowess, their disciplined obedience was commendable in itself. He surveyed the group and spoke slowly. "Stand firm. No matter what transpires, remain steadfast." "Understood," echoed the 1,000 elite guards with a thunderous shout. Lin Fan nodded once more and soared back into the air, his eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light. In an instant, 2 beams shot forth, landing just a meter in front of the assembled troops, the searing heat instantly carving a deep trench in the earth. With a gulp, Liu Bei and his companions could not help but swallow hard, their fear palpable as Lin Fan's gaze shifted forward. They recalled vividly the dread they felt on the battlefield when Lin Fan's eyes blazed with divine light, an encounter that promised death. Yet, Lin Fan was far too astute to make such a blunder. Clad in a flowing dragon robe that danced with the wind, he emanated an aura of power. His long hair billowed like serpents, embodying a demonic presence that strode across the vast earth. Gliding through the air, Lin Fan circled around the group, his fiery gaze no longer frantic but steady. Now imbued with sufficient strength, he could sustain his intense gaze for an extended duration. With a sizzling sound, a wave of heat enveloped the area as Lin Fan used his fiery gaze to delineate a large circle around the assembly. The ground scorched in the areas touched by the beams, leaving the onlookers filled with confusion, uncertain of Lin Fan's intentions. After completing the circle, Lin Fan clapped his hands and descended from the sky, plunging his hands into the edges of the circle. Taking a deep breath, he exerted himself slightly, and with both hands plunged downwards. Boom! The ground trembled as if the very earth were quaking. Within the confines of the circle, the 1,000 elite guards initially exhibited signs of panic. However, they soon recalled Lin Fan's earlier words and, gritting their teeth, stood their ground. Yet, they regarded Lin Fan with puzzled expressions, uncertain of his intentions. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a dragon stirring from slumber. Lin Fan grasped the fissure in his hand, employing a biological stance to safeguard the structural integrity of this small patch of earth. He forcefully tore away the section delineated by his thermal vision from the very ground. Do not inquire why the soil remained intact. It is the superhuman biological stance at work. If a superhero can lift an entire building, surely I can tear away a small chunk of earth. What is happening? I am soaring into the air. Even Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu were filled with excitement and disbelief, for the ground beneath them was gradually lifting off the surface, ascending towards the heavens as if it possessed wings. Were it not for the formidable strength of the warriors, they would have long since knelt in awe beneath the immense mass of earth. Lin Fan held the entire landform aloft with both hands, feeling no strain whatsoever. An invisible and wondrous force emanated from Lin Fan's being, enveloping the entire mass of soil and stone, ensuring its preservation while allowing Lin Fan's power to be flawlessly exerted upon it. Is this the biological stance of a superhero? Although I can utilize it as well, it feels undeniably unscientific. Despite lifting an unimaginable weight, Lin Fan experienced no discomfort. This burden remained well within his capabilities. However, he was momentarily rendered speechless by his own ability to support such a vast expanse of earth. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Lin Fan propelled the entire landmass forward at the speed of an ordinary vehicle. Concerned for the safety of those above, relying solely on the guard's footsteps would yield a slow pace, and they could not maintain a relentless run throughout the day. In contrast, Lin Fan, endowed with superhuman strength, had rarely felt true fatigue. Thus, even while carrying everyone along with a massive earthen mound, he felt no pressure whatsoever. He soared forward without diminishing speed. As Lin Fan dragged the entire hillock, despite flying at a considerable height, a shadow loomed beneath. The sight of the colossal entity gliding overhead struck fear into the hearts of the common folk of the Qian kingdom, who fell to their knees in supplication, incessantly murmuring about celestial beings. With Lin Fan's extraordinary hearing, he discerned their words with clarity, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. With Lin Fan serving as their mode of transportation, their speed was unparalleled, as the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Soaring through the skies, Lin Fan needed not to navigate treacherous mountain paths or take detours. In merely half a day's time, they had reached the borders of the Qian kingdom, the very location where the forces of the Ba kingdom awaited. Lin Fan, with his extraordinary vision, could clearly see the troops of the Ba kingdom encamped a few miles outside a grand city. Beneath the city lay a considerable number of corpses, indicating that the Ba troops had encountered significant resistance along their arduous journey. Upon reaching his destination, Lin Fan gracefully glided towards a nearby forest, gently placing the soil and stones he had held for some time upon the ground. Protected by a biological force field, there was little commotion in a group of individuals. Both apprehensive and slightly exhilarated, descended. This was their first experience of such a situation, and many of them still trembled slightly in their legs. Chapter 34. General of Lingling, Your Majesty. The Ba Kingdom's army numbers a staggering 200,000. Should we not collaborate with the 10,000 defenders of Chongqing to devise an ambush? Liu Bei inquired as they traversed the forest path. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Ambush. What need have I for such tactics? With my presence, no ambush is required. Soon, I shall command the troops to follow me and charge directly into the Ba army. We shall cut them down as we go. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Liu Bei could not suppress a smirk. Are you jesting? That is an army of 200,000. A mere 1,000 men thrown into the fray would barely make a ripple. Zhang Fei and Guan Yu also found his words somewhat absurd, yet they were momentarily struck silent, recalling Lin Fan's recent display of otherworldly prowess. Perhaps their sovereign truly possessed such formidable strength, completely disregarding an army of 200,000. In truth, for Lin Fan, there was no distinction between being alone and leading 1,000 elite soldiers. In fact, being on his own meant he need not concern himself with the lives of these guards. This endeavor was merely to assess the strength of the formidable army he had painstakingly cultivated. Should the casualties be excessive, he would order a retreat without hesitation. After months of training, abundant resources, and the pervasive presence of spiritual energy, these soldiers had each attained the initial phase of postnatal strength. Although they were merely the most rudimentary level of warrior, defeating 10 foes at once posed no challenge. Coupled with their heavy armor and massive blades, Lin Fan was confident in their combat prowess. However, the disparity in numbers was daunting. While 1,000 guards might withstand 10,000 enemies, facing 200,000 was a different matter entirely. This meant that for Lin Fan to secure victory, he would have to withstand the onslaught of 190,000 soldiers single-handedly. Pondering with his chin in hand, Lin Fan mused, "It seems feasible." As they navigated through the forest, he spotted two generals within the Ba camp assembling their forces. It appeared they were preparing for yet another assault. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. How fortuitous! They wished to attack, and he was equally poised to launch an offensive. Without further delay, he gestured emphatically to his companions. "Charge! Let us instill terror in the hearts of the enemy forces that dare to invade the land of the Qian kingdom." With that declaration, he soared forward. "Charge! Charge!" Though outnumbered, Lin Fan had become the embodiment of faith for the masses. Even in the face of certain death, they felt compelled to follow him. To confront an army of 200,000 with merely 1,000 men. How could such a grand endeavor be complete without me? Old Zhang. Your Majesty, wait for me. Zhang Fei laughed heartily, his muscles as solid as steel, grasping his reinforced 8-foot snake spear as he charged ahead. Liu Bei and Guan Yu exchanged a glance, both detecting a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes, yet a fierce fire ignited within them. They seized their weapons, ready to face the battlefield. The heroes emerged. After being cooped up in the mountain city for so long, they were finally able to stretch their limbs. With 200,000 foes, how could they fear not having enough to slay? The two shared a hearty laugh and surged forward. All the Imperial Guards, along with the armor and weapons of Liu Bei and his companions, were custom-made, weighing hundreds of pounds. Ordinary warhorses could not bear such burdens. Thus, despite Lin Fan having them practice horsemanship regularly, they did not mount steeds for this battle. Liu Bei and his companions also failed to find suitable horses, opting instead to go into battle barefoot. Kill. The commotion attracted the attention of the nearby Ba kingdom forces. Many turned to glance in their direction. Xing Daorong and Pan Feng noticed too, looking curiously at the small squad of infantry rushing toward them. Xing Daorong leaned closer to Pan Feng. "Vice General, those troops resemble the Qian Kingdom army." Pan Feng studied them closely, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Indeed, could it be that Chong intends to dispatch troops to ambush us? But why send so few? This is absurd." However, Xing Daorong paid little heed to such doubts. Upon seeing the enemy's small numbers, he laughed heartily and mounted his horse. If the enemy was so foolish, he would capture them all. He then led his 20,000 troops, galloping forth with the infantry swiftly following. Kill! Kill! Seeing the small number of foes ahead, the Ba Kingdom's 2,000 infantry became exhilarated. They relished the thrill of overpowering the few, akin to bullying a child. Xing Daorong laughed uproariously from his mount. "Who goes there? I am Xing Daorong, general of Lingling from the Ba Kingdom. Dismount and surrender quickly, and I may show you mercy." Just as he was midway through his proclamation, he suddenly convulsed. The surrounding soldiers looked at him with confusion, wondering why he halted. Little did they know, Xing Daorong's expression had turned tense, disbelief etched across his face. For just ahead, he had initially assumed the enemy was mounted, which explained their rapid approach. However, to his astonishment, there was a man clad in a dragon robe soaring through the air. His speed was no less than that of a warhorse galloping. How could this be possible? Xing Daorong's mouth fell agape, and he could not resist rubbing his eyes. Yet upon closer inspection, he confirmed that someone was indeed flying ahead. Moreover, though the number of troops behind this individual was scant, they were all armored like iron clumps, wielding large blades even more formidable than the axe in his own hands. A sense of foreboding gripped Xing Daorong. Not far away, Lin Fan was leisurely flying, but upon hearing the other commander announce Xing Daorong's name, he nearly plummeted from the sky. Lin Fan's expression turned peculiar as he stifled a laugh. How could it be this person, the general of Lingling, Xing Daorong? The king of the Ba Kingdom was indeed fortunate, observing the sudden disappearance of Xing Daorong's earlier arrogance. Lin Fan noted that the speed of the horse beneath him began to wane. It became clear to Lin Fan that this fellow, seeing his ability to fly, was gripped by fear and sought to send his soldiers to the forefront. Lin Fan sighed, realizing this was truly the style of the general of Lingling. His mind was awash with thoughts as the two armies approached one another. However, at that moment, the 20,000 infantry of the Ba Kingdom hesitated, daunted by the presence of a flying man. This evoked many thoughts within them, and they felt a twinge of cowardice. Observing this, Xing Daorong shouted, "Do not be afraid. I am with you. Charge forth. Let us overwhelm this force, and we shall all be richly rewarded." Encouraged by Xing Daorong's words, the soldiers gritted their teeth. Defying their commander's orders would undoubtedly lead to punishment upon their return. Although the man before them could fly, he appeared to possess no extraordinary features. He bore no fangs nor multiple arms. Perhaps he was not as formidable as he seemed? Chapter 35. 200,000 troops like chaff. The sheer number was overwhelming. Slaying around 10,000 should suffice. Gazing at the dense throng of soldiers before him, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that his own troops might not be a match for them. Thus, he resolved to annihilate 10,000. Without further delay, Lin Fan soared directly before the 2,000 infantry, under the bewildered gazes of the opposing forces. Lowering his head slightly, a crimson light suddenly emanated from his eyes, shooting forth with intensity. With a sizzling sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, it resembled a cataclysmic assault. The red laser emitted from Lin Fan's gaze instantly claimed the lives of hundreds among the advancing troops of the Ba Kingdom. Two beams of crimson light, extending several meters long, under Lin Fan's command, reaped the lives of the enemy like a harvester cutting wheat. The battlefield became a scene of carnage. Moments later, the wretched cries echoed as most of the soldiers suffered grievous injuries, their blood flowing freely. Yet there was no death. One by one, they fell to the ground, crying out in agony. How could this be possible? An expression of disbelief appeared in Xing Daorong's eyes. Had he not been mounted, he would surely have collapsed in shock. Observing the disarray of his 20,000 troops before Lin Fan, he seemed to regain his senses. Quickly, archers! Shoot! Bring him down! The commander's voice snapped the frightened soldiers back to reality, and the trained archers swiftly readied their wooden bows, aiming at Lin Fan, suspended in midair. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cacophony of arrows surged forth, resembling a dark cloud, as a rain of arrows blotted out the sky. Amidst this storm, the laser-like brilliance emanating from Lin Fan stood as the sole beacon of light. Unfazed by the deluge of arrows, Lin Fan exuded the essence of a peak innate warrior. Just as his energy shield could withstand bullets, it was equally effective against these arrows. In fact, were it not for his desire to preserve his attire, he would not have needed to deploy his protective barrier at all. After all, he lacked the indestructible equipment of a superhero. His clothing was merely robust. Should he allow a volley of arrows to strike him, he would be left with no choice but to run naked. Clang! Clang! All the arrows aimed at Lin Fan were deflected, rendering the damage from mere mortals utterly ineffective against him. Some arrows that missed their mark flew toward the 1,000 elite guards behind him, but they proved equally futile. As the descending arrows struck the iron armor of the soldiers, they merely created small dents without causing any harm. Not a single step of the army was impeded. Lin Fan was unconcerned for the guards. Their armor had consumed a significant portion of the profits of the Qian nation's commercial ventures, and thus was a valuable asset. The resources spent on a single guard could have trained 3 to 4 cavalrymen. However, the true essence lay in the dragon-elephant prajna technique Lin Fan had imparted to them. Without it, even the finest armor would not prevent exhaustion from overtaking them on the battlefield. Kill! Zhang Fei swung his 8-foot-long snake spear with wild abandon, instantly deflecting the incoming arrows. Charging forward like a fierce tiger, with a thunderous crash, he swept through the enemy ranks, sending several foes flying several meters away, their bones shattered, blood spewing from their mouths and noses. Kill! Liu Bei and Guan Yu also engaged in fierce combat, unleashing their innate strength fortified by their cultivation techniques. They tore through the enemy lines, creating 3 gaping breaches as the 1,000 elite guards followed closely behind. The blade in hand swung fiercely towards the surrounding enemy forces, clad in impenetrable armor, who remained unperturbed by the onslaught of blades from various directions. They were free to unleash their full might in a relentless assault. With each strike, a life waned. In this brutal clash, it was astonishing that a mere contingent of 1,000 could seemingly suppress a force of 20,000 in such a brief span. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xing Daorong could hardly contain his disbelief. In all his experiences across the 9 nations, he had never encountered such an elite battalion. I must hasten to report this to His Majesty. There are extraordinary warriors in the Qian kingdom. As he beheld Lin Fan, whose eyes glowed with an ominous red as he slaughtered the soldiers in midair, Xing Daorong instinctively recoiled. With a subtle pat on his steed's rear, he urged it forward, swiftly retreating from the front line. As the commander, he should strategize from a safe distance, not expose himself to the perils of the battlefield. Observing Xing Daorong's retreat, Lin Fan paid him no mind, but instead focused on the chaos below. Under his relentless onslaught, the 2,000 infantrymen of the Ba Kingdom suffered grievous losses, with at least 2,000 perishing by his hand. At this juncture, a significant number of soldiers began to flee, frantically seeking refuge in the surrounding woodlands. Faced with such a terrifying adversary as Lin Fan, they possessed not a shred of courage to fight. This was an entity beyond their capacity to confront. Help! He is a demon. Our arrows are utterly ineffective against him. He can shoot flames from his eyes. Anyone who dares to approach him will be incinerated. Run! Run! The general has fled. We must also escape. At that moment, the 2,000 infantrymen realized that Xing Daorong had quietly vanished, plunging them into a state of panic. The notion of resistance evaporated entirely. The enemy, who had been engaged with Liu Bei and Guan Yu, now found themselves equally distressed, retreating hastily. They noticed their comrades beginning to scatter, some darting into the nearby forests, while others dashed back towards their encampment. The sight of one fleeing ignited a wave of panic, and the tide of retreat quickly escalated into a full rout. Leave them to you. As the vanguard of the Ba Kingdom disintegrated, Lin Fan chose not to continue the slaughter, recognizing that these individuals could potentially become his subjects in the future. It was better to spare their lives if possible. Understood. Liu Bei grasped Lin Fan's intent and promptly instructed Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to each lead 300 men to capture the enemy soldiers. The morale of the 2,000 vanguard troops had crumbled, and should they be apprehended, they would surely kneel and plead for mercy. Seeing this, Lin Fan no longer lingered and soared directly towards the enemy's main encampment, where a formidable force of 180,000 awaited. If he could vanquish this entire army, the downfall of the Ba Kingdom would be but a mere formality. Giddy up! Giddy up! On the road, Xing Daorong relentlessly whipped the horse's rear, raising a cloud of dust behind him. He dared not glance back, fearing that a glance would reveal a crimson flame that might cleave him in twain. Yet, the continuous screams of his soldiers behind him sent cold sweat trickling down his spine. Simultaneously, he reassured himself, this is not an act of cowardice. I am the commander of the entire troop. If I falter, the whole battalion will surely collapse. Chapter 36. Pan Feng. Is it too late for me to surrender now? The rhythmic clattering of hooves echoed incessantly. Just as Xing Daorong was fervently encouraging himself, a figure streaked across the sky with a swift whoosh. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a yellow dragon robe, and his initial anxiety was suddenly replaced by a dazed expression. What is this? Gazing at Lin Fan, soaring through the air ahead, Xing Daorong felt as though a bomb had detonated within him. He hastily pulled the reins to halt the horse, but his legs grew weak, and he tumbled to the ground. With a thud, Xing Daorong grimaced in pain, clearly having taken a hard fall, yet he dared not pause. He quickly scrambled and rolled into the forest. Ignoring Xing Daorong, Lin Fan flew straight towards the camp, but before he could reach it, a massive boulder came hurtling towards him. With a thunderous crash, Lin Fan deftly dodged, the boulder crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Turning his head, Lin Fan discovered that a disheveled man was directing a dozen trebuchets to launch an assault on him. I wonder if this could be likened to using a cannon to swat a fly. Not quite, though. After all, this is no cannon, and I am certainly no fly. Silently mocking the situation in his mind, Lin Fan felt no compulsion to evade. His diminutive stature meant that even standing still, it was unlikely they would hit him. As thoughts swirled in his mind, 9 massive stone balls flew toward Lin Fan. However, as he had surmised, these colossal rocks were either too far or too close to reach him. One by one, they struck the ground, sinking deeply into the earth. In the Ba Kingdom-esque camp, Pan Feng, with his fiery red hair and furious eyes, resembled an enraged lion. Beside him, over 1,000 soldiers operated the trebuchets, transporting immense boulders. Behind them, more soldiers stood ready with bows and arrows, poised to shoot Lin Fan down at Pan Feng's command. Load the ammunition. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's ability to fly, Pan Feng was initially taken aback, but seeing his soldiers lose their composure, he immediately feigned calm. He ordered his men to ready the trebuchets and prepare their arrows for the impending attack. With a decisive command from Pan Feng, A group of soldiers pushed a boulder the size of a gasoline barrel into position, and then one soldier severed the tether. A multitude of colossal catapults unleashed a barrage of stone projectiles, aimed directly at Lin Fan, soaring through the sky. As Lin Fan observed the incoming stones, an inexplicable sensation of restlessness began to tingle at his feet. With a resonant hum, everything around him seemed to decelerate, the wind that brushed past, the birds soaring in the distance, the stones hurtling towards him, and the soldiers below, their faces etched with expressions of trepidation. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, realizing that this must be the extraordinary speed of a superhuman. In this moment, it felt as if the world around him had slowed down, not because others had decelerated, but because his own speed had surged. Eagerly, Lin Fan propelled himself forward, striking each stone with unparalleled swiftness. In an instant, he reverted to normalcy. The ground rumbled ominously. Pan Fong and the soldiers below, still reeling from the initial assault, were taken aback as the stones they had launched now hurtled back towards them with unexpected velocity and force. Even Pan Fong, an exceptional warrior, could only open his mouth in astonishment, unable to react in time. Instinctively, he shouted, "Be careful!" The stones crashed into the crowd, unleashing a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed that was nothing short of harrowing. Lin Fan's swift actions had resulted in the demise of hundreds, if not thousands. Truly a grave sin. Unfazed, Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings and ascended into the depths of the forest. Pan Fong cradled his head, watching Lin Fan depart, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he thought, the harbinger of death has finally left. However, in the next heartbeat, a sight filled with dread pierced his thoughts. Lin Fan, adorned in a flowing yellow dragon robe, descended like a tempest, wielding a tree, an immense trunk that a mere mortal could scarcely embrace. The tree's branches were lush and verdant, its roots thick with earth, unmistakably plucked fresh from the forest. With a sinister grin, Lin Fan dived downwards. The tree raised high above him, poised to strike like a meteor. Fire! Pan Fong bellowed, though he remained perplexed about the descent of the stones. He was acutely aware that Lin Fan was the cause. If Lin Fan were to approach, Pan Fong felt that even 100 of himself would not suffice to withstand him. This realization ignited a mix of frustration and helplessness within Pan Fong. For Lin Fan could soar through the air. Could he? Lin Fan was endowed with immense strength. Could he match that? With a resounding clatter, thousands of archers drew their bows, the sound of taut strings reverberating as they aimed at Lin Fan, suspended in midair. As Lin Fan approached ever closer, Pan Fong, unable to hesitate, bellowed urgently, "Release." The air was filled with the cacophony of arrows being loosed, a spectacle more grandiose than before. To unleash thousands of arrows upon a single individual, should Lu Lai become aware of this, one could only imagine the scorn he would direct at Pan Fong for such reckless folly. Yet, Pan Fong was beyond caring. His eyes, brimming with hope, were fixed upon Lin Fan, suspended in midair, wishing fervently for him to succumb amidst the deluge of arrows. But alas, who was Lin Fan? He was a being endowed with an astonishing 89 of superhuman abilities, impervious to such trivial assaults. Faced with the torrential rain of arrows, Lin Fan could not be bothered to channel his true energy. He wielded a tree trunk, measuring several meters in length and as wide as two grown men locked in embrace, and began to sweep it through the air. It was akin to a relentless onslaught. The multitude of arrows rained down, instantly transforming the tree into a veritable porcupine, countless shafts embedding themselves into the trunk. The leaves, stripped bare as if by a balding head, were obliterated by the barrage. Yet Lin Fan was unscathed, like a meteor hurtling into the fray. He brought the tree crashing down with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed as the ground was smashed into a deep crater by Lin Fan's colossal strength. The tree splintering into fragments, sending with shavings, and the embedded arrows flying in all directions. The explosion of debris wrought havoc within a wide radius. "Oh, my eyes! My backside!" The cries of anguish erupted from the throng, but Lin Fan showed no mercy. He continued to wield the remaining 5-meter length of the trunk with abandon. Each swing sent soldiers soaring like ants flung into the air, only to crash back down heavily. Pan Fong, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow, his throat tightening as understanding dawned upon him. akin to the realization of Tianghua. His head tilted skyward at a 45-degree angle, and he could not suppress a tear from escaping his eye. Damn it. Am I to be sent to my death? Is it too late for me to surrender? Chapter 37. Receiving Pan Feng's heart raced with anxiety. Under normal circumstances, had anyone dared to invade his camp, he would have charged forth, axe in hand, ready to cleave the intruder in two. However, the current situation was drastically different. Should Pan Feng rush forward, he would likely find himself no different from a mere foot soldier. His fate would be to receive a heavy blow, followed by a gentle ascent into the air, only to descend slowly to the ground with a resounding thud, ultimately meeting his demise. Pan Feng dared not advance, nor did anyone else. All present instinctively formed a wide circle, surrounding Lin Fan, who stood there brandishing a gnarled tree trunk, stained a deep mahogany, amidst a grim tableau of at least 1,000 fallen bodies. However, Lin Fan exhibited not the slightest hint of fatigue. Rather, his garments were thoroughly stained with blood, presenting him as a demon arisen from the depths of hell, striking fear into the hearts of the surrounding soldiers. Why do you hesitate? Do you not seek to conquer our Qian kingdom? I am the sovereign of Qian. If you capture me, the entirety of Qian shall be yours. Why do you not act? Observing the throngs of boss soldiers encircling him, Lin Fan planted a tree branch into the ground and smiled faintly. At that moment, all the soldiers began to search for the figure of Pan Feng, who realized he could no longer remain hidden. He pushed through the crowd, casting a fearful glance at Lin Fan, and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "So you are indeed the monarch of the Qian kingdom. Truly, you are no ordinary man. I am Vice General Pan Feng. It is an honor to meet your majesty." Pan Feng displayed great courtesy, for those lacking in manners were no longer present. Where has that fellow Xing Daorong run off to? He is the commander. Pan Feng silently cursed within, yet dared not show the slightest discontent on his face, well aware that Lin Fan could easily end his life with a mere slap. Lin Fan, noticing the imposing figure before him being so polite, could not help but chuckle. What is this? By your demeanor, it seems you do not intend to fight any longer. No, we have no intention to fight. All the fault lies with our Ba kingdom. Once I return, I shall ensure that my sovereign sends envoys to apologize. Upon seeing Lin Fan's gaze directed towards him, Pan Feng immediately forced a laugh and waved his hand, having come to understand that in the presence of this man, sheer numbers would hold no sway. In a bid to minimize losses and for the sake of his own life, Pan Feng could only acquiesce to Lin Fan's words. Upon hearing Pan Feng's response, Lin Fan thrust the branch deeper into the earth, speaking calmly. Do you think anyone from our Qian kingdom can come and go as they please? Now, I present you with two choices. Either we fight to the bitter end, or you all surrender. Pan Feng's countenance darkened, taken aback by Lin Fan's unwavering firmness. He had hoped to negotiate further. We have over 100,000 troops. You expect us to surrender just like that? Yet before he could finish, Lin Fan impatiently pulled the branch from the ground, shaking off the dirt. So you are unwilling? No. As Lin Fan appeared ready to take action, the soldiers around him instinctively took a significant step back, and Pan Feng quickly gestured in haste. Observing the terrified and demoralized expressions of his men, Pan Feng finally gritted his teeth, relinquishing his battle axe and kneeling before Lin Fan with hands clasped. I, the surrendering General Pan Feng, pay my respects to your majesty. At this, the surrounding soldiers, witnessing their general kneeling, cast aside their long spears and followed suit, kneeling en masse. This was a force exceeding 100,000 strong. The front line surrendered, and those behind followed suit, kneeling in droves, a dark tide sweeping over the battlefield. Lin Fan, witnessing the enemy's capitulation, harbored no intentions of total annihilation. Instead, he gazed with surprise at the red-haired giant before him. You are Pan Feng, the unmatched general? Indeed, the notorious general did possess such a moniker. Yet he felt unworthy of the title in the presence of the emperor. Pan Feng's expression brightened. He had not anticipated Lin Fan's recognition of his esteemed title in Ba country, which suggested a promising future for him. Lin Fan merely noted the familiar name from history with mild astonishment. However, he held little regard for Pan Feng's combat prowess. After all, he possessed powerful techniques at his disposal. In this era of spiritual resurgence, it would be effortless to cultivate numerous warriors like Pan Feng. Ultimately, Lin Fan issued orders for Panfeng to lead the entire army back the way they came, instructing that no transgressions against the citizens of Qian country be committed en route. Panfeng readily complied, albeit puzzled as to why Lin Fan did not apprehend him and his men, but instead permitted their return to Ba country. Lin Fan was well aware of how typical armies dealt with surrendering foes, yet this involved over 100,000 troops. Qian country lacked the provisions to sustain such a multitude. It was far more prudent to allow their return. Lin Fan's next strategy was to storm into Ba country with overwhelming force and obliterate it, thereby incorporating it into Qian country's territory. Once Ba country was absorbed, he could then turn a deal with Tian country, positioning Qian country to command 2 provinces, instantly becoming the nation with the largest territorial expanse. The mere thought of this invigorated Lin Fan, prompting him to disregard the surrendered forces and soar directly toward Liu Bei and the others. After brief communication with them, he instructed that they remain in Chong City, then ascended into the sky, flying at an imperceptible speed toward Yizhou. Meanwhile, in the capital of Ba country, the sovereign Liu Lai was hosting a grand banquet, buoyed by a letter dispatched by Xing Durong, which detailed their recent conquests of 3 cities. The meager garrison forces of Qian country were hardly worth concern, allowing Liu Lai to relax. Elated by the letter's contents, Liu Lai envisioned Ba country expanding to encompass 2 provinces, replete with a wealth of goods from Qian country's merchants. In high spirits, Liu Lai opened the treasury, purchasing exquisite wines for the banquet from previous merchants, as well as fragrant perfumes for his concubines. The capital of Ba country erupted with festivity, with every attendee at the banquet offered a taste of the fine elixirs. Even the aged former chancellor, retired and living in comfort, trembled with excitement as he made his way to the gathering. As he settled at the banquet table, the intoxicating aroma of wine wafted through the air, causing the previously pallid face of the aged chancellor to flush with vitality. Even before a sip was taken, he was already 3 parts inebriated. Graceful dancers, adorned in sheer silks, showcased their exquisite forms as they performed enchanting dances. Each bend and glance captivated the attention of everyone present, from the emperor to the ministers, who were spellbound by their allure. Occasionally, they indulged in a sip of the celestial nectar, relishing the moment. Ah, what a splendid day! Chapter 38. The Struggle for Supremacy. The emperor of the Ba kingdom, along with his ministers, reveled in merriment, feasting and drinking while admiring the dancers' performances. However, amidst the gaiety, a thunderous crash suddenly echoed from the palace hall above, followed by a massive stone plummeting down, shattering the roof with a resounding blast. Startled, the elderly chancellor, over 60 years of age, instinctively grasped a goblet of fine wine and leaped from his seat, leaving those around him momentarily stunned. The stone landed in the great hall, miraculously causing no injuries, though it reduced the opulent rosewood floor to splinters. After a brief pause, Liu Lai bellowed in rage, "Where are my guards? Quickly, apprehend the assassin." As if responding to his command, a group of martial generals rushed to Liu Lai's side, their fists poised, scanning the surroundings with suspicion as though every individual could be a potential assailant. Armor guards, wielding swords and blades, burst into the hall and were taken aback by the enormous stone in the center. Upon confirming Liu Lai's safety, they exhaled in relief. "Ah, so you are still hosting a banquet here. It appears you are quite merry," a voice tinged with amusement echoed from above. Liu Lai quickly looked up to see a man clad in a dragon robe gracefully descending from the sky, hovering within the hall. "What sorcery is this? An apparition?" someone exclaimed. "Protect the emperor." Upon witnessing Lin Fan suspended in midair, the assembly was thrown into disarray, with scholars rushing toward Liu Lai, unsure whether to shield him or simply to seek safety in proximity. Liu Lai, striving to maintain his composure, stammered at Lin Fan. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the capital of Ba? This is the royal palace. Retreat at once." "Retreat? Nonsense," Lin Fan replied, regarding Liu Lai with a look of incredulity. He had no desire to engage in further dialogue. With a fierce glare, he unleashed 2 scorching beams of laser light, instantly decimating a significant portion of the elite gathered on the platform. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Liu Lai nearly lost his composure, contemplating surrender, when suddenly a crimson divine light surged toward him. Without any hindrance, Liu Lai had his head severed, yet he was fortunate. as his demise was not as gruesome as that of other civil and military officials. The sound of death echoed as a multitude of high-ranking officials fell. Yet Lin Fan showed no intention of continuing his assault on the guards. Instead, he made his way to the palace's rear courtyard. There, he executed Lu Lai's royal descendants, leaving no one alive, and then departed with a sense of purpose. The entire leadership of the Ba Kingdom had perished, and over 100,000 troops had defected. This situation was even more dire than that of the Qian Kingdom. Lin Fan merely needed to coordinate with Pan Feng and Liu Bei to conquer the entire Ba Kingdom with a minimal force, and he was indeed preparing to do so. On the way, Lin Fan encountered Pan Feng and his entourage, instructing Pan Feng to return home and eliminate all remnants of dissent, thereby stabilizing the situation in the Ba Kingdom while awaiting his emissaries to take control. Pan Feng readily agreed, though his heart was heavy with bitterness as he reflected on Lin Fan's arrival from the capital. It was evident that the upper echelons of the Ba Kingdom had already met their fate, likely including Liu Lai himself. However, the situation was not in his favor. Pan Feng, a defeated general, dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. As half a month swiftly passed, Lin Fan, having dealt with the leadership of the Ba Kingdom, effortlessly eliminated the emperor of the Tian Kingdom along with his heirs. He then wreaked havoc in the Tian army's camp, annihilating them without any resistance. Following this, Lin Fan commanded Liu Bei and Zhang Fei to lead 50,000 troops to take control of the land of Yizhou, while Guan Yu was dispatched with 20,000 troops to oversee the Tian Kingdom. The process of territorial acquisition was remarkably smooth, as both nations had already felt Lin Fan's formidable touch. Consequently, the territory of the Qian Kingdom expanded exponentially, and the fall of the Ba and Tian kingdoms spread Lin Fan's renown across the Central Plains, transforming the perception of the Qian Kingdom from merely a land of great wealth to that of a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, among the 9 nations, while the Qian Kingdom was still assimilating 2 regions, the other 8 began to stir restlessly. Lin Fan, however, was unaware of the movements of other nations. His own territory had significantly increased, bringing forth an imminent issue of food supply, aspiring to train a formidable army of warriors. Lin Fan realized that the current agricultural yield was insufficient. Thus, upon securing the 2 regions, he promptly organized a large number of citizens to begin cultivating modern, high-yield seeds. In this era, an output of 200 gene per mu was considered high yield, while the seeds brought by Lin Fan could produce 1,000 gene per mu, a staggering 5-fold increase. This meant that the agricultural output of the Qian Kingdom S2 regions could equate to that of 10 regions. Thanks to these seeds, uncertain if it is due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, Lin Fan was astonished to discover that the maturation rate of these seeds surpassed that of the previous world. In a mere month, they were nearing maturity, with an astonishing yield of over 2,000 pounds per acre. However, it was not only the Qian nation experiencing this phenomenon. According to Lin Fan's intelligence department, the entire Central Plains saw a significant increase in yield this year. Traditionally, a yield of 200 pounds was considered commendable. Now, yields were generally around 500 to 600 pounds per acre, with each grain plump, delicious, and fragrant. Simultaneously, tales of cultivators began circulating, with reports of encounters with immortals deep within the mountains and forests. Some individuals were said to breathe fire and spout water, while others possessed unyielding bodies. There were even those capable of conjuring soldiers from beans. The emperor of Qingzhou, Zhang Jiao, claimed to have received the legacy of an immortal, adopting the title of Heavenly Duke. Not only could he summon lightning and control electricity, but he also trained a formidable group of soldiers known as the Yellow Turban Warriors, who swiftly conquered the Chun Kingdom of Shuzhou with astonishing speed. This event acted as a catalyst, prompting the remaining 7 nations to engage in mutual conflict, some of which were influenced by individuals wielding mysterious powers. The Yin nation of Yangzhou spread news of nationwide reverence for the White Tiger deity, with legends asserting that those who believe in the White Tiger would gain unparalleled divine strength. Concurrently, they introduced a cadre of White Tiger guards who, like the Yellow Turban Warriors, possessed extraordinary strength and could wield minor magical arts such as fire spells, ice rain spells, and healing techniques, evoking immense admiration. Prepared for the bounty of the harvest, Lin Fan promptly commanded his generals to have the entire Qian nation's army of 300,000 soldiers cultivate the dragon elephant prajna technique. With the abundant food supply, there were ample resources for their training, further enhanced by the increasingly potent spiritual energy. A significant number of soldiers broke through to the early stages of postnatal development, while numerous artisans diligently employed modern steelmaking techniques to produce iron armor. Chapter 39. The Yin Nation. At this juncture, Lin Fan recalled a formidable adversary, the enigmatic White Tiger. Judging by the name of this world, this White Tiger appeared to be a traveler with extraordinary abilities. Assisting a female emperor? The emperor of the Yin Nation was indeed a woman, and now proclaimed that belief in the White Tiger would bestow strength. It seemed that after a prolonged period of concealment, the White Tiger had begun to assert its influence. With its White Tiger guards exhibiting not only exceptional physical prowess, but also the ability to wield spells. It appeared that the techniques at Lin Fan's disposal were somewhat inferior in comparison. He pondered the current strength of this White Tiger. Within the palace, Lin Fan had just received news from the Yin Nation when the Empress issued a sudden decree commanding nationwide faith in the White Tiger deity. Concurrently, a formidable group of White Tiger guards emerged, swiftly eliminating a substantial amount of opposition. Truly impressive. However, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Lin Fan's strength has ascended to an unimaginable level. Previously, he refrained from confronting the White Tiger due to the myriad unresolved issues plaguing the Qian kingdom. Now, with the nation enjoying peace and prosperity, grain stocks piled high in the granaries like mountains, and a formidable army of 300,000 soldiers, including various generals under Lin Fan's command, diligently honing their skills, the military strength has surged remarkably. For the moment, it seems that Lin Fan has little concern. Thus, Lin Fan resolved to visit the Yin kingdom in Yangzhou to gauge the prowess of the world as protagonist and to ascertain what it is about him that captivates his system. Without hesitation, he briefed Zhuge Liang and the others before donning a resplendent yellow dragon robe and soaring into the heavens. After extensive training and the enhancement from the Divine Fire Palace and spiritual energy, Lin Fan's power was approaching that of a complete superhuman. His speed of flight had long surpassed the speed of light. If he wished, he could reach the Yin kingdom in a mere second. However, he needed to protect his garments with biological positioning, lest the immense force of his speed leave him exposed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan arrived in the capital of the Yin kingdom. The great river, which the Yin people proudly relied upon to fend off formidable foes, posed no challenge to him. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Lin Fan surveyed everything below, benefiting greatly from his superhuman physique. After overcoming the initial phase of discrete development, he could now decide when to complete his subsequent missions, dictated by his whims, unless he encountered a world of higher rank. With his extraordinary vision combined with X-ray sight, Lin Fan swiftly located the Empress, Yin Ruyu, in her harem. She was indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty, exuding a subtle yet commanding aura, embodying the essence of a regal woman. At this moment, Yin Ryu was engrossed in reviewing memorials, while on her dragon bed lay a half-grown creature resembling a white tiger. This creature was playfully wriggling about, its nostrils twitching occasionally, displaying an expression of exhilaration, as if engaged in some mischievous act. Lin Fan felt no need to converse with the white tiger. Merely observing its mischievous demeanor was enough to deduce that it was undoubtedly a reincarnated being. No ancient individual would exhibit such lewdness. After all, you are a divine beast of the nation. Why are you frolicking on my dragon bed day in and day out? Zhang Jiao of the Zhang kingdom watches us closely, and the neighboring Qian kingdom is also rising rapidly. Weren't you supposed to be a celestial divine beast tasked with unifying the Central Plains? Then why not be more diligent? After reviewing memorials for a time, the Empress Yin Ryu could not suppress her annoyance upon hearing the embarrassing sounds behind her and shot a reproachful glance at Wang Yi. With a gesture of her jade-like hand, she employed the wind technique, instantly sweeping Wang Yi off the bed. "Oh dear, are you attempting to murder your husband?" Wang Yi showed no inclination to resist, dramatically leaping down with an exaggerated expression, clutching his waist, and wearing a look of grievance. Yin Ryu scolded teasingly, "All my spells stem from you. Could they possibly harm you?" Despite her reproach, a sense of fondness for Wang Yi lingered in her heart. After all, in this era of chaos among nations, The tides of conflict were beginning to manifest. Were it not for Wang Ye's sudden emergence, Yin Gua and Yin Ruyu might have already been thoroughly consumed by their adversaries. Where would there be the current dominance of her words? Wang Yi, beaming with a mischievous grin, sidled up to Yin Ruyu, his fluffy head nuzzling against her leg, as exquisite as white jade. Indeed, that is true. However, my current spells are but a trifle. There are still few in Yin Gua who genuinely believe in me. If all 200 million citizens of Yin Gua were to embrace my faith with my divine power, I could unify the realm. At that point, you would be the empress. Oh, Yin Ruyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inquired further. And what about you? Wang Yi raised an eyebrow and swayed his body slightly. Naturally, I will be the emperor. You truly dare to say anything. Yin Ruyu's cheeks flushed a charming shade of red. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this seemingly ordinary tiger exhibited a playful demeanor akin to that of a human. Just days prior, it had even attempted to play tricks on her in her dreams. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. Yin Ryu instinctively rubbed her knees, cursing herself for her lack of propriety. How utterly distasteful. At that moment, a strange male voice suddenly echoed within the imperial palace, startling both of them. Who goes there? With a swift motion, Wang Yi, who had previously appeared harmless before Yin Ruyu, instantly leaped into the open space ahead. With a powerful roar, his form transformed into a colossal white tiger, now the size of an elephant. The entire palace felt overwhelmingly cramped as Wang Ye's enormous, bell-like eyes surveyed his surroundings. His claws, akin to small steel blades, slashed at the opulent floor, tearing through it effortlessly. His thick, long tail flicked like a steel whip, a testament to the terrifying power he wielded. Though it was not the first time witnessing Wang Ye's formidable transformation, the awe it inspired never waned. Yin Ryu covered her mouth. As the empress, she would not behave like the cliché characters in dramas, screaming in terror. Aware of her own stature, she swiftly retreated to the corner of the room. Wow, he can transform. Lin Fan observed Wang Ye's metamorphosis with mild astonishment, yet he remained unperturbed as he descended. Clad in a dragon robe that radiated authority, he stood less than 3 meters from Wang Yi, resembling a diminutive mouse in the presence of a magnificent feline predator. Lin Fan had little hope of victory. Wang Yi was evidently of the same mindset. Upon observing Lin Fan's unremarkable appearance, a slight tilt of his head revealed a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. This was the imperial palace of the empress, and dared you intrude and eavesdrop on the empress's secrets? I dare say you're courting death. Chapter 40. The Shadow Legion. As Lin Fan beheld the seemingly assured and anthropomorphic white tiger before him, a wicked amusement sprouted within him, and he smirked. What the hell? This utterance, akin to a national treasure imbued with magical potency, momentarily shook Wang Ye's colossal frame, his eyes wide with astonishment. You two have traversed worlds. Wang Yi abruptly shook his head. The existence of another traverser was his greatest secret, second only to the system itself. How could he not be taken aback? Witnessing Wang Ye's flustered demeanor, Lin Fan could not help but smile faintly. Oh, my dear brother, you are still too young. I am from the Temple Management Bureau. You have illegally crossed over. Come with me. Wang Ye's expression darkened. The Temporal Management Bureau? What kind of nonsense is that? Are you deceiving me? Lin Fan chuckled, intending to continue their banter, but suddenly recalled the 3 cardinal principles he had previously established. He inwardly cursed his own negligence. How could one engage in verbal sparring with a protagonist? It was imperative to strike with lightning speed and eliminate him at once. It must be said, he truly was the protagonist, drawing him into idle chatter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Fan dared not hesitate. Wang Yi appeared keen to learn more about the Temporal Management Bureau, but Lin Fan seized the moment. Everything around him felt as though time had momentarily paused. Wang Yi's racing heart was now painfully slow to respond, as was the trembling empress cowering by the wall, and indeed all of existence itself. Yet, this was not a suspension of time. Rather, Lin Fan was moving with such swiftness that the world around him seemed to languish. With a mere flick of his fist, executed with utmost care, he instilled an immediate sense of existential peril within Wang Yi. Beep. Destructive danger detected. Host, evade immediately. Evade immediately. Deadly strike detected against the host. The system is auto-unbinding. Beep. Unbinding successful. In the instant Lin Fan swung his fist, Wang Ye's massive body was rendered incapable of reaction, yet from within him erupted a burst of white light, departing with a speed rivaling Lin Fan's. This sudden turn of events compelled Lin Fan, who had intended to conclude Wang Yi with a single blow, to halt his assault. Beep. Fragment system detected. Host, please surrender the fragment system to this system. You shall receive new functionalities and rewards. Fragment system? Without the luxury of further contemplation, Lin Fan cast a fleeting glance at Wang Yi, whose status as a protagonist lost its significance in the absence of the system. He then surged towards the white light soaring into the sky, and in an instant, both were enveloped within the atmosphere. With a swift whoosh, although Lin Fan's speed was somewhat slower than that of the brilliant white light, he could sense that the system within him was fiercely restraining the white light ahead. This resulted in the light's speed being inferior to Lin Fan's. As he burst forth from Earth, he grasped the white light in his hand. Strangely enough, despite being merely a mass of luminescence, it could be firmly held by Lin Fan. Curiously examining the orb of white light in his grasp, Lin Fan recalled the words of his system, which indicated that this entity was likely a fragment of the system residing within him and should prove beneficial to his own. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Faith Ascension system. Please choose whether to bind it. Yes or no. TCH. Feeling the electronic voice within his mind emanating from the white light, tinged with a hint of urgency, Lin Fan scoffed dismissively. What was this Faith Ascension system? His own system had granted him superhuman abilities from the outset, which was why he felt so formidable. Could it compare? Bring it on. Without hesitation, Lin Fan complied with his system's directive and consumed the orb of white light. In an instant, the electronic voice that had recently manifested in his mind vanished, replaced by notifications from his own system. Acquired fragment subsystem, system synthesis, and upgrade in progress. Estimated time: 1 day. Expected new features: faith template, faith shop, etc. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Acquired Shadow World. Comprehensive Dark Magic Compendium. Shadow World, an independent realm that accompanies the host across myriad dimensions, containing countless shadow soldier legions for the host to command. Wow. ISNT this equivalent to an entire legion of shadow warriors? Although the system was still in the process of upgrading, it generously announced the rewards in advance. Truly commendable. Simultaneously, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed upon seeing the rewards. As a child, he had always dreamed of acquiring minions akin to shadow ninjas. He never anticipated that the system would bestow upon him an entire realm of darkness. Moreover, it provided a comprehensive tome of dark magic, enabling him not only to wield magic, but also to command a formidable and loyal retinue. In a sense, Lin Fan was now the sovereign of the shadow world. By the way, what about that little tiger? After all, it was the protagonist as well. Perhaps I should obliterate it to demonstrate my respect. Seemingly recalling something, Lin Fan patted his head, realizing he had become somewhat complacent. When had he begun to show leniency towards the protagonist? Such a creature, once in opposition, should be swiftly dealt with. Time to leave. Lin Fan glanced at the sparse, starry sky around him. The harsh environment posed no hindrance to him whatsoever. However, the dimness of the surroundings offered little to admire. With a shrug, he turned and soared back towards Earth. With his extraordinary vision and hearing, Lin Fan was not at all hindered in finding his way, swiftly arriving at the Empress's palace. Though it felt like an eternity due to the recent commotion, in truth, only a minute or two had passed. Yet that was ample time for Wang Yi to escape. Upon reaching the imperial palace, Lin Fan found no trace of Wang Yi, only the enchanting Yen Ruyu, surrounded by a throng of soldiers. However, Lin Fan was aware of Wang Ye's whereabouts. His purpose here was merely to deliver a message to Yen Ruyu. Suspended in midair, Lin Fan's tall figure was adorned in a flowing dragon robe, billowing in the wind, while his long, dark hair danced wildly like serpents. His gaze was apathetic, seemingly indifferent to Yen Ruyu's stunning beauty, as if she were merely a lifeless figure. In truth, if he so wished, he could perceive the very skeleton within her. Ahem. Nonetheless, Lin Fan remained an ordinary man, albeit one with particular tastes. As for Yen Ruyu, well, she certainly had her own allure. Your guardian beast stands no chance against me. In 3 days, the armies of the Qin kingdom will arrive. Surrender willingly, or do not blame my subordinates for being merciless. With that, Lin Fan tossed aside his words and soared away, unperturbed by the thought of Yin Ryu and her formidable troops posing any threat to him. After Lin Fan departed, Yin Ryu could no longer uphold the dignity of the Empress and collapsed to the ground. She understood that Wang Yi was finished. The Yin kingdom was doomed, and she would no longer occupy her lofty position as Empress. Chapter 41. Let us rest in peace in Lin Fan's perception. Wang Yi was surprisingly swift, having reached the banks of the Yangtze in Shuzhou. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback, but felt a sense of relief. After all, he was once the protagonist with a system, perhaps possessing one or two methods of flight himself. However, that was not of utmost importance. Once Lin Fan decided to act, Wang Yi would have no hope of escape. Shuzhou was originally the territory of the Chun Kingdom, but it fell to the Zhang Kingdom under the swift conquest led by Zhang Jiao and his yellow turban warriors, who seized it with remarkable speed. Thus, Shuzhou changed hands. Nevertheless, the Qin Kingdom had never been a paragon of virtue. The rich grew richer while the poor sank deeper into destitution, with severe land consolidation taking place. Surprisingly, Zhang Jiao treated the common folk with kindness, showing no mercy to the gentry and wealthy families. After capturing Shuzhou, the affluent had to either surrender their lands and tributes or face confiscation. It was indeed a tyrannical approach, leaving many landlords in despair, cursing Zhang Jiao repeatedly. Today marked the day Zhang Jiao prayed for divine protection over the Zhang Kingdom, donning a ceremonial Taoist robe and approaching the high platform with a demeanor of reverence. After a lively performance of an unfamiliar dance, Zhang Jiao raised his peachwood sword high, gesturing with his fingers as a golden beam shot forth, piercing the heavens. This was a spell attack, capable of dispersing the ominous clouds above, leading the common folk below to mistakenly believe that the heavens truly favored Zhonghua. As the clouds parted to reveal the dawn, Zhang Jiao released the golden light, stifling a yawn while contemplating a return to his slumber. Suddenly, an odd cry echoed through the sky. "Who dares to ambush your grandfather, tiger?" At that moment, Wang Yi was soaring through the skies on a cloud, traveling at a speed surpassing that of a fighter jet. However, fate intervened, and Zhang Jiao's errant golden light struck him squarely on the rear, causing him to yelp in pain. Wang Yi cursed silently. Had he not been pursued, he would have descended to deliver a swift retribution to his assailant. "What was that?" Zhang Jiao inquired, scratching his ear, a look of mild surprise crossing his face. Straining to listen, he discerned no further sounds and assumed he had misheard. Just as he prepared to descend from his high perch, the clouds above unexpectedly parted, and Zhang Jiao smiled faintly. "Now the citizens of Shuzhou will surely believe that my Zhonghua is the destined realm, which will greatly aid in winning their hearts." Confident in his display, he did not look up to witness the unfolding events in the sky, instead flying down from his platform with pride. Observing the citizens below, their mouths agape and faces etched with astonishment, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, upon noticing his disciples similarly awestruck, he felt a twinge of confusion. Had they not rehearsed this beforehand? Their astonishment seemed unbecoming of his celestial students. "Goodness, spare me, fellow villager!" A strange cry erupted, startling Zhang Jiao so much that he nearly tumbled from the air. Turning to see what lay behind him, he realized that the dispersal of the clouds had not been his magic at all, but rather the charge of a white-furred tiger. Wang Yi, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, was in a dire state as two crimson beams of intense energy struck him from above the clouds. The searing force left him grievously injured, prompting him to muster his remaining magical energy to conjure a protective shield. With a thunderous crash, Wang Yi plummeted to the ground like a small meteor, creating a resounding impact that shook the earth nearby. In an instant, Lin Fan had caught up with Wang Yi, a mere glance unleashing powerful energy that brought the airborne Wang Yi crashing down. Seeing Wang Yi battered and sprawled on the ground, Lin Fan swiftly descended from the heights. Frowning slightly at the cloud of dust now swirling around, he exhaled gently, dispersing the dark haze to reveal the pitiful figure of Wang Yi. Brother, please don't act rashly. Allow me to speak." At this moment, Wang Yi appeared utterly wretched, his face swollen and bruised, stained with crimson blood. His mouth was devoid of sound teeth, and his bones were shattered beyond recognition. He was no longer the formidable white tiger beast he once was. Most distressingly, Wang Yi lamented, he discovered that the system which had accompanied him during his transmigration had inexplicably vanished. This revelation obliterated any sense of superiority he might have felt as the protagonist. Without his golden finger, how could he even contemplate the divine ambition of becoming a deity? Although the hope for progress had evaporated, he reasoned that being alive was certainly preferable to death. Thus, Wang Yi hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Brother, considering we are both from the same hometown, please spare my life. I could serve as your mount. Look, don't celestial beings in myths often ride on oxen and deer? I'm a white tiger, far superior to them. Hey, brother, no need to get agitated." Wang Ye's desperate cry was abruptly silenced as Lin Fan, with an impassive expression, unleashed a single punch. This blow utterly obliterated Wang Ye's body, rendering him irretrievable. This was Lin Fan's customary method of dealing with protagonists. Either coexist peacefully or eradicate them entirely to prevent future troubles. Having fulfilled a desire. Once I unify the world, I shall venture into the next realm. With a rapid flick, Lin Fan expelled the remnants of flesh and blood from his hands, exhaling slowly. With the protagonist's nuisance resolved, the task of world unification lay ahead, a venture he could undertake leisurely while cultivating his own strength. Why not take pleasure in it? After all, he was a rare transmigrator in a vast world. Although he was uncertain whether they hailed from the same realm, he felt a twinge of compassion. Even though he had slain Wang Yi, he believed it only right to ensure a proper burial. Lin Fan glanced around and spotted a small hillock a few meters high. His eyes sparkled with determination as he dashed toward it, delivering a casual punch that reverberated like an earthquake. Soon, under the astonished gazes of Zhang Jiao and the others nearby, Lin Fan effortlessly uprooted the hillock. How to describe it? It was akin to an ant lifting an old television set, a feat that defied belief. With a thunderous crash, Lin Fan dusted off his hands, gazing with satisfaction at the relocated hill. Thus, the poor tiger would not fear desecration. It could be considered a benefit for a fellow transmigrator. Wang Yi, is this a benefit? Even in death, I am denied a moment's respite. Just as Lin Fan prepared to depart, his gaze caught sight of Zhang Jiao and his companions, who stood in stunned silence. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Fan recognized Zhang Jiao. Having meticulously observed the high-ranking officials from various nations, thanks to his extraordinary vision and hearing, especially the Empress of Yan Nation, Lin Fan discovered that she seemed to harbor numerous conspiracies, always acting in secrecy. This compelled Lin Fan to scrutinize the information multiple times to uncover the truth, which was quite vexing. Chapter 42. New features. Although he recognized Zhang Jiao as the emperor of the formidable Zhang Nation, second only to Qian Nation, Lin Fan had no intention of swiftly reclaiming the entire Central Plains, as he desired to further develop his own strength. At that moment, seeing the shock and fear in Zhang Jiao's eyes, Lin Fan abruptly shook his head, rubbed his eyes, and feigned ignorance of the situation. Alas, the excess earwax obscured his vision. He felt aged and decided to return home. Zhang Jiao, watching the unfamiliar yet powerful figure depart, was internally tumultuous. He had thought that Elbu of L Nation was invincible, only to realize that this man was even more formidable. Who could he possibly be? Meanwhile, far in the borderlands, Elbu sneezed. "Achoo! Who speaks ill of me?" Clad in bee-skin armor and a grand red robe, wielding a halberd, and riding his steed Red Hair, Elbu had inadvertently killed a kneeling lord of Yan Nation with a careless motion. He displayed an expression of helplessness. It had been many years since he last sneezed, and to have it happen now was surely fate's jest. Rubbing his head, Elbu reflected that he had successfully conquered Yan Nation and Baelyong. Thus, L Nation now encompassed 3 states. However, upon further contemplation, he realized there was little distinction. Both Yuzhou of Yin and Liangzhou of Baelyong were notorious for their poverty, akin to his own Bingzhou. Now, with the 3 combined, they only compounded the destitution. Sighing, he envied the ruler of Qian Nation, pondering what ingenious methods he employed to amass wealth. Elbu's eyes brimmed with envy and jealousy as he carefully retrieved a wine flask from his waist and uncorked it. Instantly, the intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Gulp! The soldiers around him could not suppress their salivation. In the frigid north, the populace cherished strong liquor, and this exquisite brew was unparalleled. Even those soldiers who had never tasted it were captivated by its fragrance. Gulping cautiously, Elbu's expression grew satisfied. After a sip, the world around him seemed to brighten. "Huh, Qian Nation, one day I shall march upon your lands. For the exquisite liquor," he bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "For the exquisite liquor. For the exquisite liquor." The soldiers, mounted on their steeds, brandished their lances, their morale soaring high. Little did they know that Elbu, now commanding 3 states in the north, was driven to madness by the prospect of the fine spirits they sold. Lin Fan spoke briefly with Liu Bei, instructing him to lead the troops to take control of the region of Yangzhou, while advising caution to avoid the Empress's reckless actions. The system was still undergoing upgrades, and upon returning, Lin Fan found little to occupy his time. He simply yawned and retired for the night, sleeping soundly until dawn. The following morning, as the first light of day broke, Lin Fan rubbed his eyes, eager to examine the changes within his system. Host: Lin Fan, power, superhuman level 100, peak martial master. Physique: supreme divine body, akin to superhuman constitution. Items: infinite storage space, shadow world, compendium of dark magic. Faith points: 13696. 13, faith shop. World experienced: a martial healer on a quest to find his fiancée E. The recent update of the system introduced the functionalities of faith points and the faith shop, which did not surprise Lin Fan in the least. Observing that he possessed over 10,000 faith points, a number that continued to rise, he pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that the citizens of the Qian kingdom held a strong belief in him. Indeed, the rapid accumulation of faith points was a testament to his efforts. With eager anticipation, Lin Fan clicked on the faith shop, curious about the treasures it might contain. Faith shop: basic fireball technique, 100 faith points. Icy spike assault, 100 faith points. Woodvine entanglement, 100 faith points. Undead skeleton summoning technique, 1000 faith points. Druid transformation technique, werewolf, 1000 faith points. Bear, tiger, leopard. Lion at the same price. Golem stone man transformation technique, 1000 faith points. Resurrection technique, 1000 faith points for ordinary individuals. The higher the power, the greater the faith points consumed. Basic healing potion, 100 faith points. Basic recovery elixir, 100 faith points. Low-grade divine rank, 100 million faith points. Mid-grade divine rank, 1 billion faith points. High-grade divine rank, 10 billion faith points. Supreme god rank, 100 billion faith points. Creator god rank, 1 trillion faith points. By expending faith points, the host can impart divine techniques from the faith shop to their followers. To his astonishment, the ability to resurrect the deceased was available. Did this mean he could return from the dead himself? Lin Fan was taken aback and promptly inquired within his mind whether this would be beneficial to him. Ding! With the host's current strength, it surpasses that of a low-tier deity. Resurrecting once will require the consumption of 100 million faith points. 100 million faith points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan could not help but gasp. According to the system, his strength now exceeded that of a low-tier deity, but fell short of a mid-tier one. The requirement of an entire 100 million faith points for a single resurrection indicated that he could potentially create a low-tier deity weaker than himself. The consumption of such faith values is indeed formidable. Well, although the consumption is somewhat terrifying, having an additional trump card is certainly advantageous. It is likely that I will not encounter anything capable of extinguishing my existence in the early stages. As I traverse through various worlds, if I were to leave a legend in each realm, perhaps I would be revered like the deities of my past life, ultimately amassing boundless faith. The exorbitant cost of resurrection, however, weighs heavily upon Lin Fan, for only beings who hold profound admiration and respect for oneself can generate faith values. Currently, the nation of Qian boasts vast territories across 3 continents, with a population nearing 10 million. Yet Lin Fan has only accumulated approximately 200,000 faith values. This indicates that there are merely around 200,000 individuals in Qian who believe in Lin Fan, most of whom are likely the common folk of Shancheng, as they are the only ones who have witnessed his legendary prowess in battle. Exhaling slowly, Lin Fan realizes that, despite his current scarcity of faith values, he lacks nothing in combat strength. Thus, he intends to conserve his faith values for the future opportunity to revive the deceased. While the spells within the faith shop are impressive, they require faith values. I still possess a tome on dark magic, so I shall first peruse the spells contained therein. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Fan feels that his absorption of solar energy has slowed. The enhancement of his abilities is no longer as rapid as before. Instead, it seems to have reached a bottleneck. Additionally, his martial prowess is constrained at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, leaving little room for improvement unless he discovers a more advanced technique. Therefore, Lin Fan has resolved to delve into the Compendium of Dark Magic. Chapter 43. The Dark Archmage. The Compendium of Dark Magic originates from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, and it is not the work of the Dragon Blade author. Rather, it is a comprehensive record of all dark magic from ancient times to modern society. The knowledge contained within is vast, akin to an ocean, and an ordinary person could spend a lifetime without fully mastering it. However, Lin Fan is different. He possesses superhuman abilities and, consequently, an extraordinary capacity for learning. Coupled with the cultivation of the supreme divine body, Lin Fan swiftly masters the manipulation of dark energy, becoming a first-level apprentice wizard. As time gradually passes, Lin Fan absorbs the knowledge of dark magic like a parched sponge. This is a domain he has never before encountered. Magic. A powerful magician requires ample knowledge and an extensive learning process. Yet, Lin Fan possesses a tome rich with knowledge of dark magic and a divine-like learning ability. With the cultivation of his divine body, Lin Fan's repertoire of magical knowledge expands, and his control over dark energy grows increasingly potent. He rapidly evolves from a novice apprentice wizard. In the realm of sorcery, one may ascend from the apprentice of the intermediate wizard to the esteemed ranks of the master sorcerer, culminating in the formidable title of the Dark Archmage. Lin Fan devoted a month to seclusion and rigorous training, ultimately achieving what had been his father's lifelong aspiration, the mastery of the Dark Archmage's level, which, according to the annals of history, grants one the power to effortlessly seal the 8 malevolent demons into the abyss. Though these demons are but a weakened version of their former selves, they nonetheless serve as a testament to the formidable prowess of the Archmage. With a deep exhalation, Lin Fan opened his eyes, now radiating with newfound wisdom. Every powerful being possesses a vast repository of knowledge. While Lin Fan had previously exhibited remarkable combat prowess, he lacked the corresponding depth of knowledge that befits a true master. At long last, he had rectified this deficiency. Over the course of a month, Lin Fan's faith value increased significantly, initially by 200,000 each day, but later surging to nearly 500,000 daily, leaving him somewhat astonished. Upon employing his acute senses to comprehend the situation, a serene expression graced Lin Fan's face. He realized that the current turmoil across the Central Plains, marked by relentless warfare and countless casualties, contributed to the admiration and reverence he garnered from the citizens of the Qian Kingdom. With a formidable army of 300,000 warriors safeguarding them, the populace felt secure and content, fostering a genuine sense of worship towards him. Lin Fan suddenly grasped that to attract more followers, it was not merely about demonstrating strength, but also about instilling a sense of urgency and significance within them. In this chaotic world, his army's protection created a stark contrast to the suffering endured by the citizens of other nations. This realization elucidated the exponential rise in his faith value. He pondered that in the next world he would traverse, it might be prudent to orchestrate certain circumstances to ensure a more perilous environment. For the sake of amassing sufficient resources for revival, Lin Fan began to devise plans in secret. Should the next world prove insufficiently dangerous, he resolved to transform it into one fraught with peril. However, for the time being, he had no need to consult his guards to discern the distribution of power across the Central Plains. After a period of survival of the fittest, the region had been divided into 4 kingdoms. The Lu Kingdom, ruled by Lu Bu, occupied the territories of Liang, Bing, and Yu, with both he and his soldiers exhibiting immense strength. They harbored covetous eyes towards the Qian Kingdom, yet their actions were temporarily restrained by the presence of the Wei Kingdom in between. Next was the Zhang Kingdom, which held sway over the territories of Qing and Su, led by Zhang Jiao, who possessed extraordinary mystical abilities and commanded an invincible force of yellow turbans. Then there was the Wei Kingdom. In days of yore, a once mighty nation has not faded into obscurity, having engaged in a fierce battle against the Yuan state of Jizhou. Ultimately, under the treachery of Su Yu, a strategist in the service of the state leader Yuan Shao, they achieved a resounding victory, swiftly annexing Jizhou. Presently, they command Jizhou, Yinzhou, Yuzhou, Silijin, and Yongzhou, boasting an army purported to number in the millions, with substantial military resources at their disposal. Concurrently, they seem to have acquired the means to control wild beasts, as the ruler Cao Cao established the Tiger and Leopard Camp, which possesses formidable combat capability. Next is the Qin state, which encompasses Jingzhou, Yizhou, and Yangzhou. Although it rose from humble beginnings, no one dares to underestimate this nation. After all, the once mighty white Tiger Guard of Yangzhou, known for its ferocity, has been encountered by many. Yet, Qin state easily subdued them. While the intricacies of this conquest remain unclear, one truth remains evident. Qin state is no ordinary realm. Now, having surpassed its developmental phase, its strength no longer escalates as swiftly as before, rendering prolonged stagnation unnecessary. It would be prudent to swiftly reclaim the Central Plains, as a substantial population base will yield increased faith. Stretching his limbs, Lin Fan felt a satisfying crack in his bones, revealing a look of contentment. He exhaled deeply, resolved to personally lead the troops against the other three nations. At this moment, the population in the Central Plains is considerable, with Lin Fan estimating at least 40 to 50 million inhabitants. The sooner he conquers, the quicker he can convert them all into his followers. By crafting an image of himself as a divine being, akin to the deities of your revered in statues, Lin Fan envisions receiving faith from these worlds, accumulating immense resources daily. With a gleam in his eye, Lin Fan instructed the guards outside to summon the civil and military officials of the Qin state for an assembly in the Qiankuan Hall. Upon receiving Lin Fan's command, the officials wasted no time and hurried to the hall, all of them possessing sufficient cultivation to arrive within a quarter of an hour. At this time, Lin Fan sat regally upon the high dragon throne, a subtle expression of joy gracing his features. Liu Bei, a man of remarkable perceptiveness, merely cast a glance and instantly grasped the situation, bowing in congratulations. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your successful retreat. The strength of our Qin state has ascended further. Truly commendable. Lin Fan chuckled, somewhat bemused, realizing that Lu Huangshu had taken to flattering him. Yet, one cannot deny that Lu Huangshu's compliments carry a unique charm. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan continued, "Let us set aside pleasantries. The reason for gathering you here today is my intention to mobilize against the other three nations of the Central Plains. I wonder what thoughts you may have on this matter." Lin Fan spoke softly, yet his gaze was fixed upon Zhang Fei below. He was aware that upon hearing of impending battle, this little black fellow would undoubtedly leap with excitement. As expected, Zhang Fei's eyes gleamed, and his voice boomed like thunder as he exclaimed, "Is His Majesty preparing to wage war against the other three kingdoms? Splendid. I shall take the lead. I have heard that Lu Bu of the Lu Kingdom is unmatched in the world. I shall see for myself if he truly possesses such prowess." Chapter 44. The Offensive Lu Bu. Upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Lin Fan pondered for a moment, recalling the formidable strength of Lu Bu he had glimpsed earlier. Comparing it to that of Zhang Fei and his companions, he couldn't help but mutter to himself how fortuitous it was. Lu Bu, it seemed, had encountered some extraordinary opportunity, achieving the early stages of a grandmaster in martial arts. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei were at the pinnacle of innate strength. Yet they were the cream of the crop within that realm. Perhaps, collectively, the three brothers might match Lu Bu in power. Lin Fan stroked his chin, contemplating whether this could be considered a parallel to the legendary three heroes battling Lu Bu in another realm. "We three." Zhang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Guan Yu, with an air of pride, felt a surge of curiosity towards the enigmatic Lu Bu, wondering what merits had led Lin Fan to hold him in such high regard. The other ministers, too, were intrigued, for they knew that Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Liu Bei, and Pan Feng were all renowned and formidable warriors. The notion that such a figure could require the combined strength of three to defeat him was indeed a staggering thought. After much deliberation, it was ultimately decided that Pan Feng would lead a force of 100,000 troops to defend the Qian kingdom, while the three brothers Liu Bei would command 200,000 troops alongside Lin Fan to assault foreign lands. Given the nature of their expedition, they would undoubtedly bring forth the most elite forces. After days of rigorous training, The majority of the soldiers had attained mid-stage innate strength, with several officers reaching the pinnacle of that realm. Although they could not harness true energy, each possessed remarkable strength and endurance. Akin to the untrained Zhang, Fei, and Guan Yu, such a formidable army of 200,000 warriors might not even require Lin Fan's intervention to vanquish the armies of rival nations, claiming victory with ease. As the army set forth, it was a magnificent spectacle. Lin Fan carried the provisions for the entire force, ensuring that their march was swift and unimpeded. The first adversary of the Qian Kingdom was the Wei Kingdom, boasting a so-called million-strong army, capable of driving tigers and controlling wolves, with birds as scouts and wild bulls as vanguards. In confronting them, Lin Fan employed no elaborate tactics. He relied solely on one principle: brute force. The resplendent army, clad in iron armor and wielding sharp blades, exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The soldiers of Wei turned pale at the sight of such a formidable force. In Yi City, a middle-aged man with graying hair gazed down at the densely packed Qian army, his eyes shimmering with divine brilliance, unable to contain his admiration. He was none other than Cao Cao, who had just vanquished Yuan Shao and was basking in the glory of his triumph. Yet at this very moment, he was struck a devastating blow by the forces of the Qian Kingdom. The formidable presence of the 200,000 armored troops below instilled in him a sense of dread. Orders were dispatched, commanding the defenders to hold fast within the city walls, forbidding any from venturing out. The war elephants were instructed to block the city gates. Cao Cao let out a deep sigh. He had believed that with his million-strong army and the ability to command beasts, he remained a power to be reckoned with in the realm. Little did he anticipate that the Qian Kingdom would unleash such a formidable trump card against him. It seemed he was in dire straits. As his commands took effect, the entire city of Yi immediately shifted into a defensive posture, with soldiers preparing various makeshift weapons, stones, logs, and more. Towering elephants raised their trunks high, resembling monstrous creatures that steadfastly obstructed the gates. Groups of venomous snakes lay in ambush beyond the city walls, seemingly intent on poisoning the distant enemy forces. Above, a flock of crows settled on the battlements, curiously refraining from attacking one another, instead obeying the commands of their human masters. Meanwhile, Lin Fan observed the scene with an air of detachment. Although the Wei army remained steadfast behind their defenses, he harbored no concerns. With a mere wave of his hand, 3 of his generals led a charge of 200,000 armored infantry straight toward Yi City. Onward! This is the capital of Wei. The first to breach the gates shall earn glory. At that moment, Zhang Fei rode atop a magnificent steed covered in azure scales, darting forward like a gust of wind. This extraordinary creature, captured from the wilds, seemed to be infused with spiritual energy, far surpassing ordinary horses in strength and agility. Its scales were as resilient as armor, and it possessed an intelligence that endeared it to Zhang Fei, who named it Wuhuan Horse. Liu Bei and Guan Yu similarly mounted their own exceptional steeds, gifted by the resurgence of spiritual energy, rivaling Zhang Fei's Wuhuan in prowess. Together with the seemingly endless ranks of martial warriors behind them, they advanced in a sweeping tide. In contrast, Lin Fan remained seated comfortably on his high platform, occasionally sipping tea, seemingly unconcerned about the fortunes of the front line. With a snap of his fingers, a multitude of soldiers of diverse forms surged forth from the shadows beside him. Strangely, some of these soldiers were not even humanoid, resembling bizarre creatures from the realm of cinema. They comprised 9 distinct legions from the Shadow Brigade: the Ninja Legion, Nightshade Legion, Shadow Devourers, Giant Shadows, Claw Shadows, Samurai Legion, Soft Shadows, Pincer Shadows, and Thundering Shadows. These colorful shadow troops emerged from the dark world, summoned forth by Lin Fan's formidable power, each legion contributing 10,000 soldiers from the depths of the Shadow Realm. Surrounded by a multitude of shadowy monsters, any ordinary person would likely be paralyzed with fear. However, Lin Fan merely sipped from his teacup, exhaling softly, and remarked calmly, "Go forth, and do not relent until they surrender." While he did not intend to engage directly, he was reluctant to see the soldiers of the Qing Kingdom suffer excessive losses, especially given the troublesome animal legion of the enemy. Thus, Lin Fan summoned a battalion of 90,000 shadow soldiers to assist, eager to gauge their prowess. With a swift motion, the shadow soldiers acknowledged Lin Fan's command. even the smallest among them, the devouring shadows, nodding their necklace heads. The multitude of shadow soldiers seamlessly melded into the darkness, leaping through the shadows as they surged toward the front lines. Meanwhile, the martial army had approached the city walls, each soldier constructing ladders to ascend. Yet midway up, they were seized by the myriad of birds that blotted out the sun, plummeting from heights of several meters to the ground. Fortunately, they sustained only minor pains and quickly rejoined the fray. The battle for the city walls raged fiercely. It appeared they could hold their ground for a while longer, but it was only a matter of time before the gates would be breached. Cao Cao, drenched in sweat and frantic, pondered how long it would take for reinforcements to arrive. If they delayed, he feared for his own safety. In the midst of his anxious thoughts, an officer nearby pointed toward the horizon, astonishment and excitement illuminating his eyes. "Your Majesty, look, reinforcements are arriving." "Really? Where?" Cao Cao exclaimed, widening his eyes as he pushed the officer aside to gaze in the direction indicated. His face instantly lit up with exhilaration. Chapter 45. The might of the Shadow Battalion in the distance. Along the horizon of Jizhou, a cloud of dust billowed as a colossal army charged forth. The foremost among them were massive elephants, charging like towering buildings. With a resounding trumpeting, every step they took reverberated like an earthquake, accompanied by the deafening roars of thousands of elephants. It was as if an ancient demon had awakened, and the air was filled with the cries of various beasts. Thousands of vibrant tigers, fierce lions, an endless sea of gray wolves, and a herd of sharp-horned black cattle. Moreover, there were thousands of silverback gorillas clad in wooden armor, wielding stone spears and lances, riding atop rhinoceroses, rampaging and roaring. In front of them, a multitude of cavalry galloped forward, wielding dark long spears with incredible speed, aiming for the flanks of the martial army. Leading them was Xiahou Dun, brandishing a saber with a bloodthirsty expression, shouting, "Your Majesty, I have arrived. I shall lead the tiger and leopard cavalry to trample the enemy. Kill, kill, kill." Over 100,000 cavalrymen of the tiger and leopard cavalry roared in unison, their spirits soaring high, bolstered by the formidable beast army that surrounded them. The sight of colossal elephants and herds of black bulls was enough to render any opposing force hesitant to even pause for a second in their presence. "Prepare to meet your end," Zhang Fei bellowed, his face flushed with rage upon noticing an attack on the flank, ready to rally his troops to defend. Liu Bei shared the same intention, but as he prepared to mobilize his forces, he noticed a multitude of black creatures emerging from the shadows. Their bizarre forms were unsettling, with eyes fixed intently on the advancing enemy. Instantly, Liu Bei felt reassured. The Shadow Legion, led by Lin Fan, had informed them that with their presence, there was no need to dispatch troops for flank protection. They could focus entirely on the siege of Yi City. With a decisive sweep of his sword, Liu Bei channeled his energy and struck toward the city gates, determined to conquer Yi City. On the city wall, Cao Cao and his allies were taken aback by the sudden appearance of thousands of unidentified dark soldiers before their reinforcements. Where did this army come from? How can they materialize out of thin air? Dian Wei furrowed his brow, pondering if these were troops of Zhang Jiao from the Zhang Kingdom. Rumor had it that he possessed the ability to conjure soldiers from beans. Cao Cao ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to obliterate Zhang Jiao for threatening the stability of Wei. Meanwhile, the startled Xiahou Dun galloped forward, bewildered by the grotesque creatures ahead. Each was cloaked in darkness. Some possessed 4 legs and claws reminiscent of mantises, while others bore untrimmed nails that appeared as if they were embedded with steel blades. Some even sported pairs of bat-like wings and emitted an eerie glow. The most terrifying were the countless hulking figures, each towering at least 2.5 meters, with arms far thicker than those of any ordinary man. Xiahou Dun was incensed. "Whose army is this? Their appearance is utterly reckless," he exclaimed. "Regardless, what does it matter? Even giants are no match for my invincible legion." With fury coursing through him, Xiahou Dun let out a thunderous roar, seemingly understood by the evolved beasts, who charged fearlessly toward the Shadow Legion, blocking their path. The ground trembled as thousands of colossal elephants charged forward. Even the Troll Legion hesitated to confront them head-on. Meanwhile, the soft Shadow Legion exchanged glances, and like phantoms, their bodies swiftly melded into the shadows. They emerged from either side of the road, half of their forms rising slowly, their tendrils extending rapidly toward the opposite shore. The tendrils of the Shadow Legion soldiers intertwined seamlessly, forming a nearly imperceptible yet remarkably sturdy black tripwire. However, Xiahou Dun and his comrades remained oblivious to the subtle machinations of the opposing Shadow Legion, their minds consumed with visions of the unknown army before them being shattered into oblivion. Yet, in the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as thousands of war elephants, galloping recklessly ahead, collapsed in a cacophony of chaos, sending the archers atop them crashing to the ground, reduced to mere pulp beneath the weight. Following this, a vast herd of black bulls, caught off guard while attempting to evade the elephants, tumbled to the earth, throwing the entire formation into disarray. Wild beasts, despite being under human control, lacked the discipline of men. Thus, the Black Bull Legion was unable to halt their momentum and fell alongside the Elephant Brigade. Even the mighty silverback gorillas, riding atop colossal rhinos, were bewilderingly dislodged, their faces etched with despair. This was their inaugural campaign. Roars erupted from agile tigers, lions, and gray wolves behind them, swiftly halting to issue warnings to the advancing Shadow Legion. Xiahou Dun shouted urgently, "Stay calm, maintain formation." The well-trained tiger and leopard cavalry promptly reined in their steeds, exhibiting remarkable composure amidst the turmoil. However, the Shadow Legion afforded them little respite. Although the tendrils of the soft Shadow Legion had toppled the Elephant Brigade, they too suffered grievous injuries, capable of launching only a few tendrils, which now targeted the silverback gorillas on the ground. With a fierce roar, numerous silverbacks fell, desperately searching for their mounts, unaware that slender tendrils were already ensnaring them. These muscular gorillas, filled with rage, struggled vigorously, yet the grip tightened inexorably, embodying the notion of overcoming strength with subtlety. Meanwhile, the fallen elephants, their tough hides and resilient spirits, shook their trunks and attempted to rise, ready to unleash their fury. Suddenly, they spotted a horde of stout, muscular figures charging toward them, their dark hands aiming low. The Troll Brigade retorted, "Are we the diminutive ones?" With a thunderous crash, one elephant swung its trunk, sending a Troll Brigade soldier flying several meters away, while simultaneously plowing through a multitude of ghostly soldiers. Yet, the Troll Brigade was not easily intimidated. With over 10,000 soldiers, they surged forward in unison, overpowering the elephants and bringing them crashing to the ground. The diminutive fists rained down relentlessly, eliciting pained cries from the elephants. With their ranks thinned, the Black Bull Legion rose in fury, intent on charging at the Troll Brigade, only to be intercepted by the Claw Shadow Legion and the Samurai Brigade. The sharp katana and steel claws unleashed a gruesome slaughter within the herd. Tigers, lions, and wolves roared fiercely, charging forth to rend the Shadowy Legion, resulting in a staggering number of casualties. The giant claw and blasting Shadow Legions hastily intervened to confront these ferocious predators, while the Night Shadow Legion above unleashed eerie azure bolts of electricity. Energy beams rained down relentlessly. Chapter 46. Unification of the Central Plains. Meanwhile, in a realm unseen by the masses, the sixth member of the Shadow Devourers began to surreptitiously absorb the essence of shadows. Yet, none were aware of this insidious act. How detestable! What manner creatures are these? Xiahou Dun, wielding a steel spear, deftly navigated through the ranks of the Shadow soldiers atop his agile steed. With a powerful thrust, he obliterated a Shadow soldier from the Samurai Legion, reducing it to a cloud of black mist. But soon more attacks ensued. Furious, Xiahou Dun led his over 100,000 tiger and leopard cavalry in a frenzied sweep. The battlefield was engulfed in plumes of black smoke. Wilderness warfare is notoriously brutal. After incurring significant losses, Xiahou Dun gasped for breath as he beheld approximately 20,000 Shadow soldiers remaining before him. Some units had been utterly annihilated, such as the seemingly ordinary and unimposing ninja soldiers. Coughing up blood, Xiahou Dun grinned wryly. Ultimately, victory shall be ours. Men, slay them. Charge! The once formidable army of over 100,000 had dwindled to fewer than 10,000. And the Beast Legion had suffered grievously, fatigue weighing heavily upon them. Yet, they pressed on, mustering their last vestiges of strength to advance. Just as Xiahou Dun believed victory was assured, he was taken aback by the sight of the black soldiers before him, who did not flinch or evade their charge. Instead, they leisurely stepped aside, exuding an air of calm composure. Xiahou Dun's anger surged, but before he could utter a word, he beheld a multitude of colossal figures emerge from the shadows ahead. It was the long-hidden devourers of shadows. Having consumed countless shadows on the battlefield, the leading 10 shadow soldiers now towered nearly 20 meters tall. Their gaping maws resembled abyssal chasms, evoking a sense of dread as if one's very soul might be drawn into their depths. The subsequent legion, though smaller, still boasted a height of at least 3 meters, advancing towards Xiahou Dun's cavalry with menacing grins, their open jaws seemingly poised to devour all in their path. "This is dire. Run." Xiahou Dun was instantly struck with terror. What manner of monstrosity is this? Just the sight of those 10 behemoths sent a chill through his veins, nearly freezing the blood within him. Any vestige of courage to continue the charge evaporated. If the general was so shaken, one could only imagine the pallor on the faces of the soldiers below, who immediately turned their steeds to retreat. The ground trembled ominously. The colossal soldiers of the shadow-devouring legion sprinted forth like ancient tyrannosaurs, their tremendous movements prompting speculation. Could this be a prehistoric behemoth? From a distance, Lin Fan observed this spectacle with a hint of amusement, never anticipating that the initially insignificant shadow-devouring legion would evolve into a decisive force. At that moment, Xiahou Dun exhibited no desire for battle. The beastly horde had either been slain or rendered unconscious, their shadows siphoned away. Only the remaining 100,000 cavalrymen of Xiahou Dun fled in a state of panic, ultimately retreating towards E-City. This predicament left Cao utterly bewildered, as he helplessly witnessed a monstrous creature, taller than the city walls, charge forward, crashing through them with ease, and then departing as if nothing had transpired. The scene left behind a fervent army of 200,000 martial artists and 3 battle maniacs. Our Wei Kingdom is doomed. Cao Cao lamented, crying out to the heavens in despair. Meanwhile, Dian Wei, gripping 2 short daggers, urged Cao Cao to flee. "Your Majesty, we must escape swiftly. If we don't depart now, it may soon be too late." Awakening from his stupor, Cao Cao's expression morphed into one of reluctant determination. "The Qian Kingdom? I shall return." He then followed Dian Wei and his loyal confidants in a hasty flight. As the city wall lay breached, the martial army, led by Liu Bei and his companions, surged into the city. Thus, the Wei Kingdom met its demise. Liu Bei's victory over Cao Cao served as a form of retribution for another version of himself in a different realm. Having witnessed this riveting spectacle, Lin Fan stretched with satisfaction, knowing that he need not concern himself with the ensuing events. Zhuge Liang would undoubtedly orchestrate everything accordingly. The Qian Kingdom's power surged as it annexed the territory of the Wei Kingdom, yet it only claimed the original 4 provinces. As the region of Jizhou had been devoured by Zhang Jiao and El Bu, who had joined forces to seize it, inadvertently profiting Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan found this somewhat exasperating, he refrained from voicing his displeasure, for soon, not only Jizhou but the entirety of the Central Plains would belong to him. Following the defeat of the Wei Kingdom, Lin Fan's prestige soared, with his faith value reaching a daily income of 1 million. This surge was undoubtedly aided by his minister's fervent embellishment of his exploits. The entire Qian Kingdom began to circulate tales of Lin Fan as a divine being sent to save humanity, with many even erecting statues of him in their homes. This fervor grew alongside the bountiful harvests and the increasing prevalence of peace and prosperity within a realm, as only those who had endured suffering could truly cherish the hard-won tranquility of the present. However, the Qian Kingdom had little time to savor the fruits of their recent conquest, as Lin Fan swiftly prepared to lead his forces in a battle once more. With his sights set on the northern realm of El, this time, Lin Fan would personally engage in the fray, and with his extraordinary prowess, the outcome was unmistakably assured. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei initially engaged in battle with El Bu, culminating in a fierce struggle that lasted for 300 rounds, ultimately managing to force El Bu into retreat. This encounter left Zhang Fei and his companions in awe of El Bu's formidable martial prowess. However, they were well aware that even El Bu could not compare to their sovereign, who was a truly godlike figure. Having witnessed an alternate version of the legendary 3 heroes battling El Bu, Lin Fan resolved to take matters into his own hands. Cognizant of the sparse population in the north, after a fierce conflict, he sought to minimize casualties, opting instead to capture Elbu's entire family along with all senior military officers from the encampment. Subsequently, through the allure of fine wine and high-ranking positions, Lebu reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, the kingdom of Qian effortlessly subdued El's forces. Without pause, Lin Fan then turned his attention towards the kingdom of Zhang, initially anticipating a delay of several days. To his surprise, Zhang Jiao, feeling confident after recognizing Lin Fan as the mysterious master from before, assessed the strengths of both sides and ultimately chose to surrender, deeming it the stronger option. Consequently, Lin Fan, amidst the resurgence of spiritual energy, succeeded in unifying the central plains, bringing an end to over a century of turmoil. As he swiftly absorbed vast territories, he assigned his ministers to various regions to maintain order and stabilize the situation. With the high-yield seeds maturing, the hearts of the populace were quickly reassured. In an unexpected turn, Zhang Jiao entrusted Lin Fan with the Taiping Yao Shu, a technique capable of harnessing the spiritual energy of the universe for the practice of Taoist arts. Lin Fan, eager to learn, immediately began to comprehend its profound mysteries. After dedicating a month to this pursuit, he found that his mental state had significantly elevated. During this time, the kingdom of Qian underwent remarkable transformations due to the combination of high-yield seeds and potent spiritual energy, drastically reducing the maturation time of crops and achieving yields exceeding 500 pounds per acre, all without the aid of modern fertilizers or pesticides, relying solely on organic compost. As the quality of life improved, the citizens of Qian embraced their identities with renewed assurance. Under the guidance of wise ministers such as Zhuge Liang, Sima Yi, Zhou Yu, and Guijia, the overall strength of the kingdom flourished. Elbu and Liu Bei actively trained their soldiers, amassing a formidable army of 1 million. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao, shedding his burdens, retreated to establish a Taoist temple, dedicating himself to imparting his teachings. After Superman's strength reached 100, Lin Fan continued to absorb solar energy. Although he was still able to progress, the pace was evidently not as swift as before. Lin Fan speculated that the system had previously provided him with a speed enhancement package, but now that he had attained a certain level of strength, that privilege had vanished. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With Lin Fan's current prowess, as long as he did not venture into realms of overwhelming power, he could secure a place of significance. The battles that followed were straightforward. Lin Fan personally led his army northward against the Russians, westward towards Rome, and southward to Persia. Having dealt with these major powers of the era, the remaining lesser nations swiftly capitulated. After 2 years of relentless effort, the dragon banner of the Qian kingdom had firmly been planted atop the walls of cities worldwide. Leveraging his absolute military might, Lin Fan began to implement a series of policies. The foremost was the unification of language. The entire world was mandated to speak Mandarin, with a 1-year deadline. Those who failed to learn the language within that time frame would be sent to meet their maker. Next, he fervently promoted technological advancement. The students previously trained were now put to good use. Although deeper technologies remained out of reach for the time being, the fundamental steam industry needed to be perfected. Furthermore, due to the vast distances involved, the stability of the Qian kingdom was not yet secure. To consolidate his power, Lin Fan envisioned constructing thoroughfares leading to all corners of the world, thus introducing the concept of cement. However, this endeavor required immense labor, prompting Lin Fan to turn his gaze towards the islanders, who seemed to possess an abundance of manpower. In summary, through Lin Fan's tireless endeavors, the Qian kingdom successfully unified the globe. The resurgence of spiritual energy appeared to elevate the world from a low level of martial prowess to a high one. In truth, aside from a few exceptional talents, no one had emerged who could single-handedly vanquish an army. In the second year of the Qian kingdom's global dominion, with the populace in submission, Lin Fan garnered approximately 15 million faith points each day. The faith points accumulated on his panel had already surpassed 1 billion, sufficient to enable Lin Fan to resurrect 10 times at his current strength. Finally, on this day, the obsessions that had entwined Lin Fan began to dissipate. He could now witness the flourishing era of the Qian kingdom, which he had subdued through his own efforts. The once destitute prince of a near-extinct nation could finally lay his worries to rest. At that moment, Lin Fan received a long-awaited system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully fulfilling your obsession. You have received a task gift pack. One opportunity for world traversal. Opening his task gift pack, Lin Fan was aware that he could traverse within 24 hours of completing his obsession, so he did not rush to the next world. Instead, he opened his task gift pack to examine the rewards he had received. Task gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an upgraded version of Venom. Upgraded Venom, absolutely loyal to the host, fearless of flames and sound waves, possessing formidable growth potential, capable of absorbing the characteristics of other beings to enhance itself. Venom? To Lin Fan's surprise, the new reward from the system was actually a symbiote. He noticed a slight writhing in the fabric of his clothing. Bubbles emerged on the yellow dragon robe, resembling thick black oil, until his attire transformed entirely into a deep black. Observing closely, Lin Fan sensed that in a semi-symbiotic state, his strength had increased slightly, granting him power 5 times that of an ordinary person. Should he fully embrace the symbiotic form, he estimated his strength could potentially increase tenfold. However, the most significant aspect was that after evolution, Venom no longer bore the vulnerabilities to fire and sound waves. Moreover, it not only had the ability to replicate other beings' powers, but could also directly devour them to gain their strength. Overall, it held substantial cultivation value, yet for Lin Fan, it was merely a minor enhancement. Suddenly, a serpentine black head emerged from his arm, a miniature version of Venom taking shape, its eyes gleaming with excitement and admiration as it gazed at Lin Fan. With a flick of its scarlet tongue and rows of sharp teeth, it proclaimed, "Esteemed master, your immense power has utterly captivated me. If there were a deity in this world, you would undoubtedly be that supreme being." Lin Fan, observing the Venom before him, couldn't help but smirk. It was quite unlike the goofy Venom he had seen in films. He reached out and pressed Venom back, muttering to himself, "Consider yourself an indestructible garment, so I need not worry about tattered clothes during high-speed flights or battles." Venom, feeling despondent, lamented its fate. It was a most perfect symbiote. Its master regarded it merely as a piece of clothing that could not be destroyed. Although it could indeed transform into various styles of attire, it was a powerful symbiote. Sensing Venom's sorrow, Lin Fan offered a comforting pat. "Don't worry. Whenever we encounter monsters, I'll ensure you get your share." The evolved Venom required the consumption of other beings' flesh for further evolution, but this posed no concern for Lin Fan. In the vast palace, he took a deep breath, preparing to depart, feeling a tinge of reluctance to leave behind this grand empire. However, compared to traversing the myriad worlds, this small realm could hardly confine him. Lin Fan opened his eyes. In this world, he had no descendants, yet he had long informed his ministers that should he disappear, they were to reinstate the ancient practice of abdication in favor of the worthy. After his departure, they would hold a vote to elect the next emperor. Lin Fan pondered with his chin in hand, speculating that it was highly probable Liu Bei would emerge victorious in the end. However, there was also the chance that Sima Yi might betray him. Additionally, the previously escaped Chao could make a return, given the numerous islands offshore. Yet, none of this concerned him any longer. Chapter 48. The next world. This was no longer of any relevance to Lin Fan, who addressed his system within his mind. Let the journey commence. Ding. Transmigration in progress. Transmigration successful. As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, the system enveloped him in a blinding white light, whisking him away from his original location. Night market. In a prefectural city of the Dragon Kingdom, bustling with a population in the millions and a thriving economy. Many renowned celebrities had graced this place with their performances. It was also home to one of the most distinguished night market high schools in Shu Province. Locals often claimed that the nights at the night market were the most enchanting moments of the city. Many residents shared this sentiment, as the night market was aglow with lights, and a great river flowed through the area. During the night, numerous individuals gathered for lantern festivals and temple visits, creating an atmosphere rich with the essence of human life. However, even the most vibrant city harbors secluded corners. Flowing through the night market was the river named Quanjiang. Along its banks, a straight roadway crossed a small hill. This road was initially in pristine condition, yet for reasons unknown, there was a gap in the guardrail. Looking down revealed a car emitting black smoke, having overturned evidently having plummeted from the road. Boom! Boom! The vehicle released an unpleasant odor, although there were no visible flames. Thick black smoke billowed forth. No ordinary animal could approach such a scene. Inside the car were two men, one older, around his 30s or 40s, and a younger individual, seemingly only 16 or 17 years of age. In the darkness, faint sounds echoed near the vehicle, accompanied by the unsettling sound of steel being torn apart. Lin Yu struggled to open his eyes, his bloodied appearance rendering him remarkably fragile. Through the dim light, the youth beheld the unfolding scene before him. His breath quickened in alarm. Yet the man in the driver's seat lay unconscious, while outside the vehicle stood a grotesque creature with a fish's head and a human body, its form covered in slick, greenish scales. Its eyes glowed with an eerie shade of green, illuminated by the moonlight, as if it had just emerged from the river. Its body dripped with water and aquatic vegetation. The fish-headed creature surveyed the man seated in front, its mouth lined with numerous tiny teeth, splitting into a grin that was both terrifying and absurd. With a sudden, jarring motion, the creature wrenched open the car door, displaying an extraordinary strength. The metal door was effortlessly torn apart by its might. The man in the driver's seat appeared to have completely lost his will, utterly unconscious. As the fish-headed creature extracted him through the torn opening, with a resounding thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yu's eyes widened in horror. Despite the excruciating pain from several broken bones, he could not suppress his struggles. The slightest movement caught the attention of the fish-headed creature outside, its frigid gaze suddenly fixating on the young boy in the back seat, filled with murderous intent. Over there, I just heard a loud noise. There must have been a car accident. Come with me. Hurry. Keep up. Just as the creature prepared to strike, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the wilderness ahead. Each wielded flashlights, shouting as they rushed down, their familiar police uniforms unmistakable. Seeing the 5 or 6 approaching officers, the fish-headed creature narrowed its eyes, but ultimately decided to retreat. Casting a cold glance at Lin Yu, it seized the unconscious man's body and swiftly fled towards the river. No! Witnessing the fish-headed creature abduct his father, Lin Yu realized its intentions. He struggled in agony, but with his severely injured body, he found himself utterly immobilized. Even the slightest attempt to open his mouth proved insurmountable. With a sudden splash, Lin Yu heard the sound of someone diving into the water, his heart sinking into despair as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The last words he heard before fading away were, "Quick! We've found someone. Don't move. He seems injured. There are footprints ahead." In the tranquil river, the depths lay shrouded in darkness, rendering an ordinary person blind. Yet, the fish-headed creature's eyes gleamed faintly, seemingly capable of perceiving everything beneath the surface. However, it appeared to be somewhat gluttonous before reaching its lair. It could not resist taking a bite of the human arm it held. With a crunch, the fish-headed creature's eyes widened in astonishment. Initially curious about the taste of human flesh, it now felt as if it had bitten into solid stone. No, with its immense biting force, even stone should yield cracks. Yet, this arm felt as though it were forged from steel. In disbelief, the creature realized that despite never having tasted human flesh before, it understood that humans should not possess such formidable bodies. Gulp! Lin Fan suddenly exhaled, bubbles rising in the water as his wide eyes met those of the fish-headed creature. The fish-headed creature was taken aback. Lin Fan thought, what on earth is this? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the fish-headed creature lunged, viciously aiming for Lin Fan's neck. In its eyes, despite the peculiarities of this individual, the neck was surely a vulnerable point. If he could shatter the creature's throat, he would undoubtedly bring about its demise. Alas, the fish-headed monster was oblivious to the formidable entity it faced. Upon witnessing the creature's attack, Lin Fan, already repulsed by its appearance, was engulfed by rage. I do not find you ugly, yet you dare to bite me. The fish-headed being charged ferociously. However, to Lin Fan, it was akin to contending with mere air. With a single, unremarkable strike, he obliterated the creature's head. A nauseating array of colors filled the surroundings. And Lin Fan's expression shifted, though the venom coursing through him thrived with excitement. It immediately opened its wide maw, ravenously consuming the remnants of flesh, as if it were a sumptuous feast. Goodness, must you be so revolting? Witnessing the venomous delight made Lin Fan feel queasy, prompting him to swiftly flee the scene. After breaking through the river, he concealed himself amid the thicket by the riverbank, where the venom energetically shook off the water droplets clinging to it. Gazing at the distant metropolis, with countless windows twinkling like stars, Lin Fan felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been ages since he beheld such a scene from the urban world. Taking a deep breath, he was suddenly inundated with a plethora of chemical scents, causing him to grimace. Indeed, it was that familiar odor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully traversing to the abyssal guardian of the otherworld invasion. The hostess imperative is to protect Linyu. Protect Linyu? The mere mention of this name caused Lin Fan a twinge of discomfort, for he had gleaned from the memories of his current body that Linyu was his adopted son. Chapter 49. Linyu in this world, Lin Fan was nearing 40, with strands of silver threading through his hair, having lost his spouse years prior. He had raised Linyu alone, only to suffer a catastrophic brain injury in a car accident, leading to his untimely demise. His foremost obsession in the afterlife was to safeguard Linyu. This was the first time Lin Fan encountered a desire devoid of precise task requirements. Generally, it involved slaying the protagonist or unifying worlds. This was a novel experience, being tasked with the protection of someone, especially when that individual was his adopted son. Lin Fan felt an odd sense of disquiet. He was still a young man. How could he suddenly have such a grown son? Running his fingers through his somewhat withered hair, Lin Fan shook his head, and in an instant, he visibly regained his youth. Within mere seconds, Lin Fan transformed from a greasy middle-aged man into a strapping youth in his early 20s. His physique was sculpted to perfection, resembling marble, with a strikingly handsome face exuding a powerful aura. Should Linyu lay eyes upon him now, he would be utterly bewildered, unable to fathom that this youthful figure was indeed his father. Could it be that this is the illegitimate child of my father? Otherwise, the resemblance is simply uncanny. This world is peculiar indeed. Fractured dimensional barriers are scattered everywhere, and monstrous beings emerge incessantly throughout the realm. In this moment of contemplation, Lin Fan has already utilized his extraordinary hearing and keen eyesight to survey a considerable portion of the Earth's condition. Coupled with the name of this world provided by the system, Lin Fan has formed a rough overview. This realm appears to be under siege from other worlds, where the emergence of transport black holes could occur at any location. Within these black holes, it is highly probable that creatures from another world will materialize, akin to the fish-headed monstrosity he encountered earlier. In this brief span, Lin Fan has witnessed the transient opening of over 100 black holes, each spitting forth a creature before swiftly closing again. These monsters seem to possess a semblance of intelligence, aware that humanity reigns supreme in this world, prompting them to seek refuge upon their arrival and gradually initiate their predation on humans. The strength of these creatures varies. Some are immensely powerful, impervious to blades and bullets, capable of shattering thick concrete walls with a single blow. Others can unleash supernatural abilities, controlling elements such as wind, water, thunder, and lightning, posing significant threats to humankind. However, some creatures are rather feeble, lacking both strength and special powers. Lin Fan has observed that once these weaker beings are detected, a group of individuals clad in black swiftly appears, employing formidable firearms to subdue them, subsequently transporting them to a clandestine base. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fan realizes that various major nations have already recognized this phenomenon and are urgently conducting research on these creatures. Yet, it seems that no substantial findings have emerged thus far. TSK, this world is far from simple. Another realm appears to harbor a lower-tier evil deity. Through the black holes, Lin Fan can faintly sense a formidable aura emanating from the other side, posing a subtle threat to him. However, it is merely a hint of danger. Should a confrontation arise, Lin Fan is confident that he will emerge victorious in the end. After all, his combat prowess is now nearing that of a mid-tier deity. Moreover, he possesses more than a dozen chances for resurrection. What can the evil deity possibly use to contend against him? He devises a plan in his mind, while safeguarding Linyu. He will harvest a significant amount of faith from the entire world. He senses that the population of this realm is comparable to that of his original world, roughly around 7 billion individuals. Such a vast base. Even after accounting for children, the number of individuals capable of providing faith to Lin Fan exceeds 50 billion. If everything goes well, that equates to a daily influx of 50 billion in faith, should he successfully develop this territory. Not only would he be able to acquire a high-tier divine rank, but even the status of a creator deity would be within his reach. However, it is essential to safeguard my dear son, lest any unforeseen mishap occur. Lin Fan could not afford to forget his obsession with his own body, should Lin Yu perish. His own desires would remain unfulfilled. Consequently, Lin Fan would be trapped in this world for eternity. Naturally, he wished to prevent such a fate from transpiring, and thus he swiftly began to search the vicinity. Almost immediately, he spotted Lin Yu being loaded onto an ambulance, having received initial treatment and connected to an intravenous drip. Gazing upon the unconscious youth, Lin Fan felt a pang of sympathy for him, perhaps influenced by the memories that lingered within him. Having lost his mother at a tender age, and now witnessing his father being forcibly taken away by a monstrous entity at such a vulnerable stage of life. What a lamentable destiny! Sighing deeply, Lin Fan suddenly conjured a yellow talisman, slapping it onto himself. In an instant, a radiant light emanated from the talisman, swiftly enveloping Lin Fan's form. With a whoosh, he vanished from sight. This was an invisibility talisman. Once affixed, as long as he steered clear of any foul entities, he could remain unseen for up to 2 hours. Lin Fan had already devised a plan for harvesting belief, yet he feared he would not be able to attend to Lin Yu in the immediate future. Besides his formidable, superhuman abilities, Lin Fan possessed a myriad of other valuable resources. Following the ambulance to the hospital, he observed numerous doctors tending to Lin Yu's wounds, before a nurse escorted him to a ward for rest. Once the room was unoccupied, Lin Fan discreetly drew the curtains, casting his gaze upon the pallid youth lying on the bed. With a swift gesture, he summoned a dozen shadow soldiers to appear by Lin Yu's bedside. Despite their fearsome appearance, they regarded Lin Fan with utmost reverence. Lin Fan spoke, "From this day forth, the Shadow Brigade shall temporarily heed Lin Yu's commands. Remember, spare no effort to safeguard his life." The Shadow Brigade nodded in unison. Concurrently, Lin Fan inscribed a ghostly incantation upon Lin Yu's arm, granting him the ability to summon the Shadow Brigade from the realm of shadows at will. However, the number of soldiers he could command would be contingent upon Lin Yu's own strength. Were it Lin Fan himself, with his immense power and dominion over the shadow world, he could effortlessly summon 100,000 shadow soldiers. As for Lin Yu, he should be capable of summoning 6 or 7 at a time without issue. Despite the protection of the Shadow Brigade, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, sensing a lingering insecurity. Glancing at his attire, Lin Fan concentrated. At that moment, the symbiote venom was drawn into his palm, appearing somewhat bewildered, unsure of Lin Fan's intentions. Chapter 50. The unbelievable superpower venom opened its maw wide, its tendrils tightly coiling around Lin Fan. Anxiously inquiring, "Master, what are you planning?" "Isn't my intention quite evident?" Lin Fan remarked, gesturing towards Lin Yu, who lay on the bed. Venom immediately drooped his face. "This little novice, must I really follow him, Master?" "Master, I yearn to remain by your side, ensuring your safety," Venom lamented. For following Lin Fan meant feasting on the flesh of various monsters, whereas trailing behind this novice would likely result in Venom toiling alone for sustenance in the future. Upon hearing Venom's words, Lin Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Come on, aside from conjuring indestructible garments for me, what else do you do? Your idea of protecting me, it wouldn't be about safeguarding my privacy, would it? Go on, go on. I should inform you. This is my adopted son. You must keep him safe, understood?" "Very well." For Venom, Lin Fan was an undeniable master. Though somewhat reluctant, Venom complied. Following Lin Fan's outstretched arm, Venom transformed into a mass of black fluid, gradually melding into Lin Yu's body, hastening his recovery. Ugh! Lin Yu on the bed let out a muffled groan, his previously furrowed brow slowly relaxing, indicating that Venom's influence was indeed taking effect. Observing Lin Yu, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. With the upgraded Venom and the ability to summon the Phantom Legion, it was likely that Lin Yu would encounter no peril, even in the presence of monsters. Lin Fan could now focus on his grand task of reaping faith. With that thought, Lin Fan flung open the window and soared into the sky. Chirp! Several days had passed since the last incident. A minor car accident at the night market was but a mere drop in the vast ocean, garnering little attention. The most that could be said was the pity for the boy who had lost both mother and father. Night Market High School. This institution was the finest in the entire Shu province. Those fortunate enough to study here were either top-tier students or scions of wealthy families. Lin Yu had earned his place through outstanding grades and was now a senior, approaching the critical time of college entrance examinations. At this moment, every student was diligently preparing for the impending challenges. However, within the classroom, Lin Yu appeared utterly out of sync with his peers, his head heavy with drowsiness. Seemingly impervious to the teacher's instruction, which drifted past him like a whisper in the wind. With his hands resting on the desk, Lin Yu bowed his head, absent-mindedly tracing the peculiar tattoo on his right hand. Reflecting on the strange occurrences of the past few days, his mind began to wander. Lin Yu. A sharp sound echoed as a chalk eraser, laden with irritating chalk dust, hurtled towards him. Lin Yu did not lift his head, yet a jolt of instinct surged through him. His left hand, reacting reflexively, swiftly caught the eraser mid-flight. Simultaneously, in a concealed corner where no one could see, the peculiar tattoo on Lin Yu's right hand, hidden beneath the desk, flickered inexplicably. A subtle disturbance emerged from the shadows on either side of the desk, as if something were attempting to emerge. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, recalling the bizarre black figure he had witnessed a couple of days prior, crawling forth from the shadows. Unable to restrain himself, he instinctively shouted, "No!" With a swift whoosh, silence enveloped the classroom. The disturbance in the shadows dissipated, revealing no strange, winged silhouette emerging from within. Lin Yu, for reasons unknown, breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, both his classmates and the teacher regarded him with incredulous expressions. The few wealthy students seated in the front rows could hardly suppress their mocking glances toward Lin Yu, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Lin Yu understood their implications, his face contorting into a bitter smile. This was Yang Baolong's class, their homeroom teacher, notorious for his strict demeanor, especially with the impending college entrance exams. Anyone daring to disrupt his lessons would face his unyielding reprimand. Lin Yu's momentary lapse in attention had already displeased Mr. Yang, and a loud exclamation of "no" certainly did not help. Although Lin Yu recognized the true meaning behind a shout was not directed at Mr. Yang, how could he possibly explain? How could he say he wished to prevent a monster from emerging from the shadows? Who would believe him? To everyone's surprise, Mr. Yang did not unleash his well-practiced, acerbic criticism upon Lin Yu. Instead, he spoke softly, "Lin Yu, I understand that an unforeseen incident has profoundly altered the trajectory of your life. However, you must realize that the college entrance examination is the most significant hurdle in everyone's life. Once you surmount it, everything else will proceed smoothly. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to communicate with me. I will do my utmost to assist you." The classmates remained oblivious to the events that had transpired in Lin Yu's life, unaware that he had lost his only family member. They merely observed Mr. Yang's unexpectedly amiable demeanor and couldn't help but wonder what has gotten into Yang Baolong today. Has he undergone a transformation? Lin Yu understood the underlying concern in Mr. Yang's words, his eyes moistening as he nodded resolutely, returning the chalk eraser to its place. He then resumed his seat, attempting to set aside all the bizarre occurrences of the past few days and focus on the lecture. Mr. Yang nodded approfingly, aware of the situation at Lin Yu's home and feeling a deep sense of sympathy. Lin Yu, a diligent and inquisitive student with commendable talent and a hard-working attitude, had consistently ranked among the top in class. However, having endured such a significant setback, Mr. Yang, as a seasoned educator, understood that if he could not guide Lin Yu through this turmoil as the eve of the college entrance examination approached, Lin Yu might have entertained thoughts of self-despair. However, it now appeared that he was far more resilient than he had anticipated. All right, classmates, let us continue with this question. It has appeared 6 times in the exam, making it almost a staple. Time flowed slowly amidst Teacher Yang's diligent explanations, and before long, the evening study session had concluded. The school bell finally rang. Glancing at his notes, Teacher Yang realized he had yet to cover all the key points he intended to, but noticing the slight fatigue on the students' faces, he paused before speaking. All right, hurry back and freshen up for some rest. To maintain good energy, I hope everyone gets ample sleep and avoid staying up late playing games. Did you hear that, Lila? You too, Yi Yong? Teacher Yang's stern gaze, akin to that of a hawk, fixed upon the two gaming enthusiasts. The pair dared not act out in front of him, nodding vigorously like chicks. Rest assured, Teacher Yang, we won't play games. Chapter 51. Urban Venom Finally. I can return home to sleep. Here it's so cold, I need to soak my feet. Hey, are you playing games tonight? Absolutely not. Lilo, are you not afraid that Teacher Yang will catch you tonight? If he finds you playing games, you'll definitely be punished with cleaning the restroom. The lively chatter of the students drifted through the glow of the streetlights into Lin Yu's ears. Several of his closer friends approached him, inquiring about what had transpired, but Lin Yu merely smiled and shook his head. He then continued his solitary stroll, eventually reaching the last shadow of the bustling group of third-year students, watching as they gradually receded into the distance. After ensuring no one was watching, he swiftly slipped into a nearby grove. The surroundings were filled with branches, and without the illumination of the streetlights, the small forest was engulfed in darkness. Strangely, Lin Yu felt an innate familiarity with the shadows, instinctively avoiding the branches and leaves without needing to look up. With a swift run of several meters, he confirmed that no one could see him, and then he halted, abruptly pulling back the sleeve of his right arm. Lin Yu gazed at the demon head tattoo on his forearm, sensing that his consciousness had transcended into a wondrous realm. As Lin Yu's mind stirred, the shadows around him seemed to come alive. Following a writhing motion, 4 or 5 winged beings emerged from the darkness. Each of these entities stood nearly 2 meters tall, their heads resembling those of individuals wearing bat-like masks, with robust arms adorned with sharp claws, with slender and delicate lower limbs. This being is adorned with a pair of magnificent, fleshy wings that unmistakably signify its aptitude for flight. As 4 shadowy soldiers materialized, they immediately bowed respectfully before Lin Yu, not solely due to the magical aura that enveloped him, but also in compliance with Lin Fan's command. Indeed, it appears that with but a mere thought, I can summon these flying creatures. Is it the result of this tattoo? Lin Yu regarded his arm with a bittersweet expression. He did not despise this newfound ability. On the contrary, he was exhilarated by it. Yet, a twinge of disappointment lingered. Why had he not acquired this power a few days earlier? Had he been able to do so, he would have undoubtedly prevented that fish-headed monster from abducting his father. Yes, even in the fleeting moment before his unconsciousness, Lin Yu remained steadfast in his belief in the existence of the fish-headed creature. The memory was etched in his heart like a scar, and every night, he was jolted awake by the haunting specter of that monster. The thought of losing his father, the sole family member he had in this world, twisted his heart with anguish. Now, possessing the ability to control and summon such creatures, perhaps he could return to Quanjiang and seek him out. Maybe his father was still alive, rescued by someone, or had managed to escape. Even though he recognized the slim odds of such a possibility, Lin Yu was unwilling to relinquish hope. The fear of missing the best opportunity to save Lin Fan due to his own hesitation would haunt him for eternity. As Lin Yu steeled his resolve, a viscous substance unexpectedly enveloped his body. Before he could react, a torrent of black, flowing material swiftly encased him, transforming his frame from just under 6 feet to an imposing height of approximately 8.5 feet. His body was now cloaked in a dark, leathery texture adorned with irregular white patterns. Muscles rippled beneath the surface, his limbs became robust, and formidable claws emerged, sharp and menacing. With a sudden, ferocious opening of his maw, a long, crimson tongue flicked out, revealing a row of gleaming, white fangs that glistened ominously in the moonlight, particularly accentuated by his eyes, which resembled those of a vengeful specter. What is this? Enveloped by this mysterious fluid, Lin Yu momentarily forgot the presence of the shadow soldiers, who appeared oblivious to his current transformation, remaining motionless. Fortunately, Lin Yu felt no sense of threat. Rather, as the black fluid enveloped him, he sensed a tremendous force surging within his being. What an extraordinary power! With a casual flick of his hand, a sapling the size of a bowl was effortlessly snapped in two, splintering with scattering in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, as he realized that he seemed to possess the ability of night vision. The surrounding darkness appeared to him as bright as day, devoid of any obstacles. His hands had transformed into a grotesque and fearsome form he had never encountered before. In truth, Lin Yu, now bonded with venom, not only had the ability to see in the dark, but also the capacity to breathe underwater. This power was acquired from the fish-headed monster that Lin Fan had effortlessly obliterated, and after Venom's assimilation, it had been flawlessly replicated in him. Seeing Lin Yu still dazed, Venom couldn't help but exclaim, "Kid, if you wish to avoid showcasing this appearance before everyone, it would be wise for you to leave this place promptly." "Who? Who's speaking?" The sudden hoarse voice sounded like the scraping of parched wood after 100 days without water. Lin Yu was initially startled, but soon recalled the considerable commotion he had just caused. The school would likely send security to investigate, and, if discovered, he would be in a precarious situation. Forcing himself to regain composure, Lin Yu inquired of the unseen voice, "Do you have a solution?" "Humph." Venom chuckled with satisfaction. "Have your shadow soldiers take you into the shadows and find a secluded place. I will explain everything to you there." The notion of entering the shadows sparked an instinctive rebuttal in Lin Yu. How could one possibly enter shadows? However, upon witnessing his shadow soldiers and his own monstrous form, he fell silent. Lin Yu attempted to command the 4 shadow soldiers, and, to his astonishment, they seemed to understand his intent. They stepped forward, grasping Lin Yu's hands, and the shadows beneath them quickly enveloped them like a quagmire, pulling them into the depths. They gradually arrived at an abandoned school storeroom. There, Venom shared much with Lin Yu, though most of it had been carefully filtered by Lin Fan. Concerned about implicating Lin Yu, Lin Fan had no intention of disclosing his identity as Lin Yu's father in the near future. Venom conveyed that the world was undergoing a transformation, with monsters emerging through black holes, posing significant threats to humanity. However, with peril comes opportunity. Alongside the dangerous creatures, some items or treasures that could empower humanity also emerged through the black holes, just like Venom himself or the ghastly tattoo upon Lin Yu. Chapter 52. The supplier of extraordinary abilities outside a vast estate. Lin Fan soared high above the clouds, leisurely gliding through the ethereal mists. Before him appeared a shimmering screen of purple smoke, revealing the scene of Lin Yu conversing with Venom. Observing Lin Yu's shifting expressions, from grave contemplation to exuberant excitement, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile faintly, reflecting on the circumstances. "My dear son, I wonder how you perceive this gift from your father. It encompasses the essence of Venom and the Shadow Legion. In my youth, while watching television, I dreamt of possessing such wonders. Now, I bestow them upon you, curious to see what you will achieve. With your superhuman physique, these items serve more as a source of intrigue than practicality for Lin Fan. Even if temporarily lent to Lin Yu, Lin Fan's prowess would remain unscathed. Thus he felt no hesitation. Casually dispelling the mirror water spell, Lin Fan stretched languidly and gazed down at the estate below. This is the opulent manor of Wang Fugue, the wealthiest in the night market, and also Lin Fan's intended target for this endeavor. In modern society, people firmly adhere to materialistic beliefs, seemingly devoid of the superstitions that once gripped the ancients. The notion of faith in Lin Fan is far-fetched. Hence, he conceived a simpler approach he would finance, while others would exert their efforts. With the invasion of the other world, affluent merchants certainly yearn for power to safeguard their security. However, against the formidable monsters, ordinary bodyguards prove ineffectual. It is at this juncture that Lin Fan's significance emerges. Within Lin Fan's faith shop, an array of divine spells awaits, redeemable with a requisite amount of faith points for others' use. For instance, the basic fireball spell can be granted to anyone he designates upon their consent, for a mere expenditure of 100 faith points. This effectively bestows them with a unique ability. Of course, it is not without cost. Lin Fan's faith points do not come effortlessly. Although an entire world currently supplies him with faith, who knows if those denizens will forget him in the future, or perhaps even fashion his statue into a toilet. Thus, Lin Fan resolved to become a supplier of extraordinary abilities. He would provide his divine likeness to those wielding power and wealth, who in turn would seek out followers. Subsequently, they could purchase extraordinary powers from Lin Fan using their faith points. Naturally, he would not do so without compensation, slightly inflating the price to earn a modest profit. Thus, the Wang family of the night market became Lin Fan's first target, wealthy and influential. Moreover, not long ago, the Wang family's foolish son was ambushed by a hidden monster. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the bodyguards, he might have perished. At this moment, the Wong family undoubtedly feels the most vulnerable, rendering it the perfect opportunity for Lin Fan's entrance. Ah, fate points, here I come. Amidst the clouds, Lin Fan rubbed his hands with a sly grin, then casually dispersed the surrounding mist, soaring directly downward. En route, he cast the invisibility spell upon himself. With a whoosh, Lin Fan, utilizing his X-ray vision, arrived at the guest room of the Wong estate, where Wong Fugue was still engaged in a phone call. Within the confines of the bedroom, the sound of a woman's sobbing intertwined with a faint breath could be heard. Lin Fan was acutely aware that this was the young master of the Wong family. Though still alive, bore the marks of the monster's claws. Even more unfortunate was the fact that the creature's talons harbored a lethal bacterium, one that had never before been encountered on Earth. This predicament had caused the wealthiest family in the night market, the Wongs, considerable distress, as they struggled to find a remedy for Wong Yu's affliction. Master Zhong, surely there must be some way to help. The Wong family is willing to offer any reward. Alas, there is no cure. The illness is terminal. How can this be possible? Master Zhong, please think of something. As Wong Fugue stared at the black screen of his phone, a wave of frustration washed over his portly face. Yet, as thoughts of his beloved son filled his mind, he could not suppress a deep sigh, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Is there truly no hope for my son? Just as Wong Fugue was engulfed in despair, a sudden cough emerged from behind him, causing his expression to shift in alarm. Turning around, he was startled to find a figure cloaked in black. Who are you? How did you get in here? Wong Fugue felt a chill of unease as he beheld the shadowy intruder. Instinctively, he reached for his bodyguards, but the cloaked figure raised a hand, releasing a plume of violet smoke that swiftly constricted his throat, rendering him mute. He could only gaze in shock at the mysterious figure. Hush, do not summon your guards. It is best that fewer people are aware of my presence, Lin Fan intoned. Employing a spell to silence Wong Fugue, he then turned his attention to the inner room, speaking with an air of supreme confidence. That must be your son. Am I correct? At just over 20 years of age, he now appears as a mere shadow of his former self. I fear he has but 3 days left. To Lin Fan's astonishment, upon hearing those words, Wong Fugue fell to his knees, pointing towards the inner chamber, with hands clasped in prayer. His eyes shone with a desperate hope as he bowed deeply several times. You may speak now, but refrain from shouting. Do you understand? Lin Fan remarked, surprised that the wealthy head of the Wong family would kneel so readily. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Wong Fugue nodded fervently. He was willing to sacrifice everything for his son. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Fan unleashed a surge of dark energy, and Wong Fugue felt as if his throat had been unblocked. Reinvigorated with the ability to speak, excitement coursed through him, despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind. He understood that this enigmatic figure before him was his son's sole chance at salvation. One must take control. Upon witnessing Wong Fugue freed from the spell, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Seated on the sofa, Lin Fan took a bite of a fruit, relishing its exquisite juiciness. Meanwhile, Wong Fugue stood anxiously by, refraining from speaking out of turn, quietly awaiting his fate. After a brief moment, having finished the fruit, Lin Fan clapped his hands and calmly remarked, "Let us proceed to assess your son's condition." "Thank you, sir." Upon hearing these words, Wong Fugue felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, his face adorned with gratitude as he gazed upon the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. He bowed and gestured for Lin Fan to lead the way, a sight that would surely astonish any onlooking bodyguards, for is this not the same Wong Fugue, renowned as the smiling tiger of the night market? Chapter 53. The extraordinary deity. The sound of footsteps echoed as they traversed the wooden floor. The bedroom was not far from the guest room, and within a few steps, they reached the threshold. Without hesitation, Lin Fan pushed the door open, and an overpowering stench of decay met his senses. Furrowing his brow, he gazed ahead. Before him lay a tall young man, now gaunt and emaciated, sprawled across a large bed. Prominently displayed upon his chest were 3 grotesque claw marks, which appeared to be worsening, the wounds failing to heal and beginning to rot. The foul odor permeating the room emanated from these very injuries. Beside the young man, a woman in her 30s, well-preserved and elegant, wept softly, Her sorrowful demeanor was heart-wrenching, yet Lin Fan, a paragon of virtue, remained steadfast in his resolve. Is everything all right? As the bedroom door swung open, Jiang Long, with tearful eyes, observed her husband ushering in a figure shrouded in black robes, obscuring their features. Along, come here. This is the divine healer I have summoned. He will undoubtedly cure your son's wounds. Wang Fugue beckoned eagerly to Jiang Long, who nodded, albeit perplexed by the healer's peculiar attire. However, considering the life of her son at stake, she wasted no time and respectfully bowed to Lin Fan before hurrying to her husband's side. Gazing at Wang Yu, whose breaths were shallow and labored, Lin Fan saw no need for potions. Instead, he purchased an intermediate healing spell from the faith market for 1,000 faith points and pointed at Wang Yu. Instantly, a pure, radiant energy emanated from Lin Fan's being, streaming towards Wang Yu through his outstretched finger. Seeing this scene, Jiang Long was startled and nearly cried out, but was firmly restrained by Wang Fugue, whose eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, brimming with intense excitement. Like a narrative from a novel, Lin Fan employed a mid-level healing technique, and soon a radiant white light emanated from Wang Yu's body. The pure healing energy swiftly mended the wounds on Wang Yu's chest and began restoring his frail physique. In mere moments, Wang Yu's breathing became steady, his complexion flushed, resembling someone in a peaceful slumber. Lin Fan gradually withdrew his fingers. Wang Fugue swallowed hard, gazing at Lin Fan with a question in his eyes. May I ask, is my son truly out of danger? Indeed, Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. With this clear assurance, the couple sighed in relief, watching their son drift further away from the clutches of death. One could only imagine the torment they had endured over the past few days. As Wang Fugue's anxiety began to dissipate, Lin Fan spoke with an air of caution. However, Mr. Wang, I advise you not to relax your guard just yet. The creature that previously harmed your son was not merely an anomaly. It is a bona fide extraterrestrial entity. Extraterrestrial entity? Wang Fugue was perplexed, struggling to grasp Lin Fan's meaning. Lin Fan continued, to put it in terms you might understand, our Earth is currently under scrutiny from other realms, and certain areas of our world are beginning to overlap. These overlapping regions allow for the arrival of weaker monsters, which pose a significant threat to humanity. They will relentlessly slaughter human lives until our kind is utterly extinguished. What? Wang Fugue's expression darkened as he processed this astonishing revelation. No wonder the creature that attacked his son had been apprehended by the authorities. He had been unable to investigate further. So, it was indeed an extraterrestrial being. What shall we do? Jiang Long, feeling a profound sense of insecurity amidst the mysteries of cloaked figures and enigmatic powers, tentatively inquired. Good question. Lin Fan internally commended Jiang Long while maintaining a calm demeanor. This is precisely why I have come here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an ability supplier. You may call me Mr. Lin. My primary purpose in this place is to offer you the sale of extraordinary abilities. Sale of abilities? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Wang Fugue was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in joy. If abilities were for sale, then, with his financial means, he could afford any number of them. Could this truly be a windfall from the heavens? The rise of the Wang family seemed within reach. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Fugue's eyes glistened with tears. Lin Fan observed the inexplicably excited Wang Fugue, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, he soon seemed to grasp the reason behind Wang Fugue's enthusiasm. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he spoke in a calm tone, I offer supernatural abilities, but I only require faith points, not money. Not money. Lin Fan's subsequent words fell upon Wang Fugue like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling the fervor in his heart. He inwardly mused, indeed. How could such lofty powers as supernatural abilities be exchanged for mere currency? Yet, what exactly were faith points? At that moment, Lin Fan tossed a 1-meter-tall wooden statue to Wang Fugue, who hurriedly caught it, a look of confusion crossing his face. This is the true deity for whom I ask for your faith. His name is the extraordinary God, possessing boundless power, surpassing all speed, and granting eternal life. Lin Fan continued, your task is to find individuals to believe in the extraordinary God. If someone genuinely begins to believe, they can earn 1 faith point per day. 10 people yield 10 points daily, and 100 people amount to 100 points. He added, to acquire the supernatural abilities I offer, One merely needs to touch the statue of the extraordinary god, then close their eyes and meditate to unveil the list of available abilities and their prices. He emphasized, moreover, the abilities I provide will only work for those who believe in the extraordinary god. Non-believers cannot utilize them. Wang Fugue nodded in understanding, excitement illuminating his face as he immersed himself in contemplation. Beside him, Jianglong looked on with a blend of eagerness and curiosity, wondering what kind of power these supernatural abilities might possess. Seeing Wang Fugue engage with the statue he had set up, Lin Fan felt assured that he had secured his first believer. This statue of the extraordinary god had, in fact, been crafted by the system Lin Fan had commissioned. Once someone developed faith in the deity represented by the statue, Lin Fan would earn faith points. Furthermore, the statue contained a simplified panel recording the names of believers, their faith points, and various supernatural abilities for sale, proving to be exceedingly practical. Although a statue required 1,000 faith points to create, it was not a significant concern for Lin Fan at this juncture. Chapter 54, The Meeting. Lin Fan had already increased the prices in the marketplace within the statue tenfold. The basic fireball skill, originally worth 100 faith points, now demanded 1,000. Likewise, the Druid transformation skill, once priced at 1,000 faith points, had escalated to 10,000. Unbeknownst to Wang Fugue, as he perused the array of formidable supernatural abilities, his face flushed with excitement. He was eager to summon 1,000 individuals to instantly believe in the extraordinary god, thereby granting him the formidable power of transformation. At that moment, what monsters could stand against him? Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I shall diligently seek out a suitable candidate, revering the exalted and transcendent deity. Wang Fugue said with utmost respect, having witnessed such extraordinary power and contemplating the possibility of possessing it himself. The thought of terrifying monsters threatening the lives of his family instilled in Wang Fugue an even deeper reverence for the so-called transcendent deity, unwittingly elevating him to the level of a true believer. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, sensing a trace of faith emanating from Wang Fugue, surprised at how quickly he had become engrossed in the role. Satisfied by the contribution of a modicum of faith, Lin Fan nodded approvingly as he walked toward the window, casually remarking, "Ensure the statue is well protected. You are not the only one capable of acquiring extraordinary powers. The statue is exceedingly precious. Should it be lost or damaged, the consequences will be yours to bear." Yes. Wang Fugue instantly cradled the statue to his chest, even as its weight rendered him breathless, unwilling to release his hold. Observing the dark-robed figure vanish in an instant, and the curtains billow in the gusty wind, Wang Fugue realized Lin Fan had departed. He cast an envious glance outside before gazing at the wooden statue in his arms, which had become even more precious in his eyes. Water. I need water." At that moment, Wang Yu, lying on the bed, groaned softly and awakened. Wang Fugue and Jianglong immediately surrounded him, their faces illuminated by thick joy upon seeing their son regain consciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Fan soared through the night sky, seeking his next target, the statue valued at 1,000 faith points. Though this was not a significant sum for Lin Fan at present, such items were not easily obtainable by just anyone. It was imperative to seek out individuals of considerable influence to maximize the efficacy of the chives. Let me see, 1 billionaire from a city of a higher tier, 1 mayor, and a few from the military. Lin Fan contemplated planning to distribute 200 statues across Long Country. His thoughts then turned to international affairs. Considering the vast global population of 7 billion, a substantial portion of which resided abroad, he decided to allocate 100 statues to the United States, another 100 to Russia, and likewise to India, a nation not classified among the superpowers, but boasting a significant population. Lin Fan also dispatched 100 statues to these regions. To ensure the current situation remained undisturbed, he meticulously calculated the distribution of the statues. Half would be allocated to the governments of each country, with the remaining half evenly divided among prominent families. This strategy would guarantee that the power acquired by the governments would not be inferior to that of the populace, effectively suppressing monsters while simultaneously deterring others who had also received statues. As for whether the governments of various nations would deign to place their faith in an unheard-of deity, Lin Fan remained indifferent. After all, without faith points, he would never engage in a losing venture. In pursuit of efficiency, Lin Fan utilized his extraordinary speed, keen hearing, and sharp vision to locate influential figures around the globe. He placed a statue directly beside him and then used a spell to render it unconscious, imprinting the memory of the statue's use within Lin Fan's mind. He then departed without delay. Despite possessing invincible strength, Lin Fan could not duplicate himself. This singular task consumed a full month of his time. As the month elapsed, Lin Fan had dispatched over 500 statues, even reaching the most remote nations in Africa. This was essential to maximize his acquisition of belief value. The outcome aligned perfectly with Lin Fan's expectations, as a substantial influx of belief value had already flowed into his belief shop. Furthermore, the shop had sold 40 basic fireball spells, 20 basic berserk spells, and several other incantations, all priced at 1,000 points. However, abilities exceeding 10,000 points remained unsold. After all, this required the simultaneous faith of 10,000 individuals, a feat not easily achieved even by the most powerful in contemporary society. In silence, Lin Fan had been laying the groundwork. He had cast his net and only needed to maintain the status quo to await the time of harvest. In the imperial capital, the most significant location in the Dragon Nation, the most crucial leaders of the country had gathered unusually for a secret meeting. The confidentiality of this assembly was reserved for numerous elders and high-ranking officials in power. An elderly man clad in a simple Zhongshan suit ascended to the head of the conference room and unceremoniously took the main seat. Below him sat many middle-aged and elderly individuals, their expressions grave, bearing the weight of past storms. Should an outsider glimpse this assembly, they would surely be astonished. For any one of these individuals could stir significant upheaval in the Dragon Nation with but a stomp of their foot. Their collective presence indicated discussions that could alter the nation's trajectory. Seated in the main chair, Elder Yi surveyed those before him, cleared his throat, and spoke solemnly. Since the emergence of the first goat-headed monster in the West last May, countless creatures had appeared across the earth. In the Dragon Nation, we have captured a few of these monsters, yet we remain unaware of how many more are concealed in unknown corners. We know not the origins of these creatures. The Research Institute has only determined that they are not native to the Dragon Nation without any significant breakthroughs. However, since last month, a figure cloaked in black, identifying himself as Mr. Lin, has been gifting mysterious statues to wealthy magnates and various local governments. The specifics of this situation are detailed in the documents before you. I urge you to examine them and consider whether this is ultimately beneficial or detrimental to our Dragon Nation. After Elder Yi concluded his remarks, the others were filled with an insatiable curiosity, pondering the nature of the statue that had so profoundly stirred the Dragon Kingdom's anchor of stability. The sound of paper rustling echoed distinctly in the tranquil conference room, revealing the astonishment and excitement of those perusing the documents. The bright room fell into a profound silence, as the contents were simply too shocking. Chapter 55. The combat power of the extraordinary. With a sudden clap, the tranquility was shattered. A prominent military figure, his face flushed, slammed his hand on the table, spittle flying as he exclaimed, "This Mr. Lin is truly delusional. How absurd to think that our nation should lead the faith in some extraordinary deity. What would that make the Dragon Kingdom? His temple?" As the military leader grew increasingly agitated, a few others present held differing views. A middle-aged man, gazing at the documents, particularly noted the mention of the statue's ability to bestow various extraordinary powers. His eyes brightened at the prospect. "We cannot view this matter solely in a negative light. Faith and action are entirely different. Besides, during these exceptional times, we can afford to adopt special measures. With the rising number of formidable monsters, our urban defense forces are becoming increasingly strained. If we could harness the statue's powers, wouldn't that allow us to significantly bolster our city's defenses, thus reducing civilian casualties? Nonsense. What is so formidable about these monsters? The police are armed with mere handguns, yet I possess heavy artillery. What monster can withstand my firepower?" retorted the military leader disdainfully. The two factions quickly erupted into a heated debate. Observing the commotion, Elder Yi furrowed his brow and admonished the assembly. "Enough. How old are we? Acting like children quarreling. Let us not forget, our ultimate goal is to ensure the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom. After a brief pause, Elder Yi continued in a solemn tone. We can no longer afford to be choosy. The United States, the Bear Nation, and others have begun fervently promoting extraordinary deities and have already cultivated numerous extraordinary warriors. Not only they, but nations around the world are exploring the realm of the extraordinary. If we fail to keep pace, we shall only suffer the consequences. At this point, Elder Yi felt a sense of helplessness. It was not that the Dragon Kingdom lacked caution, but rather that their adversaries were too intensely competitive. Such matters were approached without thoughtful consideration, with the allure of extraordinary powers leading to impulsive promotions. While they reveled in their decisions, the Dragon Kingdom was left to accompany them in their folly. The military leader remained hesitant. Just then, Elder Yi clapped his hands, and a video began to play on the large screen behind him, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the room. On the screen appeared a remote, abandoned factory, with a gaunt young man as the first-person protagonist. Clad entirely in black, he strode directly into the derelict structure, leaving the onlookers momentarily perplexed by the significance of his actions. However, their confusion was swiftly replaced by shock as a monstrous creature emerged. As the young man crossed the threshold, a colossal gorilla with four powerful arms descended from the ceiling. With a roar, it swung a fist towards him, but the young man deftly evaded, leaping aside just in time. The ground trembled beneath the force of the gorilla's strike, cracking the cement floor like fragile glass, revealing the full extent of the beast's terrifying form. Towering over 2 meters, its face was grotesquely muscular, adorned with sharp canines, and its physique resembled that of a silverback gorilla, yet it possessed the unusual agility of 4 arms. Faced with the frenzied beast, the young man uttered a low command, and a flash of crimson energy coursed through his body. He began to swell slightly, his muscles expanding as they were enhanced, stretching his black attire taut. This was the primary berserk technique, capable of amplifying a normal person's physical prowess to 5 times its usual capacity for a duration of 30 minutes, albeit at the cost of 2 hours of debilitating weakness afterward. This ability was among the most sought after in the faith-based marketplace. As the young man prepared himself, the 4-armed gorilla pounded its chest, eyeing him with the gluttonous gaze of a predator fixated on its prey, saliva dripping from its maw. You seek your demise. The young man's eyes turned icy as he sensed the creature's intent. With a swift motion of his hand, a blazing inferno erupted from his palm, rocketing towards the monstrous gorilla. The scorching flames, combined with explosive force, singed a substantial patch of the gorilla's dark fur and inflicted notable burns. The creature, now aware of its vulnerability, recoiled in fear, its gaze shifting uneasily from the young man. Foolish beast, I wield both the power of berserk and fireball. You are no match for me. The young man scoffed, displeased by the gorilla's earlier gluttonous regard. Witnessing its injury, he smirked coldly, drawing a long blade from his waist. One hand enveloped in flames, he charged at the gorilla with renewed vigor. The successive explosions of fireballs transformed the creature's flesh as if it were being roasted, thwarting its formidable strength. Instead, the searing heat intensified, causing the gorilla to wail in agony. The young man clad in black continuously thrust his blade at the gorilla, his countenance pale. He hurled 4 or 5 fireballs in one go, yet with his current mental fortitude, it was still an arduous task. He could only rely on close combat to prevail. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, the young man, empowered by his berserk technique, maneuvered around the gorilla, occasionally delivering swift slashes with his knife. He then evaded the gorilla's fists with remarkable speed. After several encounters, the gorilla soon found itself devoid of the strength to continue fighting, ultimately worn down to exhaustion. With a crack, the video concluded. At this moment, Elder Yi's expression shifted slightly as he addressed the gathering. This seemingly ordinary creature could be vanquished by a young man with extraordinary abilities. Yet do you comprehend the toll we have incurred relying on the city's security forces? 5 lives. Upon hearing this, the senior officer from the military district opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately bowed his head in resignation. Indeed, their forces were formidable. Yet the Dragon Country is vast. Even if all troops were deployed, it would be impossible to safeguard every locale at all times. Moreover, it is simply unfeasible to allocate all troops solely to urban areas. There are myriad responsibilities that must be attended to. In light of this, Acquiring powers from the divine statues seems to be the most prudent choice. As thoughts of other nations initiating their own superhuman soldier programs surfaced, those in the conference room began casting their votes. The final tally revealed 10 in favor, none against, and 6 abstentions. Chapter 56. The Dark Demon Spider. Have you noticed the increasing frequency of police mobilizations lately? My second aunt's sister-in-law's brother's son, who happens to be my cousin and also a police officer, has been complaining incessantly about the number of calls to action. TSK, I have insider information. It is rumored to be the Zongzi emerging from graves, having drained the blood of many, and has now fled to the mountains. Zongzi? Surely, you must be mistaken. How could such a thing exist in this world? At Night Market High School, Lin Yu quietly immersed himself in his studies while several classmates animatedly discussed the recent strange occurrences. A palpable sense of foreboding hung in the air. Even ordinary individuals sensed an unusual atmosphere. The internet has been inundated with an abundance of monster images, and the frequency of homicides in rural areas has surged alarmingly. Whispers of revival of spiritual energy and the emergence of mutated beasts have surfaced, along with claims that nuclear waste discharged by a certain nation has spawned aberrant creatures. Regardless, the rumors are as varied as they are numerous, and such tales captivate the attention of the diligent students in their final year. Though Lin Yu appeared to be diligently reviewing his lessons, he could not resist perking up his ears to listen to his classmates' discussions. Upon hearing terms like monsters, police, and so forth, Lin Yu felt no surprise whatsoever, because he is no longer an ordinary person, but rather a human endowed with the capacity to battle monstrous beings. Sigh, I wonder where that fish-headed creature from the last encounter has wandered off to. I searched the vicinity of the accident site near Quanjiang, yet found no trace whatsoever. Setting aside his textbooks, Lin Yu gazed out the window, lost in thought. Ever since his conversation with Venom, Lin Yu has made it a routine to summon the Shadow Legion at dusk to take him back to Quanjiang, the very site of the accident. He would then transform into Venom and plunge into the waters of Quanjiang, utilizing the ability acquired from devouring the fish-headed creature, allowing him to glide freely beneath the surface. He was untroubled by the threat of asphyxiation, yet after days of searching the depths, he found no sign of the creature. Were it not for the undeniable fact that he had witnessed it firsthand, he might have begun to doubt his own sanity. Lin Yu's heart was heavy with bitterness. So much time had elapsed, and even if his father had once been alive, the chances of survival now seemed grim. The likelihood of a resurgence of spiritual energy seemed the most plausible explanation. At that moment, Li Lu, an avid gamer in the class, approached with a triumphant air, his expression igniting curiosity among his classmates. It was evident that he possessed some intriguing information, prompting a flurry of eager inquiries. Do you have any news? Hith. Li Lu glanced around furtively before whispering mysteriously. There were some videos about superpowered individuals on a website, but they were taken down almost immediately. However, I managed to save one. With that, he cautiously retrieved his phone and opened a video. The group quickly gathered around, and Lin Yu, too, watched with keen interest. In the video, a man was engaged in combat with an unknown entity, and with a flash of blue light, an ice spear materialized, shooting rapidly towards his adversary. The scene culminated in a haunting, anguished cry, and the video abruptly ended. The classmates gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. This guy can conjure ice spears. What kind of entity was he battling? That sound was terrifying. My goodness, could there really be superpowered individuals in this world? Or has the era of spiritual energy resurgence truly begun? Hiss, now that you mention it, I feel a tingle in my head. Could I be on the verge of awakening telekinetic powers? You might just need to use your brain a bit more. Li Lu replied smugly as he tucked his phone back into his pocket. He enjoyed surfing the internet in his spare time, so he had come across numerous videos of superpowered individuals. Each video penetrated Li Li's heart like a steel nail, solidifying his belief in the existence of superpowers. At that moment, he yearned to possess extraordinary abilities and live the splendid life depicted in novels. Observing the exceedingly excited classmates, Lin Yu had already come to a realization. Previously, the Venom had informed him that the fusion of the otherworld and Earth would not only give rise to numerous monsters, but also an abundance of treasures. These treasures could significantly enhance human strength. It seemed that the individual in the video, capable of conjuring ice spikes, was also someone fortunate enough to possess such an opportunity. Yet, Lin Yu pondered in silence, wondering how he compared to this individual in terms of strength. At that moment, amidst the tranquil campus, a deafening roar echoed, startling everyone in Lin Yu's class. After a brief moment of shock, they rushed towards the windows. Upon glimpsing the scene below, Li Lu gasped, rubbing his eyes in disbelief at the sight before him. A chorus of astonished exclamations filled the air, tinged with palpable fear. On the playground below, a colossal spider, towering at the height of an adult and measuring 3 meters in length, with legs extending 4 to 5 meters, was wreaking havoc upon the principal's prized vehicle. The spider's sharp legs pierced the car like spears. As the giant arachnid made its entrance, students and teachers engaged in physical education screamed in terror, scrambling chaotically towards the classroom buildings, transforming the playground into utter chaos. Hiss! The black demon spider, having just arrived, initially mistook the large vehicle beneath it for a potential meal. However, upon discovering its unpalatable taste, it abandoned the idea of consuming the car. Instead, its 6 ping-pong ball-sized eyes turned towards the panicking students scattered across the playground, and a viscous fluid dripped from its menacing maw. With a powerful leap, the black demon spider launched itself onto a plastic running track several meters away. It then expelled glistening silk threads, ensnaring 4 or 5 of the fleeing students. Like a cruel game, the black demon spider swayed its rear, leisurely reeling in the web while relishing the anguished cries of its prey. This was the most delectable of accompaniments. Help! Someone save me! Who will rescue me? I don't want to die. The 5 students ensnared in the web screamed in horror, their faces etched with terror. The thought of becoming the colossal spider's next meal sent some into a state of utter panic, causing a few to wet their pants. Quick, take off your clothes. Some teachers, unable to bear the sight, shouted urgently at the students but hesitated to approach. Simultaneously, others called out loudly, "Security! Where are you?" A student, while fleeing, yelled, "Teacher, the security guard has collapsed from fright and is lying on the ground." Chapter 57. The Battle I can't get free. My hands are stuck. Please. Someone help me. I don't want to die. After a desperate struggle, several students attempted to shed their clothing, but were ensnared by the web, which was coated in a thick layer of slime. Once entangled, the fabric clung tightly, making escape impossible. Panic seized the students, their faces etched with despair as they fell to the ground, frantically grasping at the green grass beneath them, yet to no avail. They were inexorably drawn closer to the ominous black spider. "Release them, you fiend!" Amidst the collective anguish, a middle-aged man rushed forward, his cheap leather shoes pounding against the ground. He hurled a textbook with great force, striking the black spider squarely on its head. Teacher Yang glared fiercely at the monstrous creature, glancing around before seizing a nearby javelin. With both hands gripping the weapon, he cautiously approached the black spider, seemingly intent on rescuing the trapped students. Good grief! Is that not Teacher Yang, the infamous dragon of Yang? What is he thinking, risking himself to save those kids? Everyone else is fleeing. Is he truly so foolish? Isn't he merely offering himself as a sacrifice? The students in the classroom, witnessing Teacher Yang's audacity on the playground, were filled with trepidation. Despite his stern demeanor, Yang was known for his fairness, unlike some teachers who exploited their authority. The students respected him for this. Yet now they were struck with a sense of hopelessness as they beheld his boldness in confronting the terrifying beast. However, they were oblivious to the absence of one among them, for all eyes were fixed at the window. The missing student was Lin Yu. The moment Lin Yu laid eyes on the black spider, a surge of urgency coursed through him, driven by a desire to devour the creature. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he slipped out of the classroom and swiftly made his way to the restroom. There, he summoned the flying shadow soldiers to transport him directly to the playground. At that moment, most of the crowd had retreated into the safety of the teaching building, leaving the expansive playground dominated solely by the colossal black spider and its 5 hapless victims, along with a trembling Teacher Yang. I will say this once more, release my students or else. Teacher Yang glanced at the javelin in his hand, gritting his teeth before hurling it toward the black spider. Yet his aim faltered. The javelin flew slowly, missing its target entirely and embedding itself beside the black monster without so much as grazing it. Despair washed over Teacher Yang and the students. But the black spider was enraged, its 6 enormous eyes fixed intently on Teacher Yang, and it promptly severed the silk it was holding. Striding forward with purpose, he approached Teacher Yang, his mandibles agape as though intent on devouring her whole. Witnessing this terrifying scene, many a bystander hastily shut their eyes, unwilling to behold the horror unfolding. In that moment, Teacher Yang yearned to flee, yet her legs felt feeble and unresponsive, leaving her to watch in dread as the ominous black spider drew nearer. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she shouted at the 5 students, urging them to escape swiftly. With a thunderous crash, the black spider lunged, and Teacher Yang tightly shut her eyes, gritting her teeth as if already experiencing the impending pain. She writhed in anguish, but after a brief moment, confusion washed over her as she opened her eyes. She felt no pain whatsoever. Gazing ahead, her expression transformed to one of astonishment. Before her stood a towering shadow, grasping the spider's menacing head, halting its advance. This shadow was none other than Lin Yu, transformed into venom. Unable to suppress his disdain for the monstrous arachnid before him, Lin Yu exerted his strength, casting the black spider away. Yet the agile creature swiftly expelled a web, anchoring itself to the flagpole in the center. Almost immediately, it lunged back at Lin Yu. The onlookers scrambled to vacate the area. Lin Yu feigned ignorance of Teacher Yang, his voice gravelly as he bellowed, rolling up his sleeves and charging at the oncoming spider. Awakened from her stupor, Teacher Yang quickly reacted, leading the bound students to safety from the playground. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's voice ignited a fervor among the faculty and students monitoring the scene. It was as if a powder keg had exploded. What? This towering black figure is human. It must be a superpower. I always knew such abilities existed in this world. Could it be, as the novel suggests, that there are hidden guardians among us, battling these vile creatures? Quickly, everyone, jot down today's events in secret corners. Who knows when a shadowy figure might come to erase our memories? By heavens, that makes sense. As one student voiced this revelation, the others snapped to attention, hastily scribbling on their books or clothing, documenting the extraordinary occurrences of the day, with warnings to themselves about potential memory loss. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu was engaged in a fierce battle with the black spider. The might of venom was undeniable. Though his form appeared to be half the size of the black spider, he was able to dominate it. With both hands in action, he deflected the spider's long limbs and delivered a resounding slap to its head, sending it reeling, dazed, and disoriented. Shaking his head, the black spider immediately spewed forth a copious amount of viscous webbing from its mouth, drenching Lin Yu entirely. Wiping his face, Lin Yu's expression turned to one of fury. How dare you cover me in this sticky substance? It's utterly revolting. Overwhelmed with disgust, Lin Yu frantically clawed at the webbing clinging to him, attempting to tear it away. However, the web exhibited remarkable resilience, resisting all his efforts to remove it. Meanwhile, the black spider seemed to have gone mad, its body trembling incessantly as it continued to inundate Lin Yu with thick strands of web, encasing him like a dumpling. Those watching from above felt a pang of concern. They were all familiar with the spider's predatory behavior, entangling its prey in silk before devouring it. With Lin Yu now ensnared, did this not imply that the black spider had assured victory? Chapter 58. The first superhero, the dark magic spider, appeared to be brimming with confidence, grinning wickedly at the tightly bound Lin Yu. Yet unbeknownst to it, Lin Yu remained unfazed, his large eyes, resembling white jade, fixed intently on the black spider. In an instant, 4 shadow soldiers emerged from the shadows behind the spider. Swiftly, 2 of the shadow soldiers seized the black spider and ascended into the sky. Screech! The dark magic spider felt itself rapidly departing the ground, and its face turned pale with fear. Its 8 legs flailed desperately. The enormous body, along with the 2 shadow soldiers, swayed alarmingly. With a sudden pop, the black spider exhaled a strand of silk, ensnaring itself to the flagpole. Instantaneously, it was secured, and no amount of wing flapping from the shadow soldiers could elevate the dark magic spider further. With a tearing sound, Lin Yu remained still, while the 2 shadow soldiers, each shorter than him, used their sharp claws to slice through the thick web. They then respectfully stepped aside. Observing the standoff between the black spider and the shadow soldiers in midair, Lin Yu couldn't help but recall the fish-headed creature from earlier. A surge of murderous intent surged within him. Turning to the 2 shadow soldiers beside him, Lin Yu commanded, "Go and slay it." As if unleashing Pandora's box, With Lin Yu's order, 7 or 8 more shadow soldiers crawled forth from the surrounding darkness. One by one, they lunged toward the airborne black spider like moths to a flame, startling those within the classroom. If these shadow soldiers turned their attention toward the onlookers, death would surely be their only fate. Clang, clang, clang. Upon seeing a horde of undead creatures exuding an aura of profound darkness approaching, the black spider instinctively flailed its long legs, akin to a frantic fan, in a desperate attempt to fend them off. With its sharp appendages and immense strength, it could undoubtedly pierce the fragile bodies of the shadow soldiers with a single blow. However, these flying shadow soldiers are rare long-range mages among the shadow warriors. They swiftly encircled the black magic spider, and immediately, ethereal blue arcs of electricity crackled around their robust arms. The black spider seemed to sense the impending danger, struggling frantically. It was firmly grasped by the 2 flying shadow soldiers, even at the cost of dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Bang! Boom! A barrage of beams erupted from the hands of the flying shadow soldiers, piercing through the body of the black magic spider. As if it had been roasted, the spider's form charred black, its life extinguished. Simultaneously, the 2 flying shadow soldiers that had lifted it into the sky succumbed to the electric shock, transforming into wisps of black smoke, returning to the shadow realm. With a resounding thud, the corpse of the black spider fell to the ground. Lin Yu regarded it with the eyes of a hunter observing a rabbit slain by hounds. He watched as the massive, 2-meter-6 tall figure of Venom effortlessly approached, hoisting the lifeless body of the black spider onto his shoulder. The 8 flying shadow soldiers in midair rapidly descended, merging into the shadows below. Lin Yu, wishing to conceal his identity, slowly made his way toward the shadowy area while carrying the corpse of the black magic spider. Can a hero leave behind your name? Just as silence enveloped the scene, a youthful voice rang out, akin to a drop of cold water into hot oil, igniting a chorus of exuberant exclamations. Impressive. Voice cracking. So cool. That terrifying giant spider was actually defeated. He can summon his subordinates too. How imbibit. Ha ha. I've finally grasped the truth of the world. Hero, wait for me. I wish to become your apprentice. Miju, Miju. The entire school, with its thousands of students, had gathered around the teaching buildings like a scene from the World Cup. At this moment, the solitary star was Lin Yu, standing at the center. Amidst the roaring applause, Lin Yu felt a surge of exhilaration, sensing a profound transformation within himself. Facing both familiar and unfamiliar faces, he took a deep breath and bellowed out all his feelings of solitude and disappointment. I am Venom. The world is changing. Monsters may emerge anywhere. But do not fear. The night market possesses its superhero protector. That is I, Venom. Oh, Venom, Venom. The students cheered in unison, their youthful dreams of heroism still alive. The young teachers around him were equally thrilled, witnessing a being of extraordinary power. How could they not be excited? Just then, a siren echoed throughout the campus, and Lin Yu furrowed his brow. He did not wish to reveal himself to everyone. Hastily, he leapt into the shadows with the black spider's corpse, where flying shadow soldiers guided him through the veils of darkness. After delivering the corpse of the black spider to Venom for consumption, Lin Yu swiftly returned to the classroom, where every student was engrossed in heated discussions. No one noticed his arrival, which brought him a sense of relief. Fortunately, I was clever enough to record the video. Once I upload it online, I shall attain fame. Li Lu excitedly took out his phone, fiddling with it, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the completed lengthy recording. Instantly, he was captivated. Suddenly, alarm bells rang. The police had arrived. They began inspecting the teachers' phones and were now advancing towards them. A few students who had been scouting quickly returned, and upon hearing this news, those in the class with phones became anxious. They scrambled to operate their devices, either uploading the video online or secretly backing it up, unwilling to see their hard-earned footage destroyed. Lin Yu watched in silent disbelief as they hastily disseminated their videos, realizing that it would be challenging for him to remain anonymous now. However, he soon pondered that other extraordinary individuals' videos had also circulated but were intercepted by the authorities. Perhaps his would meet a similar fate. With this thought, Lin Yu felt reassured and secretly anticipated the new powers Venom might bestow upon him after consuming the black spider. On the playground, a fleet of police cars arrived swiftly, establishing a perimeter. Director Liu Yin furrowed his brow as he surveyed the chaotic scene, particularly noting the damage to the principal's vehicle, now riddled with holes. His brow twitched as he pointed to the car, inquiring, "Is this damage also a result of that spider creature?" "Indeed, officer, you cannot imagine. That black spider clung to my car. Its long legs punctured it with ease. Thankfully, I was not inside. Otherwise, you might not have seen me again," the principal recounted, a shiver of dread coursing through him at the thought of what might have been. He could have easily become a mere meatball. Chapter 59. The Era of Heroes. Liu Yin nodded, refraining from further comment, and continued his inquiries about the black spider. "You mentioned that after the black spider emerged, it sought to devour humans but was thwarted by the teachers of the school. Just as it was about to unleash a massacre, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, a black giant, appeared and vanquished the black spider. To be precise, it was Venom and his aerial summons that ultimately defeated the black spider," the principal interjected. The mention of Venom brought a sense of gratitude. Had he not appeared, the school might have been drenched in blood today. As the principal, he bore the weight of responsibility, knowing that failure could lead to dire consequences for him. The ability to transform and summon flying minions? Extraordinary. Could it be that a master has been cultivated by a top-tier force? Currently, the known transformation abilities and summoning spells require at least 20,000 faith points. A considerable sum indeed. As the chief of police in a prefectural city, Liu Yin is acutely aware of much that remains hidden. Upon hearing the principal's description, he could not help but conjure images in his mind, unwittingly growing curious about this unfamiliar entity, Venom. However, what none could have anticipated was that the very Venom they all speculated about was, in fact, a student of the high school. On that day, police deleted all the footage of the battle between Venom and the spider recorded by students and teachers. Nevertheless, numerous astute individuals had already released the videos, resulting in a significant amount of footage circulating online. While such occurrences should warrant retribution, unexpectedly, alongside the Venom videos, a plethora of other superhuman clips began to surface. Moreover, monstrous entities emerged with increasing frequency across the nation, almost as if they were suddenly appearing to slaughter humanity in broad daylight. If armed forces were nearby, perhaps sacrificing a life or two could lead to the annihilation of a monster. Yet, if the military assistance was far afield, they could only resign themselves to fate. Ordinary humans stood nearly defenseless against these creatures, with fleeing being their only recourse. The reality of the monsters could no longer be concealed. Countries around the world synchronously announced the emergence of these beings. The populace was in an uproar. The invasion of Earth by beings from another world was utterly unanticipated, especially in such a manner. In an instant, the news of the invasion by otherworldly monsters exploded across the internet, and the previously forbidden superhuman videos were all released without restriction. This was the scenario the government sought, ensuring that all citizens understood that although monsters invaded, we still possessed individuals with extraordinary abilities. The outcome remained uncertain. Concurrently, a multitude of extraordinary beings endowed with faith-based powers emerged from the imperial capital, tasked with stationing themselves in every city. Upon detecting a monster, they would serve as the sharpest blades, second only to armed forces. With their frequent appearances, the citizens of various cities could not help but bestow upon them titles, regarding them as guardians of the city. The popularity and fanfare surrounding each urban hero rivaled that of any rising star. They boasted a fervent following. However, aside from Lin Yu, most of these venerated urban heroes hailed from the nation's ranks. Meanwhile, certain families and corporations within the country that had received statues gifted by Lin Fan showed no intention of dispatching individuals to safeguard the civilians in the cities, until someone discovered that there was a remarkably handsome individual with basic rage and wind blade techniques, whose daily faith points astonishingly reached into the hundreds. Instantly, it attracted the attention of various factions, revealing that the individual in question, due to his formidable strength and striking appearance, had amassed a legion of fervent admirers. The overwhelming adoration and positive sentiments of these fans could, astonishingly, transform into a form of belief value, indirectly bestowing such value upon Lin Fan. Moreover, this phenomenon was not coincidental. Certain charismatic urban heroes, renowned for their allure, were capable of generating belief values that far surpassed those of others on a daily basis. This revelation prompted all those who possess statues to perceive a lucrative opportunity. In addition to the nation's extraordinary military, various families and companies hastily introduced their own superheroes, igniting a grand contest for attention and influence. Relying solely on the belief provided by their followers proved insufficient. But it became evident that the believers in the extraordinary deity could harness this mystical power and return it as a significant source of belief points, a veritable treasure trove. Consequently, an immense influx of resources was devoted to seizing this opportunity. With the emergence of superheroes and monsters, previous celebrities and internet sensations were swiftly overshadowed. The populace, it seemed, was far more inclined to idolize beings endowed with superhuman abilities. Furthermore, these superpowered individuals often possessed striking beauty, rendering the pursuit of the ordinary utterly futile. The situation shifted rapidly. Previously, monsters had pressed the nation's superheroes into retreat due to their insufficient numbers. Despite wielding extraordinary powers, these heroes were unable to traverse vast distances instantaneously. However, the superheroes affiliated with families and businesses surged into the fray against the beasts, significantly alleviating the pressure on the nation's forces. Lin Fan could hardly have anticipated such a turn of events. Initially contemplating the arduous task of harvesting belief values from the entire planet, he found that, through unforeseen circumstances, those who revered him were being fervently celebrated, thus generating belief values. Although the indirect nature of this phenomenon meant that no single individual contributed a full point of belief value daily, the sheer number of people on Earth suggested otherwise. Even with just 100 individuals contributing a point each day, Lin Fan could amass an impressive 70 million belief values, a staggering accumulation. Almost within 2 days, this could equate to the cost of a low-tier divine rank. While the level of adoration for superheroes had not yet reached a national phenomenon, Lin Fan remained patient, allowing events to unfold organically. However, even as he concentrated on the accumulation of belief values, he remained vigilant regarding his son, Lin Yu. After all, safeguarding Lin Yu was a deeply ingrained obsession for Lin Fan. Should Lin Yu perish, it would likely mean his own eternal entrapment in this realm. The vastness of the multiverse was boundless, and Lin Fan was resolute that his prowess did not rest at its zenith. He would not content himself by lingering in such a diminutive world. The malevolent deity from the alternate realm is no match for me. There is no urgent need for me to enhance my prowess at this moment. I need not hastily acquire superior divine attributes, but rather, I can amass a substantial amount of faith value to directly purchase the divine essence of the Creator God. In a quaint wooden cabin by the river, Lin Fan exuded none of the pretentiousness of a mastermind. Clad in a tattered tank top and flip-flops, he leisurely cast his fishing line, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 60. The lizard monster. After distributing over 1,000 statues across the globe, Lin Fan realized that aside from safeguarding Lin Yu, there was little else to occupy his time. The invasion of monsters from the alternate realm was intensifying, yet the earthlings who could exchange for various divine arts were formidable in their own right. With the fervent support of his followers, the daily influx of faith value for various factions surged dramatically. At this juncture, under Lin Fan's watchful eye, the number of basic spells exchangeable for 1,000 faith points had already surpassed 100,000. Moreover, numerous transformations, summoning abilities, and intermediate spells, each valued at 10,000 faith points, had also been redeemed in considerable quantities. Lin Fan, devoid of any pressing responsibilities, spent his days in his humble cabin, sipping tea, watching television, and fishing leisurely. The faith store was replete with a steady influx of faith value, making him feel even more carefree than a landlord enjoying his rental income. As long as that malevolent deity from the alternate realm refrained from intervening personally, Lin Fan was more than content to maintain stasis. After all, he stood to gain immensely, reaping tenfold profits while the entire globe toiled on his behalf. With great satisfaction, Lin Fan reeled in a fresh fish, placing it gently into his basket. He had nearly explored this world in its entirety, finding it strikingly similar to his previous life. There were no cultivation techniques to speak of, and his progress and strength had stagnated. His dark energy, Taoist skills, and martial prowess were all at a standstill due to the absence of any cultivation method. Only the enhancement brought about by his superhuman physique continued to amplify his strength. Yet, he had not yet transcended to the rank of a mid-tier god. Lin Fan estimated that once his superhuman physique reached its peak, he might ascend to the status of a high-tier god. It was said that at such a level, even a mere Spec 1 might excavate could obliterate a planet. However, the time required to achieve high-tier god status extended to an astonishing 100,000 years. Lin Fan certainly lacked the energy to slowly absorb the sun to augment his power. Should he acquire the divine essence of the Master God, or even the Creator God, he would gain an immense reservoir of divine power. At that point, conjuring an expansive universe instantaneously would be entirely within the realm of possibility. Yet, such an endeavor would demand an astronomical 1 trillion faith points. Sighing in contemplation, Lin Fan then turned his gaze to his personal panel to check his current faith value. Host: Lin Fan. Strength: enhanced superhuman strength, dark grand sorcerer, peak master martial artist. Taoist spellcraft, various faith techniques. Physique: supreme divine body, a physique akin to that of a superhuman. Items: infinite storage space, shadow realm, compendium of dark magic. Faith value: 2.9 billion. Faith shop: world experience, a skilled doctor descending the mountain in search of his fiancée, in a world of revitalized spiritual energy. I have transmigrated into the divine beast White Tiger to assist Her Majesty the Empress in unifying the globe. With a faith value of 2.9 billion, one could scarcely afford even a high-tier divine rank, let alone the billion-valued rank of a main god or the trillion-valued rank of a creator god. Discovering that he was unequivocally destitute, Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly, yet he bore no semblance of anxiety. Was it merely about saving money? He possessed an abundance of patience. After all, he had finally encountered a world teeming with life. He intended to endure until the end of time. With a dismissive hum, Lin Fan continued to fish nonchalantly. Meanwhile, in a nearby night market, amidst a bustling food street filled with throngs of people, a colossal lizard man, towering at around 2.5 meters, cloaked in vibrant green scales, lurked in a secluded alley, greedily absorbing the surrounding air, its jade-green eyes fixated intently on the passers-by. Thick drool seeped from its maw. Droplets fell onto the concrete ground, immediately producing wisps of acrid smoke, revealing the potent toxicity of its saliva, enticed by the myriad of delectable aromas wafting through the air. And the fragile humans outside, the lizard man could no longer suppress its bloodthirsty instincts and boldly emerged from the shadowy alley, charging towards the pedestrians. Ha ha! Delicious food. You shall all become my slaves. Submit to me willingly. The lizard man burst forth from the alley, toppling a nearby stall with a single swipe, startling the vendor into a state of panic, tears streaming down their face as they fled in terror. While escaping, they shouted loudly, "A monster is coming! A monster is coming! Everyone run!" Having been bombarded by tales of monsters online, the citizens had grown accustomed to their existence. However, witnessing such a creature in reality was an entirely different experience. Upon seeing the towering figure of the lizard man, with its green face and menacing fangs, as robust as a wall, the pedestrians in the food street screamed and scattered in all directions, fearing they might be devoured whole. In the face of their terrified gazes, the lizard man couldn't help but cackle with delight. Eagerly, it seized various skewers from the stall and began to feast, the exquisite spices tantalizing its palate. By all that is sacred, as a creature native to this world, this lizard man had never tasted such delectable fare since its arrival in this realm 3 days prior. The lizard man had traversed from the remote outskirts to the bustling city, cautiously concealing itself in the shadowy alley, remaining undetected by humanity. Upon arriving at the culinary street, the lizard man was immediately captivated, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger as enticing aromas wafted through the air, alluring him like a siren's call. Unable to resist, he emerged from his hiding place, indulging in the delights before him. There was a familiar flavor that invigorated his senses. With a hearty bite into a ham sausage that had been traversed by flies, the lizardman's eyes widened as he sensed something writhing within his mouth, prompting him to chew with fervor. As the lizard man made his entrance, the pedestrians in the food street hastily retreated, making way for the urban hero of the night market. However, it was not Lin Yu who donned the guise of venom. but another individual entirely. Lin Yu, being a high school senior, had little time for heroic deeds, resulting in his infrequent appearances. Instead, the renowned urban hero was Jinhu Wang Yu, the right-hand man of Wang Fuguei, the wealthiest in the night market. Wang Yu was the very young man whom Lin Fan had once rescued, and he was also Wang Fuguei's sole son. Upon regaining consciousness, Wang Yu learned of the statue incident and, as a victim of a monster attack, harbored an intense disdain for such creatures. Naturally, he was unwilling to let the opportunity to obtain superpowers slip away. He implored Wang Fuguei to grant him the ability to exchange for extraordinary powers. Having learned the importance of strength from previous events, Wang Fuguei expended a significant amount of belief value to equip Wang Yu with the Druid transformation ability, Tiger Man. Priced at 10,000 belief points, and additionally acquired the Steel Body ability, also valued at 10,000 belief points. Chapter 61. Jinhu Wang Yu Roars. At the moment the Lizard Man appeared, urban hero Wang Yu received the news that he was not the only hero in the night market. Seizing the opportunity to increase his fan base, Wang Yu understood that all his powers derived from belief value. The more belief value he accumulated, the stronger he became. Furthermore, those fervent fans were a primary source of this belief value. Coincidentally, Wang Yu was within the culinary street, and less than 10 minutes after the Lizard Man's emergence. He arrived on the scene. Accompanying Wang Yu was a burgeoning battlefield journalist, rising alongside the urban heroes. Various factions that possessed statues had recognized the immense belief value generated by fans and sought to enhance the visibility of their heroes. Thus, led by the state, various families and companies pooled resources to establish the largest live-streaming company in the Dragon Kingdom, Longya. Longya Live boasted branches in nearly every city, equipped with exceptionally professional commentators and streaming facilities. To prevent casualties, a multitude of drones were deployed to capture live footage of the events. Buzzing filled the air. Gazing at the drone hovering in mid-air, Wang Yu cleared his throat and subtly presented his more handsome profile to the camera. He then strode confidently towards the gluttonous Lizard Man, addressing it with an authoritative tone. "Hey, monster from another world, how dare you trespass on human territory with that grotesque visage of yours? It is evident that you are an absolute eyesore. You should swiftly retract that repugnant countenance of yours, for it makes me feel nauseated just to behold it." A barrage of words, akin to a rapid-fire assault, ensued, leaving the Lizard Man momentarily stunned. Clutching its skewer, fury surged within it. It hurled the skewer aside, its icy gaze fixated on Wang Yu, and it roared in anger. "Wretched human, to me, you were merely a tool for crafting culinary delights. Yet now you dare to insult me, a superior being. You must truly be courting death." The Lizard Man articulated its thoughts with clarity that matched Wang Yu's. Bellowing in response, Wang Yu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated this creature possessed human-like intelligence, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a master endowed with two extraordinary abilities and was confident in his ability to vanquish the green lizard monstrosity before him. Without further ado, the Lizard Man, incensed by Wang Yu's apparent lack of reverence, charged towards him with fierce determination. Furniture was sent flying in its wake, a testament to its colossal strength. The overwhelming force it exuded was reminiscent of an unstoppable tank. Any ordinary person would have crumpled under such pressure. Yet Wang Yu was no ordinary human. He possessed strength that rivaled that of these monsters. With a powerful step, Wang Yu surged to a height of approximately 2 meters, his body sprouting a profusion of orange fur. Muscles expanded rapidly, and his skeletal frame doubled in size, transforming his visage into that of a majestic, upright tiger. This was the druidic, shape-shifting ability selected for him by Wang Fuguei, allowing him to transform into a tiger man endowed with remarkable strength, extraordinary speed, and a degree of self-healing capability, a power valued at 10,000 faith points, coupled with the golden spell Steel Body, also worth 10,000 faith points. A layer of iron skin enveloped Wang Yu, significantly enhancing his defenses. This formidable combination elevated Wang Yu's prowess to that of a top-tier expert. However, the cost was that, under Wang Fuguei's reign as the night market's wealthiest, he could only afford one urban hero, barely managing to safeguard his little dominion of the night market. Fortunately, Wang Yu's appearance was still quite striking, complemented by a robust aura and the palpable fervor he displayed with each combat strike. This charisma attracted numerous male admirers, thereby bestowing Wang Fuguei with substantial faith points. At this moment, Wang Yu's body instantaneously transformed into an upright, giant tiger, boldly confronting the lizardman's attack without flinching. Although the lizardman was astonished that an ordinary human could suddenly metamorphose into a half-beast, it felt no fear and engaged Wang Yu in close combat. Blood flowed freely upon the ground. Concurrently, within the Dragon Tooth live stream, a dedicated channel for the night market, drones broadcasted every scene of the battle. A multitude of citizens flocked to the live stream, which served as a prime opportunity for the forces behind the heroes to harvest faith values. Witnessing their city's hero battling monsters to protect them stirred deep admiration among the citizens. In the live stream, even though the fight had only just begun, the audience had already swelled to a staggering 100,000. Most of them were local citizens of the night market, while others from different regions wandered out of boredom. Upon entering the stream, they were greeted by the sight of a humanoid giant tiger locked in fierce combat with a lizard man. Instantly, adrenaline surged. Oh my gosh! I can hardly distinguish between the hero and the monster. Are you from the night market? You don't even know the Golden Tiger Wang Yu. Is Golden Tiger Wang Yu really that impressive? Our city's hero, the extreme cold storm, could freeze him into an ice block in an instant. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to watch, stay. If not, leave. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream. Observing this, two commentators exchanged worried glances, sensing the potential for discontent if the conversation veered too far in one direction. The male commentator quickly smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, look here. This is a famous food street in the city center, always bustling with crowds, day or night. Who would have thought a lizard man would be lurking here?" The female commentator patted her chest, feigning relief, as she added, "Fortunately, this lizard man seems more interested in the grilled skewers of the food street and hasn't harmed any humans." Meanwhile, our city hero, Golden Tiger Wang Yu, has arrived just in time to prevent the lizard man from damaging property and endangering lives. However, I wonder if our hero Wang Yu can defeat this lizard man, as it appears to be even larger and more robust than Wang Yu's tiger form. The female commentator asked, somewhat anxiously, glancing at her male counterpart. The male commentator, reviewing his notes, began to analyze the ongoing battle. Here, we can observe that in direct confrontation, our Golden Tiger Wang Yu seems to be at a disadvantage compared to the lizard man. Yet, Wang Yu has previously defeated at least 4 monsters single-handedly and possesses extensive experience in battling such creatures. I believe we need not worry for Wang Yu. Chapter 62. A reappearance. The scene unfolded as the commentator had analyzed. Confronted by the formidable might of the lizard man, Wang Yu found himself gradually succumbing. Engaging in a relentless exchange of blows, Wang Yu quickly discerned something amiss. Although both combatants possessed razor-sharp claws capable of easily rending flesh, the lizard man appeared to exhibit remarkable regenerative abilities, healing swiftly from the wounds inflicted by Wang Yu. This regeneration did not diminish the lizardman's combat prowess, while Wang Yu, despite his incredible speed and ability to evade numerous attacks, sustained minor injuries. Although these were manageable at present, prolonged combat would surely put him at a disadvantage. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, Wang Yu promptly activated his second ability, the golden spell, Steel Body. With a resounding chime, a luminous glow enveloped him, transforming his once orange-red fur into a brilliant golden hue. The lizardman's sharp claws struck Wang Yu's body, yet it felt as though they were scraping against unyielding steel, producing sparks without leaving a mark on Wang Yu. There it is. This was the origin of the moniker, Golden Tiger Wang Yu. Not only could he assume the form of a Tiger Man, but he also possessed the extraordinary ability to transform his skin into steel. Thus, his defensive capabilities surged, leaving the lizard man as the sole sufferer of injuries. Even with the lizardman's formidable healing prowess, time would eventually lead to his defeat. The commentator's eyes glinted with a hint of envy. Golden Tiger Wang Yu was among the foremost warriors in the city's pantheon of heroes. 2 potent abilities had garnered Wang Yu a legion of admirers. Witnessing Wang Yu unleash his steel body, the chatroom erupted with fervent messages. Golden Tiger Wang Yu is invincible. Golden Tiger Wang Yu is awesome. Tiger Legion reporting. Add 1. Add 2. Add 10. 086. Wang Yu's fanbase primarily thrived in the night market, largely consisting of male admirers, numbering around 4 to 500,000. Observing the lively barrage of comments, Wang Fugue, present at the Wang family estate, envisioned the ecstatic faces of the fans, watching the incessantly rising faith value. The flesh on his face seemed to bloom with delight. Haha, excellent. With a bit more accumulation of faith value, I can grant my son another ability for colossal transformation. His combat strength will soar. Wang Fugue beamed with excitement. Meanwhile, the lizard man, engaged in battle with Wang Yu, sensed that the tide was turning. With a look of astonishment directed at the resplendent figure of Wang Yu, he bellowed. What a surprise! Possessing innate divine powers, it seems I must unleash my ultimate moves. With that, the lizard man swiftly retreated a meter, shaking his left and right hands as if preparing a formidable technique. Wang Yu was instantly on high alert, his hands clasped protectively over his chest. Even with his skin transformed into a steel-like armor, he could not afford to be careless. After all, some formidable monsters possessed a myriad of bizarre abilities. The battles between urban heroes and monsters were not unilaterally favorable. In the absence of support, there were instances where urban heroes were slain by powerful creatures. Wang Yu certainly did not wish for an untimely demise. As he huddled defensively, the lizard man stole a glance and then, in a flash, sprinted away with astonishing speed. The million viewers in the live stream, along with Wang Yu's bewildered expression, witnessed the lizard man leap onto a tall building. With limbs akin to suction cups, it swiftly climbed the wall, making a hasty escape. As it fled, the lizard man mockingly taunted Wang Yu. Ha! You wretched half-beast, with that minuscule brain of yours. You dare to challenge me? Stay down there and eat dust. Wang Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had been outsmarted. He now understood that the lizard man had no grand scheme. It simply sought to flee. He had foolishly remained rooted in place, appearing like a jester. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the two commentators were momentarily at a loss for words, with the female commentator awkwardly explaining, it's not that the hero lacks strength. It's simply that the monster is too cunning. In the live stream, someone chuckled, the monster has already spotted my hiding place. But watching this stream has me in stitches. Can someone with such a tiny intellect truly be a city hero? Heaven is blind. Why am I not endowed with such extraordinary abilities? I am but a loyal fan of Wang Gu. Yet seeing this, I can't help but think that Wang Gu today might have left his brain at home, getting tricked by a mere monster. My goodness, this lizard creature can talk, and it has such high intelligence. Just as Wang Yu had surmised, the atmosphere in the live stream had turned awkward, especially for the previously enthusiastic Tiger Legion fans. It felt as though an ancient phlegm had lodged in their throats. What a sensation! How infuriating! I will make you pay. Wang Yu, in a fit of rage, disregarded the fact that he could not scale the smooth wall and charged toward the office building. The lizard man wore a disdainful expression as it watched Wang Yu push off the ground, his claws attempting to grip the glass wall, only to produce a chilling, grating sound. He was unable to maintain his hold. With a thud, Wang Yu leapt 3 meters high, but ultimately fell back to the ground, gazing helplessly at the lizard man, now perched 6 or 7 meters up the wall. When I return, I will unleash a massacre upon humanity. You shall never dare to provoke us again. The lizard man, seeing that Wang Yu could not cling to the smooth surface, swaggered away with an air of triumph. As Wang Yu gritted his teeth in frustration, a strand of black silk suddenly shot towards the lizard man ahead. Simultaneously, a massive shadow swept over Wang Yu's head, charging directly at the lizard man. With a roar, the unexpected silk instantly adhered the lizard man's arm to the wall. The lizard man, taken aback, spat a mouthful of saliva onto the silk. With a sizzling sound, the black strand was swiftly corroded by the lizard man's saliva, allowing him to break free from its binding. However, it was too late. Behind him loomed a black giant, far broader than the lizard man, wielding a long strand of black silk. A fist clenched tightly. It struck the lizard man with tremendous force. The blow sent the lizard man flying. Following this, with a soft thud, the black figure firmly clung to the smooth glass wall. This shadowy figure astonishingly defied the smoothness of the glass and the pull of gravity, exhibiting the ability to adhere to walls. This was none other than Lin Yu Venom. Chapter 63. The might of Venom. The newcomer was indeed Lin Yu. Ever since defeating the black magic spider, Venom had consumed its form, enhancing his physical capabilities. He had gained the abilities to shoot silk and cling to walls. Upon seeing the notifications popping up in the live stream, Lin Yu hurriedly made his way here during a break. Fortunately, with the shadow traversal ability of the Phantom Soldiers, Lin Yu could reach the food street from his school in no time. Upon arrival, he spotted the lizard man scaling the wall, attempting to escape, and immediately dashed forward. Upon seeing Venom's distinctive red tongue, a mouthful of sharp teeth, and white eyes resembling a crescent moon, the live stream erupted. The male commentator leapt to his feet, his face alight with fervor, shoving the microphone close to his mouth, and shouted, "Venom, this is our city's first hero of the night market. Venom, everyone rise. Sound the battle hymn. Wow, it's the mighty Venom. I don't envy you for having Wong Yu in your night market, but I truly admire you for having such a powerful guardian as Venom." The live stream instantly filled with messages. The originally uniformed Tiger Legion transformed into the Venom Legion. This was all due to Lin Yu's overwhelming popularity, which eclipsed that of all other city heroes. The reason for this was that, although Lin Yu, being a student, could not frequently confront monsters, he could summon Phantom Soldiers. These soldiers not only could fly, but also traverse through shadows. With the current combined strength of Lin Yu and Venom, he could easily summon 12 Phantom Soldiers at a time. If necessary, with some effort, Lin Yu could call forth around 15 soldiers. The shadow soldiers emerge and vanish without a trace, each endowed with extraordinary agility and aerial prowess, capable of launching long-range assaults. They emanate a spectral blue electric glow from their hands, which can be wielded to attack and ensnare foes. In the absence of time, these shadow soldiers lurk within the city's shadows, ready to summon their comrades and eliminate any monsters they encounter. They drag their prey into the realm of darkness, ultimately to be devoured by Lin Yu. Within the brief span of a month, Lin Yu's Venom, aside from the Black Spider, has consumed 6 formidable creatures, all of which possess strength comparable to that of the Black Magic Spider. It is evident that the night market, under Lin Yu's protection, has become the safest locale amidst the surrounding cities, consequently inflating property values in the area. Hence, the notoriety of the Venom has soared, earning it the esteemed title of Dark King, ranking among the top 10 entities in power within the Dragon Kingdom as acknowledged by netizens. Upon the appearance of the Venom, Wong Yu felt an immediate sense of relief. Although he would not be able to claim the head of the Lizard Man this time, he had at least contributed his efforts, making his presence known before his fans, thus not having wasted his trip. Most importantly, the cunning and insidious Lizard Man had not escaped. Had it fled, Wong Yu, as the city's hero who allowed the Lizard Man to slip away, would have faced inevitable reproach, even if only in the realm of online discourse. In the past, Wong Yu would have merely laughed off any attacks directed at him on the internet, but the present situation was markedly different. Now, he relied on these fans to enhance his own strength. An excess of detractors would severely impede his efforts to garner faith. All hail, the extraordinary God, Wong Yu silently chanted, having adopted this phrase as his daily mantra as a devotee of Lin Fan. At that moment, the Lizard Man was sent flying 10 meters by Lin Yu's powerful fist, leaving a trail of blood upon the ground. Its face contorted in agony, as if its very skull had been misaligned, and its formidable self-healing abilities were rendered temporarily ineffective. How could this be? How could such a potent force exist here? The Lizard Man lay helplessly on the ground, its mind blank, utterly unprepared for the overwhelming loss of combat capability inflicted by a single blow. Observing the Lizard Man sprawled before him, Lin Yu felt no doubt, for he was acutely aware of his own formidable strength. The Venom already possessed a physical prowess tenfold that of an ordinary human, and with the recent absorption of the powers and abilities of 8 creatures, its strength had multiplied exponentially. Were it not for the fact that summoning shadow soldiers primarily drained mental energy, Lin Yu believed he could have summoned 100 of them by now. With a sharp crack, the battle continued. Lin Yu relinquished his grip on the adhesive force and, in an instant, plummeted from a height of 7 or 8 meters to the ground. His massive frame, however, moved with the grace of a great cat, making not a sound. This was a power acquired from defeating a monstrous tiger, granting him the instincts of a beast and the prowess of a hunter. It endowed Lin Yu with keen combat senses, formidable reflexes, and exceptional stealth capabilities, an impressive ability indeed. Upon landing, Lin Yu strode directly towards the Lizard Man, unfazed by any potential aggression from it. After all, the previous lizard man had been unable to withstand a single punch from him. Any trickery it might attempt would be futile. Approaching the lizard man, its venomous, blood-red tongue flicked across its lips, and its enormous hand reached out towards Lin Yu. Suddenly, the lizard man flipped over, revealing its grotesque maw. And a long, repugnant tongue shot out like a released arrow, hurtling towards Lin Yu at breakneck speed. "Watch out!" Wang Yu, standing a few meters away, managed to shout just in time. If he were to face the lizardman's unexpected assault, he would certainly be able to react. However, the distance between him and the venom was too great to intervene. The venom was incredibly potent. The lizardman's tongue would likely pose no threat to him. Wang Yu barely had time to contemplate this thought when he observed that the venomous creature remained utterly still, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Just as the lizardman's tongue was about to strike the venom's forehead, an unexpected transformation occurred. The venom's right hand swiftly moved to shield its head, and a surge of dark matter began to flow towards that hand. In the blink of an eye, the right arm morphed into a colossal black shield. The lizardman's tongue struck the shield with a resounding clang, akin to an iron arrow hitting an iron barrier, and was instantly repelled. My tongue!" The lizardman shrieked, clutching its mouth, desperate to retract its tongue, only to have it seized by the venom, which regarded the lizardman with a mocking gaze. "Dare to use your tongue to ambush me? It seems you no longer wish to keep it." With that, the venom exerted its tremendous strength, forcibly tearing the lizardman's tongue from its mouth, along with some unknown matter and blood. Chapter 64. Lin Fan's new pet hiss. This scene made my tongue tingle. Me too. It feels as if my tongue has developed a mind of its own. Goodness, that is exceedingly brutal. Personally, I believe even monsters deserve the right to exist. Why not designate an area for them and coexist peacefully? Listen to me upstairs. There's a mountain in Bashu called Leshan. Come here, and let the great Buddha give you a seat. Great Buddha, don't come. I've already been chased to the Mediterranean. The live broadcast was filled with laughter. Wang Yu, upon witnessing such a brutal scene, could not help but swallow hard, acknowledging the prowess of the formidable venom. Truly, when he strikes, he delivers a fatal blow. At this moment, the lizard man lay severely injured on the ground, twitching for a moment before losing consciousness. Observing this, Venom seized the lizardman's thigh and hoisted him onto his shoulder, preparing to retreat into the shadowy vortex as the shadow soldiers approached. However, Wang Yu intercepted him. "Venom, do you know who I am? I'm also a hero of the night market, the Golden Tiger, Wang Yu." As Venom prepared to leave, Wang Yu hurriedly jogged over, exuding the enthusiasm of a fervent admirer. Lin Yu, taken aback, recognized the name Golden Tiger Wang Yu from television and mobile screens. Aware of his status as the son of a wealthy magnate, he was astonished at the level of respect Wang Yu showed Venom. "I know you, standing at the forefront of the battle against monsters. My soldiers often encounter you," Lin Yu remarked. Although his tone was calm, when processed through Venom's raspy, ghastly voice, it sent shivers down Wang Yu's spine. He couldn't help but internally criticize. No wonder Venom prefers to avoid lingering on live streams. His voice is indeed terrifying. Faced with Venom, who towered over him, Wang Yu slightly turned his head and waved at the nearby live-streaming drone. Instantly, the drone pivoted and flew in another direction, causing the live stream to lose its feed. This action incited outrage among the viewers in the chat, who berated Wang Yu for his perceived betrayal, lamenting the abrupt end to their opportunity to observe the great Venom. In the now black-screen live room, messages flooded in, all echoing the sentiment. "Wang Yu, you traitor!" Looking at the departing streaming device, Wang Yu quickly sought to appease Venom. "Great one, the nation has entrusted me to convey a message to you." "A message? What message?" Lin Yu inquired, perplexed, as he believed his identity bore no connection to the state. Wang Yu's expression turned grave. "Recently, the nation has detected a formidable monster that has emerged in Quanjing. Based on the newly established classification levels, it is estimated to have reached level 9. This new classification, devised by the United Nations, categorizes the power of various urban heroes and monsters from low to high, ranging from level 1 to level 10. However, the top 10 experts of Longhua, and indeed the highest ranks of urban heroes worldwide, only reach level 8. Yet, a nameless monster that descended upon Quanjing 3 days ago has already exhibited energy fluctuations at level 9. This has understandably caused great concern within the nation. prompting the decision to summon numerous urban heroes in the hope of jointly vanquishing this creature. If we fail, we will have to endure substantial economic losses and implement a relocation plan. Relocate the populace of several neighboring cities beyond Quanjing, and subsequently execute a missile strike. However, such a course of action would likely lead to the devastation of Quanjing. This is a desperate measure, one to avoid if at all possible. Yet, as one of the top 10 heroes, Venom appears and vanishes without a trace, while his shadowy soldiers are frequently seen. They seem to be unable to comprehend human speech, never uttering a word. Thus, when Venom finally materializes, Wang Yu hastily approaches and speaks. Quanjing? Upon hearing this familiar name, Lin Yu momentarily falls silent, as it is a place filled with indelible memories of his life. After acquiring unimaginable power, Lin Yu had ventured to Quanjing multiple times in search of his father. Yet he found not a single clue. Ultimately, he returned empty-handed. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Lin Yu inhaled deeply and, with a hoarse voice, replied softly, "All right. We shall proceed with the decapitation plan tomorrow, correct?" Lin Yu confirmed the time, showing no hesitation but rather a decisive agreement. The remains of a formidable monster could be utilized to enhance Venom's strength, and Lin Yu, as an aid in eliminating such a creature, would undoubtedly have no issue acquiring some monster flesh. As for danger, although Lin Yu had never battled other top-tier heroes, Wang Yu currently possessed considerable strength. Amongst the elite, he was indeed exceptional, but in Lin Yu's eyes, he seemed merely average. With this understanding, Lin Yu could ascertain that his own power was certainly around that level. Even if he could not defeat the monster, he would likely not face mortal peril. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yu, feeling somewhat belittled, beamed with joy upon hearing Venom's affirmative response. This was not merely about fulfilling a national task. It was also an opportunity for Wang Yu to cultivate a friendship with Lin Yu, one of the nation's top 10 experts. Establishing rapport with him was worth more than 1,000 points of faith. As the class time approached, Lin Yu refrained from further idle chatter with Wang Yu and instead stepped into the vortex of shadows. Wang Yu gazed enviously at Lin Yu's vanishing figure, wishing he too possessed such a formidable summon. Perhaps then, he could earn a title of a king himself? Lin Yu departed in haste. However, if the principal or teachers of their school were to learn that Lin Yu had chosen not to prolong his conversation with the city hero, Golden Tiger Wang Yu, to avoid being late for class, they would likely be consumed by jealousy. After all, every city hero is, in the eyes of the citizens, a living superstar. They are figures to be revered. Quanjing, by the riverside, a young fisherman wore a bitter expression, gazing helplessly at the turtle beside him, now shrunk to the size of a grinding stone. This young man was none other than Lin Fan. Lin Fan gazed at the pitiable giant turtle beside him, exasperatedly tapping its shell as he admonished, "You, my friend, can you not, for once, temper your demeanor like I do? Your imposing aura has drawn the attention of the state. They are on the verge of mobilizing forces to sever your head." In an instant, the turtle withdrew its neck, overwhelmed by the terror emanating from this human before it. It pondered the irony that such a fearsome individual could only be found fishing by the river in a humble wooden shack, leading a rather miserable existence. The thought struck it, could the formidable experts from various nations not crush it with a mere finger? Overwhelmed by such reflections, the great turtle began to lament, "Master, Master, you are my dearest owner. Please do not abandon me." Chapter 65 subordinates. This giant turtle had appeared unexpectedly during Lin Fan's recent fishing excursion, boasting a colossal form of over 10 meters. A single slap from it could shatter a car, presenting an undeniably fearsome visage. Yet in a twist of fate, the turtle had chosen to confront Lin Fan, thus embroiling itself in a significant predicament. After a swift lesson from Lin Fan, the turtle, despite its lackluster combat skills, surrendered with remarkable speed. Within less than half a second, it grasped the vast disparity in their capabilities, promptly shrinking its size by 100-fold, reducing itself to the dimensions of a millstone, and pleading for Lin Fan to spare its life, even offering to serve as his humble servant. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fan found the solitude of fishing rather dreary, so he decided to keep the turtle by his side. However, within a mere day, the turtle had inadvertently stirred up trouble. The energy fluctuations and traces left upon its arrival had been detected by the authorities, leading them to ascertain the turtle's formidable power level. They intended to dispatch numerous city heroes to eliminate the creature. This predicament weighed heavily on Lin Fan's mind. After all, the turtle was his servant. He could not allow it to be slaughtered so easily. Yet, he could not afford any mishaps among the city heroes, for each one was a valuable asset under his command. Furthermore, Lin Fan was reluctant to expose his identity, fearing that Lin Yu might recognize him, thus inviting unnecessary complications. The turtle hesitated before tentatively suggesting, "What if I were to flee? Escape far away?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan shot at an incredulous glare, as if to say, "Do you take me for a fool? Do you really think I could allow you, a creature of the extraordinary, to depart from my side? If you were to enter human society, would you not wreak havoc upon my dear compatriots? You shall remain here obediently. But what of those who seek to kill me?" The turtle lamented, nearly in tears. "You strike me, yet when I wish to leave, you obstruct my path. What am I to do?" Lin Fan waved his hand and spoke directly. "This is simple. You can pretend to engage in a battle with the person coming tomorrow. If you believe you can win, refrain from harming them. If victory eludes you, fear not, for with my assistance, it should not pose a problem." Lin Fan stroked his chin, gazing at the large turtle before him, as if he had made a resolute decision. He patted the turtle's head and declared, "Hasten to believe in me." The great turtle responded, "What do you mean by believing in you? Aren't we discussing the enemies for tomorrow?" Although internally bewildered, the turtle was startled when it saw Lin Fan raise his hand once more. It quickly shook its head and exclaimed, "Master, please show mercy. Allow me a moment to contemplate." With that, the turtle furrowed its brow, seemingly lost in thought. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, the turtle was recalling the moments from days prior when Lin Fan had decisively defeated it. Its body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by a sudden surge of fear and profound respect for Lin Fan. Simultaneously, Lin Fan sensed an increase in his faith value, establishing a faint connection with the turtle before him. A smile spread across his face. Indeed, this child is teachable. Upon seeing Lin Fan smile, the turtle let out a sigh of relief, thankful for its timely reaction. Had it not acted swiftly, it would surely have suffered under Lin Fan's formidable hand. Lin Fan, observing the great turtle, felt a twinge of pain as he exchanged a certain item from the faith shop. It was a low-level divine rank, priced at a staggering 100 million faith points. As he held this divine rank, it radiated boundless spiritual energy, causing the surrounding area to blossom with lotus flowers and ethereal melodies. The great turtle, upon witnessing such a treasure, became utterly entranced, its gaze fixated on the divine rank. Drooling at the sight, "Were it not for your exceptional talents, I would hesitate to bestow this treasure upon you," Lin Fan exhaled. If it weren't for the turtle's remarkable abilities, he would not have contemplated making it his servant, nor would he have presented this low-level divine rank. Though Lin Fan's faith points were nearing 30 billion, his aspirations to acquire a main god's divine rank or the divine rank of a creator god seemed a distant dream. The reason he nurtured this great turtle was due to its extraordinary physical constitution, which he had observed through the system. Holy Turtle Identity, one of the 4 great beasts under the seat of the evil god, Dark Xuanwu, descended upon Earth 3 days ago. Constitution, Supreme Fortune and Blessing Turtle, inactive, surrounded by the fortune of myriad worlds, capable of bestowing blessings upon those nearby, transforming peril into safety, and attracting wealth. Abilities, size alteration, water manipulation, and thick earthen shield. This is the data of the giant turtle that Lin Fan observed through the system. Although its strength is rather modest, merely a subordinate of the malevolent deity's aid, it possesses an extraordinary physique. This turtle is endowed with supreme fortune and blessings. Aptly referred to as the Turtle of Fortune, not only does it harbor remarkable luck within itself, but it also bestows blessings upon those in its vicinity. If Lin Fan were to activate the turtle's unique abilities and keep it close at all times, would he not be able to bask in this unparalleled fortune? It is well known that luck is an essential attribute for any protagonist. With such fortune, even a mere sow could ascend to greatness. How much more so for Lin Fan? Gazing at the low-tier divine essence in his hand, Lin Fan felt no hesitation as he directed it towards the giant turtle. Although this would grant the turtle power akin to that of an otherworldly malevolent deity, Lin Fan outclassed even the lesser deities by a significant margin. He need not fear that the turtle would turn against him after gaining such formidable strength. Moreover, As the host of a faith shop, Lin Fan could reclaim any divine power he bestowed at any moment, much like the two abilities possessed by Wang Yu, or even the divine power he was about to grant to the giant turtle. With but a thought, he could instantly withdraw it. Thank you, Master, for bestowing such a precious gift. I shall dedicate my life to serve you. The giant turtle trembled with excitement as it beheld the divine essence approaching it, a force of immense power. It could sense that if it were to perfectly assimilate this divine essence, it could contend not only with its superior, the Dark Xuanwu, but even with its own supreme, malevolent deity. Upon seeing Lin Fan throw the divine essence towards it, the giant turtle did not hesitate to swallow it whole. Instantly, the divine essence surged into its heart, transforming its body with overwhelming divine power, simultaneously acting as a key to unlock the dormant potential within the turtle. Chapter 66. The departure from this day forth, you shall be known as Xian Gui. Absorb the power within diligently, and remember not to act recklessly. Lin Fan stated coolly, glancing at the blushing Xian Gui before returning to his small wooden cabin, seemingly unfazed by the monumental act of bestowing divinity, as casual as partaking in a meal or drinking water. In that moment, Xian Gui etched the scene into its memory, unable to shake the image of Lin Fan's tranquil silhouette from its mind, bowing its head deeply, forever vowing never to betray Lin Fan. Unbeknownst to it, its father had prepared an adversary comparable to an apocalyptic, malevolent deity. At this time, Lin Yu had just finished school, and his classmates were gathering their belongings, preparing to return to their dormitories. He too was slowly packing his backpack. However, at that moment, Yang Yin approached him, an expression of excitement illuminating his face as he spoke to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do you know? Tomorrow, there will be an epic city hero battle in Quanjiang. It is said that there will be at least 3-tier heroes participating, including Venom. Lin Yu was drinking water when he nearly spat it out, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Yang Yin, incredulous. How do you know? Yang Yin looked at Lin Yu, somewhat taken aback. It's all over the internet. Didn't you know? After saying this, he noticed that the teacher had already left the room. Yang Yin pulled out his phone and opened a web page. Lin Yu leaned over to take a look. Indeed, it detailed the upcoming battle in Quanjiang scheduled for the next day, leaving him puzzled. Logically, this should be a confidential matter. How could it be disclosed online? Lin Yu was unaware that this was indeed meant to be a secret event. However, a company collaborating with the nation, possessing a top-tier hero, had recklessly released the news online to quickly enhance its visibility, thus reaping considerable profit and popularity. Yet, this had incensed the government. Had it not been for the impending urgency of the battle, the authorities would have undoubtedly replaced the combat personnel and expelled the renowned hero. After all, such disorganized and undisciplined individuals would likely cause further mistakes. Although Lin Yu did not grasp the underlying reasons, he harbored no other thoughts. Regardless, the presence of such formidable monsters in Quanjiang was a significant threat to the night market. Resolving the issue at once would be ideal. Returning to the dormitory, accompanied by Yang Yin, Lin Yu listened to Yang Yan's excited chatter while secretly pondering how his friend would react if he discovered that Lin Yu was, in fact, Venom. Would it leave him utterly speechless? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Lin Yu had no intention of revealing his identity, at least not for the time being. Time flew by, and soon it was the following day. Despite it being a school day, Lin Yu had to request leave from Teacher Yang to attend the appointment. To his surprise, a dozen classmates also called in sick, seemingly in collusion. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly as he observed Yang Yan, who had been lively yesterday, yet now appeared sickly. It was evident that these individuals were merely feigning illness to watch the live stream. Yet, how different was Lin Yu in the eyes of others? Fine, it's all approved. But after today, focus and study hard. Regardless of the current situation, education is of utmost importance, as it can shape your entire life. And under no circumstances are you allowed to go to the outskirts. Certainly not to Quanjiang. Do you hear me? Teacher Yang, somewhat resigned, understood that even if he kept them in class, their minds would likely wander elsewhere. Thus, he granted the leave. No problem. Rest assured, Teacher Yang. Long live Teacher Yang. Since the incident where Teacher Yang selflessly saved a student, he had garnered immense respect from everyone in the school. Upon hearing that Teacher Yang had approved their leave, the group led by Yang Yin and Li Lu erupted into cheers, much to Teacher Yang's astonishment. She stared at them wide-eyed before awkwardly clearing her throat, feigning an illness. Lin Yu, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. However, noticing the time, he realized it was getting late. Even with the ability to traverse shadows, he needed to set off soon to avoid keeping them waiting. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu followed the others heading out, then slipped into his usual hiding spot, the restroom. After summoning the shadow soldiers, Lin Yu stepped into the shadows, heading towards the rendezvous point with Wang Yu. At the municipal government building, Wang Yu paced anxiously, glancing at his watch every so often, wondering why the formidable Venom had not yet arrived. They were about to set off. Could it be that Venom would stand him up? The mere thought made Wang Yu shake his head in disbelief. That was impossible. Venom was his idol. How could he let him down? Just then, an icy chill crept up Wang Yu's spine, akin to a bullet poised to strike the back of his head. The transformation ability of the Tiger Man granted Wang Yu a degree of combat prowess even in his untransformed state. Instantly, he spun around, his pupils constricting to pinpoints as his tiger fangs elongated. "It's me," Lin Yu called out, sensing Wang Yu's alarm. Upon recognizing Venom behind him, Wang Yu halted his transformation, his azure eyes and protruding fangs retracting slightly as he relaxed, patting his chest. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you weren't coming," he exclaimed. Lin Yu grinned. "Such a significant event. How could I possibly miss it? Don't forget, I am a city's hero of the night market." Wang Yu nodded in admiration. Although he too was a city hero, he felt he could never compare to Venom. The latter's formidable strength and the remarkable flying abilities of his minions set them apart. The thought of Venom made Wang Yu wish he could persuade his father to exchange for a summoning spell worth 10,000 belief points. However, aside from Venom, other city heroes with summoning abilities seemed to lack the power of his shadow soldiers. This left Wang Yu pondering whether Venom's summoning capability was not merely worth 10,000 belief points, but rather a staggering 100,000. "Since you're here, let's get going. The team is about to depart," Wang Yu said, nodding toward Lin Yu and taking the lead. Lin Yu, with his keen animal instincts, sensed a formidable presence ahead and nodded in agreement, following Wang Yu onward. Chapter 67. The Spring River at the entrance of the municipal government. Two camouflaged military vehicles stood guard. Their occupants, soldiers clad in uniforms, weapons in hand, gazed resolutely ahead. Outside the vehicles, a dozen individuals dressed in various casual attire engaged in animated conversation. Among them, four stood out, each regarded with a semblance of respect by the onlookers. Three of them were esteemed heroes, and one was none other than the mayor of Night Market, a figure of significant stature. "Mayor, time is running short. Yet Venom has yet to arrive. Should we continue to wait?" One of the robustly built soldiers, clad in military garb, glanced at his watch, his brow furrowing in concern as he addressed a composed, middle-aged man beside him. "Let's wait a while longer. This operation, due to its unique nature, requires a live broadcast. The presence of an additional level hero would enhance our chances of success. We cannot afford to lose face before the nation," replied Li Ku, his gaze inadvertently drifting to a nonchalant youth nearby. The young man, with bleached hair, appeared slightly uncomfortable under Li Ku's scrutiny, whistling casually as if oblivious to the tension. Sighing at the ongoing scheming even at such a critical moment, Li Ku felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Long Yuan shot a disapproving glance at Huang Yuan beside him, suspecting that the latter's faction had leaked information necessitating the live broadcast of their operation. Should they achieve victory, all would be well. However, failure would undoubtedly lead to widespread disappointment among the populace. "Bah, merely a rogue. Who knows where he acquired that statue? We are utterly unable to trace the forces behind Venom. Perhaps it is even an overseas entity," Huang Yuan remarked, noticing Long Yuan's displeasure and swiftly diverting the conversation to the still absent Venom. "Did I hear someone speaking ill of me?" Just then, a towering figure, standing at an imposing 2 meters 6, cloaked in darkness and exuding an air of menace, approached. It was none other than Lin Yu. Upon realizing he had been overheard discussing someone disparagingly, Huang Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, he was also taken aback to see Venom maintaining his transformation state. Although Huang Yuan himself was not a transformation-type city hero, he understood that switching to combat mode required a considerable expenditure of energy, making prolonged use impractical. Venom's choice to increase his energy consumption rather than reveal his true identity amidst such perilous circumstances hinted at secrets yet untold. Unbeknownst to Huang Yuan, the Venom that enveloped Lin Yu was not akin to Wang Yu's transformation abilities. If desired, he could maintain this state indefinitely. There is no need to fret over the issue of consumption. At this moment, Lin Yulong strode over with a commanding presence, his imposing physique exuding an overwhelming aura. The several city heroes before him could not help but quickly step aside, fearing they might be crushed underfoot by this fearsome figure. Wang Yu, standing tall and proud, beamed with delight upon witnessing his newly acknowledged elder brother commanding such respect, although he considered himself a distinguished individual among his peers. Everyone present was a city hero of a higher caliber. The fact that others yielded to him filled Wang Yu with a sense of elation. For arriving late, yet still managing to garner such attention, Huang Yuan, despite being caught red-handed and feeling somewhat embarrassed, could not help but feel a surge of anger at Lin Yu's authoritative demeanor. Did he think this was merely a child's play, without proper preparation? Did he believe he could vanquish formidable monsters with just his strength? Huang Yuan's words were sharp and uncompromising. Li Ke frowned, taken aback that Huang Yuan had crossed paths with Venom just as they had finally secured him. He could not suppress his irritation, silently cursing. With the Huang family's vast resources, could they not find a suitable heir? What a waste of a century's worth of accumulated faith values, squandered on such a wayward youth. Despite his disdain for Huang Yuan, it was undeniable that he was a level hero, and though his temperament was fiery, his strength was formidable. Given that this was a critical moment for confronting the monsters, Li Ke could not afford to provoke Huang Yuan further. He had no choice but to act as a mediator. Enough, enough. Let us not quarrel. If the citizens see their heroes in discord, how can we unite against the monsters? Huang Yuan, you should also refrain from speaking. Observing Li Ke step in to defuse the situation, Lin Yu shrugged, deciding not to hold a grudge against Huang Yuan. If a confrontation were to occur, although he was not fully aware of Huang Yuan's capabilities, his instincts suggested he could easily eliminate or capture him. TCH, to be dubbed the Dark King. When did the title become so trivial? He muttered softly. Huang Yuan had no intention of engaging Lin Yu in a real battle. After all, a significant confrontation awaited them. To enhance his reputation and accumulate more faith values to acquire greater power, Huang Yuan planned to showcase his prowess in the upcoming live broadcast. Rather than squander his energy here, now that preparations were in place, let us proceed. As the two calmed down, Li Ke exhaled slowly and made his way toward one of the military vehicles. Long Yuan closely followed suit. Huang Yuan marched proudly towards the vehicle occupied by Li Ke, not sparing a glance at Lin Yu and his companion. This Huang Yuan was exceedingly arrogant. Watching Huang Yuan's retreating figure, Wang Yu's gaze flashed with a chilling light, his tiger-like fangs subtly extending. Lin Ju smiled nonchalantly, stating, "No worries. The one who stands out is the one who gets shot." Huang Yuan revels in the spotlight. So let us see how formidable the elite monsters are. With that, he and Wang Yu proceeded towards the second military vehicle, eager to avoid sharing a space with the flamboyant Huang Yuan. As they boarded, the other 10 city heroes swiftly followed suit. Once everyone was settled, 2 military vehicles, carrying 30 armed combat personnel, 15 elite city heroes, 3 top-tier heroes, and a powerful mayor, sped towards the outskirts of Quanjiang. By the banks of Quanjiang, Lin Fan basked in the sun, relishing the warmth while enhancing his strength and feeling the barrier between him and the mid-tier divinity diminish. He grinned at the sight of his steadily increasing faith value. Life is truly splendid. This is the world I aspire to. Once Lin Yu matures enough to protect himself, I shall no longer linger in the night market. We will traverse the globe. Chapter 68. The confident Huang Yuan, just as Lin Fan contemplated this. His ears perked up at distant sounds, and with a snap of his fingers, a surge of true energy was unleashed. The nearby Xiangui promptly emerged from its shell. Appearing somewhat dazed, Lin Fan chuckled. "What is this? Has the immense divine power within your divine core muddled your mind? Master, I feel as though my strength has increased 1,000-fold, exclaimed Xiangui, and I have yet to fully absorb the power within the divine core. A faint blush crept onto Xiangui's face, as his form had begun to transform, no longer the original emerald hue, but now radiating a golden sheen, accompanied by a subtle aura of auspiciousness. This was the manifestation of Xiangui's activated fortune body, which even seemed to enhance Lin Fan's own luck. Enough resting. You've refined about 1/3 of the divine core's power. Although you haven't fully absorbed it, it should suffice for now. I previously mentioned that those who seek to eliminate you are on their way. Perform well and ensure you don't harm them. It's best to appear harmless. Lin Fan commanded sternly. Xian Gui blinked innocently, replying, "But master, I am inherently kind. There is no need for pretense. Get lost." Lin Fan scoffed at Xian Gui's protestations. Had it not been for his formidable strength, a mere ordinary person would have long been crushed. Watching Xian Gui merrily dive into the river, Lin Fan felt no concern about the creature's safety. It was a jest. Although Xian Gui had yet to fully assimilate the power from the lower-tier divine core, he already possessed the vast majority of a deity's capabilities. It was merely a matter of becoming adept. Once he fully absorbed and mastered that immense divine power, even Thanos with his infinite gems would pale in comparison to Xian Gui's might. At present, dealing with individuals endowed with supernatural abilities poses no challenge. Sensing the approach of Lin Yu and his companions, Lin Fan swiftly transformed himself, employing dark magic to alter his appearance. His once handsome visage rapidly aged, transforming him into an octogenarian clad in simple garments. A mirror materialized in his hand, and as he gazed into it, he nodded in satisfaction. Not even Lin Yu would be able to discern any semblance of his former self. This disguise should effectively conceal his identity from Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu and his group might not engage in battle here, Lin Fan remained vigilant, not wishing to reveal himself just yet. After a brief wait in front of the wooden cabin, Lin Fan observed two military vehicles swiftly traversing the road above, descending towards his location. Realizing the urgency, he hurried into his modest abode, utilizing his enhanced vision and acute hearing to monitor their every move. Upon nearing the vicinity of Quanjiang, Lin Yu's expression grew complex. This place marked the beginning of his transformation and the site of his most profound loss. A wave of conflicting emotions surged within him. At that moment, he felt a sudden jolt as the toxic substance enveloping him stirred restlessly, igniting a sense of excitement. In his mind, Lin Yu called out, "What is it, toxin?" The toxin responded with agitation, having sensed Lin Fan's presence, yet it quieted upon realizing the multitude of unfamiliar faces around, including Lin Yu. It softly conveyed, "It's nothing." Although puzzled, Lin Yu recognized the gravity of the impending battle and refrained from further inquiry. Minutes passed, and Lin Yu sensed the vehicle come to a steady halt. As the doors swung open, 15 fully armed soldiers exited in an orderly fashion, followed by Wang Yu. Lin Yu trailed closely behind. Upon disembarking, Lin Yu noticed Li Ku outside the military vehicle, signaling him to be silent. He immediately nodded in acknowledgement. The two remained utterly silent as 30 heavily armed soldiers cautiously advanced, some even wielding rocket launchers. Lin Yu's brow furrowed at the sight. It was evident the military was well prepared, bringing heavy weaponry to bear. The plan was to initiate an aerial bombardment, and if the creatures pressed forward under fire, they would intercept. At that moment, Li Ku approached, speaking cautiously to Lin Yu and his companion. Nearby, the elite heroes Long Yuan and Huang Yuan were also keenly observing their surroundings, their expressions tinged with tension. After all, this was the first monster assessed to possess energy exceeding a certain threshold, and they were already in the realm where the creatures could emerge at any moment. Lin Yu nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense that this operation was far from simple. After the instructions were given, Lin Yu and Huang Yuan, both formidable heroes, took the lead, flanked by 30 warriors, with a dozen elite heroes encircling them. Most of these elite heroes were city defenders possessing transformation or enhancement abilities, primarily tasked with halting the monsters. However, in Li Ku's view, the crucial offensive power still relied on the military personnel. Few monsters could withstand the might of the formidable metal storm. The river lay undisturbed, its surface eerily tranquil, devoid of white birds swooping down to catch fish. This serene atmosphere instilled a sense of foreboding in Lin Yu and his companions, hinting that perhaps the monsters lurked nearby. Suddenly, a drone from Longya Live streamed into view. As Lin Yu walked, he sensed something behind him and glanced back, calmly remarking. Just as Lin Yu finished his statement, a buzzing sound emerged from behind, igniting Li Ku's ire. He glared fiercely at Huang Yuan, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Was it not agreed that we would wait until the decisive moment against the elite monsters to commence the live stream? Did your Huang family arrange this? Unexpectedly, Huang Yuan faced Li Ku's reproach with unwavering confidence, responding with a hearty smile. Mayor, what troubles you? Are you anxious about our potential failure? Are you concerned about losing face before the nation? Ha ha ha. If that were the case, there would be no need for such worry. Thanks to the accumulated prowess of my Huang family city heroes, we have procured a remarkable ability. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. Huang Yuan's enigmatic smile hinted at a hidden trump card, which, when revealed, would undoubtedly astonish all. He believed that this highly anticipated live broadcast would allow him to amass a significant following, potentially recouping the faith points he had previously expended. Chapter 69. The livestream surpasses 100 million. Oh, is that so? Li Ku, initially incensed by Huang Yuan's unilateral decision, feeling as if the nation's dignity was being disregarded, found himself somewhat swayed by Huang Yuan's words. Though he remained skeptical, his tone softened. After all, while the nation could harvest a vast amount of faith points daily, it also required the establishment of numerous elite or high-tier city heroes to aid cities lacking station defenders. Thus, the top-tier combat power was somewhat lacking. Hearing Huang Yuan's declaration, Li Ke pondered if the Huang family had indeed amassed a considerable amount of faith points through their city heroes, enabling them to acquire even more formidable abilities. Ones attainable only with 100,000 faith points. If so, did that not mean they possessed powers surpassing the elite level, reaching a new echelon of abilities? Li Ke felt a sense of astonishment. Beside him, Long Yuan cast an envious glance at Huang Yuan. Noticing the exchanged glances between the two, Huang Yuan felt a twinge of pride within, yet a swift glance revealed Venom's unwavering demeanor, marked by its stark white fangs and crimson tongue. Instantly, a cold smirk crept into his heart. What darkness can a so-called king possess? Once I accumulate enough faith points, I shall have my grandfather procure for me a summoning ability worth 100,000 faith points. At that time, I shall ascend to the status of the Dark Supreme Emperor. Amidst the crowd, thoughts were varied and complex. The live streaming room, however, was abuzz with unprecedented excitement, as the astonished eyes of the two esteemed commentators bore witness to the surging viewer count. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, over a billion. The threshold of 1 billion viewers was shattered almost instantaneously after the stream commenced, akin to a throng of individuals fixated on their screens, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Even the seasoned commentators felt their throats dry, unable to suppress their incessant swallowing. After all, this was an audience surpassing a billion, and it was live. Any unforeseen mishap during the broadcast would be utterly humiliating. Unbeknownst to the commentators, who were already in a state of shock, the drone from Longya was approaching them. Even Huang Yuan, who had initially sought to flaunt his demeanor, underwent an abrupt transformation, shifting from a debauched scion to a young man of considerable wealth and profound moral integrity, exuding a strong sense of justice and a willingness to sacrifice everything to eradicate the monsters. This display of resolve elicited both disdain and a sudden shift in the aura of Long Yuan, Li Ku, Wang Yu, and others. After all, this was a live broadcast. Given the prior fervor surrounding the slaying plan online, it was anticipated that millions would tune in. As the mayor, Li Ku was particularly mindful of maintaining a commendable image. For the city heroes like Wang Yu and Long Yuan, their roles were that of valiant protectors, risking their lives for the safety of the citizens. Aside from Long Yuan, who was affiliated with the military, the other city heroes not under the government's aegis would hardly engage in such perilous endeavors without the allure of gaining more fame and followers. This was not akin to a game. Defeating monsters did not guarantee upgrades or loot. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was largely indifferent to the live broadcast, as his strength did not derive from faith points. He was unaware of the statue's existence and believed the abilities of these individuals were genuinely innate or perhaps born from fortuitous encounters, much like his own. While Wang Yu would not conceal trivial matters from Lin Yu, he would never suspect that Lin Yu did not obtain his powers through the statues. It is worth noting that the universally accepted method for acquiring superpowers was through faith in the extraordinary deity. Subsequently, one could exchange faith points for abilities contained within the statues. Beyond this, no other means to achieve the extraordinary existed. In the realm of monstrous research experiments, not only across the vast ocean in the United States or the northern expanse of Russia, but even in the Dragon Country, the investigations have never ceased. However, aside from acquiring some data on the creatures, little of practical value has been unearthed. A group of individuals, trailed by a live-streaming drone, ambled cautiously towards the riverbank. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live chat had transformed into a chaotic whirlwind, without activating the shielding mode or reducing the display. It was nearly impossible to discern the visuals. Goodness, the maintenance of the Longya livestream is rather subpar, isn't it? I thought my phone was malfunctioning when I encountered a lag of over 10 seconds upon entry. Yet, it appears that the issue transcends mere maintenance. Just look at the influx of viewers within a minute. Incredible. Over 200 million have already tuned in, and it has scarcely been 3 minutes. Wow. I initially thought I was the only one skipping class, but judging by the numbers, it seems I'm not alone in my truancy. Student faction here. Student faction 1. Student faction 2. Student faction 10-0-86. You all have practically emptied an entire school. By the way, why is the live stream not showcasing a battle with monsters? Why does it seem like a group of people is so cautiously gathered by the river? Isn't that overly cautious? Overly cautious? I assure you, no level of caution is excessive when confronting monsters. Moreover, this is the first level monster in the world. The livestream chat is buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, one of the esteemed commentators, Wei Xiong, finds his face flushed with anticipation as he clears his throat. Having garnered acclaim long before the emergence of monsters, Wei Xiong has certainly lived up to the reputation his name conveys. A person with a name that elicits laughter is naturally an exceptional comedic commentator. Yet, even a gold-tier commentator like Wei Xiong had never witnessed such fervent enthusiasm in a live stream. His mind was abuzz with myriad thoughts. Times have changed. Internet celebrities are mere pawns manipulated by powerful forces. Now, those who command popularity possess everything. Anyone with a substantial follower count can attain formidable abilities, immense authority, and boundless wealth. This revelation came from a friend of Wei Xiong, who, with his handsome appearance, had risen to prominence as a city hero. Wei Xiong had initially believed his friend had fortuitously awakened extraordinary powers, only to discover that his friend's insights were far more profound. In recent days, Wei Xiong had been pondering deeply and sensed an unusual shift. Now, witnessing the explosive popularity of the live stream, he held a quiet determination. His future quality of life hinged on today. Ha ha ha. With so many viewers in the live stream, it seems everyone is keenly interested in this decapitation plan. Wei Xiong laughed heartily and began to engage with Professor Gao, who was responsible for the monstrous research beside him. Professor Gao smiled and nodded. As a researcher, he was not particularly skilled in creating a lively atmosphere or steering conversations. However, he was well-versed in the abilities and characteristics of monsters, enabling him to provide insightful introductions about various tiers of monsters to the audience. Chapter 70, Golden Mountain? This operation was personally led by Mayor Lee of the Night Market, and the team comprised 3 Tier 1 heroes, 15 Tier 2 heroes, and 30 fully armed combat troops. Such a formidable lineup could only be described as extraordinarily luxurious. Professor Gao, what do you believe are the chances of success for this mission? Currently, during the live broadcast, Li Ku and his team were searching for traces of monsters by the riverside, showing merely the scenes of their journey. There was little to explain. However, the live stream attracted hundreds of millions of viewers, and Wei Xiong could not afford to let the broadcast fall into silence. At this moment, he activated the intercom mode alongside Professor Gao, hoping to enhance the audience's memory of him. One must remember that excellence breeds recognition. If he performed exceptionally well, he could potentially become the commentator for significant future events, gaining fans comparable to those of the city as heroes. Professor Gao, an elder past 60, appeared remarkably spirited, dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit, his hair sleek and lustrous. Upon hearing Wei Xiong's inquiry, he cleared his throat, ready to delve into his expertise. Since the first monster incident occurred over 6 months ago, we have progressed from the weakest Tier 3 monsters to the current Tier 4 and even Tier 5 monsters. Our research and analysis have been ongoing, revealing a vast array of monster types. The catalog of city heroes and military uniforms alone could fill a compendium. Today, we are preparing to capture and slay a Tier 4 monster, though we lack specific images. However, based on the precise detection from our national apparatus, it is evident that this Tier 4 monster possesses extraordinarily potent energy, far surpassing that of a typical Tier 3 monster. Professor Gao spoke eloquently, while Wei Xiong listened attentively, occasionally nodding and taking calls, ensuring the live stream remained engaging. Although the audience had not witnessed a fierce battle between monsters and city heroes, they were gaining valuable knowledge about monsters, which could prove crucial should they encounter such creatures in the future. While these insights might not equip an ordinary person with the ability to resist monsters, they were certainly better than being entirely uninformed. As time passed, approximately 10 minutes later, Professor Gao's voice began to wear thin, and he cast a disapproving glance at Wei Xiong, who continued to prompt him. Wasn't this supposed to be just a brief introduction? Why was it dragging on endlessly? Professor Gao inwardly grumbled. Wei Xiong felt a sense of helplessness. If the city's heroes were engaged in a fierce battle with monsters, he could narrate the thrilling combat scenes. However, the current situation was merely a tedious journey. No matter how eloquent Wei Xiong might be, he could not compare to the erudition of Professor Gao. In any case, until they encountered a monster, he would have to continue relying on Gao's expertise. What were we just discussing? The reproductive isolation between different monsters? Professor Gao sipped his tea, but before he could speak further, he was interrupted by Wei Xiong's exclamation, his eyes widening as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Professor Gao, look! There's a mountain of gold ahead. Huh? What mountain of gold? Professor Gao glanced at the screen and was taken aback to see the river churning violently. A colossal mountain of gold had suddenly emerged from the water, estimated to be several meters in size. The group, including Li Ku, who were searching for traces of monsters, were equally startled, unable to believe their eyes. This is a windfall. There's a gold mine of this magnitude in the Spring River. No, this isn't merely a mine. This is an actual mountain of gold. Wang Yu stared in disbelief at the resplendent mass of gold before him. After rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that the golden mountain still loomed large. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his eyes, resembling white jade, fixed intently on the mountain. In a hoarse voice, he cautioned, "Be careful. This mountain of gold may be a living creature, possibly the high-level monster we're seeking." What? It's a high-level monster? Such a massive creature. How on earth do we fight that? The city heroes were taken aback. They were primarily scions of prominent families and, despite their newfound abilities, lacked the audacity to confront such a formidable opponent. In contrast, the soldiers remained stoic, unwavering in their focus on Li Ku's commands. Even if they were to draw their knives and charge at the Golden Mountain the next moment, they would not flinch. All units on alert. Combat teams prepare to engage. While the city heroes protect the combat teams, Li Ku paid no heed to whether the mountain was a monster or not. As the mayor, he had to exercise caution. If negligence resulted in casualties during the live broadcast, it would be a grave error on his part. So, this is a high-level monster, though it is rather large. It presents the perfect opportunity to test my new abilities. Huang Yuan remained silent, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he watched the massive golden mountain gradually surface. Resembling a small hill, he had made ample preparations for this moment and was ready to shine in front of others. Boom, boom, boom. Just as everyone proceeded with caution, the golden mountain revealed its full form. To their astonishment, it was a gigantic golden turtle. The tortoise gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, as if forged from pure gold, its stature exceeding 15 meters, accompanied by auspicious clouds. It appeared majestic and extraordinary. This was merely the restrained form of the tortoise, having now consumed a low-grade divine essence. Its ability to alter size had been significantly enhanced. With but a thought, it could reach a towering height of 1,000 meters. Conversely, it could also shrink to the size of a mere hair. Yet, the tortoise had not forgotten Lin Fan's instructions to never harm the city's heroes or its citizens, and to coexist peacefully. Should it transform into a colossal form, it might not only inadvertently crush a few, but could also instill fear so great that it might cause some to perish from fright. My goodness, what a colossal tortoise! Is this the formidable creature that previously descended? Truly remarkable. Upon witnessing the emergence of the tortoise, the city's heroes began to whisper amongst themselves, some unable to suppress their fear. Many had already activated their powers, transforming into werewolves or bearmen from the druidic shape-shifting abilities, or into golems and tree-men from the natural transformation category. As others began to shift forms, the remaining heroes could no longer contain themselves. And soon the battlefield was a chaotic display of transformations. Most of the summoned city heroes possessed shape-shifting or enhancement abilities, resulting in a veritable dance of chaos. Chapter 71, Water Dragon the Tortoise, observing the scene before it, was momentarily taken aback. Was it not said that these were merely humans? How had they so swiftly transformed into a horde of half-beasts? There were even tree men and golems among them. More importantly, as the tortoise assessed the strength of those below, it exhaled in relief. It had feared that every human in this world possessed strength akin to that of its master. Now, it seemed that its master's power was truly unparalleled. These humans were, in fact, rather weak. The tortoise felt a twinge of disdain. The prowess of these beings would have posed a challenge to its pre-ascension self. However, at present, had it not been for its master's directive against harming them, the tortoise could easily dispatch them all with a single breath. Humans, aye. Before the tortoise could complete its declaration, Liko reacted as though confronted by a formidable foe, bellowing for an immediate assault. In an instant, the tension-laden warriors squeezed the triggers of their weapons, unleashing a barrage of fiery projectiles towards the tortoise. The once unstoppable bullets collided with the tortoise's golden skin and shell as if striking the hardest material in existence, ricocheting off with a shower of sparks. Liko and his comrades wore expressions of anxiety, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that such damage was akin to a mere tickle for the tortoise. The tortoise, somewhat exasperated, attempted to continue its statement. Humans, do not deceive yourselves. I harbor no ill will. Rocket launchers. Fire at will. Liko, a master of interruption, commanded the artillery to fire before Xiangui could finish his words. In an instant, several rockets, trailing flames, soared into the air, requiring no precise aim. Even with eyes closed, the massive form of Xiangui was an unavoidable target. The thunderous explosions reverberated, sending chills down the spines of the urban heroes present. Such firepower, if directed at them, would likely reduce them to mere ashes in an instant. Yet, this formidable assault seemed to have little effect on Xiangui. With a hint of resignation, he realized that sincere dialogue with them was futile. He would need to employ a modicum of force to teach them a lesson. Raising his hand, the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. In the astonished gazes of all, Xiangui waved his hand, and a colossal whirlpool suddenly emerged on the river surface. In a mere moment, the surrounding waters surged violently towards the vortex, coalescing into a serpentine dragon of dark water, stretching over 10 meters in length. This dragon boasted 5 claws, adorned with twin horns, whiskers at its mouth, and vividly depicted fangs that bore an uncanny resemblance to a true dragon. This was a water-based assault conjured effortlessly by Xiangui. As he gestured, the water dragon danced gracefully in midair, sweeping toward the shore where the crowd stood, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. At that moment, the live stream was filled with astonishment. Everyone was taken aback. Wei Xiong widened his eyes and turned to Professor Gao beside him, asking Professor Gao, could this existence capable of summoning such a dragon be classified as a level monster? I do not know, Professor Gao replied, visibly flustered. Logically, it shouldn't be so powerful. Could it be a level beyond that of a typical monster? Professor Gao was no fool. Upon witnessing the water dragon on the screen, he was struck with profound shock. This creature was unlike anything they had anticipated in terms of its ferocity. Meanwhile, the online audience in the live stream expressed their awe. Goodness, this monster truly lives up to being the first-level beast. Its emergence is nothing short of breathtaking. My word, that water dragon looks terrifying. It seems capable of swallowing the urban heroes whole. This is a clear case of size dominance. The water dragon dwarfs the urban heroes. How can they possibly contend with it? We must place our faith in our urban heroes. After all, no matter how fearsome the monster, can it withstand the ultimate weapon? The ultimate weapon? Have you considered that employing it would result in nuclear fallout covering the entire Quanjiang area, affecting even the surrounding cities? Sighing, they hoped fervently that this time they could successfully vanquish this terrifying level monster, mirroring the anxious sentiments of the online viewers. Akin to ants on a hot pan. At this moment, Liko was somewhat at a loss, quickly tilting his head to glance at Huang Yuan beside him. The meaning was unmistakable. Did you not just assert that you had a means to handle this? Now is your time to shine. Swiftly employ your newfound abilities. Huang Yuan, noticing the look in Liku's eyes, could not help but swallow nervously, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he would not have boasted. Even with his new powers, Facing such a formidable presence made Huang Yuan feel a twinge of apprehension. Yet, having spoken the words and being in a live broadcast, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and step forward. Everyone step back. Protect the combat personnel. This water dragon is mine to handle. As Huang Yuan stepped forth, a blaze erupted around him, intensifying with each stride. After a few paces, the flames surged, transforming his form into that of a blazing fire figure. He shot upwards like a meteor. The searing heat caused the surrounding city heroes to tremble. Sensing Huang Yuan as an unstoppable force, Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at Huang Yuan, detecting a hint of threat emanating from him, though it was not overwhelming. Lin Fan, who had been observing quietly, could not help but smile. I see that at this stage, someone has the audacity to invest 100,000 faith points. It's you, isn't it? A fire spirit transformation worth 100,000 faith points will not easily defeat the water dragon conjured by the Xiangui. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold, as Huang Yuan transformed into a fiery figure and charged toward the water dragon. The live chat exploded with comments. Fire Fist Huang Yuan is invincible. Fire Fist Huang Yuan is invincible. Wow, this guy named Huang Yuan is genuinely brave. Does he not know that water extinguishes fire? Facing such a massive water dragon, is he not afraid of being snuffed out? For being the first to charge in? I'm a fan of this city hero. Oh, Fire Fist brother, sacrificing so much for us. I truly wish to bear his children, for reasons unknown. I simply wanted to ask, is it hot? I inquired of the master, who smiled faintly and replied, the water has boiled. The live chat gradually veered off topic. Yet most remained focused on the unfolding battle, each unable to suppress a prayer as the great clash approached. Chapter 72, Battle of Dragons. The water dragon, devoid of intelligence, acted solely on the commands of the Xiangui. Its current mission was to flatten the diminutive figures before it. Just as the water dragon prepared to charge and crush them, it suddenly noticed a figure engulfed in flames advancing rather than retreating, soaring directly toward it. Feel the wrath of my flame divine fist, Huang Yuan thought, feeling a tremor of fear as he faced the colossal entity. Yet he was now too close to turn back. Even if he cannot prevail, Huang Yuan will still showcase a few moves before retreating. With a thunderous roar, an endless blaze of divine flames erupted from Huang Yuan's hands, resembling a humanoid nuclear bomb. The searing heat radiated for dozens of meters around him, as a towering inferno ascended skyward. In an instant, the vegetation along the riverbank ignited, as if a human arsonist was at work. Wow, it's scorching. The moment the intense heat materialized, Wang Yu began to pant, feeling the temperature surge to approximately 40 degrees Celsius. Being near Huang Yuan would surely be even more unbearable. Ha ha ha! Beneath my crimson flames, no one can withstand my torrential inferno. From this day forth, I shall no longer be known as Fire Fist Huang Yuan. Call me the Lord of Flames. Huang Yuan observed that the water dragon before him appeared somewhat parched from the overwhelming flames emanating from his body. Instantly, he burst into arrogant laughter. He then recalled Lin Yu behind him, turning to flash a triumphant grin at the venomous figure, as if to say, aren't you the so-called Lord of Darkness? Why do you stand there motionless? Hearty laughter erupted from him as he watched the water dragon sway. Huang Yuan felt a surge of confidence, believing his power could easily vanquish the creature. At that moment, he resolved not to squander the opportunity to showcase his prowess before millions of live viewers, determined to vaporize the water dragon. The surging flames surrounding him coalesced into a fireball the size of a human head, though minuscule in comparison to the water dragon. The onlookers understood that the fireball Huang Yuan wielded contained a power that surpassed the ordinary, reaching an extraordinary level. Perish! Huang Yuan's hair danced like flames in the wind, fire erupting from his mouth and nostrils. With both hands thrust forward, he launched the searing fireball toward the water dragon like a cannonball. Roaring in defiance, the water dragon, coiled in midair, showed no fear. A torrent of river water surged into its body, transforming into a mighty column of water that shot forth directly at the fireball. The clash of fire and water produced a cacophony that pierced the air, akin to hurling a molten iron sphere into a basin of water. Vapor filled the atmosphere as the temperature of the water soared instantly. It seemed that even the vast river could not extinguish this diminutive fireball. Yes. This is my true power. Even while trying to maintain his composure, Huang Yuan could not suppress his laughter, reveling in the thought that even the water dragon could do nothing against him. At this moment, Huang Yuan completely overlooked the fact that the water dragon was not their ultimate target, merely a summoning conjured effortlessly by Xiangui. Huang Yuan, the Lord of Flames. Truly impressive. It seems that the heroic figures of War, Godwolf, and Venom, despite being of the same caliber, do not shine as brightly as Huang Yuan. Alas, it appears that even among heroes of equal rank, there exists a disparity in prowess. Nonsense. Huang Yuan's current strength undoubtedly surpasses that of his peers, reaching a realm of unparalleled might. Otherwise, how could he exhibit such extraordinary abilities? In a live broadcast, several concealed urban heroes offered their opinions, each comment tinged with envy. However, just when everyone believed that Huang Yuan could incinerate the water dragon and vanquish the monstrous creations, a thunderous roar echoed amidst the billowing steam, and a water dragon, its size halved, burst forth from the dense vapor. At that moment, it was clenching a fireball no larger than a fist in its jaws. With a powerful bite, the water dragon unleashed a resounding explosion as the fireball detonated, though its impact was far less formidable than before, merely causing the water dragon to stagger. It then surged swiftly towards Huang Yuan. What? The water dragon is charging at him. This is dire. Huang Yuan, a ranged mage, possesses only slightly superior physical strength compared to an ordinary person, making him incapable of withstanding the water dragon's assault. Run, Huang Yuan. Yes, flee now, or it will be too late. A chorus of urban heroes below shouted in alarm, yet none among them possessed the ability to soar through the skies, leaving them helplessly watching as the water dragon closed in on Huang Yuan. Get away from me. Huang Yuan wished desperately to escape, but alas, the water dragon was already upon him. Even utilizing the force of his flames to propel himself away would be futile at this point. In a moment of desperation, Huang Yuan transformed into his fiery form, a state in which physical attacks and bullets would prove ineffective against him, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. Regrettably, the water dragon was not deterred by such transformations. Its form, composed of the great river's waters, unleashed a torrent of steam upon collision with Huang Yuan. The flames enveloping Huang Yuan scorched the water dragon's body, causing it to shrink rapidly. The steam continued to evaporate in the air, creating an ethereal mist. Observing Huang Yuan's fiery transformation, the others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing for the first time that he possessed such a life-saving technique. Yet, the agony of the moment was known only to Huang Yuan himself. To maintain his fiery form, he felt as if his head were being pounded by a great hammer, his mental fortitude waning. Furthermore, the water dragon's body continuously drained the fiery energy from Huang Yuan, nearly exhausting him. However, Huang Yuan dared not revert to his normal form, for without his current fiery state, he would have surely been crushed by the water dragon. The air crackled with the sound of sizzling steam, particularly in the area where Huang Yuan battled the water dragon. The thick vapor obscured all visibility, leaving the onlookers in a state of anxious anticipation. Moments later, Lin Yu's ears perked up as if he sensed the sound. He leaped forward, soaring 6 meters into the air. Amidst the dense mist, a figure plummeted downwards. Appearing quite disheartened, Lin Yu swiftly caught Huang Yuan and returned him to the ground. Despite their less-than-friendly relationship, Huang Yuan possessed commendable strength. And given the gravity of the situation, Lin Yu prioritized the greater good. Chapter 73, Astonishment Humans, allow me to finish. The mysterious tortoise, Xiangui, have been interrupted multiple times by Li Ke. Now, seeing the astonished faces of those below, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking that perhaps no one would interrupt him again. I mean you no harm. Just observe my resplendent golden skin and the ethereal aura surrounding me. Such grandeur is befitting of a celestial beast, is it not? In truth, I am the sovereign of another world, though I was vanquished by the malevolent dark god. Now, that fiend has assumed dominion over my realm, wreaking havoc upon it. Humanity, in order to safeguard your homeland and reclaim mine, I have resolved to collaborate with you. As Xiangui read the script that Lin Fan had prepared, he shuddered at the repulsive lines, pondering how his master could have conceived such words. Lin Fan shrugged. There is nothing to be done. The lines from childhood cartoons have embedded themselves in my memory, and I still cannot forget them. While the two wrestled with their discomfort, The expressions of Li Ku, Long Yuan, and the others reflected skepticism. Despite Xiangei's impassioned delivery, they were wary, should they mistakenly trust this tortoise. Its potential rampage could pose a significant threat to the entire city. Li Ku felt a pang of frustration. Why must such a creature descend upon Quan Jing, causing him such distress? Although his thoughts were tumultuous, Xiangui had extended an olive branch, and Li Ku was reluctant to engage in a confrontation with this formidable being, especially since Huang Yuan appeared diminished. Meanwhile, Xiangui seemed invigorated, as if summoning the water dragon had not drained him at all. Li Ku forced a strained smile, saying, "In that case, might I request a moment to consult with my superiors?" Xiangui nodded, secretly believing he had flawlessly executed his master's command. Li Ku hurriedly produced a satellite phone and stepped aside, while the live broadcast descended into chaos. Wei Xiang and Professor Gao were bewildered, questioning how the promised life and death duel had transformed into an alliance. The situation is ever-changing. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. Moments latte, Likenia urieli apruaka. Offering a slight bow to the mysterious turtle, indicating he had received a response. The nation is exceedingly pleased with your arrival and asserts that humanity harbors no intention of engaging in a deadly struggle with other races, but solely seeks self-preservation. If cooperation can be established, ensuring mutual non-aggression between our two worlds, we shall lend our utmost support. With a thunderous sound, the gazes of the crowd towards the mysterious turtle transformed instantaneously. This was the first instance of collaboration between humans and monsters. Furthermore, it proclaimed itself as the former sovereign of another realm. Whether this partnership is wise or foolish remains uncertain. The attendees felt a pang of melancholy in their hearts. Subsequently, Li Ku attempted to invite the mysterious turtle to participate in some experimental tests, aiming to gauge the true extent of the Dark God's power. The turtle, undeterred by the prospect of ambush, nodded in agreement upon receiving Lin Fan's permission, subsequently shrinking to the size of a palm. Standing upon a cloud, it floated above Li Ku's head, awaiting his guidance. Li Ku's eyelids fluttered. Fortunately, the turtle was not green, or else he would have found himself in a dire predicament. Alas, my servant has been whisked away. This is truly astonishing. Lin Fan observed the unfolding situation, feeling somewhat speechless. Yet he discreetly conveyed to the mysterious turtle to ensure Lin Yu's safety. The turtle, taken aback by the command, soon nodded and raised its head proudly in the presence of Li Ku. "I wanted to accompany me." "Who?" Li Ku questioned, tilting his head in confusion, following the direction of the turtle's gaze, only to discover the idle figure of Venom. "Me?" Upon hearing the turtle's words, Lin Yu's expression turned blank, his massive fingers pointing incredulously at his own face. The look of disbelief was unmistakable. The turtle, however, was not as simple as it appeared. Its acting skills soared as it spoke without needing Lin Fan's script. Indeed, it is widely known that the Turtle Clan possesses the ability to predict the stars and foresee the moon. As the king among turtles, I too can discern certain omens. This individual's future achievements will undoubtedly rival my own, and even that of the Dark God from another realm. He shall be the guardian of your human world. To prevent him from being discovered and extinguished in his infancy by monsters, I have decided to personally nurture and protect him. A guardian? What a jest. Lin Yu shook his head, feeling that this great turtle harbored ulterior motives and had no intention of staying by his side. However, Li Ku was unconcerned with such thoughts. To him, the fact that this enigmatic creature esteemed Venom so highly suggested it possessed remarkable qualities worth exploring. It was essential to bring Venom back for further understanding, especially considering that among the top 10 masters, the forces behind Venom remained unknown. What a farce. I have no desire to expose my identity. Seeing Li Ku nod in agreement, Lin Yu immediately sought to communicate with the Shadow Soldier to pull him into the shadows and depart from this place. However, as the thoughts arose within him, a voice echoed in his mind. "Young one, do you wish to know the whereabouts of your father, Lin Fan? If you are curious, do not resist, just follow me. Rest assured, I mean you no harm." Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he suddenly glanced towards the distant Xiangui, who indeed raised an eyebrow at him in a rather lewd manner. Though he could not fathom how a hairless creature like the Xiangui could express such a gesture, his instincts told him that the voice emanated from this golden turtle before him. "You." Lin Yu stepped forward, his gaze aflame with fury. Just as he was about to demand clarity, he found his strength dissipating in an instant, as if he had been immobilized. It was the venom that had seized control of his body, calmly communicating within his mind. Lin Yu, with our current power, we have no assurance of overcoming the being before us. It would be wiser to comply with his wishes. After all, I sense a hint of a Master's aura from him. Master. Lin Yu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had never known that venom had a master, believing himself to be its first and only host. Hasten your steps. We could discuss this in detail later, Venom urged. Though Lin Yu's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, he had no choice but to acquiesce, moving like a wooden puppet beside the Xiangui. Thus, this assassination attempt concluded rather anticlimactically. Initially anticipated to be a fierce battle, the outcome turned out to be an alliance formed between the two parties, leaving only Huang Yuan injured. Chapter 74. A journey to another world at last. It was over. Lin Yu was taken away by the Xiangui and given its strength. Unless an evil deity from another realm intervened, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay Lin Yu. By the riverside, Lin Fan, witnessing the situation reach a resolution, exhaled slowly. Though his newly acquired subordinate had temporarily departed, he had managed to rid himself of a considerable nuisance by casting Lin Yu aside, finally freeing himself to act. Previously, Lin Fan had desired to explore the other world, yet he had been concerned that Lin Yu might come to harm in his absence. While he could expend belief value to resurrect Lin Yu, preventing the completion of his obsession, he still needed a corporeal form. What if Lin Yu were to be obliterated in his absence, leaving not even a trace of ash? How could he resurrect him then? Unless Lin Fan were to traverse into the realm of cultivation and acquire a technique capable of absorbing souls, he could only recreate a new body through the soul, ensuring resurrection. Regrettably, such means of cultivation were not available at present. However, the circumstances had changed. The Xiangui, possessing a lower-grade divine status, was virtually invincible in this technological world. Only an evil deity could possibly bring about Lin Yu's demise. However, should the malevolent deity intervene, Lin Fan would be left with no choice but to regrettably obliterate the wicked entity. Deep down, Lin Fan was reluctant to resort to such measures. Thus, seizing the opportunity while Lin Yu was taken away by the Xian turtle, he contemplated venturing into another realm for exploration. He had discovered that many monsters possessed intelligence, presenting a new source of potential. Lin Fan could not afford to neglect this opportunity. Consequently, he planned to scout the enemy's landscape in the other world, while simultaneously cultivating followers for his extraordinary deity. He chuckled to himself, already possessing a staggering 5 billion faith points. If only he could secure a loan, he would borrow 95 billion faith points to purchase a divine rank. He could then repay the remainder gradually. Such thoughts were fanciful, and he was startled by his own imagination. It resembled the plight of a mortgaged homeowner from his previous life. He quickly shook his head, dismissing such notions. No, living debt-free is liberating. Even if he temporarily lacked a divine rank, he would not impose such a heavy burden upon himself. Lin Fan solemnly nodded. If he were truly encumbered by such debts, his carefree days would undoubtedly be numbered. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan did not linger. The conflicts on Earth felt trivial to him, akin to fledgling combatants pecking at one another, devoid of anything worthy of his attention. At that moment, Lin Fan activated his super hearing and vision to survey the globe, instantly grasping the entirety of the world. This instilled within him a fleeting sense of being an omniscient and omnipotent deity, but he shook his head to dispel such thoughts. Lin Fan detected a newly opened black hole from which a fiery bird emerged. Yet before it could utter a single cry, Lin Fan swiftly arrived, his eyes glowing crimson. A searing gaze instantly severed the defiant bird in two. Gazing at the vanishing black hole before him, Lin Fan could not help but inquire within his mind system. Will I encounter any dangers traversing this black hole? Will I be able to return to this world afterward? This was a crucial concern for Lin Fan. Should he venture into the other realm and be unable to return while the malevolent deity invaded the real world, he would undoubtedly suffer a tremendous loss. After all, the feeble faith power emanating from the world as population of over 7 billion could still yield millions of faith points daily. If the malevolent deity were to eliminate them, Lin Fan would face catastrophic losses. Beep, this passage is safe. The host may spend 10 million faith points to leave a coordinate in this world. Future travels will require the expenditure of 100,000 faith points each time. The system's voice chimed in, causing Lin Fan's eyes to brighten. Without a moment's hesitation, he expended 10 million faith points to establish a coordinate. After all, this was a modern society, and its productive capacity had not suffered significant losses. In the future, should any need arise, Lin Fan can always return to this world in search of what he requires. Once prepared, he gazed at the black hole before him, no longer hesitating, and leapt into its depths. Instantly, he was engulfed by the void with a resounding splash. Time seemed to lose its meaning as Lin Fan emerged from a fissure in midair. However, the moment he touched the ground, he found himself suspended in the air, cautiously observing his surroundings. It appeared that there were no signs of formidable life forms nearby, yet numerous monsters roamed the land. After a cursory examination of the life inhabiting this vast continent, Lin Fan swiftly reached a conclusion. There was not a single entity here that posed a threat to him, at least not to him alone. In the context of the real world, such beings would possess the power to annihilate entire realms. The predicament lay in the fact that these monsters seemed devoid of any organized faction, with the sole authority being the central evil king. If he wished to amass belief values swiftly, it would be ideal to establish a vast and orderly power capable of governance. However, in the absence of such an entity, Lin Fan would have to invest considerable time in seeking out followers. This was rather burdensome. It seemed unwise to search for disciples among the monsters, at least in this alternate realm. Although Lin Fan dismissed this notion, another idea swiftly emerged in his mind. Currently, humanity, bolstered by urban heroes and advanced weaponry, harbors little fear of the monsters from this other world. The creatures that have appeared in the present world are merely at the low tiers of threat and no longer instill panic among humans. This is not a favorable development for my quest to harvest belief values. Lin Fan was not a benevolent soul, especially after acquiring the system and the ability to traverse myriad realms. He now regarded personal gain as paramount. If the demise, bloodshed, and slaughter of some humans could elevate his reverence among others, he would not hesitate to unleash these monsters upon human cities to wreak havoc. One must tread carefully. It appears necessary to seek out the deities of this world to ensure their compliance in unleashing the monsters. This time, Lin Fan intended not only to be the puppet master behind the scenes of the human world, but also to manipulate the malevolent gods of the alternate realm. By orchestrating events from both sides, Lin Fan could maintain a delicate balance, minimizing harm to humanity while maximizing his harvest of belief values. After all, the second stage of the main god's divinity demands astronomical belief values. Without strategic measures, it would take an eternity to accumulate the required amount. Chapter 75. The Black Terror, Where Lies the Evil God? Lin Fan began to listen intently, searching for that profound power, a force that transcended ordinary beings. Within Lin Fan's extraordinary vision, the presence of the malevolent deity appeared as a beacon amidst the darkness, radiantly luminous. "I found you," seemingly having pinpointed his target. A smile unfurled across Lin Fan's lips as his body instantaneously departed from the location, arriving in the heart of the continent in the blink of an eye. The Beast God Palace. This realm is the most esteemed abode of dominion across the entire land, the very entity Lin Fan had referred to as the malevolent god. However, in Lin Fan's discourse, while he labeled it a malevolent deity, to the monstrous inhabitants of this place, it embodied an unparalleled veneration. It is the sovereign of life, the object of utmost respect among all creatures, for this entity wields a formidable power that scorns all else. Here, strength reigns supreme. Only those endowed with immense power can earn the respect of others. Within the confines of the Beast God Palace, a being with a tiger's head, a bear's back, and ape-like arms, adorned with twin horns and eyes ablaze with crimson light, fixated intently on a scene before him. He is the sovereign of the savage beast world. Known as He Jing, he has ruled the entirety of this world for millennia, possessing invincible strength alongside eternal life. This has rendered He Jing nearly devoid of ambition. However, with the emergence of another realm, a covetous glint sparked within his eyes. This is astonishingly another world. Such a phenomenon has never before graced the savage beast continent. After years of recuperation, He Jing immediately contemplated rallying his savage beast legion to assault this foreign realm. Alas, it appears that due to the worlds not yet merging, He Jing is unable to command his legion or venture into the other world. He can only rely on the sporadic rifts in space-time to send some of his weaker subjects into this foreign domain. Nevertheless, He Jing can sense that the complete integration of the two worlds is imminent. Perhaps within a year or two, he would be able to personally lead the savage beast army into the other world. Who knows, after the worlds converge, He Jing might seize an opportunity to advance even further. With a resounding crash, as He Jing envisioned the future, an unknown figure suddenly appeared behind him, shattering the roof of his palace in an instant. Amidst a cascade of wood and stone debris, He Jing stared, bewildered, at the figure of Lin Fan that emerged. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my palace?" He Jing exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Despite his vigilance, he had failed to notice the approach of this individual. How could this be possible? Could it be that my prolonged absence from battle has rendered me overly complacent? He Jing chastised himself internally, though he cautiously scrutinized the figure before him. Upon closer inspection, He Jing was taken aback, for this was indeed a human, a being from the other world. Although he could not enter, He Jing had utilized his abilities to successfully acquire some knowledge regarding the foreign realm. As He Jing scrutinized Lin Fan was equally engaged in examining He Jing's personal attributes. Name, He Jing. Identity, beast god of the mad beast continent. Strength, inferior deity, weak. Abilities, black magic fist. Shadow, magnetism, inferior deity. Lin Fan tilted his head slightly, contemplating whether the system could provide him with a strength assessment. Host, Lin Fan, strength, intermediate deity. Ordinary, superhuman physique accounts for 99. 8 of martial prowess, 0. 1 for Taoist magic, 0. 1 for dark magic. Physique, supreme divine body, akin to a superhuman physique. Items, infinite storage space, shadow realm, compendium of dark magic. Faith value, 6. 8 billion faith shop. Worlds experienced, 2 worlds slightly. The majority of Lin Fan's strength stemmed from his superhuman physique, although he had yet to reach its pinnacle. However, his development had slowed considerably. If he could acquire the divine essence of the primordial god, Lin Fan would be able to merge it with his superhuman physique. At that point, his power would surge to an unfathomable level. A single breath of icy air could potentially freeze the entire universe. In the boundless cosmic expanse, not even the stars could evade Lin Fan's dominion. With a mere thought, worlds could be obliterated or birthed anew. Such was the true effect of the superhuman physique bestowed upon him within the novice package of the system. Of course, Lin Fan was not yet so formidable. However, the power he currently wielded was undeniably sufficient. Gazing at the fearsome and grotesque visage of He Jing, Lin Fan curled his lip and lightly swung his fist forward. Though it was merely a simple punch, it sent an immediate alarm ringing in He Jing's mind, who had not fought for millennia, causing cold sweat to stream down his brow. It felt as if he were facing a dimensional strike. This punch might very well be my demise. With a thunderous boom, He Jing's heart trembled violently. He couldn't help but curse himself for encountering such an unparalleled prodigy, but it was too late for words. Protecting his chest with his arms, which were adorned with black-scaled armor, he knew instinctively that his defense was formidable. As his brow furrowed tightly, a surge of black light enveloped his entire body, forming a colossal defensive shield. And this occurred in an instant. The next second, boom, like the explosive sound of a cannon. He Jing's anguished scream pierced the heavens. His entire form was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the palace wall with a resounding impact, deeply embedding himself within it. Cough, cough. With half-closed eyes, He Jing felt his breath grow heavy. Just as he was about to spit blood, he forcibly swallowed it back down. Gazing at his fractured hands, he looked up in disbelief at the figure before him, a man poised to deliver a punch. It seems my seemingly ordinary punch was rather too mundane, failing to incapacitate you. Lin Fan expressed his astonishment. Ever since the conclusion of the first realm, he had not encountered anyone capable of withstanding his seemingly ordinary strike. Previously, when dealing with the Xian Gui, he had approached the encounter with a playful demeanor. Otherwise, he would have obliterated it with a single blow. To his surprise, this He Jing managed to endure his unremarkable punch. An ordinary punch? What absurdity! He Jing, his voice gravelly, was the sovereign of the beast blood continent. Having remained invincible for over 10 millennia, to be gravely injured in his very first battle was utterly exhilarating. With a resounding boom, a dark light emanated from He Jing's eyes. His entire being radiated a profound black luminescence as he unleashed a punch backward, instantly obliterating the palace behind him. His body floated gracefully in midair, exuding an overwhelming aura. He Jing, beast blood boiling, drawing power from the fervor of battle. The stronger the will to fight, the greater the strength. Maximum threshold, low-level divine to mid-level. It appears he is about to unleash his wrath. Chapter 76, the god of combat roaring. He was ready to explode, gazing at the formidable He Jing before him. The dark energy surrounding him formed into an intricately shaped armor, while a fierce wind billowed Lin Fan's garments. The atmosphere felt as though it had stirred a colossal hornet's nest, sending shivers down one's spine. Alas, it is regrettable that you are not the protagonist. Had you been, I might have felt a twinge of anticipation. However, you are merely a villain. Lin Fan shook his head, albeit with a hint of envy, as he observed the swirling black flames enveloping He Jing. How inexplicably dashing. A long-awaited adversary. This is a fated confrontation, a war of kings, wagering the very world itself. What nonsense is this? I have little patience for the antics of villains who bicker and brawl. In an instant, Lin Fan traversed the 100-meter distance as if teleporting, arriving right before He Jing, delivering a seemingly casual punch. Yet, despite He Jing's constant vigilance, he was caught off guard until the immense pain and force engulfed him, resulting in a prolonged scream. My kidneys! With a thunderous crash, the sound of an explosive impact resonated in the air. He Jing's body, enveloped in a colossal dark aura, soared like a meteor, swiftly hurtling away for 100 miles. During this tumultuous flight, the dark armor that had just formed shattered into fragments, and that invincible figure dissipated under the weight of Lin Fan's punch. At that moment, only one thought echoed in He Jing's mind. That detestable fellow, ruining my reputation. Within the palace, Lin Fan observed as He Jing transformed into a mere black speck, unable to suppress a smirk. Truly, as a divine being, he can endure quite the beating. With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing in a flash beside He Jing, now 100 miles away. Once again, a sidekick was unleashed, akin to a soccer strike, propelling the dark figure back towards its original direction. Before the figure could utter another wail of despair, a tremendous force descended upon it, as Lin Fan appeared directly above. With a powerful thrust of his feet downwards, a thunderous crash resounded. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, reminiscent of a seismic upheaval of magnitude 7 or 8, creating a colossal storm of debris that enveloped everything beneath. Yet, Lin Fan could distinctly perceive the dire state of the dark figure below, which was indeed quite pitiful. Nevertheless, Lin Fan harbored no belief that a being endowed with divine power could be vanquished so easily by his mere fists and feet. As anticipated, in the next moment, the dust was abruptly dispersed by a massive shadow, revealing a colossal form that stood upright. With a roar that resonated across the entire wild beast world, it bellowed, "Humans, you have successfully provoked my wrath. I shall slay you." This thunderous voice swept through the realm, causing a shudder among countless beings ranked within the human world, as well as those of even higher tiers yet to manifest in the human realm. All speculated in trepidation as to who had dared to incur the fury of the beast god. Regardless of the identity, the price to be paid would be steep. In the midst of the 10,000 great mountains, a snow-white tiger leaped forth from the terrain, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 100-meter-tall behemoth. It devoured an unknown flying creature midair, feasting ravenously. After satiating its hunger, the dark white tiger gazed towards the center with profound apprehension. After millennia, it was the first time the beast god had employed such a technique. What manner of existence could compel such a display? From the unquenchable volcano, a fiery bird ascended, its massive wings nearly enveloping the entire mountain. The flames that engulfed it seemed even more searing than the molten lava, evoking a fear that deterred any gaze. The beast god's ultimate power had been drawn forth? Truly astonishing. The dark vermilion bird's eyes brimmed with disbelief, struggling to comprehend what kind of being could elicit such a response from their nearly invincible beast god. Simultaneously, the other two entities of the Dark Four beasts, the Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise, emerged from their respective realms by the Eastern Sea and the Northern Sea Island. Sensing the fury and overwhelming power, they could not help but tremble within. With a roar, the dark figure transformed back into its original form, revealing itself as an indeterminate dragon-like creature reminiscent of Godzilla. It possessed stout legs, a massive tail, and was covered in black scales, adorned with two sharp, elongated horns atop its head. Its arms were reminiscent of a gorilla's, long and robust, equipped with formidable claws. Most importantly, the current stature of Heijing is incomparable to that of Godzilla. It has astonishingly grown to a height exceeding 1,000 meters, resembling a towering mountain. At this moment, Lin Fan soared at an altitude of 100 meters. Looking up in awe, realizing that he barely reached Heijing's knee, a twinge of envy surged within him. The ability to grow larger. How exhilarating it must be to experience the sensation of trampling ants. It seems that I must refrain from being overly frugal with my faith points. I ought to procure some divine skills from the faith shop. Gazing at the conspicuous display above Heijing, emblazoned with the phrase transformation of the colossal beast, he recognized it as a formidable power. Yet, it appeared to be a last resort for Heijing, as the notice indicated that after using this technique, Heijing would be unable to engage in combat for 6 months, lest it jeopardize his life. With a thunderous roar, Heijing expelled a plume of dark energy from its nostrils, scattering the white clouds above Lin Fan, transforming them into billowing black smoke. It evoked a sense of a dark deity descending, as if ominous clouds threatened to engulf the city. Ha 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 ha! Despicable human! How dare you launch a sneak attack while my guard is down? This time, I shall teach you the meaning of martial virtue. Heijing's eyes widened, seemingly intent on pinning Lin Fan with a fierce gaze. In an instant, Heijing lifted its colossal foot, propelling it towards Lin Fan with incredible speed. Despite its massive size, one would assume its speed would be sluggish. However, Heijing was a deity. This kick surpassed the swiftness of a bullet, reaching Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. Heijing roared, its mouth agape, eyes gleaming with cruelty as it unleashed a powerful kick. Yet, with a thunderous impact, Heijing's expression shifted dramatically. Its foot halted abruptly in midair, as if it were pressing against an unyielding alloy. No matter how hard Heijing exerted itself, it could not break through the ground, even resorting to jumping vigorously. Yet it remained unable to penetrate the earth. Lin Fan, with a peculiar expression, felt humiliated as Heijing bounced atop him. Anger flared within him, and he seized Heijing's foot with determination, hurling it downward with a resounding crash. Chapter 77. Summon No. Lin Fan wielded Heijing's massive form as effortlessly as one might flick a slipper. At an altitude of 100 meters, he relentlessly slammed Heijing's foot back and forth. The spectacle was akin to an ordinary ant grasping a human and repeatedly battering it. The scene was utterly unfathomable. How could this be possible? Heijing, in a frenzy, struggled to stabilize itself, only to find the force beneath its feet akin to the center of a universe, firmly anchoring it in place. The ground shook with a thunderous resonance. After being thrown back and forth dozens of times, the ground surrounding Lin Fan had transformed into a basin, the earth compacted solidly. It was an excellent foundation for constructing a house. The base was remarkably sturdy. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan slammed his fist into the ground, his body sinking deeply as he realized that such an assault could not inflict harm on Heijing, for the ground was far too soft. Taste this. Lin Fan refrained from employing any other abilities, as none could rival the might of his superhuman powers. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a swift red glow, and 2 long-unused heat rays shot forth, piercing through the air and aimed directly at the unsuspecting Heijing below. Like divine retribution, a singular beam of crimson light descended amidst the billowing black smoke, cleaving through the sky and vanquishing the demon. Veins protruded on Lin Fan's forehead, his mouth involuntarily agape, teeth clenched in determination, seemingly exerting great effort, not from fatigue, but rather influenced by the spirit of his homeland. Lin Fan felt that utilizing the heat rays in this manner would significantly amplify their power, granting him a sense of satisfaction. Roar. Lin Fan's satisfaction contrasted sharply with He Jing's torment, as the intensely scorching heat rays struck He Jing's chest like a celestial punishment. They instantly seared through the impenetrable scales, curling outward as the scalding rays penetrated deep into He Jing's flesh. An unpleasant odor of charred flesh wafted through the air. He Jing was taken aback, bewildered by the human before him, who had somehow breached his invulnerable form. All he comprehended was that this formidable power was capable of ending his life, posing a grave threat to his existence. Fear gripped him. Though he had yearned for a worthy adversary for millennia, He Jing had no desire to meet his demise. Gazing up at the seemingly diminutive figure above him, which exuded boundless divine strength, he pleaded, "Human, you have triumphed. Spare me. I promise to rein in my ferocious beasts and to refrain from leading an assault on your world when the realms converge." Refrain from attacking our world? Lin Fan paused, momentarily taken aback, understanding that He Jing had misconstrued the situation. He chose to disregard the comment, the red glow in his eyes vanishing as he instantly approached He Jing's chest. With another thunderous impact, upon seeing Lin Fan draw near, He Jing instinctively recoiled, his massive form shaking the ground beneath him. Helplessly, He Jing felt a twinge of fear towards Lin Fan, who, despite appearing as a frail human, possessed an insurmountable divine power. Standing on the vast black expanse, Lin Fan trod upon scales as solid as black stone. Raising his gaze, he could only see He Jing's enormous chin. Furrowing his brow, Lin Fan grasped He Jing's head and yanked it forcefully. In an instant, He Jing's head was twisted 90 degrees, and with a sharp crack, he clenched his teeth in pain, cursing inwardly. "Ah, now I can finally see your face," Lin Fan remarked, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Before him appeared a head that resembled neither a human nor a typical creature, but rather a dinosaur-like visage, short snout with long horns protruding from its crown. Its face bore an expression of obsequiousness, as after millennia of neglecting such servile abilities, He Jing appeared somewhat stiff. "Great, illustrious human. You have successfully vanquished the sovereign of the beastly continent, namely myself, earning my utmost respect. I shall gather all the monsters and command them to refrain from any misconduct, even if transported to your world. After the worlds converge, they shall not tread a single step into the realm of the beast." He Jing grinned widely, speaking cautiously. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, extending a finger and shaking it gently before He Jing's astonished gaze. "No, what I mean is, you not only must cease your incursions into the human realm, but also intensify the deployment of more formidable monsters. The current human world is not what it once was. It possesses extraordinary power now, and the monsters have lost their challenge. Humanity requires a greater threat." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, He Jing felt an urge to scratch his ear, doubting that his ears, clogged for millennia, had obscured his understanding. How could this formidable human warrior expect him to unleash even stronger monsters upon the human realm? Was he not here to annihilate his kind? "Forgive me. I find myself somewhat perplexed," He Jing stammered, swallowing hard. "It appears you are even more foolish than I presumed," Lin Fan replied, frowning and shaking his head. "You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply summon all the powerful monsters under your command to this place. I intend to take them to the human world for a task." Lin Fan's words sent a jolt through He Jing. Gather all his powerful monsters? For what task? He Jing speculated that this human might be attempting to deceive him, luring all the formidable creatures together only to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Despite his suspicions, He Jing dared not defy Lin Fan's overwhelming power and could only sigh internally. "Alas, it seems that fellow travelers may perish, but I shall endure." How do I even know this phrase? Shaking off these errant thoughts, He Jing, under the scrutiny of Lin Fan's gaze, refrained from further chatter and quickly transformed back to his original form. Lin Fan ascended into the air, observing as He Jing emitted a series of black luminescent patterns around him. Moments later, the scene unfolded. He Jing approached respectfully, saying, "My lord, I have issued commands, and all the formidable creatures under my command will soon arrive here. They await your bidding." Lin Fan smiled at He Jing's words, contemplating the ruthlessness of this creature who, in a bid to save his own life, showed little regard for his subordinates. Lin Fan intended to unleash these monsters into the human realm, inciting widespread panic among the populace. The fate that awaited these creatures was evident. They would ultimately perish at the hands of the city's heroes. After all, who cares for the bait's survival when one is angling for fish? Chapter 78. A complete takeover. Although Lin Fan lacked the ability to control the black hole or to transport the monsters directly into the human world, he was free to return to the human realm at will and possessed a personal shadow world. He could easily bring the monsters into the shadow realm and then, by expending 100,000 faith points, return to the human world and release them one by one. When faced with a monstrous army significantly stronger than before, humanity would surely be engulfed in fear. The city heroes, endowed with extraordinary powers, would be revered even more, and Lin Fan's harvest of faith points would skyrocket. As the sovereign of the wild beast world, He Jing's commands were treated as sacred edicts by all the monsters. Within moments, a multitude of creatures began to arrive hastily. Lin Fan sat upon the throne of the dilapidated palace, while He Jing stood beside him, displaying a servile demeanor. Though he had ruled the wild beast world for 10,000 years, he had not forgotten his humble beginnings. In this moment, all was restored. Your Majesty. Creatures continued to arrive in succession. Lin Fan observed them closely. Indeed, these beings were grotesque in appearance. Some stood on two legs with serpentine heads, adorned with large, elongated pincers and wings sprouting from their backs. They appeared utterly bizarre. Additionally, an octopus from the depths of the sea crawled onto land, its tentacles crowned with deep, unfathomable mouths filled with sharp, writhing teeth, a truly repulsive sight. Of course, alongside these peculiar monsters, there were also some species Lin Fan recognized, like tigers, bears, and lions from Earth. A glance at the profiles of these creatures revealed that their strengths were at least comparable to that of the previous Xian turtle. According to human classifications of power, they had already reached a formidable level. One creature of that level had previously caused great turmoil among humans, and now Lin Fan stood before an army of over 10,000 such creatures, not to mention the additional 100 or so that were even more powerful. Lin Fan felt that if these monstrous beings were to be scattered throughout the human realm, humanity would suffer a catastrophic reduction of at least 2/3 of its population. At that juncture, the prowess of the city heroes would be rendered utterly insignificant against these grotesque foes. Countless billions of human citizens would descend into a state of panic, and in their desperate pursuit of strength, the city heroes would undoubtedly intensify their demands for belief values from the populace. If the citizens were to realize that their faith could empower the city heroes, they would undoubtedly venerate their beliefs even more fervently, whether for the sake of their own survival or for the future of humanity, thereby seeking to assist their preferred city heroes. Consequently, Lin Fan could potentially shatter the daily influx of tens of millions of belief income and elevate it to over 100 million. In due time, within a mere 100 days, Lin Fan would be able to exchange for a superior divine rank, and in 1,000 days, he could attain the status of a principal deity. After a span of 10,000 days, less than 30 years, he would finally acquire the coveted rank of a creator god. This would amplify his divine power, fortify his superhuman physique, and elevate him to an unimaginable zenith. Observing the various fearsome monsters below, and in response to their subservient kneeling, He Jing seemed to revert to the image of an invincible sovereign. He uttered a soft acknowledgement. However, upon recalling the formidable deity standing behind him, He Jing quickly turned around, ingratiatingly inquiring, "My lord, is this sufficient?" Gazing at the peculiar expressions of the monsters beneath, Lin Fan shot a sidelong glance at He Jing, recognizing his insincerity. Had it not been for the information gleaned from Xian Gui regarding He Jing's command over the Dark Four Beasts, Lin Fan suspected that He Jing might have attempted to evade responsibility today. It would not be so easy. With a smile, Lin Fan approached He Jing, pulling him closer. A surge of terror gripped He Jing's heart. Yet, feeling the overwhelming strength within Lin Fan's grasp, he dared not utter a word, merely swallowing hard and timidly asking, "What is it, my lord?" Lin Fan patted He Jing on the shoulder, narrowing his eyes in a smile. "Is this truly the extent of your numbers? Think carefully, remember, I require all capable subordinates." Sensing the threat implicit in Lin Fan's words, He Jing quickly feigned a moment of realization, slapping his forehead in feigned shame. "Ah, my lord, I must have momentarily lost my wits. I still have 4 subordinates who have yet to arrive. I shall summon them at once. How utterly remiss of me. Have they not been summoned in ages, that they no longer heed my command? Though his expression betrayed confusion, He Jing's heart was filled with deep indignation. The Dark Four Beasts were his veteran subordinates, having stood by him since his rise to power eons ago. While their strength had yet to breach the constraints of their current state, they remained significant assets among his ranks. Initially, He Jing had contemplated sacrificing these inconsequential cannon fodder to appease Lin Fan. Thus, under the command, the Dark Four Beasts were instructed to remain concealed, hoping to evade disaster. However, Lin Fan, that rascal, surprisingly knew all the formidable experts under his command and left not a single one for He Jing. He Jing was at a loss, feeling as if he might weep. Consequently, in the future, the Mad Beast world would have only himself as the solitary commander. What a predicament! Lin Fan was well aware of He Jing's intentions, yet he felt no pity for him. Were it not for the absence of anything in the marketplace to control He Jing, Lin Fan would have no hesitation in taking him down. After all, acquiring the combat prowess of a lower-tier deity without cost would save Lin Fan 1 billion points of faith. With a sigh, He Jing hastily issued a command for the Dark Four Beasts stationed at the four corners to gather. Although reluctant, the bonds of friendship with these old allies paled in comparison to his own life. Roar! Grr! My Lord Beast God, I am the Azure Dragon. My Lord Beast God, I am the White Tiger. My Lord Beast God, I am the Vermilion Bird. My Lord Beast God, I am the Black Tortoise. Upon He Jing's command, within 10 minutes, 4 voices resonated from the 4 directions. Lin Fan focused his gaze, and there appeared the Azure Dragon, adorned with azure scales. Stretching over 100 meters in length, its dragon claws and horns exuding majesty as it soared through the boundless black clouds. Accompanying this was a 100-meter giant tiger, dashing through the skies, its eyes bloodthirsty, seemingly surrounded by a thick aura of carnage. This creature was far more powerful than the undeveloped Wang Yi from before. However, in Lin Fan's eyes, it seemed no different from a stray cat. With a little training, it could easily be transformed into a docile house cat. Chapter 79. The Shadow World. In addition to the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, a fire phoenix, enveloped in endless flames, approached with wings that spanned nearly 200 meters, transforming the sky into a fiery spectacle. Its piercing cry was captivating. From the distance, a colossal mountain, standing 400 to 500 meters high, approached with a thunderous rumble. Although it appeared to move slowly, it was actually advancing swiftly. This was the Dark Black Tortoise. We, the Dark Four Beasts, pay our respects to the Beast God. The 4 beasts bowed respectfully, yet they could not help but curiously scrutinize Lin Fan, who stood behind He Jing. Meanwhile, Lin Fan gazed back at them with a hint of resignation. He thought to himself how the noble 4 holy beasts had been transformed by He Jing into these Dark Four Beasts. What an absurdity! Upon examining their abilities through the panel, Lin Fan found that all 4 were just beneath the realm of lower-tier deities, yet they were on the verge of breaking through. If Lin Fan were to bestow a lower-tier divine essence upon each of them, they would undoubtedly ascend from their feeble state to attain a medium-level status. In the realm of divine hierarchy, the lesser ranks are categorized into weak, moderate, powerful, and peak. Despite Lin Fan's considerable accumulation of faith value, he remains in a phase of saving and thus cannot afford to lavishly expend it. Heedless of the curious glances from his old friend, He Jing turned to Lin Fan and respectfully stated, "My lord, the Dark Four Beasts have arrived, and all the subordinates of the minor deity are gathered here. Please feel free to command them." His voice resonated loudly enough for all the creatures, including the 4 beasts, to hear, eliciting expressions of shock among them. Great Beast God, what is the meaning of this? A cacophony of diverse creatures murmured amongst themselves, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and fear. Bai Hu stepped forward, incredulity etched on his face as he questioned He Jing. According to He Jing's words, their esteemed beast god intended to abandon them, to forsake the weak. Expendable subordinates was one matter, but to cast aside his 4 loyal followers was entirely another. Qing Long and the others were equally taken aback, casting looks of disbelief at He Jing. Yet, He Jing offered no explanation, continuing to bow respectfully to Lin Fan. Though reluctant in his heart, he deemed his own life far more significant than these subordinates. As long as he remained alive and the wild beast continent endured, he could eventually cultivate new subordinates. In due time, he would still be the invincible beast god. His formidable wild beast army remained intact, and as for his former subordinates, he could simply let them go. Lin Fan surveyed the throng of creatures below, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features as he nodded. Very well, this shall suffice. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 shadowy soldiers materialized before him, forming a massive black circle on the ground, spanning a kilometer in width. This circle served as a portal to the dark world beyond. He Jing gazed at the portal, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Through his divine sense, he discerned that it led to another realm, imbued with powers he had never comprehended or encountered before. Entering it might propel him to new heights. However, glancing at Lin Fan beside him, He Jing chose to refrain from pursuing that opportunity, for he had no intention of becoming a mere vessel. As the portal to the world opened, Lin Fan addressed the cluster of monstrous beings before him with an air of indifference. Be sensible and line up to jump in. The creatures of the wild beast continent stared in silence at the vast, ominous vortex that spanned a kilometer across, their instincts urging caution. Who are you? The entrance radiated an unsettling aura, and possessing intellect comparable to humans, these creatures, some of whom had lived for centuries, were reluctant to risk their lives in such a perilous venture. Observing their hesitance, Lin Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating intervention to resolve the situation. At this moment, the four dark beasts exchanged glances and charged towards Lin Fan with incredible speed, unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks. Come on. To think you can make us surrender is nothing short of a delusion. I shall never allow you to succeed, for you are merely humans. The azure dragon unleashed torrents of water, the white tiger summoned blades of wind, the vermilion bird hurled fireballs, and the black tortoise rained down meteors, all aimed directly at Lin Fan. They approached him with lethal intent. Sighing at the trouble they posed, Lin Fan, considering their potential usefulness, resolved to exert only a fraction of his power to avoid their demise. In an instant, he flashed through the air, arriving before a falling meteor, and effortlessly kicked it into the void of space. He then moved to the other three attacks, casually swatting them away, reducing their formidable power to nothingness. Remarkably, Lin Fan emerged unscathed, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Despite the flurry of movements, none present could comprehend the sequence of events, save for He Jing, who sensed a flicker of Lin Fan's actions. The other beasts remained frozen in expressions akin to that of lightning-fast motion. The surrounding birds, dust, and insects were suspended in time, as if the world had come to a standstill. Yet, Lin Fan understood that this was not a cessation of time, but rather a testament to his unparalleled speed, rendering the others utterly powerless against him. Observing the frenzied beast before him, Lin Fan exhaled a breath of icy air, which instantaneously froze all the monsters in front of him. Under his control, this chilling breath encased them in a layer of solid ice, entrapping their forms without causing death. After all, he still required them to accumulate faith value, and their untimely demise would be a tremendous waste. In a fleeting moment, He Jing sensed something amiss. However, before he could react, his subordinates had all been transformed into ice blocks, leaving him in shock. He gazed at Lin Fan's back in silence, realizing that Lin Fan had barely exerted himself during their earlier confrontation. To think that he could not even muster a response against such overwhelming power. Following the astonished expectations of the great beings across the myriad realms, He Jing could not help but draw a sharp breath. This child is terrifically formidable. He must not be allowed to remain. Just as Lin Fan instructed the ghostly soldiers to transport the miniature monsters to the Shadow Realm, he raised an eyebrow and turned to He Jing with a smile. What are you saying? Coughing vigorously, He Jing chastised himself for his earlier folly, quickly donning a sincere smile and replying to Lin Fan, It's nothing. Is this sufficient, my lord? If not, I shall seek out more. In the wild beast continent, I have not completely scoured its depths. There must be other sources of power. Chapter 80, A Self-Directed Pacific Rim. With a sharp clap, as soon as the words left his mouth, He Jing felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How foolish he was. Once this plague was dispatched, the hidden forces would be the foundation for him to reassemble the wild beast army. Yet, he had just let this slip. What a grave mistake. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with insight. He patted He Jing on the shoulder and, with a thumbs up, remarked, He Jing, you have done well. I did not expect you to be so astute. Excellent. He Jing managed a strained smile, thinking, as long as the master is pleased. Lin Fan nodded. In that case, I shall take my leave. I have a task for you. Scour the wild beast world once more for formidable creatures. The quantity must not fall significantly short of this time. Is that clear? With a voice choked with despair, He Jing lamented, No problem. No problem at all. It felt as if he were not only sacrificing his wild beast army, but also destined to serve as a laborer for someone else. What sins had he committed? Heaven above, strike this human down with lightning. He Jing cursed inwardly, though he kept his lips sealed, for if Lin Fan heard his thoughts, he might lose even his undergarments. Stretching his limbs, Lin Fan loosened his muscles. This time, he intended to capture all of the formidable soldiers under He Jing's command. With such monstrous strength, the human world would find itself grappling with formidable challenges. A grin spread across Lin Fan's face, pondering whether this could be deemed a mastery of both light and darkness. Shaking his head, Lin Fan strode forward, communicating with the system in his mind. After deducting 100,000 belief points, he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Behind him, He Jing's face was a portrait of astonishment. He had witnessed the power to tear through space. Who was this individual? Without further mention of the wild beast continent, Lin Fan swiftly returned to Quanjiang. Yet he did not linger in the previous wooden cabin. After assessing the situation of Xian Gui and Lin Yu, he found both of them thriving under the protection of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yu, the singular being capable of acquiring immense power without the need for a deity's belief, had astonished the nation. A group of researchers focused on monsters immediately sought to extract venom for study, but Xian Gui intervened. He was well aware of Lin Yu's identity. He was the son of his master. If something were to happen to him, Lin Fan's wrath would be beyond their capacity to bear. At that point, not just humanity, but even Earth itself could face annihilation. Ultimately, Lin Yu joined the Dragon Kingdom and received various abilities as a national reward. Yet his primary combat strength still relied on venom and the Flying Shadow Legion. Observing that both were living quite well, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction before sending a message to Xian Gui. Do not allow him to assist humanity in dealing with the subsequent monsters. After all, the Xian Gui possesses the power of a lesser deity, while the strongest among those monsters has yet to transcend the divine realm. Should the Xian Gui intervene and swiftly eliminate the monsters, what concerns would the human citizens still harbor? The sense of danger would cease to exist. Upon receiving a clear response from the Xian Gui, Lin Fan turned, instantly donning a flowing black robe, and soared towards the Pacific Ocean. Although instilling panic in humanity was necessary, Lin Fan could not bring himself to act against the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom bore a resemblance to his former homeland, and he could not bring himself to harm those familiar faces. However, other nations were of no concern to him. Casting his gaze across the vast ocean towards America, Lin Fan could not suppress a smirk. It was akin to a real-life Pacific Rim. He wondered if America could develop colossal mechanized warriors. If they could, it would certainly be entertaining. Lin Fan's speed of flight was astonishing. He could reach the vicinity of the sun within 60 seconds. With a breath of icy frost, he could freeze an entire star. If he wished, he could easily move the Earth, or even cleave it in two. In the blink of an eye, he found himself above the ocean, 100 miles from the bustling city of Jiujing Mountain in America. Gazing at the distant, thriving metropolis, Lin Fan shook his head, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. However, it was quickly replaced by resolve. For the sake of my own strength, sacrifice is inevitable. No longer hesitating, Lin Fan opened a portal to the dark world, and in an instant, a black vortex emerged from the ocean floor. Yet, there was no danger. At Lin Fan's command, several troll soldiers produced a curious ice block. Within that ancient, unyielding ice, a peculiar monster was revealed. Its head resembled that of a shark, adorned with long fins and a pair of sharp, formidable jaws. Its physique was similar to that of a human, but exceptionally robust, particularly its hands, which bore no fingers, but rather two large, spiked spheres reminiscent of meteor hammers. With a decisive stance, Lin Fan shattered the ice that even missiles could not penetrate, awakening the shark creature. The moment it laid eyes on Lin Fan, it attempted to strike. Yet, Lin Fan swiftly grasped its throat an overwhelming force rendering the shark creature incapable of further movement. In a chilling tone, Lin Fan declared, "You have two choices: obey my command or face death. You are not unique. There are many beings like you. I will obey. I will absolutely obey." The shark creature exclaimed, startled by Lin Fan's frosty demeanor, and without hesitation, it nodded frantically. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction, swiftly ascending to the surface of the sea with the shark monster. Grasping the bewildered creature's head, he pointed towards a distant city, uttering calmly, "Go. Lay waste to that city. However, do not employ your most formidable methods to crush it outright. Instead, proceed slowly, methodically, instilling despair through your might. Let your deeds resonate far and wide, ensuring all hear your name and tremble in fear. Do you understand?" "Understood," the shark monster replied resolutely. "Is it not merely a city of humans? These beings are as weak as ants. I can play with them as I please, gradually slaughtering them all." "Very well, go," Lin Fan exclaimed, giving the shark monster a sharp tap on the head before vanishing into the clouds, his gaze fixated on the creature below. After Lin Fan's departure, the shark monster revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, its body rapidly ascending. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a height of over 20 meters, plunging into the ocean and swimming towards the direction of Mount Jiujing. Meanwhile, on the coastline, citizens and tourists basking in the sun remained oblivious to the approach of the ferocious behemoth. Under the protection of superheroes, they felt no concern for the potential monsters lurking nearby. Chapter 81. Chaos. The United States is a nation that revels in individual heroism, holding its urban heroes in high esteem. Lin Fan did not allow any statues to fall into private hands. Instead, he bestowed them upon various national tycoons and governments. Only these powerful entities could optimally utilize the statues, generating more capital to earn Lin Fan greater faith value. As a major economic hub, Mount Jiujing naturally boasted numerous urban heroes, making it one of the safest places in the country. Consequently, tourist attractions and culinary hotspots within the city continued to draw large crowds. On the beach, throngs of citizens and tourists indulged in leisure activities. Many played beach volleyball or soaked up the sun. Lithe bikini-clad beauties showcased their sun-kissed skin, their movements radiating beauty. The quivering peaks and serene valleys captivated the attention of every man present. To attract the attention of these women, the men exerted themselves to the fullest. A robust man skillfully glided across the waves on a surfboard, cheered on by several bikini-clad beauties on the beach. This only emboldened him further. A sly grin crept across his face as he executed various complex maneuvers on his board. Yet, he remained unaware that beneath the waves he conquered, a massive shadow was steadily rising. With a whoosh, the muscular man elegantly soared over a wave, sunlight cascading upon him, eliciting cheers from the young bikini-clad beauties on the beach. "Ken, keep going. There's a big wave behind you. As long as you conquer it, tonight I shall be yours." A stunningly beautiful woman in a bikini boldly waved her hands, her exquisite features radiant with delight. Observing the voluptuous figure of the alluring lady in the distance, Ken's eyes gleamed with a lascivious glint. Unable to suppress his desire, he swallowed hard, envisioning the pleasures of the evening, and began to cheer enthusiastically towards the woman by the shore. However, at that moment, as the waves crashed, a chill surged up Ken's spine, leaving him perplexed as he scratched his head. Before he could discern any anomaly, the next second brought forth a tumultuous wave. In Ken's terrified and bewildered scream, the sea within a 3-meter radius vanished, transforming into a gaping maw, and at its center, the unfortunate prey was none other than the man who had just aspired to conquer the ocean. Help! With a chilling sound reminiscent of crunching chicken bones echoing in the ears of onlookers, a creature resembling a humanoid shark emerged from the depths, its grotesque visage marked by a cruel expression. Within its jaws, Ken's mangled body, entwined with blood, churned grotesquely, evoking a wave of nausea among witnesses. The beachgoers, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, were rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. None could focus on sunbathing any longer. They all fled in a panic. Some women, having shed their garments to bask in the sun, abandoned their modesty, screaming as they dashed away in their nakedness. Yet, such a tantalizing scene went unseen. For the singular thought consuming each individual was the imperative to escape. Roar, roar, roar. Weak humans, you shall only serve as the blood sustenance for our feral kind. Bow and tremble beneath my feet. Ha 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 ha. Relishing in its newfound authority, the shark creature could not restrain its laughter, reveling in the chaos it had incited. It swiftly surged towards the shore, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to claim the lives of these humans. The flesh it had just devoured was merely an appetizer. The main course awaited consumption. With a resounding crash, the shark creature, brimming with hubris, had yet to breach the surface before an unknown force struck its head, causing it to stagger perilously close to the water. Before it could regain its composure, an authoritative voice resonated within its mind. Do not forget my words. Should I witness you indiscriminately slaughtering humans, your existence shall come to an end. Lin Fan observed the shark creature, noting its hubristic demeanor, seemingly oblivious to his directive. Its true objective was to intimidate humanity, not to engage in widespread slaughter. These are prime targets, and any who dare to harm them would face his wrath. Indeed, I shall remember this. The shark monster, struck by surprise, was utterly oblivious to how Lin Fan had acted, though a tempest of fury brewed within. Yet, it was impossible for him to reveal such emotions on his countenance. Thus, he bowed and nodded in deference. Lin Fan uttered a single syllable before terminating the mental communication. Though the sound faded, the shark monster was acutely aware that this vile, yet formidable human was undoubtedly observing him from some hidden vantage point. Despite the rage boiling inside, he had no choice but to slow his pace, advancing gradually across the surface of the sea. Call 119. Notify the city heroes. A formidable monster has appeared at the beautiful beach in the northern district. Oh my God, how terrifying. My boyfriend was just devoured whole by that creature. Run. The monster is heading into the city. Good heavens, this is a colossal beast. Damn it, who just grabbed my purse? That wretched thing better not let me catch it. Oh my God, my bra. The crowd on the beach erupted into chaos. At that moment, the shark monster had yet to claim many victims. Yet a swarm of people frantically congregated, making a mad dash towards the exit. A stampede ensued, and some unfortunate souls fell to the ground, unable to rise again. The throngs behind them, in their panic, trampled over them mercilessly, reducing the fallen to mere flesh and bone. Amidst the turmoil, some individuals took advantage of the situation, prompting shrieks of alarm. Ironically, the true culprit, the shark monster, remained 100 meters offshore, plodding slowly in place. Enough of your incompetence. Do not feign compliance with me. Lin Fan's icy voice resonated within the shark monster's mind, causing it to freeze momentarily, a wave of indignation surging within. Weren't you the one who told me not to kill? Now you accuse me of insincerity? Are you mocking my lack of education? The shark monster seethed internally, cursing Lin Fan's lineage, yet his body obeyed, trudging forward at a steady pace. With a thunderous rumble, the shark monster, towering at 20 meters with shoulders spanning 8, emerged from the sea, carving a path as it advanced. One foot crushed down upon the beach, obliterating numerous sunshades in its wake. Chapter 82. The people of the motherland, upon witnessing the shark monster's ascent onto the shore, the tourists who had yet to escape the exit descended into greater madness. In their desperation to flee this perilous locale, they resorted to violence against one another. Some struck with fists and feet, others bit fiercely, while some leapt onto the shoulders and heads of others, employing every conceivable means to escape. Each individual was consumed by a frenzied urgency to vacate the scene. Get away from me, you wretches! What is the delay ahead? If you do not wish to flee, hasten to the rear. I still yearn to live for another 5 centuries. Alas, my leg has cramped. Who can assist me in departing from this place? I would gladly share a bed with him. A voluptuous and strikingly attractive woman, embodying a score of 80 or above in both figure and appearance, sat in distress. Clutching her calf, seated to the side, her alluring figure went unnoticed by all. At this moment, it mattered not that she was a beauty. Even if gold bars were to fall from the sky, they would have no opportunity to retrieve them, for wealth and beauty may be regained. But if one's life is lost, nothing remains. Roaring, the shark monster dared not defy Lin Fan's command any longer. It did not charge forward to trample them into a pulp. Instead, it bellowed, a wave of rancid wind wafting toward them, igniting a surge of adrenaline among the crowd. Suddenly, they appeared even more frenzied. With thunderous steps, the shark monster advanced, each stride resonating in the hearts of all present. The last in line was utterly terrified, collapsing to the ground, pale-faced, as a foul yellow liquid seeped from below. In that moment of despair, a figure clad in red and white darted through the distant sky, accompanied by a hearty laugh. "Fear not. With our compatriots here, no one can harm you." Upon witnessing the arrival of this individual and hearing his words, Lin Fan was utterly astonished, unable to suppress a laugh. "Goodness, have I traversed into the realm of the Black Cloak Enforcers? How is it that our compatriots have appeared?" In stark contrast to Lin Fan's reaction, the tourists beheld this figure as though they had encountered a deity, tears streaming down their faces. Some even knelt, weeping with gratitude toward their compatriots. "Oh heavens, I shall never again believe in God. I shall only believe in our compatriots. I love you, compatriots," they cried. "Our city's hero has finally arrived. We are saved." The crowd wept heartily, having narrowly escaped the jaws of the monster. In this moment, the realization hit them that their city's hero had indeed come. With hearts racing, they had never felt such exhilaration before. Observing the fervent expressions of the crowd, the compatriot could not help but smile. Noticing the drones closely following behind, he quickly donned an inspiring demeanor, his expression resolute. "Rest assured, as the hero of America, it is my duty and honor to protect you, dear citizens. I love you all. I am not the hero. You are the true heroes." Upon hearing these heartfelt words, the fans erupted into a fervent chorus. "Compatriot! Compatriot! Compatriot! Compatriot!" Upon witnessing the successful live broadcast of the amicable connection between the drone and its admirers, the patriotic citizen could not help but smile with satisfaction. "Enough. You wretched humans. Do you truly believe that a mere waste can thwart me? I shall obliterate you all." The shark monster, noticing that the once insignificant humans no longer feared him after encountering another fragile being, was unable to contain his fury. "Umph, you foul creature. Do you really think you are so formidable? Our patriotic citizen could vanquish you with a mere finger." A blonde woman stepped forward, her voice raised defiantly as she pointed at the shark monster, her breast swelling with courage. However, she seemed to have forgotten that she had just applied sunscreen to her back and was not wearing a top. The patriotic citizen swallowed hard, hastily touching his nose, relieved that he had not started to bleed. "Oh my goodness, this infuriates me. I shall trample you all." The shark monster bellowed in rage, charging towards the crowd, apparently ready to perform a tap dance. Upon witnessing this scene, the patriotic citizen erupted in anger. "You vile beast! How dare you be so brazen in the presence of our patriotic citizen? Watch as I transform you into a toilet." With that, the patriotic citizen transformed into a blur, racing towards the shark monster at incredible speed. He possessed the prowess of steel, boundless strength, and abilities such as laser vision and flight. Crafted as if he were a superhero from a comic book, supported wholeheartedly by the American government, he was known as the patriotic citizen. "Monster, behold my piercing laser gaze." The patriotic citizen soared into the air, his eyes fierce as he unleashed a crimson beam that struck the shark monster's head. The searing heat made the shark monster shake his head vigorously, instinctively raising his arm for defense while stepping back. "Ha ha ha." The patriotic citizen reveled in the sight of the colossal creature, over 20 meters tall, retreating from his attack, pride swelling within him. However, the shark monster's anger was ignited by the patriotic citizen's smug expression, and he disregarded the laser gaze entirely. With a gaping maw, he unleashed a torrent of water that struck the patriotic citizen midair. With a thunderous crash, the once proud patriotic citizen was sent hurtling hundreds of meters, crashing violently into a building, falling silent. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that their champion had been so effortlessly defeated. "Hey, hey, hey!" The shark monster cackled as he approached the trembling crowd. Meanwhile, the drone in the sky captured the entire scene, broadcasting it live to billions of viewers witnessing the unfolding chaos. As the throngs of people faced imminent peril from the monstrous creature, a middle-aged man clad only in shorts strolled into the scene, exuding an air of reckless abandon. A toothpick dangled from the corner of his mouth, seemingly indifferent to the chaos surrounding him. While the crowd yearned to escape the impending doom, the man leaped onto the beach without a moment's hesitation. With a disdainful smirk, he approached the fearsome shark monster amidst the panicking masses and produced a loudspeaker. With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, "Monster, what does it mean to defeat a mere citizen of our homeland? Once I unleash my superpower, no one can alter the course of fate. What sort of pathetic creature are you?" The shark monster, irked, growled, "Damn it, can we not all come together? Do you truly think yourselves invincible?" Chapter 83. The giant robot, ha ha ha. Despair beneath the weight of my power. The man flung off his coat, bellowing with unrestrained arrogance. The crowd behind him felt a surge of inexplicable confidence. Even the shark monster narrowed its eyes, now cautious. Yet, as time passed, silence enveloped the scene. Quiet. Is there no life amidst this stillness? The shark monster, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings, finding no sign of trouble. Ha ha ha. Do you not see the chaos I have wrought? All that you once knew is now inverted. The man's gaze was steely, yet his words dripped with hubris, overflowing with disdain for all. What? Is this truly happening? I have fallen victim to this. The shark monster, in a frenzy of disbelief, exclaimed, "This power is astonishing. How could I be so affected?" Lin Fan, hidden among the clouds, gasped in astonishment. "This is beyond my comprehension. Is he not from a neighboring production team? The world has gone awry. Is there truly such a thing sold in my belief marketplace? This is no mere joke. I have changed as well. How absurd." The shark monster could no longer contain his anger and charged forward, crushing the man underfoot. In his final moments, the man could scarcely believe it. His formidable power had led him to his demise. Though undeniably potent, it seemed ultimately futile. With a breath of relief after dispatching the man, the shark monster callously kicked the remaining crowd aside. Hundreds, if not thousands, of lives were sent soaring into the street like petals scattered by the wind. Accompanied by anguished cries, the shark monster grinned, casting a sidelong glance at the nearby drone, yet refrained from destroying it, instead ambling towards the city. Attention, citizens of the free city of Jingshan. A 20-meter-tall, giant creature has emerged from the northern coastline, exhibiting a ferocious temperament, and has already inflicted casualties numbering in the thousands. It is now advancing towards the renowned Lao John Tofu Street and the John Blind Massage Parlor. Citizens, please evacuate immediately. Our city heroes and military forces are expected to arrive in 10 minutes. May God protect you. On the colossal display screens atop the towering buildings of the city, a solemn Western host conveyed this message. The voice resonated through the ears of nearby citizens, inciting considerable commotion. Amidst the blaring sirens, a multitude of police cars flooded the streets, with officers swiftly directing the panicked crowd as all citizens fled in a frenzy. Roaring with arrogance, the shark monster had already infiltrated the city, scaling a 10-meter-high shopping mall and laughing maniacally. Observing the screaming throng below, it unleashed a powerful jet of water from its gaping maw. The sheer force of the water struck a street, causing all vehicles to explode instantaneously, while the individuals present were reduced to a mist of blood. Bang! Bang! On another street, hundreds of police officers armed with firearms continuously fired at the shark monster. Many officers, upon witnessing such a terrifying creature, could not help but transform into fierce defenders. Alas, these sidearms proved ineffective against the shark monster, which was not inclined to spare those who dared to retaliate. With a thunderous roar, it leaped from the height of the shopping mall, wielding its dual hammers and crashing them down toward the ground. The resounding impact sent shockwaves through the area. The officers attempted to flee, but it was too late. The shark monster's strike created a massive crater, exposing the sewer beneath, while the officers tragically lost their lives in the process. Ha ha! Witnessing the devastation it had wrought, the shark monster erupted into gleeful laughter, relentlessly pounding on the surrounding structures. Its immense strength shattered concrete and steel, sending a cascade of stones and shards of glass raining down, claiming the lives of numerous pedestrians. Suddenly, the shark monster spotted a little girl. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable urge to eliminate her surged within. Without conscious thought, it charged towards the girl, raising its hammers high above its head. What? A little girl? Could she be the protagonist's summoning vessel? Is the hero of this world finally making an appearance? As Lin Fan observed the scene unfolding beneath the clouds, a myriad of cinematic narratives flashed through his mind. Initially, he believed the protagonist of this world to be his son, Lin Yu. However, after careful observation, he discerned that Lin Yu possessed no extraordinary abilities, seemingly failing to align with the archetype of a hero. Now, witnessing the spectacle before him, with the shark monster inexplicably charging towards the little girl. It appeared to fit the mold of a protagonist in the imminent scene. Lin Fan watched in silence. The thundering approach of the shark monster echoed like an earthquake. Its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, twisted into a menacing grin as it raised its massive hands, seemingly intent on crushing the girl before it. At that moment, a cacophony of roaring engines and metallic friction heralded the descent of a colossal aircraft adorned in hues of red and blue. Mid-air, its form underwent a myriad of transformations, swiftly morphing from a gigantic plane into a towering robot, reminiscent of Optimus Prime from the Transformers franchise, yet standing over 20 meters tall, brandishing a razor-sharp steel sword. It harnessed the force of its descent to deliver a formidable strike, severing one of the shark monster's arms cleanly. A torrent of blood erupted forth. The massive machine lifted its head, its eyes radiating a brilliant blue light, standing resolutely before the little girl, sword in hand. The shark monster, caught off guard by this sudden assault, howled in agony, clutching its severed arm, its gaze towards the giant robot filled with venomous rage. What in the world is happening? Could it be that Transformers have intruded into this realm? How is Megatron even here? Lin Fan gazed at the robot below, his heart momentarily shaken. Ding! Low-level subsystem detected. Please reclaim the subsystem. The system will reward the host with a grand gift package and unlock new functions. Another new subsystem? Lin Fan felt a wave of frustration. It seemed fragments of systems were scattered everywhere. Previously, he had acquired a belief subsystem. And now, what was this? Mechanical Ascension? Chapter 84. The protagonist is more of a bystander than the bystanders. Well, this is truly becoming akin to Pacific Rim. Lin Fan chuckled softly. The true protagonist had emerged, embodied in the enormous robot below. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the heart of this giant machine appeared to be a conical structure, continuously radiating a mysterious energy that propelled the mech's movements. Could this contraption be the embodiment of the system itself? It seemed much less advanced than the belief system Lin Fan had previously encountered. He stroked his chin, pondering the implications of a corporeal system, which hardly seemed to qualify as a sophisticated one. However, from the moment this colossal robot severed the arm of the shark monster, its formidable combat prowess became evident. The emergence of the shark monster had already inflicted considerable loss of life and property, serving as a clarion call to the increasingly complacent humanity. Lin Fan understood that the shark monster would likely be unable to advance further at this juncture, yet he felt indifferent. That wretched creature dared to slaughter humans. Behold my great sword! Confronted by the massive beast that had collapsed before him, Zhang He, transformed into a warrior of the Transformers, could no longer suppress the murderous intent swelling within him. With a roar, he unleashed a powerful strike. But no, upon witnessing the massive blade descending towards him, the shark monster was paralyzed with terror, swiftly opening its maw to unleash a torrent of water in a desperate attempt to counter Zhang He's assault. Yet, the chainsword in Zhang He's grasp effortlessly cleaved through the water column, delivering a devastating blow. The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed as blood sprayed several meters into the air. The severed head of the shark soared high, its wide eyes seemingly unable to comprehend that it had met its demise at the hands of a mere metal contraption. With a series of exhilarating mechanical sounds, Zhang He slowly gripped his bloodied sword, his azure electronic eyes scrutinizing the cautious onlookers nearby. The metallic cords in his throat resonated as he bellowed with fervor, proclaiming, "The mech can slay monsters too." Observing Zhang He flaunting his prowess, Lin Fan finally grasped that humanity's defense against the monster invasion relied upon the system embedded within Zhang He, enabling the mech to combat the creatures. However, due to his own circumstances, he had inadvertently transformed into a superpower opposing the monsters, while Zhang He was left to develop silently. His presence so faint that Lin Fan had not sought him out until now. Heijing represented the lower echelon of divine entities, and as the protagonist, Zhang He would inevitably triumph over Heijing, implying that the system he possessed could at least elevate him to the level of a lesser deity. Well, better than nothing. Lin Fan was not overly concerned, but if his own system was necessary, he might as well appropriate it. At that moment, on the street below, as Zhang He basked in the adulation and floral tributes from the crowd, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if something was watching him intently, prompting him to glance around, but he found nothing amiss. What was happening? Zhang He was perplexed. Yet just as he prepared to revert to flight mode and depart, an explosive sound resonated. A jolt of pain surged through him. He stumbled forward several paces. Shock etched across his face as he looked down at his chest, where sparks erupted and wires snapped, his once formidable frame now damaged. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. Most importantly, the fire seed, which Zhang He regarded as the root of his existence, has vanished. It is the very essence of his being, the key to his transformation into a robot and his growth. Without the fire seed, Zhang He not only loses the means to upgrade, but also his very life. It seems that fate has intervened, despite the loss of a vital fire seed. Zhang He has not been entirely rendered obsolete. With a thunderous crash, his colossal form collapsed to the ground, sparks erupting from his mechanical parts, his gaze dimming. Alas, this sudden action startled the surrounding crowd, causing many to flee in terror as Zhang He fell, inadvertently crushing several individuals beneath his weight. The fire seed within Zhang He was, of course, extracted by Lin Fan and subsequently discarded into the system. Having reached this level of power, Lin Fan felt no hesitation toward these so-called protagonists. After all, no matter how formidable a protagonist may be, they cannot overturn their fate at his hands. Setting aside Lin Fan's superhuman strength, even if a protagonist were to attain such extraordinary prowess, his current reservoir of belief values would suffice to procure a superior divine rank. At that juncture, his strength would further ascend. A mere protagonist could be extinguished with a mere flick of his hand. Zhang He was engulfed in unbearable agony. Devoid of the fire seed, he was akin to a human without a heart. A lifeless vegetable. How could one survive without a heart? Tragically, Zhang He remained oblivious to the manner in which his fire seed was stolen. Ever since the emergence of extraordinary powers, he had maintained a steady composure, diligently remaining at home, gradually absorbing the energy required for the fire seed to fortify his strength. Yet, unexpectedly, during his inaugural venture, he had his most vital possession taken from him. Zhang He felt an overwhelming urge to spew blood. However, lacking the fire seed, he could not revert to his human form, nor could he bleed. He could only expel some oil. As the protagonist, Zhang He was not easily destined for demise. His body rapidly dimmed, yet a chip remained. This chip preserved Zhang He's consciousness, imbued with a trace of the fire seed's power. Should he regain the fire seed, there would still be an opportunity for resurrection. However, Lin Fan would not afford him such a chance. Promptly collecting Zhang He's mechanical body and the chip into his storage space before the eyes of the onlookers. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Zhang He would spend the rest of his life confined within this temporal prison. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. You have obtained a fragment subsystem. Completing the task grants you a special reward package. Beep! New features unlocked. After acquiring the fire seed, this rudimentary system had yet to introduce its remarkable capabilities to Lin Fan. Lin Fan had already entrusted it to the insatiable system. The system, without any preamble, promptly devoured it whole. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan opened his task package. Although, given his current prowess, the rewards from the system held little significance. There were still some intriguing items. For instance, Venom, and also the Shadow Ninja. Ding! The task grand package has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a modified Rui Jingu Bang. Rui Jingu Bang, a divine artifact, capable of transforming in size without limit. Indestructible and utterly unbreakable. It embodies the powers of the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and creation, among others. Chapter 85. Departure with a flick of his wrist. A staff materialized in Lin Fan's hand. The staff shimmered silver in the center, with golden tips adorned with mysterious patterns. It felt quite comfortable to hold, its length reaching up to Lin Fan's eyebrows. However, he could sense that this staff could alter its size at his will. Moreover, a single strike could invoke the various powers of the laws. This certainly enriched his arsenal. Well, it provided him with a formidable weapon. Lin Fan accepted it with a sense of joy. However, he refrained from shrinking it to fit in his ear, as he was concerned about the excess earwax, potentially causing it to become lodged. He also took a cursory glance at the system's new function. Essentially, it introduced a fire seed, which, upon absorbing energy, could transform various technological entities into robots. These included refrigerators, computers, cars, airplanes, tanks, and so forth. Naturally, all these robotic creations would unconditionally obey Lin Fan's commands. However, the energy within the fire seed was currently not abundant. After contemplating, Lin Fan spent 100 million belief points to exchange for a lower-grade divine essence to place within the fire seed. In that instant, the fire seed was instantly brimming with energy. Lin Fan could feel that the energy contained within the lower-grade divine essence could forge an astonishing mechanical army of billions. For Lin Fan, this represented a substantial power. Belief points truly were a remarkable resource, akin to a universal remedy. Lin Fan delightedly accepted the treasures he had acquired. Indeed, every time he eliminated a protagonist, he was rewarded handsomely. He felt a sense of anticipation. He yearned for a plethora of such protagonists. After concluding his journey in the United States, Lin Fan did not forget to unleash monsters in other regions. After all, he aimed to ensure that all of humanity was aware that the monsters had never ceased their arrival, and they would only grow stronger. In the days that followed, Lin Fan tirelessly deployed formidable monsters at the borders of various nations across the oceans. Each one possesses the ability to grow in size, the shortest among them reaching over 20 meters, while the tallest has surpassed 100 meters. They are indeed akin to titanic beasts. However, other nations are not as fortunate as the United States, as their urban champions are no match for these monstrous entities. In a desperate attempt to repel these rampant creatures, these countries are forced to launch missiles, which, while eliminating the monsters, also inflicts substantial economic and civilian casualties. On this fateful day, over 100 nations fell victim to the onslaught of these beasts, with the total financial losses soaring into the hundreds of billions, even trillions. This revelation tightened the previously relaxed thoughts of the populace, as it became evident that it was not only they who were growing stronger, the monsters were evolving as well. This latest breed of monsters has inflicted significant suffering upon humanity, raising the question of whether such a heavy toll must be paid again as it was in the past. No one desires to witness a recurrence of today's calamity. Urban champions have become increasingly proactive, and their fans have grown ever more fervent, passionately adoring their respective champions. Lin Fan watched in astonishment as his faith value continually surged, feeling elated while simultaneously unleashing more monsters. Given that the monsters consistently appeared along the coastlines, the satellites of those nations were often unable to detect them in time, forcing them to either obliterate cities along with the monsters through missile strikes or rely solely on their urban champions. The Dragon Kingdom, under the watchful gaze of the Xian Turtle and supported by Lin Yu and his Venom and Flying Shadow Legion, faced little resistance from the monsters attempting to assault its coastal cities. They would be swiftly vanquished. During this period, Venom feasted abundantly, significantly enhancing its power. Yet, just as Lin Fan reveled in the rise of his faith value, a piece of news left him utterly bewildered. Due to Venom's constant association with Lin Yu, its power was now implicitly regarded as that of Lin Yu. Having consumed a vast amount of the monster's flesh and blood, Venom's strength had multiplied countless times compared to before. It had now far surpassed Lin Fan's previous expectations, causing that once steadfast belief to dissipate. Lin Fan sensed the completion of his task, indicating that he now had a mere 24 hours remaining. What? How could this be so sudden? Everything was unfolding too rapidly. He had barely released half of the monsters in his possession. The Dark Four beasts had yet to make an appearance. Lin Fan's earlier vision of enduring in this world until the end of time, accumulating sufficient faith value, seemed utterly hopeless. He must eliminate the entity known as He Jing before his departure, lest this being wreak havoc on the world after his exit. Lin Fan suddenly recalled He Jing, a lower deity endowed with the formidable power to easily devastate the human realm. After departing, if all the inhabitants of this world were to fall victim to the darkness, Lin Fan would lose his source of faith value. Although the daily faith value he could acquire post-departure might not be as abundant as before, it would surely be preferable to having none at all. With only 24 hours at his disposal, Lin Fan resolutely sought out a black hole on Earth and swiftly plunged into its depths. In the midst of Black Jing's bewildered gaze, Lin Fan struck him unconscious with a single blow, subsequently sealing him with his icy breath and transporting him to the realm of darkness. Utilizing the fleeting time remaining, Lin Fan swept through the residual monsters in the beastly world and cast them all into the dark realm. Once he assessed the dwindling time, Lin Fan returned to the reality he knew. Recognizing Venom's formidable strength, he resolved to take him along. However, he could not overlook Lin Yu, his adopted son, who deserved his due consideration. Before departing, Lin Fan had no intention of revealing his identity to Lin Yu, as he was not the son he had watched grow up. Such a revelation would be undeniably awkward. He left behind a statue that could be exchanged for abilities, along with a generous offering of 10 million faith value to Lin Yu. Moreover, he collected his rewards from the system, which turned out to be a Superman suit. At last, he had truly become Superman, garbed in an identical attire. After reclaiming Venom, Lin Fan quietly exited this world. Hatred surged within him. How could he harbor such resentment? After enduring countless years of arduous training and meticulously ingratiating himself with influential figures, after toiling to procure cultivation resources, he had finally ascended to the martial saint realm, only to be humiliated and slain by Jiang Ming, a mere junior with scant years of training. He was unwilling to accept such a fate. A lamenting roar echoed in Lin Fan's mind, accompanying his anguish. Gradually, he awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a desolate graveyard, stripped bare and discarded by the roadside, without even a pit to call his own. Chapter 86. To kill for the sake of killing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully traversing to after surviving for 18 years. You finally tell me my father is the Heavenly Emperor? Ding! The host must fulfill their obsession by eliminating the protagonist and all their relatives, friends, and brothers. They must also vanquish all previous foes and those who have mocked them. A series of notifications left Lin Fan astounded. The former self had such a potent obsession for murder. Every fixation was steeped in the desire to kill. With a wave of his hand, a blue bodysuit materialized around him, culminating in a crimson cape. It was undeniably the garb of Superman, a reward from his previous world. Yet, as Venom's essence intertwined with him, the blue suit and red cape gradually transformed into a pure black hue, rendering Lin Fan a figure of formidable ferocity. Recalling the individuals he wished to eliminate from his memories, Lin Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The sheer number was overwhelming. System. How am I to distinguish between so many adversaries? Ding. Rest assured, host. A red circle will appear above the heads of all those you are destined to eliminate. Upon hearing the system's reassurance, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and began to sift through his memories. It became apparent that his original self hailed from Blackwind City, serving as its lord, a figure of martial saint caliber. This world was one where physical cultivation intertwined with spiritual energy, akin to the fantastical realms depicted in cultivation novels. The ranks of cultivators were categorized as martial artist, martial master, martial spirit, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, culminating in the exalted martial god. Each major rank was further subdivided into 4 minor tiers: early, mid, late, and peak stages. As a martial saint, Lin Fan stood among the pinnacle of power on this continent, presiding over the prosperous Blackwind City. His existence was initially tranquil until he inadvertently provoked an insurmountable foe, Jiang Ming. Lin Fan recalled the circumstances surrounding his predecessor's demise. He was ruthlessly slain by Jiang Ming, a martial king, marking the first instance in this realm of a martial saint being successively vanquished across 2 major ranks. This notoriety was not without consequence, as Jiang Ming also callously exterminated Lin Fan's entire family and plundered all his assets. Unsurprisingly, it was revealed that within the treasury, which Lin Fan's predecessor had never discovered, lay an ancient artifact. Jiang Ming fortuitously stumbled upon it during his looting, subsequently amplifying his own strength dramatically. Lin Fan, upon realizing this, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Jiang Ming resembled yet another figure of exceptional fortune, relying solely on his own prodigious luck rather than any system. However, Lin Fan mused, what a pity. Encountering me will render even the most extraordinary luck futile. Absorbing the memories, Lin Fan developed a flicker of murderous intent towards Jiang Ming. Yet he refrained from haste. After leading a rather unremarkable life in the previous world, he found himself oddly exhilarated at the prospect of unleashing carnage in this new realm. This was not indiscriminate slaughter. It was merely retribution for the injustices faced by his predecessor. Let me see. The first destination shall be Black Wind City. The accusation? Betrayal? With a grin, Lin Fan's dark, superhero-like attire billowed in the wind as he ascended, soaring towards Black Wind City. Black Wind City, as one of the three principal cities of the vast empire, was fortified by the presence of Lin Fan, a martial saint. However, a wave of news swept through the city, leaving both warriors and residents alike in a state of profound astonishment. Have you heard? Our lord has been slain by a young boy of Martial King rank. What? Martial King rank? How can this be possible? Our city lord of Lin is indeed a formidable figure of the martial saint realm. Alas, is there any doubt about this matter? The city lord's mansion has undergone a tremendous transformation, and the once exalted city lord has been replaced. A minor family from Blackwind City seems to have struck an extraordinary fortune, as it appears that a young lad has taken a fancy to one of their daughters, propelling them to great heights. A mere martial emperor has astonishingly ascended to the position of city lord of Blackwind City. Is it truly the case? At the city gate, two soldiers on duty were whispering to each other. They were not alone. The news had spread throughout Blackwind City and its neighboring smaller towns, and there was no sign of city lord Lin Fan. It seemed to be true. What are you discussing? Just then, from the city gate behind them emerged a man clad in armor, his face bearing an air of authority. Accompanying him were a dozen guards holding long spears, exuding an impressive presence. My lord, upon seeing this man, the two soldiers guarding the gate were taken aback. This was their superior, Captain Jin Yong, responsible for maintaining order at the city gate. A powerful figure at the Martial King level, he was not someone they could afford to offend. Observing the two soldiers hurriedly kneeling and trembling, Jin Yong let out a cold snort and spoke in a flat tone. The matters concerning the city lord are not for you to gossip about. Mind your duty at the gate. Otherwise, you may not know how you perished one day. Yes, we were wrong, my lord. The two soldiers, both at the peak of martial master, dared not retort against the late-stage martial king Jin Yong, and immediately expressed their utmost fear and respect. Jin Yong nodded, glancing at the residents in the distance who regarded him with awe, unable to suppress a satisfied nod. He then led his group of guards to patrol elsewhere. Just then, as he prepared to depart, a voice suddenly startled him. City Lord, is that you? Several voices rang out from outside. Jin Yong turned around in disbelief, not expecting to see a very familiar face. City Lord, you're alive? Upon seeing the approaching figure, Jin Yong instantly became as if he had lost his soul, stammering in shock. The newcomer was none other than Lin Fan. As he looked at Lin Fan, dressed in peculiar attire, Jin Yong did not entertain any other thoughts. His mind was consumed by profound shock and fear. At that moment, he harbored only two thoughts. Why had Lin Fan returned to life? And he was doomed. Oh, it is you, Jin Yong. Lin Fan descended from the air. Gazing at the terrified expression on Jin Yong's face, memories flooding back. He recalled Jin Yong's identity. This fellow bore no deep-seated enmity with Lin Fan's former self, but was merely a fair-weather friend. As Jiang Ming effortlessly inflicted grave injuries upon Lin Fan, Jin Yong swiftly aligned himself with Jiang Ming, leading the charge to humiliate the fallen Lin Fan. This incident lingered vividly in Lin Fan's memory. Presently, the crimson mark on Jin Yong's forehead had turned an ominous shade of purple. Lord City Master, please, hear me out. Jin Yong attempted to defend himself, aware that he was merely a lowly martial king, while Lin Fan stood as a martial saint. He lacked the extraordinary prowess of Jiang Ming, who possessed the ability to vanquish martial saints despite being a martial king. Chapter 87. Fired DUI. Jin Yong yearned to utter more, yet Lin Fan would not grant him the opportunity. His purpose here was singular, to kill. Without hesitation, Lin Fan's eyes blazed with a crimson glow, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted instantaneously. Two scorching beams shot forth, carrying an unbearable heat that obliterated Jin Yong's head into fragments. The dozen or so guards behind him met a similar fate, their cries silenced before they could escape their doom. A murder! A few surviving guards, paralyzed with fear, soiled themselves at the proximity of that terrifying energy, which threatened to reduce them to mere shards. In an instant, They screamed as if possessed and fled in a frenzy towards the city master's residence, exuding a palpable aura of spiritual energy akin to mad dogs escaping. Yet, could Lin Fan allow their escape? Across the expanse of Haifeng City, every soldier bore the mark of a crimson circle, unmistakably designated for extermination. "You cannot flee," Lin Fan declared with a smile, raising his hand to summon Xiangui, the tortoise he had brought from the shadowy realm. "Master," Xiangui expressed surprise upon realizing he had entered a different world, one that was not the beastly realm. Lin Fan calmly instructed, "Ensure none escape from Haifeng City." "Understood," Xiangui affirmed, as Lin Fan's loyal servant, fully committed to obeying his commands. Xiangui ascended into the skies above Haifeng City, utilizing his divine power to weave a formidable barrier of water elements around the city. This potent shield would not yield easily, even to the mightiest of martial emperors. Observing the sudden emergence of the barrier, the powerful figures within Haifeng City shuddered, gripped by an inexplicable foreboding. Clap, clap. Lin Fan strode confidently into Haifeng City, where the residents had long since retreated into their homes, acutely aware that the situation was dire. Lin Fan now exuded a more lethal intent than ever before. They dared not linger outside. At that moment, a corpulent figure clad in opulent attire, flanked by a throng of guards, approached Lin Fan. Yang Yuan. As Lin Fan gazed at the newcomer before him, he narrowed his eyes slightly. For it was this individual who had ascended to prominence by leveraging the daughter of his household. Not only had he vanquished his former self, but he had also secured the position of lord over Blackwind City. Observing the crimson mark upon his forehead, it was evident that he was also a target for elimination. "Lin Fan, is truly you. I cannot believe you survived," Yang Yuan exclaimed, his expression a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Yet, upon noticing the elder beside him, any trace of fear dissipated. With a disdainful snort, he continued, "I never imagined you would miraculously escape from my esteemed son-in-law's grasp. Yet, instead of seeking to survive in this world, you dare return to unleash a slaughter. Do you wish for your own demise? Huh, I am intrigued. How does a mere martial emperor dare to speak to me in such a manner? It seems there is no trace of Jiang Ming here." Perplexed by Yang Yuan's apparent confidence, Lin Fan sensed that Jiang Ming was indeed absent from this location. Even beyond the reach of his perception, he was fully aware that he could encompass the entirety of this continent within his sight. No one could evade his gaze. Yet, the absence of Jiang Ming puzzled him. To deal with someone as insignificant as you, there is no need for my son-in-law to take action personally. The mere opportunity to engage with you is a tremendous favor. Yang Yuan cast a scornful glance at Lin Fan, then bowed respectfully to the elder beside him, smiling obsequiously. "My lord, I beseech you to eliminate this foe." The elder, clad in red robes and previously squinting, finally opened his eyes upon hearing Yang Yuan's voice. He regarded Lin Fan with a condescending gaze. "The only reason I refrained from intervening was to allow you to hone your skills. Otherwise, a mere martial saint like you would be effortlessly extinguished. Enough with the superfluous chatter. Where is Jiang Ming? Why is there no trace of him on this continent?" Lin Fan frowned at the haughty elder, pondering whether such arrogance indicated he was a martial emperor. He seemed to possess little remarkable prowess. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of Hua Dui, for Jiang Ming, the crown prince of their heavenly court, had come to this lower realm for training. However, the heavenly emperor summoned him back, and thus, the prince had utilized the teleportation array to return to the celestial realm. The audacity of this ant claiming to have searched the entire continent without detecting the prince's presence was baffling. Could it be that his consciousness spanned the vast expanse of the continent? Such a feat was beyond even a martial emperor's capabilities, let alone a mere martial saint. "Once I capture you, I shall extract the truth slowly." Hua Dui's gaze turned icy, and with a decisive wave of his hand, a fiery red palm imprint surged forth in an instant. The immense aura seemed poised to crush the very heavens and earth. The might of that palm appeared capable of annihilating an entire city. The group of elite guards surrounding Lin Fan trembled involuntarily under the weight of that overwhelming power. As the person about to endure this force, Lin Fan merely let out a soft exclamation. He sensed that within that handprint lay a peculiar energy. Was this the essence of spiritual chi from the world? Upon closer inspection, It became evident that the spiritual energy in this realm was indeed abundant. It appeared he had stumbled upon a realm suited for cultivation. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy, for this meant he could enrich his arsenal of abilities, albeit solely in terms of knowledge. After all, the cultivation techniques would hold little relevance for him in terms of power. What could possibly surpass these divine powers? These were the true treasures of swift advancement. With a thunderous roar, Lin Fan faced the oncoming crimson handprint, neither flinching nor evading, and countered with a strike of his own. In an instant, a tremendous explosion of energy erupted. A vast surge of fiery spiritual energy surged toward Lin Fan, capable of reducing even a mountain to rubble. Yet, when the attack struck Lin Fan, it inflicted not the slightest injury. Not even his garments bore any damage. How could this be possible? Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Yuan was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Lin Fan. Hua Dui was a formidable martial emperor. He was a bodyguard entrusted to Yang Yuan by Jiangming. How could his attack be effortlessly thwarted by a mere martial saint? Lin Fan had not even employed spiritual qi. Unlike the others, Lin Fan wore a peculiar expression, for he realized that while the fiery spiritual energy assailed him fervently, his extraordinary physique was accelerating the absorption of energy. Was it due to the fire-based spiritual power wielded by the individual before him? Lin Fan vaguely discerned a fragment of the truth, but paid it little mind, instead casting a cold smile at the group before him. Is this your attack? Not even capable of tearing my clothes? Be careful, old man, lest you strain your back. What? How could this be? I'm a martial emperor. How is it possible that you remain unscathed? Hua Dui appeared incredulous. Yet the reality lay bare before him. Lin Fan, disinterested in further dialogue, strode directly toward the group. Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, Yang Yuan hastily retreated a few steps. Hua Dui gritted his teeth, and a torrent of fire-based spiritual power surged forth from within him, unleashing a colossal aura. Lin Fan furrowed his brow and shattered Hua Dui's energy shield with a single punch, sending him crashing to the ground. With a splatter, Hua Dui collapsed, gravely injured, his face a mask of disbelief. How could a dignified martial emperor be wounded by a single blow? How could this be possible? Could it be that this fellow is a martial god? However, just a few days ago, he was merely a martial saint. After defeating Hua Dui, Lin Fan paid him no heed. Had it not been for his desire to ascertain Jiangming's whereabouts, he would have obliterated him long ago. At this moment, devoid of any reservations, Lin Fan gazed upon the crowd before him, a fervent smile illuminating his face. Yang Yuan, consumed by dread, felt the urgency of alarm within, while the group of guards trembled in fear, their hands unsteady upon their weapons. Lin Fan, what do you intend to do? I am now the Lord of Haifeng City. To lay hands on the Lord is to provoke the entire Kangming Empire. You mustn't act rashly. Nonsense. I shall do as I please. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with crimson fury as he brusquely interrupted Yang Yuan, then fixed a fierce glare upon him. A torrent of scorching heat erupted forth, and his intense gaze swiftly reduced Yang Yuan to mere remnants, causing the multitude of guards behind him to wail in agony. Ah, help! Spare me, Lord! As if a malevolent specter had descended, Lin Fan traversed the sea of corpses, his eyes radiating an unholy light. With every punch and kick, he obliterated his foes, each demise a harrowing spectacle. Hua Dui, witnessing this carnage, widened his eyes in disbelief. This man harbors an insatiable thirst for blood. Such terror. Lin Fan ravaged the entirety of Haifeng City, annihilating all officials and soldiers alike. The streets lay littered with dismembered limbs, and numerous areas have been severed by his searing gaze. After executing this gruesome spectacle, Lin Fan dusted off his bloodless attire and inhaled deeply, relishing the warm-up. Cracking his neck, he approached Hua Dui, crouching down to seize the elder's head, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Old man, where is Jiangming? Do you know? Cough. I would rather die than betray the young master. For me to divulge his whereabouts is nothing but a fantasy. Hua Dui gasped, his face ashen. The previous blow had struck him with the force of a divine mountain, rendering his spiritual energy inoperative. Lin Fan paused, taken aback by the man's loyalty. Yet, his cunning mind quickly devised a strategy. He spoke to Hua Dui in a measured tone. Jiang Ming's intent in having you here surely wasn't to protect that fellow Yang Yuan. Rather, it was to safeguard Yang Yuan's daughter. I hear she is quite the beauty, favored by Jiang Ming. Upon his return, should he find her in my company, I wonder what his reaction would be. Lin Fan's lewd grin incited Huadui to unleash a torrent of curses. You treacherous scoundrel, I advise you to reconsider. The young Master S woman is beyond your reach. It is not too late to submit. Should the young master return, you shall face the wrath of 18 layers of hell. Faced with the furious threats of Huadui, Lin Fan remained unperturbed, instead feeling that he had discovered the right approach. He directly seized Huadui and soared towards the Lord's mansion. Along the way, whenever he encountered anyone marked with a crimson circle on their forehead, Lin Fan swiftly dispatched them with a searing glare. The brutal scene caused Huadui's brow to twitch in distress. With a dismissive gesture, Lin Fan unceremoniously tossed the half-conscious Huadui to the ground and swaggered into the Lord's mansion. Watching Lin Fan's departing figure, Huadui felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and annihilate him. Alas, his current injuries rendered him incapable of even standing, let alone confronting Lin Fan. All he could do was witness Lin Fan's entrance into the mansion, followed by the shrill screams of women and the agonized cries of servants. Moments later, Lin Fan emerged, casually carrying a young girl over his shoulder. Yang Ji, adorned in a flowing white gown. With a face as radiant as the moon and eyes resembling blooming peach blossoms, appeared strikingly beautiful yet utterly terrified. She was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, the pain in her backside bringing tears to her eyes. Miss Yang, Huadui coughed, urgency flashing in his eyes as he scrutinized Yang Ji's attire. Relieved to find no signs of harm. She was the prince's woman. While she could never become a princess, she was not to be tainted by others. Old man, you wouldn't want this young lady to fall victim to my malice, would you? So, kindly reveal where Jiang Ming has gone, Lin Fan taunted, extending his hand towards Yang Ji's delicate face, appreciating the sensation. No, Yang Ji trembled, her face paling as fear of the impending events consumed her. Huadui clenched his jaw tightly, ultimately sighing. If revealing the prince's whereabouts could ensure the safety of the prince's woman, it was likely the prince would make the same choice. Resigned, Huadui stated, my young master has already left this continent via the teleportation array. He has journeyed to the celestial realm. The celestial realm? Lin Fan paused, recalling fragments of knowledge about the celestial realm. In this world, attaining the realm of a martial god allowed one to transcend tribulations. Upon overcoming these trials, one could ascend to the celestial realm. However, wasn't Jiang Ming merely at the martial king level? How could he possibly reach the celestial realm? Where is that teleportation array? Lin Fan inquired, eager to glean further information. After a moment's contemplation, Huadui reasoned that since he had already divulged part of the truth, sharing more would pose no risk. Thus, he disclosed the location of the teleportation array. As Lin Fan absorbed this information in thoughtful silence, Huadui's heart brimmed with derision. Did he still intend to seek trouble with the prince in the celestial realm? To dare utilize the royal teleportation array to reach the celestial realm would surely result in immediate death upon arrival. A mere mortal dares to oppose the prince of the celestial realm? Chapter 89, The Sealing of the Gods. Having gathered the information he sought, Lin Fan nodded and rose to his feet. Huadui coughed and continued, I advise you not to confront our young master. The power behind us is beyond your imagination. Before Huadui could finish his sentence, Lin Fan swiftly unleashed a kick, the ferocious force shattering Huadui's skull into fragments. In a flash, a crimson beam erupted forth, dismembering Huadui's body. Witnessing such a brutal scene, Yang Ji let out a terrified scream, her delicate face etched with fear. With a swift motion, Lin Fan grasped Yang Ji by the throat and, with a gentle yet decisive effort, extinguished her life. He then stood calmly and turned to walk outside. How ruthless I am, Lin Fan mused with a hint of self-mockery. Yang Ji was indeed pleasing to the eye, yet as the female lead, her fate was sealed. Lin Fan had no desire to engage with her only to later eliminate her. That would be excessively callous. Casting a glance at the ravaged Blackwind City, Lin Fan showed no intention of lingering and made his way toward the teleportation array mentioned by Huadui. In mere seconds, he traversed the vast continent. gazing at the colossal magical array while scratching his head. How does one operate this contraption? The array stood unguarded, devoid of anyone to assist Lin Fan, who was an unequivocal novice in the ways of cultivation. As he appeared somewhat troubled, Xiangui's eyes lit up, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Moments later, Xiangui appeared, gliding through the air, followed by a group of battered old men, each relying on one another as they sped through the sky. Transforming into a radiant arc, they materialized before Lin Fan. "Master," Xiangui exclaimed cheerfully, "you are unfamiliar with this array, and I intended to seek out those knowledgeable in formations. By chance, I stumbled upon the Array Master Alliance's competition on this continent. I gather them all." Lin Fan, observing the shivering old men, felt somewhat speechless. Xiangui truly was a being of fortuitous circumstances. How fortuitous to encounter so many Array Masters. Without hesitation, Lin Fan brought them to the Grand Array, encouraging them to investigate how to activate it. This assembly of Array Masters, each possessing the strength of a martial saint, found themselves easily managed by Xiangui. Upon realizing that their master's companion was so formidable, they believed their master must be even more powerful. For the sake of their own lives, the old men diligently gathered around the array, engrossed in their study. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was yawning in boredom, the tedious and monotonous runes of the formation resembling a complex mathematical equation that made him feel drowsy. After waiting for an entire day and night, the group of formation masters appeared to be utterly captivated by the teleportation array, occasionally erupting into excited cheers as if they had uncovered a groundbreaking new technology. Observing their fervor, Lin Fan furrowed his brows and couldn't help but approach them with his hands clasped behind his back. "Ahem, what are you all up to? Wasn't I supposed to have you examine how this teleportation array operates?" Upon seeing Lin Fan approach, the elderly men instantly wore expressions of awkwardness. One elder clad in golden attire stepped forward cautiously, speaking with great care. "My lord, this teleportation array is remarkably advanced. It even employs numerous ancient runes. However, after a day of research, we have determined the requirements for operating this formation. To activate it, one must expend 100,000 top-grade spirit stones." 100,000 spirit stones. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a puzzled inquiry. "What exactly are those?" The elder Lu Hua appeared taken aback that Lin Fan was unfamiliar with spirit stones, his face revealing a hint of surprise. He then respectfully explained, "Spirit stones are the currency used by martial artists for trading and cultivation. They are rich in spiritual energy and can be utilized to operate formations and spirit artifacts." Upon hearing Lu Hua's explanation, Lin Fan experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed strikingly similar to the fantasy novels he had read in his past life, leading him to speculate that perhaps the authors of those stories had also traversed from this world. Although he now understood the method to operate the formation, Lin Fan realized he possessed no 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. He did, however, have an abundance of gold, which was likely of little value in the realm of cultivation. Frankly speaking, Lin Fan was currently quite impoverished. "Do any of you have 100,000 spirit stones?" Lin Fan inquired, pulling out a stick and regarding the group with a congenial expression. Lu Hua's aged face contorted in distress as he recalled their prior engrossment in the formation. Momentarily forgetting that Lin Fan was not a benevolent figure, he exchanged glances with the other elderly men, and after some reluctance, they produced a storage ring. Observing Lu Hua's hesitance, Lin Fan swiftly snatched it, discovering within a vast space filled with heaps of stones, each imbued with a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Seeing the expressions of Lu Hua and the others as if they had been robbed, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I did mention it was alone." After a moment's thought, Lin Fan summoned 8 shadow soldiers from the Shadow Realm. The sudden appearance of these eerie beings startled Lu Hua and his companions, who momentarily feared that Lin Fan intended to eliminate them. However, Lin Fan harbored no such intentions. Instead, he gestured to the shadow soldiers and cast out 8 low-tier divine stones. "Absorb these swiftly and elevate the strength of your shadow soldier core. I have a task to assign to you." Lin Fan directly expended 800 million faith points to procure 8 inferior divine ranks, for the shadow soldiers were exceedingly weak. It is estimated that even 100,000 shadow soldiers would struggle against a single martial emperor. Lin Fan intended to venture into the celestial realm. However, it is likely that there are acquaintances of Jiang Ming within this so-called vast world. Although Lin Fan currently lacks the time to search, he can leave the shadow soldiers in this realm to seek out and eliminate those associated with Jiang Ming. Thus, he planned to enhance their power. What is this? It harbors immense spiritual energy. I sense that if this object were utilized as the core of a formation, it could potentially create an unparalleled paradise. Gazing at the 8 ethereal entities before him, Lu Hua inhaled sharply, and the other elders mirrored his astonishment, drawing in the surrounding cool air. The Xian turtle was also somewhat shocked, having initially believed that his inferior divine rank was a hard-won treasure for his master. Now, it appeared to be as common as cabbage. Chapter 90. The sun god ranked the 8 shadow soldiers, upon witnessing the inferior divine ranks before them, unhesitatingly melded the ranks into their bodies. In that instant, a surge of divine light erupted, and the vast energy even triggered a vortex of spiritual energy. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the sky. The concentrated spiritual energy poured into the bodies of the 8 shadow soldiers like droplets of water, frenziedly absorbed by the divine ranks. Ahem! Hiss! A group of speechless, ghostly soldiers could not suppress their sounds, as their shadow-formed bodies rapidly evolved. Boom! Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and streaks of purple lightning coiled through the clouds like true dragons, brimming with formidable energy, unabashedly revealing their purpose: to prevent the 8 shadow soldiers from ascending to divine rank. Is this a heavenly tribulation? It is said that only extraordinary martial gods experience such tribulations when ascending to the celestial realm. What exactly did you just bestow upon them, enabling mere martial masters to instantaneously become divine? Lu Hua gazed at the ominous clouds and lightning in disbelief. Such a grand spectacle he had only witnessed during the ascension of the founding martial god emperor of the Tsangmang Empire a millennium ago. And even then, that heavenly tribulation was nowhere near as terrifying as this one. So, after the martial god realm, the next level is indeed the inferior divine rank. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that his path to the celestial realm was not as secure as he had thought. After the martial god ascends, they enter the celestial realm, and with Jiang Ming as the celestial emperor's heir, Lin Fan understood that to slay him, he would inevitably have to contend with the entire heavenly court. However, according to the conventions of the fantasy genre, a low-tier deity may not hold a position of great significance within the celestial realm. It appears that my intermediate divine strength may still be insufficient, necessitating the acquisition of a superior divine rank, Lin Fan murmured. His current prowess chiefly stemmed from his extraordinary physique, having attained the formidable level of an intermediate deity as assessed by the system. Above the intermediate deities lie the high-tier deities, the main deities, and the primordial deities. The rank of the heavenly emperor remains uncertain, yet Lin Fan speculated that he likely does not reach the status of a main deity. For the main deities possess the ability to communicate across myriad realms and forge spatial conduits to various worlds. In this realm, the celestial domain seemingly encompasses only the vast continent as its singular subordinate world. Thus, the heavenly emperors should be akin to that of a high-tier deity, a level far beyond Lin Fan's current capabilities. Alas, the cultivation world is dreadfully formidable. It is not merely the strength of individuals that is overwhelming, but this realm appears to vastly surpass Earth and other worlds in power. In a technological world, a single punch from me could obliterate the entire planet. Yet in this realm, I cannot devastate an entire continent. Lin Fan felt a sense of helplessness, likely due to the existence of a so-called heavenly Tao, or the profound concentration of spiritual energy that nourishes this world, rendering everything here far more robust and stable than the celestial bodies of the technological realm. Casting a glance at the heavenly tribulation above, Lin Fan chose to disregard it. The 8 shadow soldiers possessed low-tier divine ranks, and with the auspicious presence of the mystical tortoise by his side, if such conditions could not lead to divinity, then it could only be said that fate had decreed otherwise, and he might as well resign himself to being a humble foot soldier. Observing his remaining belief points, which had accumulated to over 10 billion during this period, even after expending 8 billion to acquire 8 low-tier divine ranks, he still retained over 10 billion. He could purchase a high-tier divine rank, but to obtain a main deity rank, he would still require over 900 billion belief points. There was no time to waste. Money is a fickle entity, and once spent, it can always be earned again. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. The previous world had a population exceeding 7 billion, continuously providing him with 80 million belief points daily, a figure that was steadily rising. As long as the statue he left behind in that world remains intact and functional, those yearning for extraordinary power will not forsake their faith in Lin Fan. After surveying the crowd, Lin Fan directly consumed 100,000 belief points to teleport to the monster realm based on the coordinates he had previously established. Upon his return, Lin Fan kept a low profile, seeking out a remote overseas island where he sat cross-legged. He then proceeded to purchase a high-tier divine rank from a system, one he had never acquired before. Upon clicking to extract, a resounding boom echoed as 100 billion belief points were deducted from Lin Fan's personal panel, replaced by a fist-sized, elusive orb radiating brilliance akin to that of the sun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a superior solar god fragment. It can merge with a spark of fire, evolving into the divine essence of the solar god. The superior fragments of divinity are categorized by attributes, such as the god of life, the god of death, and so forth. The fragment most befitting Lin Fan is indeed the solar god fragment. Lin Fan has successfully obtained a superior solar god fragment. Upon hearing the prompt, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated his face. He never anticipated that this spark of fire could be utilized to enhance his divine essence. Initially, he thought it was merely a decorative item, but it unexpectedly saved him 90 billion in belief value. Lin Fan felt a surge of delight. He had not foreseen such efficacy from the spark of fire. However, upon reflection, it made sense for this spark of fire could be considered a rudimentary system in a certain sense. Although it could not compare to his own system, it certainly was not something trivial either. Merge. Let the fusion commence. Lin Fan did not rush to integrate the superior divine essence. After all, who would willingly settle for a 50-50 chance when invincibility was within reach? Ding. Does the host wish to merge the superior solar god fragment with the spark of fire? Yes. Lin Fan responded without hesitation. No sooner had the words left his lips than the hazy object before him floated into the air, and the spark of fire from his storage space materialized instantaneously. The two entities merged seamlessly. There were no extravagant effects or grandiose visions accompanying the fusion. As soon as they made contact, they emitted a soft thud and transformed into an indistinct gray object that fell to the ground. This left Lin Fan momentarily bewildered. What the hell, system? Surely this isn't a fusion failure. You never mentioned that such a thing could happen. Ding. This is not a fusion failure. This is the primary divine essence of the solar god. The path of the great is simplicity itself. Have you not heard this before? Hearing the system's words, Lin Fan skeptically picked up the stone lying on the ground. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an intense attraction to this stone, as if the superhuman blood coursing through his veins yearned for it. With a humming sound, the stone instantly integrated into Lin Fan's body, traveling through his arm and settling at the position of his heart. Thump, 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 thump. It resonated like the ancient war drums. A powerful solar energy surged within Lin Fan. Chapter 91, A Holiday. Damn, this power, truly invincible. The divine essence within him operated frantically, enhancing and transforming Lin Fan's physique with its overwhelming force. Under the influence of this colossal divine power, Lin Fan felt himself growing stronger with each passing moment. An extraordinary power emerged within him, granting Lin Fan the capability to accomplish anything. Now, I am far more formidable than before. After a while, Lin Fan finally stabilized the power within him. He had now ascended to a being of the divine lord level, much like the existence capable of creating a divine realm in the original world of novels. Lin Fan now felt an exhilarating sensation. If he so desired, he could attempt to rend the very fabric of space and venture into another realm. However, the world he might traverse need not necessarily be one he had encountered in films or novels during his past life. It could be a far more bizarre and fantastical domain. Should he dare to explore other worlds? Lin Fan hesitated, for he still had tasks to fulfill in the alternate realm. Yet, upon reflection, the rewards bestowed by the system had lost their significance for him. Ever since acquiring the system, he had been following its prescribed path of traversal. Now, with an opportunity to explore other worlds, he felt an undeniable allure. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan ultimately resolved to tear through the fabric of space and embark on this adventure. After all, he had already marked a coordinate on the vast continent, allowing for his return whenever he wished. With this thought in mind, he cast aside his doubts and prepared to rend the space, only to pause suddenly as a realization dawned upon him. The Xiangui, imbued with tremendous fortune, should accompany him. Should he encounter entities of equal caliber, or even those of divine creation, having the Xiangui by his side would enhance his safety. At present, Lin Fan required a staggering 10 billion faith points to resurrect himself. Yet, he possessed just over 10 billion faith points, signifying he had but a single chance at resurrection. Should he encounter peril, he believed that with the Xiangui by his side, he could navigate through danger unscathed. With this resolution, Lin Fan promptly returned to the vast continent, where the heavenly tribulation had dissipated. The ground lay scorched and blackened, as if it had endured a severe onslaught. At that moment, many martial saints and martial emperors had gathered within a 100-mile radius, observing the scene, while 8 figures, resembling malevolent specters, stood at the center. They emanated the aura of lesser deities, clearly having successfully transcended their tribulations. Without hesitation, Lin Fan drew them into the shadow world and summoned the Xiangui to his side. Master, the Xiangui approached. Lin Fan affectionately patted its head, reflecting on how he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow in the past, evidently due to its remarkable constitution. Though its prowess remained hidden, it possessed extraordinary fortune nonetheless. Come, your master has a day off today. Let us joyously explore other worlds without concern. Indeed, the Xiangui replied, somewhat puzzled. Had Lin Fan not been journeying through other realms for some time? Was there something he found displeasing? Lin Fan chose not to elaborate on the system's intent, waving his hand to envelop the Xiangui within the shadow world. Ignoring the gathering of martial emperors and saints, he vanished from sight. Power of space, they marveled, witnessing this extraordinary being tear through the fabric of reality. Truly, it was beyond comprehension. A formidable warrior with a bushy beard inhaled sharply, gazing at the spot where Lin Fan had departed, yearning to observe him closely. The other powerful figures displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. This was the manifestation of spatial power. Although they too could vanish in an instant, they distinctly sensed that Lin Fan had transcended this world, as if he had ascended to a higher realm. With a swift whoosh, as the martial emperors pondered in awe, a figure suddenly materialized at the very spot Lin Fan had vanished. Indeed, it was Lin Fan himself. Almost forgetting, he lightly tapped his forehead and, with a jovial demeanor, brandished his staff before the assembled dignitaries. Arrayed, hand over your finest spirit stones. The group of influential figures exchanged bewildered glances. Moments passed, and Lin Fan, with an air of indifference, tossed a storage ring before the bemused Lu Hua. With a serene smile, he proclaimed, as I said, what is borrowed must be returned. This contains 10 million exquisite spirit stones. Consider it yours. Lu Hua, overwhelmed with gratitude, gazed at Lin Fan and the furious expressions of the powerful figures behind him, feeling utterly helpless. Inwardly, he lamented, couldn't you have done this privately? Understanding Lu Hua's unspoken thoughts, Lin Fan chuckled and turned away. The martial emperors, who had just cast hostile looks at Lu Hua, now feigned interest in the scenery, diverting their gazes elsewhere, amusing themselves with birds or ants, or whistling casually. Though I depart now, it shall not be long before I return. Should I discover any of you troubling Lu Hua, do not expect mercy, Lin Fan remarked coolly, glancing back at the assembly. In response, the martial emperors, having just been extorted by Lin Fan, concealed their ire, yet internally cursed him vehemently, concerned they might underestimate his prowess. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before extending a single finger. With an earth-shattering rumble, the heavens themselves seemed to respond. A colossal finger descended from the boundless sky, resembling a pillar of light that plunged into the desolate ground. With a resounding thud, the martial emperors, observing the endless abyss that had replaced what moments ago had been an ancient divine mountain, could not suppress their trepidation as they swallowed nervously. They understood that they stood before an entity of unfathomable terror, fearing that even their thoughts might be laid bare to Lin Fan. daring not to act recklessly. They remained subdued. Satisfied with their compliance, Lin Fan nodded approvingly and unleashed the power of the solar deity, rending the fabric of space ahead. At that very moment, a dark fissure abruptly appeared before Lin Fan, revealing a surreal spectacle within. It resembled a realm teeming with colossal deep-sea creatures, as well as bizarre entities that emerged from the depths of illusion, accompanied by an infinite force of spatial energy. The sight was so overwhelming that merely gazing upon it induced a dizzying sensation, as if one were on the brink of being drawn into a boundless chaos. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, Lin Fan boldly leapt into the abyss. In an instant, the fissure vanished. With a whoosh, golden rays of sunlight enveloped Lin Fan, shielding him from the perilous turbulence of the external space. This was not the universe, nor was it merely a dimension within it. Had it been the void of outer space, Lin Fan would have thrived with unparalleled freedom. Chapter 92. The television station howl. A cacophony of bizarre cries erupted around him. Lin Fan sensed that everything in his vicinity seemed to swirl like a vortex, intent on swallowing him whole. Instinctively, he realized that this was not a benevolent realm. Suddenly, a beam of white light manifested ahead. For reasons unknown, Lin Fan felt an intense yearning for the world beyond that luminous barrier. If he could breach that radiance, he would attain true eternal invincibility. Regardless of the danger, he resolved to take the plunge. With unwavering determination in his eyes, and his dark cloak billowing behind him, he surged toward the white light with remarkable speed. Just as he was about to make contact with it, a sudden change washed over his face. An unimaginably potent force materialized beside him. Upon catching sight of it, Lin Fan nearly succumbed to terror, for he was confronted by an enormous finger. With a thunderous crash, Lin Fan was unceremoniously pressed down into the tumultuous currents of space, swept away into an unknown dimension. His consciousness spiraled into oblivion. Tell me, do deities bleed? What? Your mother is named Martha too. How did you manage to redeem my house from the bank? With a side smile, he replied, I bought the bank. Beep. Holy smokes, it feels like I've starred in a superhero movie. Where am I? In a vast, silver-white laboratory, a man clad in a red and blue bodysuit, adorned with a grand emblem on his chest and a blood-red cape billowing from his back, found himself encased within a large nutrient chamber. Numerous wires were entwined about his head, but as he regained consciousness, they were all violently torn away. This man was none other than Lin Fan. Shaking his head, Lin Fan recalled the events that had transpired. After acquiring the powers of the Master God, he sought to traverse different worlds. However, he had never anticipated being abruptly catapulted by an overwhelming finger. Could this be one among the infinite realms? How could I dream of scenes from a past life as a superhero? Pressing his forehead, Lin Fan felt that the images he had just envisioned were not mere dreams, for they were far too vivid. Yet, that cinematic narrative replayed in his mind countless times, leading Lin Fan to nearly believe he was indeed the reincarnation of a superhero. This world was not one brought forth by a system. Lin Fan could not discern its true nature and could only rely on his own efforts. In his mind, as a flicker of thought occurred, Lin Fan's consciousness instantaneously enveloped the entire planet, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. To think I find myself on such a planet. Coming to terms with his current predicament, Lin Fan smirked slightly, initially believing he had been captured by some laboratory. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed, accompanied by a man's voice shouting outside. Boss, the superhero channel is down. Is the machine broken again? What is all this noise? Does machine maintenance come free? With a loud thud, the entrance swung open, revealing a plump woman with curly hair, a cigarette dangling from her lips, and an expression of arrogance plastered across her face. However, upon spotting Lin Fan standing there, her demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. Oh my, someone has managed to wake up autonomously within the memory maintenance device. You must have quite the mental prowess. Though surprised, such occurrences were not entirely unheard of. The woman, still holding her cigarette nonchalantly, retrieved a small black square from her waist. She then pressed it directly in front of Lin Fan. With a sharp click, a blinding white light erupted. At some point, sunglasses had appeared on her face. In an instant, she snapped her fingers, and several mechanical arms emerged from within the silvery laboratory, reaching out towards Lin Fan. Frowning, Lin Fan casually swatted the mechanical arms aside. What's going on? Why are you not affected by the memory eraser? The incredulity on the woman's face quickly morphed into rage upon realizing Lin Fan had not lost consciousness. That despicable shopkeeper, Old Lee, sold me a defective memory eraser. It must be an old machine he's used for years. I swear I will tear him apart. Observing the furious woman, Lin Fan furrowed his brows, but chose to ignore her, striding towards the exit. Hey, what are you doing? You belong to my television station. You can't leave. If you do, the superhero channel will vanish. The woman exclaimed, leaping to block his path. Indeed, as the woman had stated, this was not a laboratory at all, but rather a television station, an otherworldly television station. The broadcasts here were not filmed using advanced technology, but instead employed a device known as a memory simulator to extract images from within a person's mind. Just like the surreal superhero film that Lin Fan had just witnessed, there were also historical portrayals of Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zheng, and the romance of the Three Kingdoms on the adjacent channel, alongside the fantasy realms of the investiture of the gods and Journey to the West. Additionally, there was the American comic portrayal of Iron Man, all conjured through a machine within the minds of individuals. Lin Fan realized that the technology in this world was remarkably advanced, yet it seemed to be applied in rather peculiar ways. I advise you to let me leave, otherwise my wrath will have severe consequences, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. Huh, you are but a purchase from the Galactic Federation, completely legal. Should you dare step outside the station, I shall immediately notify the authorities. The woman retorted defiantly before turning away, seemingly unconcerned about Lin Fan's potential escape. Although Lin Fan had acquired a substantial amount of information about this world and understood what the Galactic Federation entailed, he felt no fear. Despite the absurdity that seemed to plague the minds of everyone in this technologically advanced world, to Lin Fan, it was merely an entertainment realm. Now that I have arrived, I shall rescue you all as a fellow patient, he mused, casting a glance at the wall before breaking into a faint smile. He proceeded to open the door and leisurely walked towards the adjacent room. With a resounding bang, Lin Fan did not engage in facial recognition, but instead kicked the door open with force. The alloy door offered no resistance and yielded easily. Inside, he found numerous glass containers housing individuals akin to himself, adorned in various bizarre outfits with wires affixed to their heads. Clatter! Lin Fan unleashed a surge of divine power, shattering the glass containers one by one, causing the contents to spill onto the floor. The individuals within tumbled out. Chapter 93. The Galactic Federation hiss. Where am I? Did I not just unify the 6 states? Where are my armies? Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng's face was a mixture of shock and fury. He had just unified the 6 states and was revered as the first emperor. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had been transported from the Qin royal palace to this unfamiliar place. Was it possible that he had offended an immortal? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Shi Huang's gaze scrutinized Lin Fan. Among those present, Lin Fan appeared to be the only one unaffected by the chaos. Aunt. Where's my aunt? My arm is broken. It pains me greatly. A man dressed in ancient garb jumped about, clutching his right arm. Lin Fan stroked his chin, speculating. Could this be Yonghua? Guoya. Where are you, my Guoya? At that moment, a woman clad in flowing white, weighing over 300 pounds, with a rather distressed expression, searched frantically for her beloved Guo. Upon seeing her, Qin Shi Huang gasped, unable to resist glancing at the exhausted Yonghua nearby. Young Guo, upon beholding the exquisite visage of Xialong, immediately tilted his head and shouted loudly to the figure beside him, who was clutching their right arm. Aunt, Guo is here. Where are you, Aunt? Look at me. I have come to find you. You must wait for me. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed around him. Jarvis, analyze this location. Hulk, smash. Ba. It appears I have succumbed to the path of madness. Faping, where are you? Come forth and engage in battle with me. I have been invincible for far too long across the 3 realms. The scene could only be described as a chaotic dance of demons. Lin Fan gazed at this motley crew with a sense of helplessness. Although he had escaped the clutches of the television station, they had been thoroughly brainwashed. Having undergone prolonged memory manipulation, they had come to identify themselves as these cinematic characters. Notably, Xialong was presently tormenting Yonghua without respite. Meanwhile, within the cosmos, a chorus of exclamations filled the air. Damn it! My great Qin Shi Huang has just unified the 6 states, and now the broadcast is interrupted? I wanted to see if the next plot would involve unifying the entire world. Unforgivable. I feel the same. Yangwa has fallen out with Xilong again, and he even lost an arm. This conclusion cannot possibly be real, can it? What is wrong with the TV station? My cosmic television is unwatchable. How dare Batman treat Superman this way? In that moment, the negative reviews for the television station surged. Should the discontent reach a certain threshold, the Cosmic Federation would reward them with a rocket, effectively sending the entire station to oblivion. Such was the proper method for cultivating professional standards. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, who had just exited the television station and stepped onto the bustling street, a peculiar sight unfolded before him. A multitude of beings unlike any he had ever encountered. Goodness, is this truly the visage of the universe? How utterly bizarre. Lin Fan swallowed hard, feeling as though he had stepped into the realm of a certain sci-fi anime. Before him, a diverse array of creatures ambled about, some resembling ordinary humans with minor peculiarities, such as an additional tail or a few extra arms. Yet others had completely abandoned conventional forms. Some writhed on the ground like slimy creatures, resembling giant slugs with oversized eyes, their grotesque mandibles dripping with repulsive slime, presenting an image of mindless monstrosity. However, upon catching Lin Fan's gaze, these slug-like beings surprisingly smiled and nodded at him before continuing their undulating journey. Oh my! It seems that a vacation in this world would undoubtedly present countless unimaginable experiences. Swallowing hard, Lin Fan could not fathom why, upon witnessing this absurd and bizarre scene. He felt not fear, but an exhilarating thrill coursing through him, a sensation akin to playing a melody upon the strings of his neural pathways. Suddenly, a hum resonated in his mind as he sensed an ethereal halo manifesting above his head. Scratching it absent-mindedly, he realized that a device affixed to him was incessantly transmitting sound waves into the surrounding atmosphere. Turning his gaze, he encountered the woman from the television station, her expression dark and foreboding. As Lin Fan pivoted, she raised a black object in her hand, a smile creeping across her face. He is a federal criminal. Everyone, step back. At that moment, crimson lights illuminated the wristbands of those around him, all directing their fiery glow towards Lin Fan. In an instant, both humans and other beings alike scrambled to vacate the vicinity. Concurrently, several flying vehicles, aglow with red and blue lights, zoomed towards him at breakneck speed. From one of the police vehicles, a diminutive figure resembling a mosquito poked its head out, brandishing a megaphone and shouting, "Code name Superman. You are the private property of the human 10086 channel. You are not permitted to step outside the station. Return immediately, or we will open fire." Was this truly the Cosmic Federation? Could it be that he had stumbled into the world of Rick and Morty? Lin Fan would not submit easily. A flash of red ignited in his eyes as a searing beam erupted forth, slicing through the police vehicles with devastating intensity. The airborne craft were rendered inoperative, plummeting to the ground and erupting in a cacophony of explosions. A thunderous roar filled the air as pedestrians screamed and fled. Lin Fan unleashed his divine power, shaking off the device that had compromised his position. It soared into the wreckage of the fallen police vehicle, where he effortlessly extracted the injured mosquito with a severed leg. Do you know Rick? Rick, the Cosmic Federation's most wanted target. Do you know Rick? Before the mosquito could utter another word, Lin Fan seized its sidearm and, with a deafening crack, obliterated its head. Ascending into the sky, his red and blue superhero garb swiftly darkened before his eyes. Harnessing the might of the Overlord, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Superman films are a relic of the past. I now invite you to witness the cinematic channel of the motherland. Let me gauge how many lives inhabit this planet. Oh, approximately 6 billion. Quite an impressive figure." Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. Such a multitude would suffice to nurture his followers. Yet, with the Cosmic Federation now pursuing him, a more direct approach was necessary. Why toil for mere existence? Embrace the extraordinary deity. You shall receive the power I bestow upon you. Look upon me, honor me, believe in me. Lin Fan's voice, influenced by divine power, resonated across the entire planet. All one had to do was look up to behold his silhouette. However, in response to Lin Fan's words, the citizens of the universe remained indifferent, merely casting him a fleeting glance before resuming their activities. Lin Fan tilted his head, pondering whether his manner of speaking was excessively amiable. After a moment's reflection, he abruptly extended his left hand towards the heavens, and in an instant, a colossal fireball materialized in the sky. The fireball rapidly expanded, its temperature nearing that of the sun's surface, and it continued to escalate. The intense heat rendered the inhabitants of the planet parched and drenched in sweat. At that moment, confronted by Lin Fan, clad in a black superhero suit and holding the immense fireball, they could no longer maintain their apathy. One by one, they began to plead. Lin Fan shouted once more, "Embrace the faith of the extraordinary deity. Otherwise, this little sun may be compelled to engage in a close encounter with your planet." The extent of its power was uncertain, but it was clear that many would meet their demise. Lin Fan's words were unmistakably broadcast to every ear, and many gazed up at him with fury. However, some knelt down, fervently bowing and beseeching Lin Fan for mercy. "Evil God, you shall never compel us to worship you. I only revere the fair-haired and the voluptuous. All else is heresy." The people of this planet appeared particularly fervent, each one shouting passionately, under the leadership of an elder. The majority of the population rallied in defiance against Lin Fan, with some even preparing missiles to launch an attack. Observing the reactions of the crowd below, Lin Fan smiled softly. "Embrace the faith of the extraordinary deity, and for the following week, you shall only work 2 days." A portion of the crowd fell silent. Lin Fan continued, "Upon accepting the extraordinary deity, we shall redistribute the wealth of the affluent to the impoverished, abolishing oppression in our world." Upon hearing this, the fervent voices of those who had been shouting began to dwindle, while those in tailored suits, sipping coffee, stood in stunned silence, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows for reasons unknown. Lin Fan, thoroughly satisfied with their response, continued to entice them. "What are you waiting for? In the name of the extraordinary deity, I declare a special day. Every year on this day, the laws and morals of this planet shall be disregarded, allowing any actions to be undertaken. Each year, positions may be redefined, whether through theft, murder, or robbery, without fear of retribution until the sun rises the following day." With a resounding boom, these words echoed forth. At this moment, the entire populace of the planet could not help but exchange glances, their eyes alight with a restless fervor. "Charge forth. Let us reclaim all that is rightfully ours. I toiled diligently as a cog in a machine, yet I am fed repugnant, bloated worms. Why should the elite indulge in exquisite steaks? Damn the human race. How dare you treat us insects as mere sustenance? I shall fight you to the bitter end. Come at me. I have long held disdain for you. Each time you traverse the streets, you leave behind a slimy trail. It is utterly revolting. Slay them. I shall battle you." Lin Fan's voice possessed an enchanting power that ensnared the souls of all present on this planet. One by one, they succumbed to their rage, engaging in a brutal frenzy of mutual slaughter. In every corner of the globe, life was extinguished as individuals wielded machetes and improvised weapons, recklessly striking at one another. Bloodshed, violence. These two emotions enveloped the minds of all, igniting a collective awakening of primal instincts. A throng surged into the opulent abodes of the wealthy, seizing the once cherished, never before seen luxurious furnishings with reckless abandon. "Ha! Praise the extraordinary deity. Great extraordinary deity. It is you who has bestowed upon us everything." A burly man, cradling a trove of gold, disregarded the blood staining it, his face alight with exhilaration as he drew nearer. With a resounding crash, he was suddenly knocked to the ground by an insect, which swiftly sunk its mandibles into his throat. Blood pooled around him. "Ha! Praise the extraordinary deity." The insect joyfully tumbled in the pile of gold, a fortune it could never have imagined earning in its lifetime, now within its grasp. In the air, Lin Fan had already dissipated the small sun he had conjured, his face aglow with excitement as he beheld the surging increase in his faith value. My goodness, 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. Lin Fan marveled at the sudden surge of 30 billion in faith value, unable to believe his eyes. This remarkable increase signified that at least half of the inhabitants of this planet were exhilarated by the current bloody upheaval, filled with adoration for Lin Fan. Ha ha ha! This world is truly a land of fortune, a veritable paradise for me. Lin Fan felt a thrill of excitement. This was but one planet, among countless others in the vast universe. Even if he could not convert them all into his followers, Converting just a few would suffice to amass enough faith value to exchange for the title of creator deity. If this were a realm akin to Rick and Morty, then what I desperately require now is the portal gun that Rick wields. Lin Fan gazed down at the chaotic planet below, casually casting thousands of divine spells, which immediately incited a wave of exuberant cheers. Observing the frenzied crowd, he could only shake his head in resignation. The planets under the dominion of the Cosmic Federation were subjected to severe oppression. Much like Rick, who had ensnared himself, the entire Earth lay beneath the control of the Cosmic Federation. Management robots were ubiquitous on the streets, rendering Jerry's reliance on medication akin to a daily meal. The populace resembled a powder keg, and with just a spark, they erupted like a bomb. There was no longer any significance in remaining here. Lin Fan sensed the approach of dozens of police vehicles from the Cosmic Federation not far off. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky amidst the cheers of over 3 billion followers, propelling himself into the vastness of space. The universe of this world was unimaginably expansive. Due to the absence of teleportation guns, Lin Fan could only search slowly among the boundless starry skies. However, he had detached the navigation device from the police car, enabling him to identify the nearest planets. Having recently experienced the exhilarating surge of faith, Lin Fan found himself somewhat addicted, for this universe was replete with life. Regardless of the methods he employed, even if he utilized these followers as expendable resources, he could amass astronomical figures. Oh my God, Rick, look! There's a person flying through space using only their physical body. Good heavens, it's Superman. Chapter 95. The teleportation gun. Lin Fan did not maintain his heightened auditory and visual senses for long, yet he was still able to capture timely information regarding himself. Hearing discussions about him in the vastness of space, he immediately focused on the source of the voices. Morty, listen to me. Anyone capable of flying directly in space is clearly not a good person. Perhaps he has crossed over from another world or carries some lethal virus. Morty, if you do not wish to see the world crumble, do not complicate matters. Do you understand, Morty? Inside a circular spaceship sat a man with blue, frizzy hair, clad in a white lab coat, his face bearing an expression of unknown bitterness. His speech was disjointed, his mind seemingly not fully coherent, and drool lingered at the corner of his mouth. Beside him was a boy with a brown buzz cut, dressed in yellow. Morty gazed at his inebriated grandfather with a mix of resignation. Yet he could not help but be astonished by the sight of the flying Superman displayed on the screen before him. Hello. Upon unexpectedly discovering this peculiar grandfather-grandson duo, Lin Fan's face lit up with excitement. He could hardly believe his fortune. It seemed the presence of the mysterious tortoise by his side had worked wonders. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan instantly flew to the side of the spaceship, tapping on the glass. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke in Chinese. Wow. Superman. Morty appeared astonished by Lin Fan's ability to instantaneously materialize beside him from a distant place, finding the occurrence somewhat unbelievable. However, upon seeing Lin Fan's face, Morty felt a twinge of disappointment, for it was not the visage of superhero, but that of a stranger. Lin Fan smirked, bemused by the realization that it seemed all realms were conversing in Chinese. Rick exhibited palpable impatience towards Lin Fan, casting only a fleeting glance before retrieving a bottle of liquor from his inner pocket and taking a swig. Another outsider from beyond. Morty paid no heed to Rick's mutterings. Instead, he was eager to invite Lin Fan aboard the spaceship. Lin Fan did not decline and promptly stepped inside. Surprisingly, the vessel appeared modest from the outside, yet within, the space expanded remarkably. However, the interior furnishings were undeniably antiquated. Observing the patched-up seats, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It was truly a case of grand craftsmanship gone awry. Who would ever believe that such a formidable spaceship would harbor such disrepair? Oh, let me think. How many dimensions have I encountered where beings like you cause chaos and then skedaddle? Upon hearing Rick's words, Lin Fan shot a puzzled glance at him, sensing that there were layers to Rick's statements. Never mind him. He is simply unhinged. Morty, evidently intrigued by Lin Fan, eagerly inquired about his origins and abilities. Lin Fan naturally responded with a smile, engaging him in amiable conversation. As their exchange became animated, Rick abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the spaceship to lurch and halt abruptly in the vastness of space. What is your purpose? Rick blurted out nonsensically. Lin Fan, taken aback, replied, "Huh? Rick?" His impatience palpable, reiterated, "What is your mission? Or is there something you need from me? Or some favor you wish to curry? Don't hide it. I've encountered many like you." "Many like me?" Lin Fan echoed, perplexed, yet he stated, "I need a teleportation gun." "All right, a teleportation gun it is," Rick replied decisively, opening a drawer beneath the console and retrieving a teleportation gun with a green glass tube, tossing it to Lin Fan. He then opened the spaceship's door and unceremoniously ejected Lin Fan, along with a bottle of liquor. The spaceship showed no inclination to linger and swiftly darted away. With his keen hearing, Lin Fan caught a distant roar from within the ship. "I am in agony. Please help me." "How peculiar." Lin Fan shrugged, but fortunately, the teleportation gun was now in his possession. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the device before him. A green wave of light materialized instantaneously, and Lin Fan curiously observed this phenomenon before leaping into it. Upon landing, he found himself in an entirely different world. Although it was Lin Fan's first time utilizing the teleportation gun, he had already traversed multiple worlds through the system on numerous occasions. Even this journey into the realm of Rick and Morty was initiated by Lin Fan himself, as he tore through the fabric of space to make the crossing. Thus, it was not particularly extraordinary. Time passed swiftly, stretching over a decade. Lin Fan roamed among various planets, employing forceful methods to propagate his faith in the transcendent deity. Throughout this period, he encountered the Cosmic Federation thousands of times, and each encounter ended with Lin Fan mercilessly vanquishing his opponents. This relentless pursuit of extermination intensified the Federation's manhunt for Lin Fan, to the extent that his information had spread across every planet. However, this did not impede Lin Fan from accumulating belief points. During this time, Lin Fan also ventured to Swift City, where he encountered numerous versions of Rick. Yet they differed from the first Rick he had met. Lin Fan felt that if there were to be only one true Rick in the world, it would undoubtedly be the one he first encountered, a sentiment echoed in the original text. He was the quintessential Rick. Gazing at his belief points, Lin Fan realized that after such a lengthy accumulation, he had amassed an astounding 600 billion belief points. Initially, he intended to gather his belief points to 1 trillion within this universe before departing, but the passage of time had compelled him. His system had begun to urge him to return, as the task remained unfulfilled. Reluctantly, he resorted to the coordinates to return to the task world. Upon his return, Lin Fan sensed that much time had elapsed. The vast empire had vanished, replaced by the Divine Court. After meticulously observing the continent, he discovered that a century seemed to have passed since his departure. It was no wonder the system had prompted him to return post-haste. If he delayed any longer, Jiang Ming, the protagonist, would soon ascend to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. Goodness! Jiang Ming had unified the world and ascended to the celestial realm accompanied by 3,000 beautiful maidens. Such a tale resembled a myth. The corners of Lin Fan's lips twitched. Fortunately, his years of wandering the cosmos had exposed him to even more absurdities. At this moment, no matter how bizarre the events unfolded, he would not be overly astonished. Lin Fan arrived at the original teleportation array, which appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. Searching through his storage space, he discovered 100,000 top-tier spirit stones nestled in a corner. Recalling the method previously mentioned by Lu Hua and others, he prepared to attempt the process. However, before departing, Lin Fan summoned the 8 Ghost Shadow Generals as per his earlier plan. With a swift motion, shadows writhed before him, and 8 generals with green faces and sharp fangs emerged, bowing respectfully before Lin Fan. "Master, the 8 ghostly generals, now transformed into inferior deities, have acquired both wisdom and the ability to speak. Nevertheless, they remain utterly loyal to Lin Fan." Observing the 8 ghostly generals, Lin Fan contemplated for a moment before summoning the Xiangui from the Shadow Realm. "You shall inquire here about who are Jiang Ming's friends, women, or any forces established by Jiang Ming. Eliminate them all without exception," Lin Fan declared coldly. He understood that the supreme empire of this world, the Divine Court, was established by Jiang Ming. The Xiangui and his companions would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Yet what of it? Lin Fan was no longer the person who needed to rely on acting skills or family background to delay the protagonist. He now possessed the power to scorn all. Indeed, The 8 ghostly generals complied with Lin Fan's orders without hesitation. Xian Gui pouted, "I am a beast of auspicious omens." Ignoring Xian Gui's mutterings, Lin Fan, having given his instructions, allocated 100,000 top-tier spirit stones across the various nodes of the formation. As a powerful beam of light surged forth, Lin Fan's form vanished instantaneously within the luminous shadows. Sighing as he watched his master depart, Xian Gui cast a glare at the ghostly generals. "What are you staring at? Hurry and fulfill the master's orders. Do you expect this auspicious beast to intervene personally?" The ghostly generals exchanged glances and seamlessly melded into the shadows. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's form was swiftly transported to another realm suffused with spiritual energy. The abundance of spiritual power here was astonishing, and with just a slight intake, Lin Fan sensed that he was on the brink of breaking through to the peak of the Master Realm. "Indeed, this is a splendid place for cultivation," Lin Fan mused, nodding in agreement, for this was the Celestial Realm. Its very name suggested an exalted nature. The spiritual energy here was bound to be plentiful. Uncertain of the heavenly court's location, he wondered if it, like the primordial world, resided in the 33 heavens. Just as he was about to use his divine consciousness to search, 2 beams of golden light swiftly descended from the sky. With a whoosh, they transformed into 2 golden chains that ensnared Lin Fan firmly. "Bold rogue, how dare you recklessly utilize the royal teleportation array? What punishment awaits for desecrating the heavenly emperor?" The voice thundered from above. In the sky, 2 divine generals appeared, each wielding a golden chain, the other end of which was tethered to Lin Fan. Observing their resplendent forms, Lin Fan activated his sight of perception. Heavenly Court's 360 star gods. Level, inferior deity. Weapon, binding chains of the immortals. Heavenly Court's 360 star gods. Level, inferior deity. Weapon, binding chains of the immortals, truly worthy of the Heavenly Court. The 2 sentinels guarding the gates were mere lesser deities. TSK. The golden chains adorning them may seem indestructible to others, yet for Lin Fan, they were easily breakable. However, Lin Fan did not rush to shatter the chains. Instead, he desired for these 2 celestial beings to escort him to the Heavenly Court. Thus, he immediately donned a visage of terror. "What royal teleportation array? I merely relieve myself in the wilderness, and suddenly, I find myself transported here." The 2 celestial sentinels were incredulous. How could a mere excrement be equivalent to the vast consumption of precious spirit stones required to activate a royal teleportation array? "We must now seek recompense. Spare us the chatter. Return with me to meet the celestial emperor. Let the emperor pass judgment upon you." One of them, a figure resembling a small golden statue dusted with gold powder, declared imperiously, seemingly perceiving no threat from Lin Fan. He seized the chains from the other sentinel's grasp, and with both hands gripping the chains, he hoisted Lin Fan aloft and soared into the sky. "Oh dear, how am I flying? Help! Help!" Lin Fan cried out in a frenzy. The Star General's speed was not swift, perhaps due to the considerable distance to the Heavenly Court. Just as Lin Fan had surmised, the Heavenly Court of this realm was indeed constructed high in the heavens. After a day of flight, Lin Fan could barely stifle a yawn, longing to grasp the star deity and fly himself. Nevertheless, they had finally arrived at the Heavenly Court, the southern Heavenly Gate. Gazing upon the grand pillar adorned with a flourish of golden characters, Lin Fan began to wonder if he had truly traversed into the world of Journey to the West. How could there be a southern Heavenly Gate? Halt! This is the southern Heavenly Gate, a place of utmost significance. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. With a clash, 2 long halberds swiftly crossed, obstructing the path of the star deity. Lin Fan observed, to his relief, that these were merely 2 guards lacking even the status of lesser deities. He felt a slight sense of ease. I genuinely thought the guards were lesser deities. Evidently, the teleportation array must be a place of considerable importance, thus warranting the presence of these 2 lesser deities for its protection. In response to the obstruction posed by the 2 heavenly guards, the small golden star deity furrowed his brow and stated coolly, "I am one of the 360 righteous deities. I have apprehended a rogue who unlawfully utilized the royal teleportation array. I have come to seek justice from His Majesty. Do not delay in granting passage." Upon witnessing the formidable aura emanating from the star deity, The two heavenly guards exchanged glances and promptly sheathed their weapons. They respectfully clasped their hands and said, "We have the honor of meeting the esteemed star deity. However, as this is a place of utmost significance, we must consult with the divine general to ascertain whether you may pass." Humph! The star deity was slightly displeased. Yet within the southern heavenly gate, he dared not act with impunity and could only respond with a cold snort. As I gazed upon the two celestial warriors, one of them soared into the clouds, retreating behind me. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind the star deity. A large hand patted the deity's shoulder, and in a deep tone, it declared, "Dear brother, you have performed admirably. Since they refuse us entry, we need not feign as criminals to infiltrate the heavenly court any longer. Let us strike directly and overthrow the tyranny of the heavenly emperor. In due time, you shall be hailed as the foremost benefactor of our alliance of celestial practitioners." With a clatter, the sentry's halberd trembled in his grasp, clattering to the ground. The celestial warrior, who was poised to depart and consult the divine commander, was startled, turning his head in shock. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The star deity, taken aback, turned to find it was Lin Fan. He hastily attempted to cover Lin Fan's mouth, neglecting how Lin Fan had managed to free himself from his chains. Should these words escape, he feared he would find himself on the execution platform for celestial beings. Chapter 97. Spectral Soldiers and Commanders. How outrageous! As one of the divine generals of the heavenly court, you conspire with those practitioners from the celestial realm to rebel against the court. Such a transgression is utterly unforgivable. I have long heard whispers of unrest among the celestial practitioners, yet I never anticipated a traitor like you lurking within the heavenly court. I must report this to the heavenly emperor and ensure you face judgment on the execution platform." The two celestial warriors exclaimed in terror. "No, that is not the case. Do not heed his fabrications." The star deity, in a panic, stepped forward, only to see the two warriors leap back in fear, believing he intended to silence them. They cautiously aimed their halberds at him, trembling with trepidation. "Brother, since our cover is blown, there is no need for further concealment. Reveal your power and eliminate them." Lin Fan encouraged from the side. "Curse you!" The star deity lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. "I am neither a rebel nor a traitor. I possess no power to vanquish the heavenly emperor. If I truly had such strength, would the throne of the heavenly emperor still be up for grabs? Despicable wretch! You slander me." The star deity's eyes blazed with fury as divine light flickered in his hand, intending to strike Lin Fan down. However, Lin Fan deftly evaded the attack. Observing the star deity before him, Lin Fan felt a pang of sorrow. "I never imagined that beneath those thick brows and bright eyes, you would be so fickle, first betraying the heavenly court, and now, when your treachery is exposed, you seek to abandon the alliance of practitioners. You are truly unworthy of being a son." With a gasp, the star deity felt as though he had received a devastating blow from the heavenly emperor, and blood gushed from his mouth. "Alas, if it has come to this, I must take matters into my own hands." With a sigh, Lin Fan discovered an iron rod in his grasp, its presence unknown until that moment. At both ends adorned with golden patterns, the center gleamed a silvery hue, exuding an air of substantiality. Gazing at the southern heavenly gate before him, Lin Fan exhibited no hesitation as he soared into the air. The golden rod in his grasp surged to an impressive height of 1,000 meters, robust enough to rival a large freight truck. With his petite frame embracing the base of the rod, he forcefully lifted it and brought it crashing down. A thunderous sound echoed, as if Lin Fan had struck a vast chasm into the very fabric of the universe, causing the entire southern heavenly gate to collapse. The celestial soldiers present, along with the recently arrived star god, were instantaneously obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. At this moment, Lin Fan donned a superhero's attire, a dark cloak billowing behind him, exuding an imposing presence. He wielded an iron staff resting upon his shoulder, creating an atmosphere of indescribable strangeness. "Hark, little heavenly emperor! How dare you take our ghostly prince hostage? Today, I, the great general of the Ghost Clan, have led 100,000 ghost soldiers to welcome the prince's return. Prince Jiangming, I, Lin Fan, have come to escort you. The Ghost Emperor misses you dearly." Lin Fan pondered that confronting the heavenly court alone lacked dignity. With a casual wave, a legion of 100,000 spectral soldiers materialized behind him, each one significantly more formidable than before, as their ghostly general had been enhanced. So too had the spectral soldiers received a measure of fortification. In terms of power classification within this world, these spectral soldiers possessed defenses at the martial king level. Yet their offensive capabilities had ascended to the martial emperor level. With the summoning of 100,000 spectral soldiers, an ominous aura enveloped the heavenly court. Under Lin Fan's command, the legion surged forward towards the heavenly court, intent on destruction. Wherever they encountered celestial beings, there was no need for Lin Fan to intervene. The spectral soldiers unleashed ethereal blue lightning from their hands, reducing foes to mere dust in an instant. Enemy invasion. The forces of the demon realm have breached the heavenly court. Quickly, inform His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. The sound of gongs and drums resounded, war cries echoing through the air. The once peaceful heavenly court was thrown into disarray by Lin Fan's tumultuous arrival, as countless celestial beings fled towards the emperor's direction. Simultaneously, the King of Heaven, tasked with defending the heavenly court, hastily led 10,000 heavenly soldiers to confront Lin Fan, forming a stark opposition. One side shrouded in ghostly energy, the other radiant with divine light. Amidst the debris of shattered structures, the King of Heaven seethed with indignation at the devastation wrought upon the heavenly court. Ahem! Our ghost emperor demands the surrender of his illegitimate son, Jiangming. If you comply, I shall lead our 100,000 ghost soldiers in retreat. Should you refuse, we shall eliminate the heavenly emperor and overthrow the entire heavenly court. Lin Fan puffed his cheeks and glared, employing psychological tactics as a means of assault. If he could instill doubt in the heart of the heavenly emperor, it would be best to eradicate that scoundrel Jiangming directly. How audacious! To show such disrespect to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. Does he dare to tread the path to the underworld? The Heavenly King glared at Lin Fan, then roared fiercely. Furthermore, in the realm of immortals, there exists no ghost emperor, only a demon emperor. Do not slander our heavenly court's prince. Lin Fan's eyes twinkled as he seized the moment perfectly. What ghost emperor? What I just spoke of was the demon emperor. Our demon emperor commands you to surrender the demon prince Jiangming. Otherwise, we shall wash the heavenly court in blood. Goodness, how shameless! The assembled crowd exchanged incredulous glances, utterly unable to believe that such brazen audacity existed in the world. He truly regarded them as blind and deaf. The heavenly king was fuming with rage. Damn it! You are utterly shameless. Enough with the idle chatter. To dare assault the heavenly court, tarnishing its dignity. To insult His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, and His Highness the Prince. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Soldiers, exterminate the fiends. Kill, kill, kill. 100,000 celestial soldiers brandished their long spears, each radiating divine light. Each possessed strength comparable to a martial sovereign from the lower realms. Lin Fan, unwilling to be outdone, summoned forth 100,000 shadowy soldiers, their spectral glow flickering as they released a deafening roar, resembling the cries of tormented spirits. Charge! Cut them down! Lin Fan bellowed, leading the charge into the enemy ranks. His eyes ablaze with crimson light. In an instant, he felt a multitude of foes. The two armies clashed. Lin Fan's shadowy soldiers vanished like straw. Yet under Lin Fan's fervent summoning, more shadowy soldiers emerged. Although these soldiers possessed relatively weak defenses, their offensive capabilities were nearly on par with those of the celestial soldiers. Coupled with their overwhelming numbers, they momentarily held their ground. What in the world is this? How formidable! The Heavenly King watched as Lin Fan wielded his staff, transforming it into an immense club. With a casual roll on the ground, he instantaneously decimated thousands of celestial soldiers, then struck like a whack-a-mole. Bang, bang, several times. The formation of celestial soldiers was left in shambles, with but a handful remaining. Chapter 98. The Heavenly Emperor takes turns cease. Lin Fan, reveling in his slaughter, swung his staff, mowing down swathes of celestial soldiers like wheat. This unparalleled thrill of reaping was a rare experience for Lin Fan, especially as the enemy drew near. His fierce gaze inflicted devastating casualties. The entire heavenly court could behold the sweeping red divine light, Lin Fan moved through the ranks of celestial soldiers, entering and exiting the fray with deadly precision. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the sky, accompanied by a commanding voice. At that moment, the surrounding clouds shimmered with vibrant hues as a middle-aged man clad in an imperial dragon robe descended from the heavens. He was flanked by a multitude of maidens and celestial officials, exuding an air of authority. "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor." Upon the appearance of this figure, the surrounding heavenly kings and warriors immediately knelt, addressing him with reverence. Lin Fan, ever the cunning one, observed the collective bowing of the crowd without a hint of hesitation. He seized a staff and struck it with vigor, creating a cacophony akin to the sound of firecrackers. The entire heavenly court resonated with the commotion. Enough! The heavenly emperor's face darkened, exasperated. "Is this the moment for you to strike while others are bowing in submission? Shouldn't we exchange some harsh words before engaging in battle? Who do you think you are?" Lin Fan stood resolutely, unashamed. The celestial soldiers, aware that the heavenly emperor had yet to grant them leave to rise, scrambled to distance themselves from Lin Fan, fearing that he might unleash his wrath upon them. "Who are you? And why do you wreak havoc within the heavenly realm? Are you not aware of the celestial laws?" The majesty of the heavenly emperor loomed large, his voice echoing with an imposing presence. In that moment, Lin Fan felt as fragile as a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, susceptible to obliteration. However, Lin Fan remained unfazed, scratching his ear nonchalantly. "Did I not mention that Jiang Ming is the illegitimate son of our demon emperor? As the general of the demon realm, I am here to escort him home." Impudent! The heavenly emperor's anger was palpable, his nostrils flaring in indignation at Lin Fan's lack of decorum. Resolving to forego further verbal sparring to avoid succumbing to fury, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing the very heavens to tremble as a colossal shadow loomed behind him. Lin Fan assessed the heavenly emperor's strength. Heavenly Emperor, rank, superior divine majesty, weapon, heavenly emperor's imperial seal. What is this superior divine authority? Lin Fan was unfamiliar with the hierarchy of divine powers, but he understood that the opponent before him was merely a superior deity. As a main god, he was assured of his superiority. Without further ado, he swung his iron staff down with ferocity. A resounding crash echoed as the staff collided with the giant's hand, sending sparks flying and coloring the giant's arm a brilliant red, igniting the flames of the law. Another strike landed on the giant's waist, ensnaring it in a flowing, rope-like binding. With one final blow, Lin Fan aimed a decisive strike at the giant's head. In an instant, an overwhelming number of vines materialized, ensnaring the giant with unyielding grip. As the giant's form began to swell ominously, a glimmer of crimson ignited in Lin Fan's eyes, and he swiftly severed the giant's head. With a splattering sound, the heavenly emperor was injured, spewing forth a stream of golden blood, and immediately cast aside a golden jade stone from his grasp. He bellowed, "Behold the might of my imperial seal." Exhausting all the energy within his being, the jade seal expanded dramatically, growing to the size of a towering mountain. Moreover, every celestial soldier and divine officer within the heavenly realm emanated various radiances, converging upon the imperial seal. The seal trembled violently, its size multiplying several-fold, resembling a vast world akin to an ancient celestial body hurtling towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan was taken aback by the heavenly emperor's unexpected move. Though the seal was no larger than Earth, the gravity it contained was far more formidable. At this moment, Lin Fan could easily toy with the Earth as if it were a mere yo-yo, yet he felt a slight pressure from the golden jade seal, suspended in midair. Indeed, just a hint of pressure. Today, he would showcase a feat even more significant than Superman pushing a planet. Undeterred, Lin Fan gazed upward at the colossal jade seal, descending rapidly, a smile breaking across his face. The divine radiance emanating from the seal incinerated all the flying soldiers surrounding Lin Fan, returning them to the realm of darkness. Lin Fan surged upward, confronting the immense jade seal without a hint of hesitation, positioning himself directly beneath it. With a thunderous roar, the tremendous force reverberated throughout the heavenly realm and even the entire celestial world. The heavenly abode was reduced to dust, countless celestial soldiers meeting a tragic fate. Even the exalted heavenly emperor coughed up a mouthful of old blood, raising his golden glowing hands, desperately attempting to exert control over the distant seal, forcing it downward. Ah! The heavenly emperor roared. He was utilizing the full might of the heavenly realm to combat the foe. Yet, he was unable to prevail. Lin Fan, insignificant as a speck of dust, successfully held the jade seal at bay, resisting its immense weight, preventing it from descending even the slightest bit. For Lin Fan was soaring in the air, firmly grasping the seal with both hands. The divine light upon the seal was rapidly dissipating, unleashing an even greater force pressing down upon Lin Fan, yet it bore no effect. With one hand supporting the endless jade seal and the other clenched into a fist, he beamed at the assembled dignitaries below, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Wow, how much could such a heavy jade stone be worth? He mused, chuckling softly. The heavenly emperor coughed, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Since you cherish it, I shall bestow it upon you. No, a gentleman does not take what others hold dear. Since it is your imperial seal, I shall return it to you. Lin Fan smiled kindly. The immense force emanating from him instantly dispersed the lingering radiance of the seal, severing its connection with the heavenly emperor completely. Amidst the terrified gazes of all present, Lin Fan grasped the vast imperial seal and ascended rapidly into the sky. Upon reaching an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, Lin Fan positioned himself atop the seal and forcefully propelled himself downward. Boom! The sound of an explosive blast reverberated as the seal plummeted like a world on the verge of collapse, hurtling directly towards the heavenly realm. No, the heavenly emperor attempted to thwart this calamity, but soon realized that in his severely injured state, he could not summon even a trace of spiritual power. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan prepared to obliterate the entire heavenly realm. Chapter 99. The Annihilated Continent Stop. For heaven's sake! Lin Fan paid no heed to the sudden voice that interrupted him at such a critical moment. As was customary, someone always emerged to disrupt him at pivotal junctures. Unsurprisingly, the voice belonged to Jiangming. Yet, regardless of who it was, Lin Fan had no intention of halting his actions. He continued to press the imperial seal downward with fervor, creating an overwhelming momentum that left the heavenly emperor and others in utter despair. With a resounding crash, the seal struck the heavenly realm. In that instant, a colossal surge of energy erupted, shattering the protective formations above the heavenly realm as if they were mere bubbles. They were obliterated in an instant. Blood spewed from the heavenly emperor's mouth, and countless immortals perished in an explosion of vitality. In the distance, a radiant beam rushed towards the scene, accompanied by a furious roar. No, with a deafening boom, the layers of the heavenly realm crumbled instantaneously. Lin Fan's strike reduced the entire heavenly realm to mere dust. All the immortals, including the heavenly emperor, perished in that singular blow. Countless fragments rained down like meteorites upon the celestial world, plunging it into chaos and suffering. In an instant, the entire celestial realm resembled a hellish nightmare. Witnessing the destruction of the heavenly realm, Lin Fan harnessed his immense power to shrink the imperial seal beneath him to the size of a palm, retracting it into his storage space. Before him stood a young man clad in royal robes, with flowing dark hair and a handsome visage, staring blankly at the devastation surrounding him. Looking upon the heavenly realm that had nurtured him, Jiangming felt as though his world had collapsed. No, my father, the sovereign of the celestial realm. How could he perish? This is impossible. Panic surged within Lin Fan as he observed Jiangming muttering to himself, sensing an impending crisis. This was the rhythm of impending chaos. Although he had inadvertently triggered the first tenet of his villainous principles, Lin Fan believed he could still salvage the situation. The second tenet of his villainous code: if a single strike can ensure victory, there shall be no unnecessary prolongation. Lin Fan, gripped by determination, seized the moment as Jiangming stood in a daze upon shattered heavens. With a sudden leap, he raised the Rui Jingu Bang high above his head, unleashing the full extent of his extraordinary strength and divine power without reservation. In this critical moment, Lin Fan delivered his most formidable strike. The world dimmed in response to his assault. Jiangming, utterly flabbergasted, thought to himself, "Couldn't you at least afford me a moment to gather my strength? Must you not utter another word?" Lin Fan, however, was resolute. He had witnessed too many villains suffer at the hands of protagonists, and he was a seasoned expert in delivering decisive blows. With a thunderous crash, a colossal iron rod descended. This strike was even more menacing than the Imperial Seal, as the rod brimmed with various laws of nature, summoning forth fire, wind, and water in a cataclysmic display. It was as if the world was replaying its own destruction. Jiang Ming, witnessing the impending strike, turned pale and hastily summoned his energy in a futile attempt to block it. Yet it was all in vain. With a resounding boom, the rod not only reduced Jiang Ming to mere dust, but also shattered the remnants of the heavens. Moreover, the residual force of the strike did not dissipate. It swung mercilessly toward the celestial realm. A thunderous roar echoed as a vast chasm split the very center of the celestial realm. The tip of the iron rod struck at the heart of the continent, and in an instant, torrents of floodwaters, endless magma, and violent storms erupted from the fissure. Alas, it seems I have overstepped, Lin Fan murmured, momentarily stunned by the aftermath of his strike. Not only had he obliterated the protagonist and the heavens, but he had also created a gaping void in the celestial realm beneath. Realizing the gravity of his actions, he decided to make his exit. With a sweeping glance, his heightened senses swiftly scanned the entire celestial realm, confirming that all individuals and forces associated with Jiang Ming had vanished. Satisfied, he nodded. However, the teleportation array had been destroyed, leaving Lin Fan with no choice but to return to the vast continent using the coordinates he had previously established. Upon his return to this world, it seemed that the celestial realm and the vast continent were interconnected. Thus, the turmoil in the celestial realm precipitated violent storms across the vast continent, leaving behind trails of lava and floodwaters that wrought immense devastation. Observing the scene, Lin Fan noted that the 8 great ghostly generals and the mystic tortoise had yet to confront Jiang Ming's forces, and he quickly sought refuge in the shadow world. In the wake of Lin Fan's rampage, the celestial realm crumbled, and life on the vast continent dwindled to a mere fraction. In that fleeting moment, the true desolation of existence was laid bare. Lin Fan felt a pang of guilt, while he had aimed to eradicate all of Jiang Ming's allies. He had not anticipated that his actions would lead to the near extinction of life across 2 worlds. Ironically, he had become the architect of an apocalyptic scenario. Sigh. For a fleeting moment, a twinge of guilt washed over Lin Fan, but he quickly dismissed it. Rest in peace. Possessing a kind heart, Lin Fan could not bear to witness the remaining lives on the vast continent suffering in dire straits. Thus, he took decisive action, eliminating them all. Just kidding. Lin Fan directly severed a substantial portion of the vast continent, transporting all remaining lives, save for those marked by a red circle, to another realm. With his formidable divine power, Lin Fan effortlessly dragged an entire expanse of land into the realm of darkness. Although he had not ascended to the level of a creator deity, Lin Fan wielded the solar divinity of a master god, enabling him to maintain the ecological balance of an entire world. Under his manipulation, suns, moons, and clouds manifested within the dark realm. Nevertheless, this arrangement was not a sustainable solution, as the dark world could scarcely endure the scorching divine energy of Lin Fan, a realm epitomizing darkness. However, this was merely a temporary sojourn. When Lin Fan next traversed to another world, he could simply release them all. He chuckled, relishing the thought of claiming the techniques and spiritual stones for himself. Having relocated all life to the realm of darkness, Lin Fan gazed upon the vast spiritual veins and myriad cultivation techniques and martial arts still present on the remaining expanse of the vast continent, a smile gracing his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, as the entire world crumbled second by second, he recognized that even if he chose not to take these treasures, they would ultimately perish in the endless chaos of space. It was far better to repurpose them for his own use. As Lin Fan traversed the skies above the vast continent, it appeared as though it were on the brink of death, missing a significant portion of its land. The seas surged back, the celestial rivers collapsed, and the earth was riddled with bottomless fissures from which scalding magma occasionally erupted. A thick shroud of black mist perpetually enveloped the sky. At this moment, not only humans but any ordinary life form would find it impossible to survive here for long. Only Lin Fan remained, diligently scuttling through the various corners of the vast continent. Chapter 100. the world of female supremacy superior grade spiritual stones and veins. Collect all techniques, combat skills, and weapons of the top-tier forces. Collect. What a colossal vein of exquisite spiritual stones. There is no doubt about it. Collect, collect, collect. Like a tireless ant, Lin Fan ceaselessly gathered the wealth of the vast continent into the realm of darkness or his storage space. In an instant, the affluence of the entire world significantly enriched Lin Fan's resources. After scouring 3 times, Lin Fan had ascertained that there were no hidden immortal caves or treasures and legacies of ancient powerhouses left. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. The protagonist, Jiang Ming, had already matured, and such relics had undoubtedly been claimed by him. However, these matters held little significance for Lin Fan, as he had nearly exhausted the resources of this world. He intended to venture into the next realm. From the dark world, he extracted a small creature, entirely white and exuding an air of endearing innocence, though currently tinged with a hint of fear. Lin Fan grasped the creature by the nape of its neck. The little beast's face was a portrait of terror as it flailed helplessly in Lin Fan's grasp, seemingly desperate to escape. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the red circle atop the creature's head, a mark he had deliberately left, his final adversary. At that moment, he harbored no intention of sparing it. Without a trace of mercy, Lin Fan extinguished the life of this charming creature, capable of driving countless young maidens wild with affection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the obsession. You have received a task gift package. Will you proceed to the next world? Open the gift package. Ding! Gift package opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an unparalleled beauty and a 10-fold increase in your charm towards the opposite sex. An unparalleled beauty? What use do I have for such a thing? Lin Fan mused with a sense of resignation. He was already strikingly handsome, and this so-called unparalleled beauty seemed of little consequence to him. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. Let us traverse to the next world, Lin Fan stated calmly. As his words faded, a portal swiftly emerged behind him, engulfing him within. Boom! A colossal beast, towering over the city skyscrapers, unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating countless survivors. Meanwhile, in the streets, an endless throng of zombies staggered about, their ghastly visages rendering them unapproachable. The entire world had been encircled by hordes of the undead and mutated monstrosities. The steel forest had transformed into a hellish landscape. Countless humans perished at the jaws of the zombies, while the majority of military forces and weaponry from the nations of Ur had mysteriously vanished. Humanity's dominion over the earth had been abruptly overturned, plunging it into a realm of monsters. Though bereft of formidable firearms, some humans managed to evolve first. Not only did they enhance their physical prowess, but they also had a chance to awaken formidable supernatural abilities. Such individuals were dubbed ability users. Within a modest dwelling in the Xinjiang community, a figure emerged, looking as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Handsome beyond compare, radiating an aura that captured attention. His eyes were gently shut, but with a slight tremor, he gradually opened a pair of piercing eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully traversing to the realm of the apocalypse descends. Yet I arrive in a matriarchal world. Obsession, to end this damned apocalypse. Upon completing the obsession task, the host will earn the opportunity to traverse worlds and receive a task gift package. A matriarchal world? Upon hearing this term, Lin Fan was instantly reminded of the popular novel themes that had circulated online prior to his rebirth. This genre explores the concept of swapping gender identities in the real world, where typically men benefit more, often being the primary breadwinners. In this matriarchal society, however, the dynamics are entirely different. Men, akin to women, guard their privacy, refraining from engaging with other females unless they are in a romantic relationship. Conversely, women assume the responsibility of providing for the family, purchasing vehicles and homes, and accumulating dowries necessary for securing a husband. Is the ultimate task to bring about the end of days? Lin Fan delved into the memories of his original body and discovered that approximately a month prior, the world underwent a sudden transformation. A significant portion of humanity was instantaneously converted into zombies. Moreover, strange creatures of unknown origin emerged, some even impervious to conventional weaponry. Within a mere week, the order of human civilization collapsed entirely. The former Lin Fan, possessing a meek disposition akin to that of a neighborly girl, was too fearful to venture outside, overwhelmed by the menacing zombies. With insufficient food at home, he ultimately succumbed to starvation after a month of desperate endurance. There is no rush to end the apocalypse. Previously, I had garnered numerous followers in Rick's world. I shall remain in this realm for a while longer, accumulating enough faith points to exchange for the divinity of the Creator before exploring other worlds. Rising from ground, Lin Fan brushed off his clothes, glancing at his pink attire with a frown. With a snap of his fingers, his outfit transformed into a red and blue superhero suit, complete with a flowing cape. I can sense the presence of monsters. At that moment, Venom emerged, his face reflecting a greedy expression. During his years wandering in Rick's world, Lin Fan had provided Venom with ample sustenance. Numerous alien species have been devoured by Venom, and coupled with the inferior divinity bestowed upon him by Lin Fan, Venom's strength now rivaled that of the Xian turtle, possessing even more diverse abilities. Go find something to eat, but be cautious not to consume all the monsters. Lin Fan felt confident in Venom's capabilities. He patted Venom's head, and the fierce creature nodded obediently, transforming into a puddle of black goo and swiftly merging into the shadows. Burrowing into the ground, possessing divine power, Venom could not only replicate the abilities of living beings, but also mimic the powers of shadow creatures, such as the Shadow Soldiers. However, it seemed that due to Lin Fan's overwhelming strength, Venom could only replicate a weakened version of the superhuman physique, akin to a domesticated variant. After sending Venom away, Lin Fan pushed open the door to the room, which had not been ventilated for quite some time. Although the air was not dangerously low in oxygen, an unpleasant odor lingered persistently. As he pushed the door open, perhaps due to the aging iron, it emitted a creaking sound that echoed through the sparse corridors of the old building, rendering it somewhat jarring. In such a perilous apocalypse, most individuals would have been startled into retreat by such a noise. However, Lin Fan remained unfazed. He continued his descent towards the stairs below. Chapter 101. The Zombie Roar. Upon reaching the first floor, Lin Fan was immediately confronted by a horde of tattered figures, their bodies marred by decaying flesh and their eyes clouded with a vacant stare. The ravenous zombies, with their outstretched claws, let out a guttural roar as they charged towards him. Yet, before they could reach Lin Fan, their heads were swiftly severed by shimmering blades that emerged from the shadows nearby, slicing through them as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. With a swift motion, two fully armed warrior soldiers brandished their long swords, their eyes flashing with crimson light, and charged directly into the throng of zombies. The sheer number of the undead was daunting. Each one was fearless, devoid of pain, akin to a disturbed hornet's nest, all converging upon Lin Fan, the living target. With no hesitation, the two warriors surged into the fray, their blades falling with precision, like cutting through vegetables, reaping countless zombie lives. As the specter of their general emerged, the strength of these shadowy soldiers surged, enhancing not only their offensive capabilities, but also their defenses significantly. However, two warrior soldiers were still insufficient to confront the overwhelming horde of over 100 zombies. Lin Fan merely cast a cursory glance before a flash of red ignited in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, a searing gaze erupted forth, an immense force cleaving through the mass of zombies, bisecting them with ease and even damaging the adjacent residential building in the process. Crackling sounds filled the air as the seventh-floor structure crumbled, sending a torrent of concrete and debris crashing down like rain, obliterating numerous zombies beneath its weight. The commotion startled half the residents of the elegant community, who instinctively recoiled in fear, believing a colossal beast had invaded their midst. The zombies, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged wildly towards the source of the chaos. Lin Fan's acute vision and hearing allowed him to perceive the impending threat long before it reached him, yet he remained unperturbed. Letting out a soft sigh, he summoned a celestial throne from the ground and settled upon it. With a grand gesture, his formidable divine power manifested, revealing a ghostly green magic circle on the ground. As Lin Fan began to chant softly, a multitude of skeletal knights emerged from the earth, summoned forth by his command. Draped in tattered iron armor, each figure wielded a long spear, their skeletal steeds' eyes emanating an eerie green glow. Approximately 2,000 in number. These were the skeletal knights summoned by Lin Fan through the divine art of skeletal invocation from the Faith Mall. Gazing at the lifeless assembly of knights before him, Lin Fan murmured to himself, "This number should suffice." According to the power hierarchy of this world, each skeletal knight possessed the strength of a second-tier entity. This realm, populated by those with extraordinary abilities, delineated specific tiers of power, ranging from 1 to 9. Ordinary zombies fell outside this classification, merely stronger than the average human. A cursory glance revealed that even the mightiest of the extraordinary beings in this world barely reached the 3rd tier, while the most formidable creature, a deep-sea blue whale, had attained the 5th tier. As the surrounding zombies roared, charging towards him in a frenzy, Lin Fan reclined upon the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. With a sweeping gesture, akin to commanding 1,000,000 strong, he calmly issued the order, "Kill." The ground trembled, and a cacophony erupted as 2,000 warhorses neighed in unison. The green flames upon the skeletal knights flickering as their spears were raised high. The steeds galloped forward, heads bobbing in a wild charge towards a horde of zombies. The charge of the 2,000 skeletal knights resembled that of tens of thousands, overwhelming the frenzied cries of the undead in an instant. With a resounding rip, the attention of not just the zombies within the vicinity, but also those on the street outside the community was drawn, resulting in a throng that exceeded 10,000. Yet, the skeletal knights, being manifestations of the undead, summoned by Lin Fan, were bound to obey his commands. Like blades of sharpened steel, they surged into the throng of zombies. And in mere moments, the Skeletal Knight Legion had claimed the lives of over 1,000 undead, suffering almost no losses in return. With a deft control, Lin Fan directed the steeds to turn, their hooves ignited with blazing green fire, exhaling flames as they charged. In less than half an hour, the horde of over 10,000 zombies had been trampled under the iron hooves of the 2,000 knights, akin to children in a playground. With a unified sound, the remaining fewer than 1,000 skeletal knights respectfully bowed their heads before Lin Fan, subsequently vanishing from sight. Observing the vast expanse of dismembered limbs and corpses littering the ground, Lin Fan furrowed his brow and promptly summoned a battalion of shadow soldiers. These spectral soldiers, displaying remarkable diligence, wielded an array of shovels, mops, buckets, and carts. Methodically, they disposed of the zombie remains, placing them onto the carts and pushing them outside the community. Finally, confronted with a mountain of cadavers, Lin Fan delivered a decisive slap, reducing the gruesome pile to nothingness, thus preserving the sanctity of the environment. In order to preserve his mood, Lin Fan spent an entire morning seeking a tranquil refuge, lazily reclining upon his throne. His superhero attire remained untainted by any blood. A sudden chime echoed as 4 towering shadow soldiers emerged, lifting the throne onto their shoulders, respectfully awaiting Lin Fan's command. Although the throne possessed the ability to soar freely, the act of being carried by others imparted an air of grandeur. Lin Fan surveyed the hundreds of shadow soldiers who had meticulously cleaned the neighborhood and issued a directive: assemble all survivors within this community and summon them to the central square. Understood, Master. The shadow soldiers replied with a nod before seamlessly merging into the darkness. Lin Fan harbored no concerns regarding their ability to fulfill the task. Their capacity to meld into the shadows rendered them exceptionally suited for it. While he had no intention of hastening the end of days, he would mind accruing a modicum of belief value. Though the people of this world held somewhat different views on gender compared to other realms, overall, their sentiments were largely similar. Furthermore, having endured great calamity, Lin Fan found himself in a prime position to attract believers, albeit the numbers were rather scant. It was estimated that the surviving human populace had dwindled to less than 700 or 800 million, a stark contrast to the previous population statistics of over 10 billion. With time on his hands, Lin Fan perused the cultivation techniques stored within Jiangming's spatial realm. His supreme divine body lacked developmental potential due to the absence of techniques. However, the situation had markedly changed. Lin Fan had essentially plundered an entire world, acquiring countless techniques along with the spiritual veins of that realm. Cultivation? Not an issue. Chapter 102. Awaiting what manner of creatures are these? Mom, I'm scared. Woo-woo. Dear, I'm so frightened. You must protect me. In the square of the Jingsuan community, approximately 200 survivors gathered, varying in age, some young, some old, some male, and some female. Yet, what struck one as perplexing was not the sight of men comforting and shielding women. but rather the sight of seemingly frail men seeking refuge in the embrace of women. As Lin Fan observed the trembling shadow soldiers nearby, he noted that the women appeared equally frightened, yet they resolutely held onto the men and children in their arms. It was indeed an unusual sight. Lin Fan pursed his lips. It was not a matter of machismo, but this shift in dynamics felt distinctly strange. Receiving reports from the shadow soldiers, he learned that all individuals had gathered in the center of the community, while the deceased from within the houses had been disposed of into the realm of shadows. As the assembly gathered, Lin Fan commanded the 4 colossal shadow soldiers to carry him forth. A rumbling sound echoed through the air. Amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of the onlookers, the formidable figures approached, bearing a throne crafted from gold. However, upon glimpsing the occupant of the throne, many in the crowd displayed expressions of shock. Some women even covered their noses, relieved that there were no signs of bleeding. With a gulp, the sound of swallowing echoed around, initiated by an unknown individual. The women gazed at Lin Fan as if they had encountered an exquisite beauty of unparalleled allure. In this realm, a man with a robust physique and graceful muscles was akin to the curvaceous forms celebrated in other worlds. Lin Fan had received a boost from the system, amplifying his charm tenfold, and, in this matriarchal society, he was perceived as an enchanting figure, possessing an angelic visage and a devilish physique, clad in a tight red and blue suit. Such temptation was beyond their capacity to resist. Were it not for the multitude of ghostly soldiers surrounding him, they might have rushed forward to claim him entirely. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under their gaze, Lin Fan sensed he had become akin to a stunning woman encircled by burly men. He coughed lightly, causing the crowd to instinctively lower their heads. "You must have noticed the commotion this morning," Lin Fan spoke softly. Facing these ordinary individuals, he had no desire to intimidate or recruit them. He had eliminated the zombies within this community. Those unwilling to submit could leave. Conversely, those seeking his protection would need to follow his commands without question. The crowd nodded, somewhat bewildered. Though they hesitated to venture outside, they were aware of the earlier disturbance. Many had secretly observed from their windows, fully aware that Lin Fan had effortlessly summoned a legion of skeletons to eradicate the horde of zombies. In their hearts, they had already categorized Lin Fan as a formidable force not to be trifled with. "I have cleared the zombies from this area," Lin Fan declared coldly. "Now you face 2 choices. First, to completely submit to me with absolute adherence to my commands, or second, to leave this community." His voice brooked no doubt as to the sincerity of his words. The crowd shuddered, quickly nodding in agreement. Faced with the perilous outside world, none dared to step out. Remaining here offered them Lin Fan's protection, and perhaps one among them might even win his favor and embrace the beauty of his companionship. Seeing their unanimous assent, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, pleased that no dissent lingered among them. It appears that the mindless imbeciles typically portrayed in novels do not exist. Otherwise, life would indeed become unbearable. Although Lin Fan had gathered a group of subordinates, he refrained from commanding them to venture outside to exterminate zombies or engage in training. After all, he possessed formidable strength among his ranks, rendering the training of these ordinary individuals an imprudent use of his precious time. Instead, Lin Fan directed them to scour the secured community for resources within various households. Aside from some who perished from starvation, a few had succumbed to transformation into zombies within their homes. Even though a month had passed, certain long-lasting provisions remained edible. In the face of the apocalypse, Lin Fan exhibited no sense of urgency. Leisurely, he summoned 1,000,000 shadow soldiers and called forth 100,000 Iron Knights through his summoning arts, initiating a sweeping campaign across the entire city. The so-called inviolable hordes of zombies, formidable mutated creatures, and malevolent superhumans were, to Lin Fan, merely trivial adversaries easily dispatched with a wave of his hand. Within a mere 7 days, the monsters throughout Rome City were thoroughly eradicated. A mountain of corpses accumulated in the city's grandest square, where Lin Fan drenched them in gasoline and subsequently ignited them in a conflagration that consumed everything. The roaring flames illuminated the faces of every survivor. Countless individuals, having existed like the living dead for a month, could no longer restrain their emotions. Some knelt and wept uncontrollably, while others curled up, hugging their knees, casting sorrowful smiles at the remains of their fellow humans. Many prostrated themselves before Lin Fan, their faces radiating profound reverence. Lin Fan sensed the faith emanating from them, a deeply devoted force. After liberating Rome City, Lin Fan did not hasten to other urban areas, for his faith was rapidly accumulating, poised to reach trillions in value. He had an inkling that upon reaching this milestone, acquiring and utilizing the divine essence of the Creator might precipitate changes within his system. Thus, he remained patient. Prior to the apocalypse, Rome City was a bustling metropolis with a population of several million. However, following a brief month of chaos, the population had plummeted to a mere 5 to 600,000. Fortunately, due to Lin Fan's cleansing efforts, the remaining survivors found themselves in a relatively stable environment. With such a diminished populace, the city felt desolate. At that moment, Lin Fan recalled the individuals he had brought from the previous world into his shadow realm. Without hesitation, he summoned them forth. The vast continent once boasted a population exceeding 1 billion, but after enduring catastrophic calamities, it had dwindled to merely 10 million. In the shadowy realm, survival became increasingly precarious, with a multitude of cultivators perishing swiftly due to the lack of spiritual energy. However, the population remained robust, totaling around 7 to 8 million. Lin Fan meticulously surveyed the surrounding cities, and with Rome City included, the count of urban settlements reached 5, housing approximately 2 to 3 million survivors. Added to the 7 million survivors from the vast continent, Lin Fan now commanded a total of 10 million souls across these 5 cities. Collectively known as the Extraordinary Base City, fortified by a legion of ghostly soldiers, this locale undoubtedly emerged as the safest human bastion on the planet. Lin Fan's striking appearance garnered him the admiration of countless women, who regarded him as an eternal male sovereign. The merging of two worlds sparked considerable upheaval, transcending mere technological and cultivation integration, but also intertwining worldviews. The vast continent operated under a patriarchal system, while the matriarchal world upheld a contrasting hierarchy. Upon their initial convergence, inhabitants from both realms found each other's customs utterly unfathomable. How could one allow men to assume the role of leaders? Despite their bewilderment, the fusion brought unexpected joy to the men of the vast world and the women of the matriarchal realm. Streets buzzed with encounters where men and women would nonchalantly propose, "Shall we?" Subsequently, they would grasp each other's hands and retreat to hotels, where passion ignited unabated. Remarkably, both parties felt they were the fortunate ones in this arrangement. Consequently, within a month, the melodious echoes of Lin Fan's extraordinary base city persisted unabated, and the birth rate soared dramatically. Yet, this whirlwind of activity bore little significance for Lin Fan. His daily pursuits revolved around cultivating his skills and expanding his knowledge, with the paramount focus being the enhancement of his faith value. Benefiting from the myriad life planets of the old Rue universe, his faith value surged, nearing the critical milestone of 1 trillion. Finally, after a year in the matriarchal world, Lin Fan successfully attained the monumental faith value of 1 trillion. The sheer magnitude of this achievement ignited a fervor within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he exchanged it for the divine sovereign's divinity. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 10,000 faith points and purchased the supreme divine sovereign's divinity, becoming the most exalted existence within this system. With a swift motion, a dull gray stone materialized before him, resembling an unremarkable pebble found by the roadside. Yet it was enveloped by the laws of the great Tao, as if all existence within the universe revolved around this seemingly ordinary object. Lin Fan was unprepared for such an unexpected delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly assimilated the divinity of the Creator God into his being. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power, magnitude stronger than before, surged into Lin Fan's body. Perhaps due to the divine essence he now possessed, Lin Fan effortlessly harmonized this newfound strength. With a mere wave of his hand, all the monstrous entities in the zombie realm vanished, and with a flick of his mind, the territory of this world began to expand rapidly. The shattered realms of the immortal world and the vast continent, once obliterated by Lin Fan, emerged at the fringes of the female sovereign world. Additionally, the realm where the beasts and humans intertwined materialized here as well. With the absence of the Black Commander and many formidable monsters, the beast continent could hardly contend against humanity. Armed with powerful firearms and an uncountable number of extraordinary beings, humanity swiftly conquered the Beast Continent. To the east of the entire world, an unremarkable realm appeared. It was an ancient world undergoing a resurgence of spiritual energy, wholly governed by a single nation, Qian Kingdom. The sole emperor revered by the world was none other than Lin Fan, the founding emperor of Qian Kingdom. Like a deity, Lin Fan gazed down upon all beings. Yet his ambitions were far from complete. At that moment, he transformed into a spectral figure, his enormous eyes slightly raised. Instantly, 3 more worlds materialized around the continents. One was a modern city world, the very first realm Lin Fan traversed after acquiring his system, where he obtained his superhuman physique and personally vanquished his initial rival. The second was the Dark World, which had significantly grown in strength along Lin Fan's journey, home to 8 demonic generals, each possessing divine powers. The final realm was one Lin Fan resurrected using his boundless divine might, drawing forth his previous world from the depths of endless chaos. As Lin Fan surveyed the 8 integrated continents, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his gaze. Confronted with the familiar landscapes of his past, Lin Fan, now utterly invincible, felt no trepidation. A colossal divine force manifested. The spiritual energy of the 8 continents surged at an astonishing rate, with rare treasures sprouting wildly and paradisiacal domains emerging everywhere. Technology was advancing at a breakneck pace. The 8 continents grew visibly before one's eyes. Though this transformation transpired abruptly, all beings understood who was responsible. At that moment, every life form reverently knelt before Lin Fan, offering unreserved praises. Lin Fan paid no heed to the rapidly increasing faith, instead directing his gaze towards the vast expanse of the cosmos. Having ascended to the level of the Creator God, he could now transcend space itself. Embark on a whimsical journey to any realm of your choosing, even if it is a fantastical world from the movies or novels of a past life. Lin Fan can traverse freely, much like the divine realms depicted in the web novels of his previous existence. Lin Fan can effortlessly conjure such spaces. As he reminisces about the countless films and novels he has encountered, he recalls the flawless heroines and captivating supporting characters. A gleam of excitement ignites in his eyes. The myriad worlds await my exploration. I yearn to witness the aloofness of the little dragon girl, the icy intelligence of Wang Yuyin, the ardent devotion of Zixia Fairy, and the beauty of Chang'e in the Moon Palace. Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, Thor, the Hulk, and even the authentic Superman. All are within my reach for a rendezvous. The thought of such a life fills Lin Fan with exhilaration. Observing the rapid growth of 8 continents, he meticulously crafted a replica of the system residing within him and dispatched it to the world of his origin. By random selection, a fortunate individual emerged. However, Lin Fan could not have anticipated that, at that moment, a young man, humming a tune while crossing the street after work, would suddenly be confronted by a roaring truck. Resembling a wild beast, the young man, caught unawares, was blinded by the headlights, his terrified expression seemingly frozen in time. With a thunderous crash, he was propelled an astonishing 81 meters. What the hell? The young man shouted in despair just before the end. Bystanders, witnessing this shocking scene, were left dumbfounded. Yet none noticed a beam of white light piercing directly towards the young man's head.